To GPS tracking. Surveillance is all around us, but now we're being watched more than ever in the workplace. New technology allows bosses to tell whether workers are at their desk, what they say, even how they're saying it, and it's completely legal.
The sensors are completely anonymous as they monitor the presence of people at each desk.
If an employee accepts it, says, look, okay, I'm prepared to work in an organisation that puts me through this sort of ordeal, then they've got no rights. They have literally signed up for it and given away a right to privacy.
Say cheese when you board a DART train this summer. The transit agency is adding cameras and controversial new technology will follow. Brooke Rogers live in Dallas for us tonight with a timeline on all of this. Brooke.
Well, Kaylee, you may not realize it, but all DART bus stations, buses do have cameras. You can see there's one right above me. It's taking my picture as I speak. But having them on trains will be new, and not everyone is on board.
I mean, I think using technology to keep people safe is a good idea. You know, it's just I'm not sure about the privacy thing, though.
Facial recognition software, what is that information being harvested for, and where's that information going?
A growing tech trend takes personal computing to its highest level. It's gone from hands-on to hands-in. More people are biohacking their own bodies with implanted computer chips that can perform a wide range of tasks.
The limits, it's a limitless technology. There's tons of things we can do with it, and we're really just getting started.
And Garrett Fry is getting first-hand experience on just what the future may hold.
Garrett Fry's implant is very simple. Like he said, it's not much more complicated than the identification implant that you would put in your dog or your cat. But they're getting more and more complex, recording body functions for long periods of time. Some of them functioning as compasses that you can get your directions and see them lighted up through your skin.
The technology is just starting to take off, and more people are embracing it or ingesting it. Biohacking has sparked moral and ethical discussions, and in computing circles, it has raised security questions.
There are calls for a controversial program which aims to educate students about their gay, lesbian or transgender classmates to be removed from South Australian schools. While some parents have told 9 News they support the program, a federal senator says the lessons go too far.
It's called Safe Schools, a program designed to make students comfortable with their same-sex or transgender classmates. 53 South Australian schools have signed up to Safe Schools. The program aims to help students understand different sexualities, but also encourages them to avoid gendered words like he or she, in favour of the terms they, ze or e. The program has already created controversy in Victoria, where it's being made compulsory.
People are only more open-minded, so I think we've got to start with the little ones.
Happening tonight. Passionate pleas over bathroom privacy. Ariel Westler is live in Carmel Mountain Ranch tonight. And Ariel, this case could be precedent-setting.
Morality is a key issue for some on the other side.
People have been attacked or looked at. There are always sick-minded people that take advantage of this kind of system.
A system still very much up for debate nationwide, and a decision that could set a precedent for other districts throughout the country.
New at 5, Seattle Parks and Recreation is facing a first-of-a-kind challenge to gender bathroom rules.
A man undressed in a women's locker room last week, citing a new state rule that allows people to choose a bathroom based on gender identity.
Women alerted staff who told the man to leave, but he said, "The law has changed and I have a right to be here."
Eight-time boxing champion Manny Pacquiao is apologizing for his anti-gay remarks, but the repercussions are just beginning.
8th Division World Champion Manny Pacquiao is arguably the most famous Filipino in the world. He's a hero in the Southeast Asian country. On Wednesday, Nike announced it was ending its relationship with Pacquiao after the company found his comments abhorrent.
The announcement comes as Pacquiao prepares for what he says will be his last fight on April 9th against Timothy Bradley in Las Vegas.
And we don't know exactly what it is.
And new tonight, concerns over mystery gunk falling from the sky. What on earth is it?
An unknown substance has coated several homes in one neighborhood. 7 Action News reporter Aaron Baskerville is live there with more. Aaron, what's going on?
Listen, that's what everybody's trying to figure out. It's certainly a mystery out here. This tar-like substance is everywhere. So like I said, imagine if this was your house or your home, you'd be very upset. You were just looking at the driveway coated in that tar-like substance. You can also see the car coming up tonight at 11 on Channel 7.
Something is keeping an entire town up at night, and no one knows what it is or where it's coming from. And they could use your help.
As mysteries go, there aren't many that can match this one for being just as annoying as it is unexplained. That high-pitched sound wreaking havoc on Forest Grove, Oregon for weeks, mainly at night, even waking people up.
It sounds like brakes to me.
Local officials have ruled out a water valve, gas leak, or wildlife, and the nearest train track is rarely used. The fire department doesn't know what it is either.
Welcome to the X-Files, back on TV again. And so here we are.
The truth is out there, and whatever it sure is loud and baffling.
Said, Officer, you don't understand that because of what you've done. He said, I checked myself back into mental health. I was able to get regulated with my medication. I reconciled my relationship with my brother, with my sister. He's no longer living on the street. He had moved back in with his brother or his sister, and he told me, he said, it's because of what you done that night, you stopping me. He said, to save my life.
That man's a hero, and he saved my life, really.
You went out of your way, you helped a homeless man, you gave him your own personal Bible, and because of that, he got his life on track. What does that mean to you?
It's the most tangible thing I've ever experienced with being a witness and being obedient to God. So it's awesome.
Look me right in the eye. Would you see the pain deep inside? Would you take the time to tell me what I need to hear? Tell me that I'm not forgotten. Show me there's a God who can be more than all I ever wanted. Right now I need a little hope. I need to know that I'm not alone. And maybe God is calling you tonight to tell me something that might save my life.
A falling meteor. A small blue object slammed into the ground at an engineering college over the weekend, causing a very loud explosion. A bus driver standing nearby was hit by debris and died on the way to the hospital. Today, officials examined the 5-foot-wide crater left behind, but have not yet determined where the object came from.
All right, you see this? That's the strange sight that lit up our San Diego skies this morning and our phones in our newsroom as well.
Before the sun was up, Frank Redmond captured this splash of light on his dash cam. Robert Quimby is an astronomy professor at SDSU and the director of the Mount Laguna Observatory. He's never seen anything like it in person and said it was unusually bright.
There's a couple instances when it brightens and then fades and then brightens and fades.
And then it vanished. Quimby said it was likely a space rock ripping through the sky.
There was a bright spot in the sky that had a lot of people talking across the southern part of the state last night.
That fireball went streaking across the sky.
Now to new concerns about the Zika virus as athletes prepare for the Olympics in Brazil. Soccer star Hope Solo is speaking out, saying she's so concerned that if she had to make a choice right now, she wouldn't go to Rio.
This morning, the Zika virus crisis now striking fear in some of our nation's top athletes. U.S. soccer star Hope Solo saying if she had to choose whether to go to the Summer Games in Brazil now, she wouldn't go. Solo, who helped her team to World Cup victory in 2015, also saying no athlete competing in Rio should be faced with this dilemma.
Zika virus is a scary thing that is very unknown. Hopefully some of those unknowns will become a little bit more known with the research that they do in the following months.
We're certainly sensitive to the fact that this has become a global issue.
A state of emergency is being issued over dengue fever on the Big Island as the state reported one new case, bringing the total number of cases to 251.
Tonight, investigators believe they're getting closer to finding the source of a salmonella outbreak in Estill County. This comes as more illnesses possibly linked to that outbreak are being reported.
Now to a health scare on a local college campus. 100 students are sick at Ursinus College, and tonight doctors are looking into whether it's food poisoning or a virus.
Well, the medical director tells us that the college has never experienced a stomach virus that's this widespread.
Ursinus College says 7 more students reported feeling sick as part of an outbreak that's brought that Montgomery County campus to a standstill. Now, the first reports came in Tuesday. Ursinus says a handful of faculty and staff have also reported symptoms. The school shut down its dining hall and canceled classes because of the outbreak. They still, though, have not figured out just what is causing this.
At the beginning of February, several small earthquakes have shaken Maine close to the Canadian border, and just today, another earthquake recorded near Rangeley.
Earthquakes are becoming more and more frequent in Kansas, with a 3.9 magnitude quake shaking Oklahoma and Kansas just last month. Now, Derby schools want to be prepared.
Substantial earthquake rattling the Sooner State today. A 3.0 magnitude quake hit near Medford around 2:40 this afternoon, according to the USGS. And it was not alone. 4 other sizable quakes struck today, ranging from 2.6 to 3.5 magnitude. No immediate word of any damage. Oklahoma this year has already had more than 90 earthquakes of magnitude 3.0 or greater.
The village of Macadam in southwest New Brunswick has become the epicenter of what is called earthquake swarms. And it's not the first time people who live around Macadam have felt the vibrations from quakes, but the residents say this most recent swarm is the worst they've ever experienced.
Just like somebody's picking your house up and holding it in the air and dropping it back down.
Others said it was as if a train had exploded through the town, or their home had been hit by an 18-wheel transport truck.
They're like explosions, and they just kept happening.
Tell me what's going on in Macadam. It's quite a mystery there.
And good morning, Heather. That's right, certainly a mystery, and these aren't the kind of earthquakes, or the descriptions of these events aren't the kind of earthquakes that we're used to with the rumbling and the movement. Instead, as you said, residents are saying that they sound like explosions.
I have felt too since I've been here today. It's like a vibration stirring under your feet.
Just before 4 o'clock this morning in Taiwan, people were shaken out of bed by a magnitude 6.4 earthquake.
This is video of a deadly 6.4 magnitude earthquake that hit near the southern city of Tainan, Taiwan, Saturday. From the air, the extent of the damage is clearly visible. 9 buildings in Tainan collapsed, but the damage is especially evident on the ground. Cars crushed. More than 500 now homeless. Seismologists say the earthquake struck close to the surface.
The entire building was just shaking very violently. It was quite loud.
The quake struck just as the Taiwanese were preparing to celebrate one of their biggest holidays, the Lunar New Year. Now it's a nation in mourning.
I felt it this morning, but a 5.1 magnitude earthquake shook homes all across Oklahoma today. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, the 5.1 rating makes it the 3rd largest earthquake in state history. Right now, homeowners say that all the shaking is starting to damage their homes.
People who fell as a magnitude 5.7 earthquake hit near Christchurch today. The quake struck shortly after 1 p.m. Pictures have emerged of a cliff face crumbling into the sea at Sumner Beach.
Rough ride for passengers caught in a storm on a Royal Caribbean cruise ship off the coast of North Carolina. And Natalie's here. This is some dramatic video.
It sure does. Hey, guys, good morning. Well, the Weather Service had issued a warning for hurricane force winds, and some passengers say the ship's crew told them about the storm and said they would try to beat it. But conditions were far worse than anyone expected.
New details tonight on the rough day at sea for thousands of people on board a Royal Caribbean cruise ship.
That's right. Tonight, a Florida senator is demanding answers, asking why did the ship sail into rough weather in the first place?
When the storm is brewing, you don't go out of port.
Florida Senator Bill Nelson is asking the question many Royal Caribbean passengers have on their minds.
Worst experience? Yeah, only the movies.
But the Anthem of the Seas captain says he didn't realize the magnitude of the storm ahead of time. And he's now defending his decision to set sail with a storm brewing in the Atlantic.
The whole thing was not bigger than this and was just exploded.
In a video broadcast internally to all 4,500 passenger staterooms Monday, Captain Klaus Anderson, who ordered everyone on board the ship to stay in their rooms, says he's never experienced anything like it.
Honestly, have not seen low pressure that was not forecasted anything near what we actually experienced.
Several viewers were startled this morning by a loud boom that shook their homes. Several calls and messages came into our information center asking us what was going on.
Now, this remains a mystery. I have put in several calls to various state and federal agencies. So far, no one can confirm what this was.
The whole ground was shaken out here. It was a cement out there, and the house was shaken.
Sue Eastman didn't know what was going on. It was just before 10 a.m. when she heard the loud boom.
It was just a short kind of a boom like that, and you could hear everything kind of shake.
As Sue was trying to figure out what happened, so were several others.
I had people from all over from the lake area here. My neighbors were saying that they felt it, they heard it. People in Morley, up by Everett even. I have family up by Sears, and they heard it up there.
According to the National Weather Service and the U.S. Geological Survey, it was not an earthquake.
It made a rumble, almost like a thunder.
So far, no military bases in Michigan seem to know where the alleged sonic boom came from. According to the Michigan National Guard, there are no planes fast enough based in Michigan that can create a sonic boom. For those who experienced it, it was something they've never felt before.
But it was just like my whole house shook.
Now, controversy brewing in our space community. A group is threatening to file a lawsuit against NASA because Johnson Space Center has banned the word Jesus from an employee newsletter. Anusha Rost is live now at JFC tonight with the decision that some are calling censorship.
This 30-year employee of the space agency remains convinced some Christians at JSC are being censored.
We're committed. We want to stand for Jesus.
The attorney is giving NASA 30 days to clarify its stance on the use of the word Jesus in that newsletter.
Separation between church and state remains a debated topic, and a newly proposed bill in the Georgia House is contributing to that discussion.
House Bill 870 would essentially ensure students' First Amendment rights. More specifically, it says schools that receive state funding can't be a part of an athletic association that prohibits the student athletes from sporting quotes or Bible verses on their bodies. The bill also says schools cannot participate in athletic associations that prohibit member schools from playing with other non-member schools.
Beyond wearable technology, it's now time for embedded medical implants. It may sound either frightening or exciting to you, but one day in a near future, we might all biohack ourselves. And health wearables are indeed set to make a difference in 2016. But it seems like another trend could soon change the way we treat illnesses, and that is embeddable tech implants.
Real-life cyborgs are now among us. These citizen scientists are altering cells, DNA, even hacking their own bodies with sights set on the future.
I've got an implant in my finger. I've got a chip in my hand.
An underground movement known as biohacking is pushing to advance the human race.
Yeah, these citizen scientists are altering cells, DNA, and even hacking themselves by implanting electronic devices into their own bodies.
What I'm interested in is functional implants that can track my health data, that can make me, a stronger, faster, better human.
These biohackers are the experiment, but they emphasize that years of planning and research are put in before they grab the scalpel. Still, not for everybody.
No.
Although, I bet the guy with the magnet in his finger makes a lot of money in bars.
I was going to say, that's quite a pickup line.
Yeah,
like, look
exactly.
at me, I'm going to levitate rock.
Very impressive.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like I said, unless they can come up with a chip that'll clean my house in 1 hour for me, I'm not going to be implanting anything.
We could put a radar in your head or something.
Yeah, well, sometimes I feel it's already there.
Yeah, exactly.
The only salvation for this sin is the gospel. The only way to really cure that what's on the inside is understanding that Jesus Christ died for our sins. And so to me, on a micro level, it's understanding.
Nope, and just like that, we lost him. I know.
The Israeli Prime Minister has unveiled a new plan to surround the entire state of Israel with a security fence. The barrier would also seal off all openings in the West Bank security wall.
He says it will take several years to build the fence promised by Netanyahu.
Israel is currently building a new fence to protect a newly built Israeli airport just outside the city of Eilat. Now, in his statement, Netanyahu expressed his intention to surround all of the state of Israel with walls and border fences. Essentially, Netanyahu is declaring a new long-term and comprehensive project that will seal off the entire state of Israel to the outside world.
You may have heard in the news that a potentially major discovery on the Golan Heights was made by Genie or AFEC. They have a nearby license. In fact, if you look this way, you can see the general area where they're drilling on the Golan Heights.
Jewish immigration from Western Europe to Israel has reached an all-time high. It's because of rising anti-Semitic attacks.
The Assolan family is among the 8,000 people who emigrated from France to Israel this year.
Part of a multi-year plan to ensure Israel's security.
Michiganders may have seen something extraordinary Monday night, a fireball meteor streaking across the sky.
It's pretty violent this time.
really shook the house.
A man living in St. James City on Pine Island in Lee County wondering what's causing his house to, as he puts it, violently shake. And he's not alone. We've been getting a number of calls, emails, and Facebook postings from other viewers telling us you experience the same thing.
One man tells me he's felt his house shaking several times, but today it was worse than ever. What's interesting, a Navy spokesperson tells me they didn't have any aircrafts operating here around that time.
I really don't think it's a sonic boom. I think it's something else. I don't know what it is, because it is. I think it's more in the ground.
And he says he would know.
I'm a commercial pilot. I used to fly for years. I've spent years in the atmosphere, and I've never heard a sonic boom like that.
The twisting and shaking is causing damage to his home.
The tiles throughout the house are actually starting to pop loose. Every time this happens, it seems like one or two more tiles is getting loose. What's causing this is what I want to know.
It's kind of weird. It really is, though, to see that many at one time, fall from the sky.
Not one or two, but nearly 40 starlings were found laying dead on this street.
It was really unusual.
An unusual occurrence and a disturbing sight for both people who live and work around this neighborhood, as well as the responders who saw these birds.
Here at The Lip, we've covered a number of stories chronicling the unprecedented animal die-off that is happening around the world. 120,000 endangered antelopes were found dead in Kazakhstan, while thousands of starfish were dying on Morton Island. And this week, an estimated 8,000 black and white seabirds were found dead on the beaches of Alaska's Prince William Sound. Thousands more have washed up on beaches from California to the Gulf of Alaska over the past year.
The religious leaders you're about to meet are not your typical women and men of the cloth. These pastors are challenging the status quo. So can their New Age approach help people renew a connection with their faith and break down barriers in the church?
From weave snatching on the Real Housewives of Atlanta to the ridiculous insanity that is Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. It's not something many residents here are proud of, even as we secretly chuckle that it's entertaining. Atlanta's off the chain! This newest reality series, featuring this fine city and another mostly black cast, might seem like more of the same. But leave it to television to make it big and different. All of the characters showing out are men and women of the cloth. God is gonna heal your heart! It's called Preachers of Atlanta.
I think that tutu is almost like, wow! It kind of like lets you just be, crazy, and you're going to get outside your box.
And this is Pastor Leandria Johnson.
Here goes nothing.
Going the extra mile for her ministry, dressing up as a prostitute to blend in a tough neighborhood downtown.
I am a pastor, right?
Okay.
And I'm trying to find women that look like me.
She even hands out condoms and cigarettes.
You got some condoms? Let me give you some condoms.
When all of the pastors get together at a hip-hop listening party, the drama isn't far behind.
Tonight now, in the not-so-distant future, you could be wearing all of your personal information, everything from your credit card numbers to your vital signs. It's called the tech tattoo.
So this is really going beyond what the fitness tracker is.
The latest bio-wearable looks like a circuit board that gets embedded onto your arm.
With the tech tattoo, you could carry all your information on your skin.
Information like your identification and your credit card numbers.
We carry wallets around, and they're so vulnerable.
Experts say the temporary tat will also be able to monitor your vitals. They're made with electroconductive ink that contains various sensors and, in some cases, tiny microchips. Cosmetic company L'Oreal is also getting in the action with a temporary tattoo that can track UV exposure and alert you if you're in danger of burning.
The future will let you leave your debit card at home. JPMorgan Chase is upgrading all their ATMs this year to let you withdraw money using your smartphone. Well, we've come a long way from saying, I got to go tap Mac, haven't we?
It's one of hundreds of features brainstormed at the bank's Innovation Center in Columbus, Ohio. Some ideas, like a fingerprint scanner, got left on the cutting room floor, but others are being put into practice.
They want to be able to bank where they want, when they want, and how they want. And this machine is allowing us the flexibility to do so.
It's not just Chase customers. Bank of America is making its machines mobile friendly, and Citigroup's ATMs may soon scan your iris for identification. The upgrades over the years have made the machines more popular among customers than visiting a teller.
Entering the country at Kennedy Airport will now have their faces scanned.
All right, Fox 5's Jody Goldberg is live at JFK to show us how that new security technology works. Jody.
Terry, Steve, it's all in an effort to make air travel safer. This was first tested at Washington Dulles International Airport, and today's the first day the system is online at JFK. It's another tool to make sure U.S. Customs and Border Protection is keeping its citizens safe. Right now, there are 18 machines spread throughout 3 terminals at JFK. Officials say at least 500 people a day chosen randomly will be screened. And now the goal is to have facial comparison at all 5 international terminals here at the airport.
No more questions.
Dealing with the devil, passion, tears, and hours of debate later, Satanists will not be leading the city council prayer in Phoenix, nor will anyone else going forward.
We have live team coverage on this polarizing decision.
No more prayer at Phoenix City Council meetings. It's been replaced with a moment of silence after a Tucson-based satanic group requested to read the invocation.
Now the group will get the chance to speak in Tucson. After 3 hours of emotional debate and discussion last night, the Phoenix Council decided to do away with prayers altogether.
They created the problem
I
here.
just have to say, as
well,
city manager,
Ed, I'm not done talking. I'm sorry, Ed. I'm not done talking, and when I'm done talking, you can interrupt me.
Frankly, it's the most despicable thing that I have ever witnessed in my service to the city.
They changed a tradition that's been established for over 40 or 50 years at the city of Phoenix, overnight and done behind closed doors.
A shocking development out of Britain, where the government is now letting scientists conduct gene editing experiments on human embryos.
With me is Paul Serhal, the medical director of the Centre for Reproductive and Genetic Health here in London. And Paul, what do you make of this announcement that this kind of experimentation will be allowed?
Well, I think it's very good news.
Gene editing works like a cut and paste technique. It scans DNA, finds a faulty gene, then cuts it and replaces it with a healthy copy. Some British doctors call the approved research unnecessary.
It's being justified on the basis that it will help prevent miscarriages and stop IVF failures. But the genes that these scientists plan to look at, there's no evidence to show that any of them have anything to do with causing IVF failure or miscarriage in the first place.
University of Notre Dame professor Carter Sneed says gene editing destroys living embryos.
What we're confronted with this morning is a very basic kind of injustice. The same injustice that we see in abortion. We're killing newly conceived human beings for the sake of speculative scientific research.
Critics also say gene editing could lead to designer babies, where parents seek taller, stronger, and smarter children.
If we do look further down the road and this works, it's successful in the laboratory, we may understand more about fertilization, but what could it mean for some inherited diseases?
Well, I think the potential of such technology is that if you were able to edit the DNA in order to avoid the transmission of certain genetic diseases. It's all very good news. But of course, we're still a long way off. A lot of work has to be done in order to ascertain safety, let alone the benefit that will be derived from the such procedures.
Dozens of dead fish are washing ashore on a popular Naples beach, and folks are not sure why. Good evening, everyone. I'm Joe Rhodes.
And I'm Brittany Weiner. NBC2's Chris Gilmore is live on Vanderbilt Beach with people who've been dodging these fish all day. Chris.
I've spoken to a lot of the people on the beach today, and they tell me it's been a perfect day here on Vanderbilt Beach, except for one thing. At least 100 of these fish washing along shore every few hundred feet as you walk along the beach.
It's the first time so many have got beached. We've asked senior officials from the Gulf of Mannar, Marine Park and the Forest Department to investigate.
Bíblica, miles de calamares murieron en las costas de la isla chilena de Santa María. Los residentes de la isla dijeron que año con año llegan algunos casos.
जो बीच है पूरी बीच है यहाँ पर मैं कभी भी नहीं देखा हूँ कि पूरी बीच में इतना संख्या से फसल मरे।
Well, it is up in the sky. It is rare, but you can see it right here in southern Colorado.
It's a planetary alignment, a decade in the making, beginning tomorrow morning. Space educators say there are some nice features about this event.
You can see these with your own eyes, but then even with just binoculars, you can see some of the planets really up close.
What looks like white dots in these images are actually star explosions, shining 20 times brighter than our entire galaxy. Astronomers say this is the brightest supernova observed in human history, spotted using a network of telescopes around the world. It's located about 4 billion light years away from Earth in another galaxy, and at its peak, this super luminous supernova is 570 billion times brighter than, get this, the sun.
Scientists have discovered a possible new planet in our solar system for the first time in 170 years. Evidence of this ninth planet was found on the far edge of the system. Astronomers at the California Institute of Technology have not directly seen it yet, but they think it's up to 10 times bigger than Earth and 20 times farther away than Neptune.
A mystery not only in this area, but also in communities across the country.
They sound like loud explosions, except there's never any damage. So what is really going on? Ross Gadati went looking for answers today.
Imagine, if you will, you're standing on your front porch when, out of nowhere, a cataclysmic explosion goes off. You see a bright light, you feel the force, and then it goes away. And when emergency responders go to find what blew up, they can't find anything. Well, it's happened in Fayette County recently, and it's happening around the United States. For Michelle Wiltrot, what happened around 7:45 Monday night is something she'll never.
All I heard was a large explosion, and I thought something blew up or a bad car wreck.
Whatever it was, numerous residents around Connellsville heard it and felt it as well. For some, it was so intense it rattled entire foundations, knocking pictures off of walls.
I mean, I could feel it. So I don't know what it was.
Mysterious massive explosions are not exclusive to this part of Fayette County.
Thanks so much for joining us. A loud boom rattled homes just west of the city.
The phenomenon is worldwide. Stan Gordon is a researcher in the field of the unexplained.
In more recent years, there seems to be an increase in these type of reports.
Now, explanations abound: sonic booms, meteorites, the kids just blowing things up, but not all of these earth-shaking, window-rattling events are resolved.
And in March of last year, I received, and I know other sources received, numerous reports of a very loud shaking and a boom that covered many communities in Fayette County. Around the same time as the big boom were some unusual lights in the sky, and then later people reporting a lot of helicopter activity in the area. So I've never heard an explanation for that one.
Those who've experienced these enormous mystery explosions will tell you it's unnerving, whatever they are.
I don't know, but it's scary because it's too close to home.
Many of you heard it, a mystery boom in South Wichita, and no one knows where it came from. It was loud enough to make some think a car had crashed into their home.
Now, the boom happened Saturday, but lots of you are still asking us about it. We sent Fact Fighter 12 investigator Lauren Siebert to try to find out what happened.
It's been a tough task, let me tell you. I've been on the phone all day with people who say they have no idea what happened. But if you ask people who live around here, they'll tell you whatever it was loud. In the third week of January, Kansans expect a bitter chill, but not so much what some are saying the most recent one brought with it.
Just all of a sudden we heard a really loud boom, and it sounded almost like an explosion.
It sounded like either a tree had come through the roof or someone had ran into my house.
Saturday afternoon around 1, we started getting calls and emails about a big boom in South Wichita.
And I thought, well, maybe it was an earthquake, and I thought, no, because you don't hear a boom with an earthquake.
Just to be sure, we checked, but found no quakes around here at that time. We also called McConnell and the FAA to rule out a sonic boom. They didn't know what the strange noise was. Neither did Wichita Police, the National Weather Service, USGS, or the local geologists we spoke with.
For nobody to know what it was or where it came from, it's a little spooky.
If you think you have a better idea of what happened, we want to hear from you. Let us know. You can reach out to us on our Facebook page or by emailing the station.
Thanks, Lauren. Loud booms were heard in several other states over the weekend.
It was loud enough that the house shook, and just for that few seconds. But after that, there was just nothing.
Tommy Morris says he thought someone rammed a truck into his house on South Santa Fe.
Kind of like a stick of dynamite going off.
Over on Ash Street, Gary Mills figured it was an earthquake.
The windows, the walls, and you could hear the sound from outside.
I don't know what in the world it was.
Mitä? Mistä vitusta toi ääni tulee? Mitä vittua? David. Tää on Joovi. Ei juu.
See if you can hear it.
Tastes like winning and power and the Illuminati.
Yes, you're officially now a member of the Illuminati.
So excited to join the Illuminati. I can't wait to organize the bake sale.
Yeah.
So psyched.
In total control of Hollywood.
Oh man. So totally can't wait to control children's programming. Just super psyched. Where's my invitation? When do I get invited to the Illuminati?
It's at the bitter end of this party.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm waiting for my
You'll
invite.
know because everybody will be wearing a cloak, and there'll be a lot more fire than there is now.
Oh, great. Well, I get cold easily, so the cloak thing sounds perfect.
Yeah, and the fire will be pretty good too.
Oh, great. Oh, my God.
So Jaden Smith has just been announced as the face of Louis Vuitton's women's wear. Yeah, I said women's wear. Okay, what is going on here?
The Karate Kid growing up and making a mark in the fashion world. This morning, the newest face of Louis Vuitton's woman's line. Yes, that's right, Jaden Smith is styling in ladies' fashion with this post on his Instagram. Thank you so much at Louis Vuitton and at Nicolas Guesquier for the opportunity to impact this world.
We are seeing an evolution. And we're also seeing fashion do what fashion loves to do, which is to play with our expectations, to tug on our prejudices, and to surprise us.
In a press release, the company saying Jaden represents a generation that has assimilated the codes of true freedom. Wearing a skirt comes as naturally to him as it would to a woman. The 17-year-old is known for stretching fashion boundaries, from rocking dress-like outfits.
But I have to say, guys, this whole gender-bending world is sort of here to stay. In London, in one store, they've taken away men's and women's clothes, and now they just have clothes. So I think that's going to be here for a while.
I mean, I'm a conspiracy theorist to a degree.
Like when I connect dots that maybe shouldn't be connected, I don't know. But certain dots, like when I see that they put every black man in the movies in a dress at some point in their career, I'll be connecting them down like, wow, all these brothers gotta wear a dress.
Last night's season premiere of Lip Sync Battle was fit for a queen. Queen bee, that is. Channing Tatum took on his wife, Jenna, with an epic performance, lip syncing Beyonce's Run the World. And as if the wig, the dance moves, the costume weren't enough, good old Magic Mike had a little secret weapon up his sleeve. Beyonce herself showed up, surprising the crowd. That's not fair to do to your wife. I mean, Channing, that is not right. And needless to say, Channing executed a flawless performance and took home the gold.
That's pretty great.
Pepsi confirmed last night that Beyonce will be performing at the Super Bowl again. She never lets us down. She'll join Coldplay on stage for the halftime show on February 7th. And there's a connection there. You may remember Beyonce recently collaborated with her dear friend, Chris Martin, and Coldplay on their album, A Head Full of Dreams.
Totally can't wait to control children's programming. Just super psyched.
I think in some ways it's the biggest X-Men film we've done, both in terms of the external stakes. We've never done one of these movies where the whole world, there's like an extinction level threat to the world. The whole world's at stake.
The most important day in human history is coming. I just want you and your family to be on the right side of it.
I had a duplicitous sense of deja vu watching USA Network's new series Colony, which debuts its 10-episode first season on January 14th. Partially was because the Carlton Cruise and Randall Condal created dystopian series. In the drama, the walled-in and under curfew LA has fallen down the rabbit hole of civilization, even more now than some people think the City of Angels already has in real life. Colony is set over a year after the arrival and invasion by the unseen, seemingly alien rats, as they are called in the vernacular. There are almost no cars on the street except those driven by the very heavy-handed, jackbooted Colony Transitional Authority. And much of America's second largest city is, well, basically either in ruin, especially downtown. All-seeing eyes of drones.
You must be knocked down to resistance.
Collaborate and you die.
I'm not sending our kids to a labor camp.
We're very excited to announce a new partnership with the Recording Academy. For over 50 years, the Academy and the Grammy Awards have built a rich legacy and truly global brand, recognizing the best in music. Using some of Intel's technology you just saw, we want to transform the music experience during Grammy Week. To launch the first of these experiences, we've collaborated with 6-time Grammy Award winner.
Intel has enlisted House of Gaga to collaborate on a project that will showcase technology through creativity at the highest level. Our partnership will culminate in a performance that inspires to remind the world of the seed of innovation, the wizard behind the curtain, the mind behind the machine. Intel. Gaga.
Pope Francis has embraced social media, and today he met with a leader from the tech world. At his private studio at the Vatican, the Pontiff met Eric Schmidt, the executive chairman of Google.
was crazy, man. It was real, though. You know what I'm saying? True story. It had nothing to do with no drugs or nothing like that. It was just straight crossroads, intersection of the natural realm, you know what I'm saying, and the spiritual realm, you know what I'm saying, butting heads, and I had to make my choice which way I was gonna go. I didn't know, you know what I'm saying, I never really heard the gospel in its purest, you know what I'm saying, in purity and in truth, you know what I'm saying. I ain't know that Jesus Christ was the only way.
New at 11 now, it's a nervous night for residents of Fair Lawn, New Jersey, wondering if it will happen again. For about a week there, the area's been plagued by loud, booming sounds. Problem is, no one knows where the sound is coming from.
We were like looking at each other like, what was that?
It happened twice in the past week to Danielle McManus and her family. While inside their home in a usually very quiet Fair Lawn neighborhood, things went bump in the night.
If we didn't know any better, it almost sounds like a cannon. It was so deep and just like echoey.
Elsewhere in this neighborhood along the Passaic River, residents say they've heard loud booms as early as 6 p.m. and as late as 2 in the morning.
It's like psh, psh. It was like grrr, grrr, brr, like that. I heard the noise, so I came out here. Sometimes, people dump garbage. I sounded like a garbage truck.
Initially, they thought maybe the noises were coming from this PSE&G plant in Patterson across the river from the communities where the noises are being reported. Construction is going on, but a neighbor closest to this plant says the booms are not coming from here. Have you heard any sounds coming from this plant?
No explosions.
He has extra officers deployed, more eyes and ears for when whatever it is disturbs the peace again.
Not often we report on falling prices. No. One of many people in Gloucestershire and Wiltshire that heard a loud boom coming from the skies last night. The noise was heard at Cotswold Airport near the village of Kemble at around 10 o'clock. Some say their entire houses shook. Well, the airport and the police say it was all part of an emergency services exercise.
Yeah, that's right, AJ Abby. We'll take a look at this map. This is where residents say they are hearing the loud booms, and you can see right across this map, you can see North Florida and South Georgia. Almost all the counties in our coverage area are covered. Now take a look at some of what our viewers posted on Facebook. Kelly writes, she's writing from Havana at around 10:30. It sounded like a loud truck rumbling, went outside, and nothing. Also, Precious B writes, it felt like I heard the noise I heard at the time referenced my home shook. I thought it was an earthquake. Yet another viewer also telling us that this one is Stephanie. She says, I have heard and felt several times over the last few days, dogs go crazy and the windows rattle. It felt like the whole house was shaking. Now, we did reach out to this, as so many of you were talking about this. We decided to go in search of what may have caused the boom. We reached out to Tyndall Air Force Base near Panama City. Officials told us 4 of their aircraft were flying Tuesday evening during that time, but they also said there was no indication of any sonic boom that would be noticeable in the areas reported.
There's a lot of people talking about this, a loud noise. Emergencies calls, all this in Dodge County, people wondering, what was it?
Yeah, what caused this boom? Was it a force of nature or a different kind of force?
What's this sound? Got here. 6:08 p.m.
Been doing that for a solid 2 hours now. No, what the hell that noise is?
It's a bit strange. Yeah.
Nothing now.
I actually thought maybe it was a traffic crash outside my house, so went outside, drove around the neighborhood looking for something, and wasn't able to locate anything.
The house shook and there was some
What caused this boom? Was it a force of nature or a different kind of force?
The only salvation for this sin is the gospel. The only way to really cure that what's on the inside is understanding that Jesus Christ died for our sins. And so to me, on a micro level, it's understanding.
Oh, and just like that, we lost him. I know.
This copy level 3 explosion call at Oak Tree in Midvale Park. Complainant heard an explosion in the area. We're also getting another one at 5103 South Lavender. It turns out it is citywide.
East area?
I guess it's all citywide right now. Anything else clear for level 2, 1049, 921 East Shiloh. Complains that somebody is going around rattling the wrought iron bars to our house. Wiring, they're just hearing it. It's probably also related to the explosion.
You don't happen to have any power outages reported up there, do you?
That's negative. And I'm on the 21 with DM, and they don't have anything going on that they think would cause this. Jeannie Lane. Complainant heard the booms earlier, said he did shake his house about 10 to 15 minutes ago. Then it sounded like someone was shaking his back door. He said he did not notice anything in the backyard.
Talk of several towns in West Michigan today. Mysterious loud booms woke people up and rattled windows last night in Branch and Calhoun counties, all the way to Allegan County.
I'm just waiting.
Where was it?
The sound was coming from up there, over there, like by where like Petro. That's scary, man. Especially how it was just like, this could go viral. This is scary as hell. Just fucking, there it is.
That's a transport. That's a truck.
No way.
Yeah. Multi brakes.
No way that's a damn truck.
Yeah, it's the truck just went by.
That's way too. Like, just listen. Oh my god, that's so cool.
Wheels are frozen.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at this girl. That's just a fucking bike, man. That's a truck too.
Did you hear a loud boom earlier today? Several people heard and felt a loud noise around 12:30 Central Time this afternoon. News Channel 7's Tyler Allender joins us live in the studio. And Tyler, is any word on what it was?
Ron, with Tyndall, Eglin, and NSA Panama City nearby, we're no stranger to loud booms from time to time. This particular one seems to be a mystery, though, but I heard and felt it. As of now, there's no official word on the source. Law enforcement doesn't believe it's criminal. Many of you called our newsroom and left comments on our Facebook pages, and here's what some of you said. Barbara was wondering what the big boom was. Debbie said the houses on her street shook. Tiffany was also curious. Enid said she heard what sounded to her like an explosion in the Grand Lagoon area. Houses shook and even tripped the breakers. Now, there weren't any reports of an earthquake, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, and still, not everyone felt it. We had fewer, if any, reports from those who live closer to Tyndall, over to Callaway, Springfield, and Parker. But if we do get any leads, we'll be sure and pass them along, Ron.
All over Carter County took to social media about a loud boom that shook their homes and workplaces around 10:15 this morning.
News 12's Amy Jensen spoke with Air Force bases about what might have caused it.
The whole building shook. I felt the boom, and then it just like roared. I was here waiting on a customer, and all of a sudden there was this huge, what I thought was an explosion.
Jadine Fackrell was at work when she heard the boom. She says everyone inside at the Oklahoma Pecan Company ran outside.
The building, the windows rattled. It felt like it shook, although we're on a concrete foundation.
A public affairs officer with Lockheed Martin tells us they're still determining where the sonic boom test took place, leaving those around Carter County like Fackrell who felt it still wondering.
Do that for a gun. Why can't you say the gun cannot be engaged, the trigger cannot be pulled absent that identification? some version of that, smart gun. None of those kids would be being killed if there were smart weapons. The idea of like what happened in Sandy Hook.
Every time I think about those kids, it gets me mad. And by the way, it happens on the streets of Chicago every day.
After the president's announcement today, outspoken Larimer County Sheriff Justin Smith went right to Facebook to voice his opinion, saying this is just a step towards the goal of registering every firearm in the country, and then adding the American citizenry would be foolish to stand by and quietly allow that to happen.
Consumers who already have their iris registered with a financial institution can pause in front of the machine for a brief scan. Schedule, authenticate, grab, and go. An entire cash transaction that fits in a 10-second window.
So a few weeks ago I had an NFC implant. So I actually injected, or I had injected an implant, a small chip in my hand, and we put my Eurobonus number into the chip, and today when I passed through security and the lounge registration, I just waved my hand over the reader and I could pass through. So no more boarding pass, no more picking up the phone. In the future, I think it's going to be more common to actually put electronics and digital things
part of your body,
as
right?
part of your body. And in innovation, you are in innovation in SAS and I'm innovation in Social T. I think a key part in innovation is actually to be part of the experimentation. Yeah.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
At 6:30, a miraculous story of survival is going viral.
It is. 2 Lipscomb University students were on their way home from Atlanta last week when they were nearly killed in a car crash. But it's one photo taken after that crash that's making its way around the world.
As a graphic design student,
I posted this.
Erica Stovall always hoped her work would get noticed.
Just lots of posts.
But this is something she never saw coming.
We're at 38,198 shares.
The 21-year-old and her boyfriend Hunter were on their way home on Friday night.
It was New Year's Day.
Hunter came to as his pickup truck was seconds away from slamming into this bridge support.
I don't know how we lived through that.
The picture of Hunter's mangled Toyota Tundra provides context to the injuries on his face.
Anybody who looks at that photo could tell obviously something happened, and both of us were making sure each other were okay.
She noted it was a miracle neither had broken bones or any sort of internal damage. She also mentioned seeing a man with a beard after the crash and called him her guardian angel. All of our belongings in perfect condition, besides a few things here and there. And the only thing left behind at the crash scene is Hunter's Bible open, with a page marked with scripture telling us not to be afraid. Jesus is with us.
Well, I was asleep and there was some knocks on the door, and my next door neighbor told me that his house was on fire to get out.
Fire breaks out around 9:45 Tuesday morning at a Summit Township apartment building. The apartment building's a total loss. But once the smoke cleared, Stabile was able to check to see if any of his belongings survived. He found one, a Bible, given to him in the memory of his father.
I've seen a bus that had been on fire like this, to this extent. A tire blowing and catching everything on fire, that just amazes me.
You posted a really inspiring message on Instagram about your Bible surviving. That's so
it
amazing.
is the only thing. And I'm not making this up. Like, everything back there, all of my toiletries, my iPad, a lot of things, that were back there, including a lot of our clothes that we were supposed to wear this weekend, were ashes, disintegrated. And for whatever reason, I firmly believe it's just because God is an amazing God. The Bible was intact and not a page was missing.
His car goes up in flames and the only thing to survive? Their Bible. Barb Collier says the inside of the vehicle is unrecognizable, but miraculously, somehow, that Bible untouched.
Last week on the show,
We close here tonight with more unusual weather now in the northeast.
South Australia is in the grip of another December heat wave, and it's forecast to continue well into the new year.
That massive flooding is part of the wild weather in recent weeks. Forecasters are warning of more chaos as fierce storms and floods continue to batter the southern United States.
One local official said today, nobody that is living has ever seen anything like this.
Tonight, a major wildfire in Southern California.
As the flames exploded, this family had just minutes to evacuate.
We're probably going to head to Santa Barbara. I'm 29 years old. I don't think there's ever been a fire this hillside here.
The forecast for a storm that is being called an historic blizzard.
Entire communities have been devastated by this deluge across vast swathes of northern England. The country hit by a series of 6 freak storms.
Some York residents told Sky News this was the worst flood they've seen in 15 years.
Historic winter floods have killed at least 22 people this week in the Midwest.
It has washed away homes, highways.
That is Highway 141.
And shut down water treatment plants.
You're in a scenario that no one here has ever been in. I mean, if that river hits the targets that are predicted right now at that Chester gauge, that is higher than the Mississippi River has ever been.
Millions are facing more severe weather this morning as a series of deadly storms punish parts of the country. Storms in the Midwest, the South, and Plains have killed at least 43 people.
This tornado, captured near Garland, where 11 people were killed, shows transformers igniting as the powerful storm blew through.
worst I think anybody's seen it.
They are images that seem to defy December. Floodwaters raging through Missouri and deadly tornadoes tearing through the South.
The house is gone, but we're still here.
While unusually balmy weather blankets the Northeast over Christmas.
An extreme weather that saw people die in rare tornadoes, flood and wildfires has torn across the earth.
Heavy rains in Paraguay, Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay have led officials to evacuate tens of thousands of residents.
Here we are, 2016, and we've got earthquakes to wake us up.
We're having another earthquake right now. The studio lights are shaking as we speak. We just had a big earthquake.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, that one was a big one. So you saw it here live.
Wow.
Another one. Wow. We've had several in the Edmond area over the past few days.
Sure have.
We've had 6.
Yeah, I had a big one a couple of days ago. Cause we'll be checking the USGS. A lot of you are probably switching on your television right now since you were awake and or you're still up from New Year's.
Could be.
Residents awake early this morning in the metro. It was the second strong quake in less than a week.
This latest earthquake has left a lot of people shaken up.
She looked out the window to see the walls coming down, and it wasn't over.
It didn't feel like a rumble. It felt like somebody's like picked up our house and threw us like boom.
The quakes aren't just getting stronger, but closer to more populated areas, which means more damage and higher risk.
We begin with that earthquake that jolted people from their beds across the lower mainland late last night.
The quake struck near Victoria, but was felt right across Metro Vancouver.
At 4.8, it wasn't the size of this quake so much as where it hit, the most densely populated part of the province. Seismologists placed the epicenter near Victoria.
Felt over a very, very wide area. It's the strongest shaking in this region for the past 15 years.
It was a good one. I haven't felt one that strong in a while.
She is one of thousands of people all across 3 counties here in Southern California that felt at a 4.4 earthquake that was centered near Devore and followed by more than 30 aftershocks.
Yesterday's earthquake, the building was evacuated and inspected.
Well, coincidentally, a couple of weeks ago, a report came out that said San Bernardino City Hall needs some minor work to be done to make it completely earthquake safe. And a lot of people here knew about that report, so you can understand when the ground started shaking why there were some jittery nerves.
Evet, yer Sarıyer Maslak, tarih 30 Ocak. Saat kaç kardeşim? Saat 12:30. Yaklaşık 2,5-3 saattir garip sesler gelmekte. Dinliyorsunuz sesleri. Şu anda doğruya çıktı sesler, akıl alacak gibi değil.
So you're just going to see immorality, you're going to see perversion, the increase of homosexuality, and also we're seeing major pushes on transgenderism. It's amazing to see the reports that are coming out there.
According to the Commission on Human Rights, landlords, employers, and businesses are being warned they could face fines if they purposely call a transgender woman him or Mr. when she prefers a female title. Also, if she is banned from using a woman's restroom. The guidelines also say dress codes requiring men to wear ties and women to wear skirts are discriminatory.
Area school removed a book about transgender issues from its curriculum. But as News 3's Keely Arthur reports, a group of Mount Horeb community members still wanted to hear the story.
For as long as I can remember, my favorite color has been pink.
A children's book reading is exactly what you'd expect at a public library.
Most of all, I love mermaids.
But the subject of Wednesday night's story was something that some might not find so typical.
The doctor spoke to my parents, and I heard the word transgender for the very first time.
Filling almost every space at the Mount Horeb Public Library, hundreds gathered to hear I Am Jazz, a story about a child who is transitioning from a boy to a girl.
Being Jazz felt much more like being me.
And we say these things in these briefings not to scare people, but to inform, to educate what's happening around the world. It serves as a wake-up call for those who are not paying attention to some of these news reports or those who are ignorant of the signs of the time. And the important thing is we say each week, to be ready, stay ready, be prepared for whatever might happen, and most importantly, keep your eyes on Jesus.
I think we're at a point where you don't need cash for most of what you need to do today already.
So for us, it's a nice transition, shows that we're sort of, on top of the trend as well, the move over to the paperless receipts, everything of the sorts.
On busy weekends like Black Friday, they were actually pulling people out of line with one of our mobile point of sale solutions and asking people if they wanted to go paperless. So if you're willing to get an email receipt, you could jump the line, pay with a card, and be out of here faster.
This is something that we're starting to see how the world and the economies around the world are going to a cashless society.
Previously, I'd always said that around the year 2030, Sweden would in effect become cashless, meaning that cash would cease to play any real role in society. But when I look at the developments over the last 2 years, I actually now think it will happen faster than that.
Biometrics is the key that defines us and uniquely identifies who we are. By digitizing and applying biometrics into the world, Suprema securely protects information, assets, and people across communities. Biometrics and security at home or at work, sites large or small, even in digital spaces. Suprema's world-leading algorithm and technology protects the world with the power of true identity. Suprema's innovation will explore infinite possibilities and overcome challenges. To introduce technologies that will lead the world to the next frontier.
Lagano, sve ide brzo, odlično napravljeno.
You give a card, and that's it, and you pay for it. How simple is that? Very nice, absolutely.
People are curious how a guy, you've sold how many records?
28 million.
And made millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
How do you end up in here?
I think everyone who's watching knows how I ended up in here.
I don't know if they do.
I'm pretty sure they do. Anytime you get it, I'm pretty sure they do. You know, there's how do I end up in here?
Never let anyone, something another woman friend of mine, Joy, told me, never let anyone take you off your square. And if it feels uncomfortable, then you are probably not in the right place. You know, just don't sell your soul. You know, and men and women do this. You know, I would say even to young boys. I've seen young boys get turned out in this industry too.
You know what I'm saying? BET, they had a nigga about to perform up there, whatever. But under the circumstances of me performing, I couldn't fuck with that shit, you know what I'm saying? Because they was trying to get a nigga to do some off-brand corner shit. I'm just not about to sell my soul for no red carpet, no publicity stuff.
Yeah, you feel me? Let's do some real nigga shit right now.
I gotta fuck with Supper Club, because at the end of the day, when I wake up, I know they all fuck with me and I fuck with y'all.
Kendall Jenner gets vampy. Kendall keeps it goth in the Twilight-inspired shoot.
And there's also parts in the album where you speak to Lucy, Lucifer, the devil. So you
it's trippy.
You see both sides of.
Yeah, man. It's when I go inside, I may do an after party. I see it all around, man. I may do an after party, and this is how I'll be able to write these records, because it's not just the positive energy that speaks to me. It's the negative too. It's the evils too, and we all have temptations.
Right.
You know. Me, I'm just fortunate enough to translate them temptations through record.
Right.
You know, I always said this is truly a gift for me. Putting these records out is a gift for me, because I'm not only a voice for myself, but I'm a voice for people who can't express themselves like that.
Right.
And Lucy is one of my favorite records because it's me actually coming to realization of the evils rather than acting like it's not going around. My thoughts are not happening. My thoughts are happening right in front of my face. I gotta present them.
That reminded me, in a way, and not to compare it to anything, because I do think this is an original, maybe one of the most original works we've seen in a long time, but it reminded me a little bit of Snoop.
Yeah.
And Murder Was the Case, where he had that conversation with the devil, with Lucifer, and that temptation was in his face. And of course, seems like
Lucifer Morningstar, is that a stage name?
God-given, I'm afraid.
Why don't you tell me something? How does she end up dying in a hailstorm of bullets and you get away without a scratch?
The benefits of immortality. What will your corrupt little organization do about this?
We're done here.
Someone out there needs to be punished.
Stop caring. You're the devil.
America's most watched network unveiled its fall primetime lineup last night, including 7 shows making their debut. Among them, the highly anticipated comedy Angel from Hell.
We're never supposed to intervene in a human's life.
Oh, is that some sort of angel rule?
As a matter of fact, it is, yes. We're supposed to help from afar. Be subtle about things, like implant an inspirational thought or nudge you towards a conditioner that would give your hair that perfect bounce.
The Pantene?
You're welcome.
2 stars from the upcoming series on the Sci-Fi Network, Childhood's End. Sounds interesting just from the title alone, but it's a unique series, guys. Is it kind of like a mini-series?
Yeah, absolutely it is, yes. But nice. I think I like the format of it. It's 3 nights in a row.
I play, as you say, a character called Corellin, who is an overlord. And the overlords come to Earth at a time when there is economic crises, wars, disease. The world's in a very bad way. Arthur C. Clarke wrote that in 1954. Here we are in 2015. We have economic crises. We have people with not enough food to eat. We have an increasingly serious war going on in the Middle East. So, anyway, what happens is that these superior beings come to Earth to supervise the running of the planet. And we eradicate disease, economic crises, wars, and create a utopia that lasts for 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
But utopia comes at a price.
Of course.
Just being in such an infrastructure like BET, and I still work in the film and television industry, and I have actors that we see on TV every day that are my friends, and I'm in their homes, and I know that they ain't got no money. I've been over rappers' cribs that will go on MTV cribs talking crazy, and I've been in their house like, word, you living a little bit better than me, because it's all based off perception. Even going back to what the brother talked about with the homosexuality with the rappers, here's the kicker. It's not that the rappers are gay. That's not it. That's a misconception. What it is, it's about control. See, that's what makes it, that's why you see so many buffoons nowadays in television and film, doing things that we know are like, wow, Jamie Foxx, you would say that? Wow, Jay-Z, you would actually sit there and do an anti-Semitic commercial? Because they're in a bind, because see, Jay-Z's not gay. I'll use him as an example. He's not gay, but once you reach a certain level within that weapon of mass destruction, you have to give something up. There's something that you're going to give up because you got to be down with that crew. And how do I know? Because it happened to me. That is why I'm standing here talking right now. I reached a certain level in that station. I was the only producer to ever come as a new kid and create a multi-million-dollar revenue generating show. So it's not even reality television. But they understand that majority of us, whether we like it or not, are lazy as hell. On a spiritual level. We think because we work 3 jobs that, nah, I'm not lazy. But spiritually, psychologically, the masses are lazy. But the majority of us, and I know it's going to be kind of harsh, but the majority of us will never fulfill our dreams. So we'll never be in a position to say what we would or would not do. You understand what I'm saying? We'll never be in that position. Because before I got there, I would say the same thing until I got there. You understand? So I literally lived the devil taking me to the mountain and saying, you can go to the left, you have all of this. And I was there. It was ritualistically done. The vice president sent his right-hand man to me 3 straight weekends. They do everything in 3s. But now it's time for them to introduce me to the inner workings of this monster that's created. And that's why nowadays we see people caught up on secret societies, but it ain't no secret if everybody's talking about it. As a television producer who was Dave Chappelle's stand-in, which means I did his rehearsals season 1 and 2 of Chappelle's show, I saw what happened to Dave. Dave used to give me advice all the time. And one of the key things he told me was, no matter how much money they offer you, and he said they, as he pointed to my chest, he said, never forget who you are or where you come from. And he walked away from me. And I didn't get it at the time until the nigga left. And I said, oh. And him and Charlie Murphy would tell me the same things all the time. And then I got it. This is a war. And these cats are sorcerers. And we need to take, and I know the words magic and sorcery takes people to make you think that I'm talking about the Eastwick Chronicles or Harry Potter, but this is real. Because it's affecting our babies. So when they see all these signs visually that say, whatever has happened in urban America, as far as the perception on television and film, I was basically the fly on the wall. That's why this brother is so correct. There you go, was so correct when he says we are at war. And I know it's somewhat difficult to believe that a war can be anything other than physical, but it is.
He asking me, you know what I'm saying, if I was gonna sell my soul, telling me what I needed to do to take my career to the next level in dark.
And I came to the realization that this world is nothing like we thought it was. And I also came to realize that the world is not controlled and run by the people and the institutions that we're told it is. The truth is very, very different. In actual fact, there are various organizations and groups working through secret society networks that over a vast period of time have come to control and manipulate pretty much every aspect of daily human life. And that absolutely includes the entertainment industry. So in all these cases, we have the control system that is running the show when it comes to the music industry, placing their little calling cards and their little clues in plain sight. They're letting you know who owns these artists, because their asses are owned, lock, stock and barrel. And there's a phrase that you often hear, which is, they've sold their souls for fame and fortune. And I would suggest that rather than that being a myth or a convenient kind of quip or phrase, there is a lot of truth to that statement.
I didn't know, you know what I'm saying, I never really heard the gospel in its purest, you know what I'm saying, in purity and in truth, you know what I'm saying. I ain't know that Jesus Christ was the only way.
So many people rushing to the stores today. The ATMs of America will be humming with activity, dispensing cash for last-minute gifts. But this morning, we're getting a glimpse of what could be the future new technology that would render your ATM card a relic. ABC's Gio Benitez is here with more. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Lara. You really won't believe your eyes. Or maybe I should say, you won't believe what your eyes can do. And that's because your cornea may become your next debit card.
Agent confirmed.
It's like a scene out of Mission Impossible. But biometrics are no longer the future. They're here. Citibank giving GMA an exclusive look inside its Citi Innovation Lab, where they are in the early stages of testing this high-tech ATM that uses your eyes, not a card, to verify your identity.
Let's say you wanted $60, and you'd say okay.
And when you arrive at the ATM,
just identify yourself, get your money. There's no more card, there's no more PIN, no more paper receipt.
When it comes to cardless ATMs, Bank of America says it is also testing them, and JP Morgan says it already plans to roll some out in late 2016.
Use your fingerprint and enter your PIN.
The iris scan. It is the second most reliable marker in your body behind the DNA.
Again, this technology is not out yet. It's still being tested. Citibank says it's important they get it right before it launches. In fact, they don't even know yet when it's going to be released, but I kind of want it now.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's an unbelievable bit of technology.
Yeah.
Gio, thank you so much.
When you go to the doctor's office, you may be asked to place your hand over a strange-looking device. It's called a palm scanner.
Looks like something out of a futuristic movie, but it is the real deal. It begins with it scanning your palm to create a unique identification code linked to your medical records.
Joba, the closest battleground to Damascus.
What you're about to see is a testament to the brutality and ferocity of the Syrian civil war. Every house, every street, every block
Cut or not,
is
rebels say they
contested
won't give
and
up their
fought over.
only foothold
Often,
in the
when dust
capital,
settles,
especially
there's not a lot
considering
left
that the
of
fate of
whatever it is that
Damascus
was won.
may well
And
be
this is
decided
happening on
in
a
this scarred
nationwide
ruin.
scale.
Rare sight in the sky.
A full moon hasn't appeared on Christmas Day since 1977.
The next time we're going to see it is 2034.
Full moon will light up the sky on Christmas Day for the first time in 38 years, but it's not the only celestial event happening this holiday season.
The second celestial event of the season will arrive just before that in the form of a giant asteroid about 2 kilometers long that will zoom past Earth on Christmas Eve.
We begin with a Christmas turned deadly by the kind of storms we don't usually see until spring. Dozens of tornadoes tore through the South and Midwest, including the first ever recorded in Michigan in December.
One of the ingredients fueling those twisters is these record-shattering temperatures across much of the eastern half of the country, where it looked more like spring today than late December.
But the temperatures are out of whack. They will be in the 50s and 60s today from the Midwest to the Northeast.
I can't believe we're talking about the 70s on Christmas morning right now. I'm not wearing any hat, any gloves. The temperature's right now about 50 degrees here at Central Park, and you could almost call it an extended heat wave for the winter, having many people here in the Northeast pleasantly surprised. Nowhere is this tale of two climates more obvious than the ski slopes. This Connecticut resort can't even keep the fake snow from melting. While in Colorado, the real snow just keeps coming. Skiers there are enjoying being on the edge of a much larger cold weather band, stretching from Park City up to Spokane.
Emergency declarations are in place this morning in 3 southern states rocked by violent weather. A massive storm system across the southeast and Midwest spawned at least 34 tornadoes.
It devastated everybody because never in history this town ever seen this.
Dangerous weather is taking aim at the U.S. this holiday weekend as storms batter the South. A dramatic wildfire is forcing evacuations in the West.
Oh my God, we are driving through fire.
A holiday nightmare greeted drivers in Southern California Christmas night.
We can't see anything.
Oh my God.
This is scary. This is like it's gonna jump the freeway.
Then it did, forcing many people to either turn back or drive into the thick smoke. Over and over, drivers passed flames right at the roadway's edge. Fire officials saying powerful Santa Ana winds gusting 45 miles an hour carried embers over the highway, pushing it across what should have been a natural barrier. The State Highway Patrol shut down parts of the 101 and the nearby Pacific Coast Highway. County officials immediately put the Solomar Beach community under mandatory evacuation and surrounding areas on voluntary status.
Extreme heat is fueling an epidemic of wildfires in Australia. As Jonathan Vigliotti reports, nearly every part of that country is affected.
Australian officials say lightning combined with dry conditions and strong winds sparked more than 300 separate wildfires in the state of Victoria on Saturday.
Clark County now, dead fish are washing ashore and no one really knows why. News 6 reporter Kirsten O'Connor has more on what researchers are doing to figure out what is killing these fish.
It's not what you'd expect to find on the shoreline of Satellite Beach. A lot of beachgoers today expected to find seashells are stepping over hundreds of dead fish. We checked with Florida Fish and Wildlife. Their fish kill hotline coordinator says this is still a mystery.
Dozens of birds have been found dead at a Perth train station, believed deliberately poisoned. The discovery triggered a chemical emergency, but just who's responsible is a mystery.
Burswood train station in lockdown following the mystery death of dozens of pigeons.
FAU plans to fire a professor widely known for his conspiracy theories. School officials say he took things a little too far, accusing parents of Sandy Hook victims of lying about their children's death.
The university still hasn't given an official reason as to why they're trying to terminate James Tracy's position, but the professor has been tied to some controversial comments following 2013's Sandy Hook massacre. Now, the communications professor manages a blog entitled Memory Hole, which is conspiracy theorist in nature. In it, he suggests several recent mass shootings, including Sandy Hook, were staged.
Riviera Beach is now the only city where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and President Barack Obama Highway intersect. Today, Mayor Masters installed brand new signs renaming Old Dixie Highway in honor of President Obama.
We are gathered here to celebrate the spirit of humanity and the dawn of a new American era. In a season when many commemorate the birth of Christ, we commemorate our own Genesis, the enlightenment of all humanity, a revelation of our nature as written in the annals of history, a gift from Lucifer, the light bringer, the morning star, and the rebel.
Christians are targets in the Mideast, but President Obama will not give Christian refugees priority in coming to America. It is a system that keeps Christians out. Here's how it works. Those Syrian refugees, who we are supposedly vetting thoroughly, come from camps run by the United Nations. The UN system, accepted by Mr. Obama, effectively locks Christians out. This is appalling.
ده موجودين في العراق في أربيل. رجعنا تاني علشان نصور مع مريم كل أطفال النازحين اللي خرجوا من مناطق مختلفة من العراق. ازيك يا مريم؟
الحمد لله. انت ازيك؟
أنا كويس. أنا لسه وصلت امبارح ومبسوط إن أنا أشوفك قوي.
وأنا كمان.
قوي قوي قوي.
قوي قوي.
الأول فين ساندرا؟ أنا عارف إنها معاكي في السفر. أنتوا جنب بعض ما خدتش بالي. ازيك يا ساندرا؟ ازيك؟ ما خدتش بالي خالص. ازيك؟ مش معقول ما خدتش بالي، يمكن عشان في العراق فمش باخد بالي في مصر بس. الحاجه الثالثه مريم كان نفسها ان صوتها يوصل للعالم كله ونشكر ربنا ان احنا عرفنا نوصل صوت مريم بساندرا ونوصل صوتهم هما الاثنين للعالم كله. صديق اسمه سام ايفنز، سام بيقول ايه السر بان انت قدرتي يا مريم انك تكوني قويه في مواجهه كل الشرور بالرغم من اللي عمله معاكي العدو؟
قاومت الشرور بالرب يسوع.
واحده صديقتنا اسمها ميجان بتسال مريم وعايزه تعرف ايه نصيحتك لاي حد بيعاني من الاضطهاد في اماكن مختلفه في العالم يا مريم؟
نصيحتي اني اقول له انه ما يتزعزع ايمانه. هذا اللي اريد، يعني هذا اللي اقول انه هذا الاصح، ما يتزعزع ايمانه، لان اذا ما تزعزع ايمانه راح يصير مؤمن بالله، واذا امن بالله راح تصير عنده المحبه والقوه انه يواجه هذه الالم.
صلوا للرب يسوع لانه هو كل شيء، يعني كل شيء بالحياه، هو اللي معيشهم وهو اللي ساترهم بهذول الايام الصعبه اللي دا نعيشها.
Rihanna has launched a mysterious new project which is in collaboration with Samsung and is a virtual experience which also corresponds with the release of her 8th album titled Anti.
My voice is my power.
Your face emerges from the shadows.
I felt like
The transformation is coming.
the world will
See who I am.
I follow you into the darkness.
Numbers are growing.
We await the
We
greatness that
await
beckons.
the greatness.
There is gold at the end of this journey.
How do you drown out the noise?
There is no end. Only new beginnings.
My first guest is a platinum-selling, 6-time Grammy-nominated, all-round, really great artist. We're so glad to have B.O.B. in the building.
Everybody's addicted to something. Everybody got a grip on something. Even if it's just to feel the responsive appeal, maybe once, maybe twice, maybe hundreds of times. I'm out of my mind, out of my I'm airplane, sorry I'm late. I'm on my way, so don't close that gate. If I don't make that, then I switch my flight and I'll be right back at it by the end of the night.
That airplane in the night sky like shooting stars. I can really use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now.
You've put out some very strange tweets of late.
I don't really want to say too much, but I will say do your own research.
You sound like a conspiracy theorist.
I'm not really a conspiracy theorist. It's no more conspiracy. I know. And so it's really up to each person to do their own research and come to your own truths, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like we as people listen too much to what somebody tells us and we don't actually go background check and really say, you know what, that really don't add up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when you really look at a lot of different things and you start to think, and so what I like to do is I like to provoke thought, you know, and provoking thought is the least you could do. You can't make somebody believe something. You really got to just provoke thought.
Okay.
You gotta pay. Right here.
What?
Put your hand on the scanner.
What's it gonna do to my hand?
It's a biometric scanner. It takes the money straight out of your account.
Really?
Yes.
You know what? Thank you so much for your help. We're actually just gonna go.
Well.
Oh my God, that person looks just like you.
Oh my God, he does look like me. That's me.
That's so weird.
Right, he's got my face. Same face.
from around here. It says you live 5 blocks away. Right.
You're not in the system. Everybody's in the system.
Whoa, come on.
Hey, buddy, just take your time, all right?
Thanks for staying with us. We may never need our credit cards to buy groceries or gas. Some are calling it the wave of the future. It's a new cafe cash register inside the Peak Sports Club on Perryville, allowing us to use our palms for payment. Whitney?
Yeah, Mike, when I first asked the owner about the device, I thought he was kidding when he said I could buy a bottle of water with my hand. My reaction is one that a lot of customers have, as many Peak Gym members are leaving their credit cards at home.
You don't need your phone, you don't need your keys, you don't need a scan card, all you need is your hand.
All right, just hit OK. Do you need a receipt? No, I don't. Thank you.
It's called biotechnology. The device scans the movement in our hands by setting them here. So essentially, we're paying with our own identification.
It's kind of crazy. Definitely outside the box. But it's convenient.
Where did this idea come from? The company's creator out of New York says the device could change the future of retail.
I think biometrics is the way forward. I think biometrics is something that's still growing as a technology. But at the end of the day, I really don't see physical, like currency and credit cards being the future. I think it'll be something else.
Again, I want to remind you, I was not a prophecy studier or expert at this time when this vision came to me. I began to walk the streets in shock at the current events. The events are difficult to describe because lawlessness and fear was permeating society completely. After about 2 weeks of time, television and radio began to be back up and running. However, it was completely different than what was previously being broadcast. The broadcasts were being bombarded nearly everywhere, and they were depicting a soon-to-come new government and leadership. A man would be emerging to lead us. The man finally came on the scene. Almost immediately, he began to communicate through large-screen televisions that were strategically placed everywhere the general populace met. Now, what was strange about this is that this man's speeches and directions for the whole world had to do with new times upon us as human beings, new directives for global peace, and the need to give up current citizenship for world citizenship. This man continually and constantly spoke of world order and the benefits of all men dwelling together in peace.
I haven't had what you call much of a formal education. You can find most anything if you look hard enough.
Skateboarder, the coolest balloonist in town is Kool-Aid Man. He's appearing in his 6th Thanksgiving Day parade, which is very cool.
And he's actually got some pretty cool numbers to contemplate as well. He has 4 fingers, 3 ice cubes, and check it out, 6s for eyes and a nose.
Now listen to this, please, very carefully. At staggering rates, people were buying right into this plan that this man was releasing through the airwaves. At staggering rates. No resistance. No one was fighting it. No one was saying anything publicly. I will never forget this individual's face. His face was almost supernatural in appearance. He was almost too perfect. He was, for a lack of terms, he was the most handsome man I had ever seen. I was telling Stan that he had kind of a chiseled look to his face. And everything about his appearance was almost perfect. And when he spoke, there was just a very strange quality about him. The new order was said to have all the answers to problems and the leadership necessary to bring the change, causing the world to finally become the envisioned globe of peace. This is what we heard over and over. Folks, this was 1980 when I had this dream.
Well, you know, when things were tough, you know, I realized that this too shall pass, you know, that this was just a temporary situation. I realized that, you know, as long as I made the right choice, you know, and followed my faith more than what people were saying or what the newspapers or the tabloids were saying, and didn't get sucked into that, none of that stuff was real. The only thing that is really real is the stuff that's going to last forever. You know, your faith and your belief in God, and knowing that, you know, once you're a Christian, you've accepted Christ as your Savior. You know, you're not going to perish, but you're going to have everlasting life. That belief in itself and that faith is what's pretty much the only thing that's real to me. You know, everything else is kind of like a life situation, but that's my life after life after life.
You know, it's when you get your guys back, you prepare just as you prepared before. There's only one guy ever in the world that everything will be all right when he comes back, and that's Jesus Christ. Other than that, you can't bank on nobody being okay.
And that's what all religions are about anyway. Be a good person.
Yeah, the one thing I don't like about it.
You don't think all religions have the thing of be a good person?
Not Christianity,
No.
but by grace through faith.
Yeah.
What?
What?
By grace through faith you've been saved. So it's nothing that we can do.
No word. I'm a good girl. I don't know what they're worried about.
But Joy, then what? But what is the standard of goodness?
Be good to your neighbor. Don't cheat on your husband. Don't steal.
But in the Bible,
don't
but
murder.
Here's the thing.
Don't murder anybody. It's simple. I like very simple also.
But in the Bible, God's standard is the 10 Commandments.
I'm good on that too.
You've never told a lie before, ever?
What, is that one of the commandments?
It's the commandment.
Never mind.
So maybe the 9 Commandments that's she's my okay with. point.
Oh,
God's
1 out of
standard
10,
goodness
you're
is
going to kill me
different.
for that?
Well, God says if you've disobeyed but one commandment, it's as if you've disobeyed all of them. So if God's standard is different by which he judges the world, then that's where the argument of only being a good person then leads to the gospel.
Okay.
For the third year in a row, dead fish are washing up on the shores of Sparks Marina.
The Nevada Department of Wildlife says the lake is not contaminated.
Plenty of water tests have been done on the water in the Sparks Marina. It's totally clean.
Fish are washing up dead on the shores of the Sparks Marina, particularly trout.
A morning stroll down the public beaches in Fairhope revealed an unusual phenomenon. Dead or dying fish were washing up along the shores. Fairhope resident and eco-tour operator Jimbo Metter has seen fish kills before due to red tide and low oxygen levels in the water. But to him, this one seems unusual.
Doesn't look like an algae bloom, but I'm seeing all these dead menhaden here, and there's dead fish all over the beach, and he's dying. Now why he's dying, we don't know.
Biologists with the Dauphin Island Sea Lab have collected samples and are trying to determine what the cause is. Even though officials aren't sure what's causing the fish kill as of yet, folks who live along the bay, like Jimbo Metter, are just glad to know it's being looked into.
It's a mystery right now. I mean, fish are dying. You want to know why. We don't know what it is, so we're not sure what can be done. If it's a harmful algal bloom, you know, it'd be interesting to know if there's any human health issues associated with it. You know, was it killing the fish? If it's a neurotoxin, or is it another species has a different kind of activity that affects fish? Who knows? I see a lot of blooms around here, but this is the first time I've seen fish behaving this way.
First time ever, you mean?
Yeah, swimming in circles, yeah.
We're going to take you back to Coburn now, where the mysteries surrounding mass bird and sea life deaths in the area has prompted public anger and growing concern.
Something real is happening, and I think the government needs to get to the bottom of it. They need to put in place the best scientific examination to find out exactly what's occurring here.
As you put it, the best of science, all they seem to be coming back with at the moment is that this might be a naturally occurring phenomenon down there. Do you buy that?
Well, I'm not a scientist, but I don't recall this ever happening before. I've lived here in Rockingham for 25 years. I've swum in the Sound for 25 years. I've never heard of something like this happening before.
We've been congressionally mandated to verify the exit process, and this is a test to determine in this pedestrian environment, can we do that with this technology?
Digital technology offers the promise of intimacy, amusement, and even a longer life. With the ability to do billions of calculations in our pockets, it seems we've discovered a new dimension in which everything in our lives can be improved and tracked, and then turned into money. But is convenience, profit, and surveillance the only use for these new powers?
We're a multimodal biometrics identification company. We've got the world's only patent on a handheld multimodal, which means fingerprint, iris, and facial device on smartphones or on tablets. It's installed in State Department of Corrections, sheriff's offices, and local police in 47 states. It's big.
For me, this is a form of governance by data. You might be a perfectly normal individual whose facial expression, for example, might indicate that you have some dangerous or suspicious thoughts.
Within 5 years or so, we're looking at a future where police forces would be able to identify who you are and where you are in the city and link it to a social networking page and to all of your friends.
Imagine technology that truly understands you and can adjust the ambience to your mood at that moment. Technology that lets you live your life without having to think about it, and just add something extra to the little things in life. Or the big ones. Enjoy the freedom. Revolutionary smart living.
Biometric tattoos are raising the bar in wearable technology, and here to fill us in on the who, what, where, when, and why is our very own Lionel of Lionel Media. Hello, sir. Can you tell us what direction is this going with the biometrics and the tattoos? These things aren't easy to take off. What's your opinion on them?
Eventually, what's happening is that we are being led bit by bit through, to use the Skinnerian term, from shaping, through the successive approximation to ultimately having within our bodies an RFID chip that will be implanted, that people will stand in line and in queues for to have, so that ultimately we will have in our bodies Because what we're doing right now, Lindsay, is we're slowly moving towards that. We went from the desktop to the laptop to the phone to the watch, and now we're having little tattoos, little biometrics, all of them leading to the ultimate goal, and that is an RFID, a radio frequency identification or similar chip to be placed subcutaneously. And that chip, Lindsay, will have everything about you there is. Your bank account, your GPS location, and you will do it. You will get one. Because after all, it will also have the siren call of medical information. And then one day, God forbid, not you, one day when people are found guilty of, let's say, crimes, they're not going to be put into the Hoosgow, in the pokey. No, their chip is going to be turned off and poof, they don't exist anymore. That's where all of this is going. Everything that's happening right now, think about this. It's not going to be because of the government forcing this on you. People will say, please, put this on, put this tat on, this UPC. I want to be a part of it.
Thanks to technology, we can go see our favorite deceased performers live. Starting in 2016, Dean Martin will launch a national tour starting in Las Vegas. And he's not the only one who's coming back from the grave. Hologram USA, the company behind Tupac's and Martin's performances, is also developing holograms. The realm of possibilities with holograms is huge, and the subject doesn't have to be deceased or a figment of our imagination either. Jimmy Kimmel has been using hologram technology to simultaneously host his show from Los Angeles and Nashville during the Country Music Awards in the past 2 years.
Beam me up, Andy. Here we go. I think I have to spin around for this to really, really work.
And in 2011, Mariah Carey performed a special Christmas concert in 5 different European locations at once. So maybe this means someone will create an NSYNC hologram and send it out on a national tour. I'm holding out hope on that one.
And then there's this story tonight. A new billboard along a Colorado interstate is raising eyebrows. Take a look at this. As you can see, the sign says, "Go ahead, skip church, just be good for goodness sake." A group called American Atheists put up the billboard. They insist the sign is not an attack on Christmas.
Heather Roten cried tears of joy when she first saw this memorial bench dedicated to her 16-month-old son Mason. It sat near the playground at Elkin Municipal Park, where Roten used to bring her sons every week.
They had a blast down here.
But the bench that was just put in on Saturday, 3 months after Mason's death, was removed on Monday.
One day we come down here with this beautiful bench, tears of joy, and now it's being taken away.
Her husband's former classmates from Elkin High School got the bench made and put it in, but were told by town officials that it couldn't stay because of this Bible verse from Psalms 127.
All right, Brian, a Madison-based organization is filing a complaint against a Northern Illinois high school football team over a photo of a coach leading his team in prayer.
Now, the latest event happened in Naperville, Illinois. A photographer actually captured this photo of the Naperville Central High School football players before a November game.
They fire a high school coach because he prays with his team before and after the games. Yet the NFL and everybody else this weekend says, let's moment of silence, let's pray for the victims. And you're talking about if you're not going to allow all prayer, then how could you allow some prayer?
Exactly. I just think it speaks to the hypocrisy that that we're seeing. It's crazy to me that this man who's a football coach has a right to come in after the game to pray, and he's suspended. But yet when tragedies happen, when these horrible things happen, when someone is ill, when it's something that's out of our control, we always feel that we have the need to go to a higher power and pray. All I'm saying is that, look, we have to choose. Is God the God who we look to for comfort during tragedies? Is he the God who can control all those things? Or is he the God that we don't even trust with our daily lives and allow someone to pray?
But I understand you've been spending the day with Tyson Fury, if I can put it that way.
I have. I went to his home near Morecambe. Fury has also lost his IBF belt today, I should add, because he's failed to rearrange a fight with the mandatory challengers. Have you got anything you can tell us about
Yes, I have. I've got lots to tell you.
Go on, just give us...
Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and you will be saved.
Is that your reaction to what people who want you off the spotty shortlist?
Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and you'll be saved.
And what about you being stripped of your belt? I mean, that's you must be very unhappy with that. What's your reaction to that?
Jesus loves me, and he loves you too, and he loves you too. He loves these people in here, and he loves everybody in the world.
Any final message to those people who've criticised you in recent? There's been a lot of criticism from people in signing petitions to the Scottish national people, to all sorts of people.
Yes.
Just give us your take on it. Do you stand by your comment?
Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and you will be saved.
Okay, Tyson.
The only way is through Jesus into heaven. That's all I can say.
Let me just say something to all my conspiracy-oriented friends on the right who think I'm planning to unleash some secret agenda. You're absolutely right. In my first term, we ended the war in Iraq. In my second term, I will win the war on Christmas.
Holiday tradition is going dark after more than 30 years.
I want to know more about this. The star-studded and first family-studded Christmas in Washington is no more.
This mass shooting comes just days after a gunman killed 3 people in a Colorado Planned Parenthood clinic. 375 people have died in mass shootings. That's this year alone.
But those shootings were all by lone gunmen who were either then killed by police or their own gun or taken into custody. Today's mass shooting is something new.
This is different. This is now an organized, multiple offenders, mission-oriented shooting with maximum lethality being the goal. That's different from anything that we've seen before, more in line with what we saw in Paris.
Last June, we led this broadcast with the church shooting in Charleston, South Carolina, and now we have led the broadcast with a mass shooting on average once every 4 weeks since then.
Oh my gosh. Guys, they just shot at my house right now. It's cops all over the yard. Holy shit.
This was the shootout that our cameras missed. One neighbor out in the front yard, and another crouching down in his garage.
The suspect's family in disbelief.
And to remember that our Islamic brothers and sisters are not at fault here. This certainly is not about the Muslim faith. We stand together, Muslims, Christians, Jews, people of all faiths.
On this last leg of his Africa tour, Pope Francis made his first trip to an active war zone today. He arrived in the Central African Republic, a country swept up in violence.
It took a fair bit of strength for tens of thousands of faithful to make their way into a field for the Mass at Nairobi University. That persistent rain turned into a quagmire.
Police Department is dedicated to teaching people how to react and survive.
Active shooter training is the norm for most law enforcement agencies, but in Neenah, the police department there is also sharing their knowledge with the community.
The bullets may be fake and the bad guy a good-natured cop, but the intensity very real. Every time Neenah police hold active shooter training in their community.
This time it was San Bernardino. Next time, I don't know where it's going to be, but we know the pattern, and we know that these things happen.
Thank you, Chris. Brown County SWAT team was practicing their active shooter training today at the Rush Center.
One person has died as a result of a hostage situation that lasted all day with police in Neenah.
And there were gunshots, multiple gunshots.
Not your typical Saturday in downtown Neenah.
You know, they had a SWAT truck and a whole bunch of stuff out there.
Business owners Brian Gajewski
cars at both ends.
And Catherine Fleischer watched police and SWAT teams take over the streets.
Saw policemen running.
Told residents within a quarter-mile radius to barricade themselves in their homes. After getting a call, no police department wants to receive.
We received a call of shots fired at a business in town. The business is Eagle Nation Cycles at 206 Main Street.
There was a great show of force from the local police departments, and I really did feel safe. So.
Now to this story, revolutionary technology that can edit genetic mistakes is getting attention and scrutiny this morning. CRISPR could help rid us of diseases like cystic fibrosis, muscular dystrophy, and even HIV and cancer. Think about that. But many scientists, including CRISPR's developer, Jennifer Doudna, are calling for a moratorium on its use in humans. A researcher and professor at UC Berkeley, Doudna has become a spokesperson for a gene editing technology she's credited with developing.
Imagine being able to do that in the genetic code, the code of life. You could go in and snip out a piece and replace it with something that corrects a mutation that would cause disease. This is no longer science fiction.
But alongside CRISPR's promise come some fears of its perils, like embryo editing that could lead to designer babies.
Emmanuel Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna.
The high hopes and high stakes associated with CRISPR have catapulted Doudna into a rare stratum of scientific celebrity. Last year, she and her research partner received the $3 million Breakthrough Prize in Life Sciences, which seems to be only the beginning.
Get ready, biohackers, because tech tattoos are just around the corner. Chaotic Moon is a mobile dev company with an idea they're calling Tech Tats. Tech Tats are actually biosensors that rest on top of your skin as opposed to being injected underneath them like real tattoos, and a small microcontroller handles incoming data and storing information. Electroconductive paint allows for temperature sensing, while an ambient light sensor flips on an LED if it realizes it's dark out, making you kind of feel like a really awesome cyborg. A Bluetooth low-energy connection means transferring health data to an app is easy, and since it can be placed anywhere instead of just on your wrist, Chaotic Moon believes it might have a place in tracking. They also mention the possibility of Bio-NFC, which would turn one of these temporary tattoos into a payment portal that you could activate by gesture.
You're paying for other people to steal, and it's costing billions.
Now, a retired police major thinks he has a unique way to fight it. Here's Fox 2's Chris Hayes with the technology that could stop shoplifters before they strike.
Sandy, it's facial recognition software that could help store managers stop shoplifters with a smile.
Our CEO is the guinea pig here, and Paul comes through, you see within a tenth of a second, he's boxed in his rep.
Spies says the facial recognition for retailers would work best as a shared network.
Local police agencies are expanding the use of facial recognition cameras. More than twice as many devices have been deployed countywide compared to 1 year ago. But as CBS News 8's Marcella Lee reports tonight, privacy advocates worry about what may be coming next.
The thing that I worry about is facial recognition becomes like automatic license plate readers, that everywhere you go, there are cameras that are able to track where you're moving because they're able to identify your face.
So far, that hasn't happened, but new technology is emerging.
So some of the other technologies to keep an eye out for are iris scanning. That's a big one. We've also seen the Department of Homeland Security develop a tattoo recognition app.
Actually, Jaden thinks of himself as a modern-day prophet. He actually said, "I don't think I'm as revolutionary as Galileo, but I don't think I'm not as revolutionary as Galileo." What? Yeah, apparently a source said that he has ties to people in other dimensions and galaxies, and they're actually helping him write these essays.
Pope Francis touched many lives and kissed many babies during his September visit to the U.S. But a Pennsylvania couple is crediting Pope Francis with much more. They believe the Pope healed their baby girl's brain tumor.
They're calling it a Thanksgiving miracle. The parents of a 3-month-old Batavia girl say a divine hand cured their daughter.
And doctors at Children's Hospital who saw a tumor on scans found nothing when they went in for a biopsy.
So after taking Paisley to her pediatrician about a month ago, he suggested a scan just to be on the safe side. Those scans showed some kind of mass on her left temple near the base of her brain. And it was Monday when doctors at Children's downtown wanted to do a biopsy. The Hatfields say all the while they had friends, family, and people all across the country praying for little Paisley.
As soon as he come in and he sat down, he was just shaking his head. He's like, "Your prayers must have worked." He said, "Because when I went in there to get that biopsy," he said, "nothing was there."
A statement today from the hospital said, quote, "Doctors at Children's had expected the worst, a malignant tumor. But when surgeons reached the spot where the suspected tumor was visible on the scan, they found nothing." So could it have been a problem with the scans? Children's says one of their best radiologists was on the case.
I even asked that question myself. Miracle, it's a true healing.
Lots of things happening. You can just watch the news and you can know that stuff is going on in the world. The world is in turmoil. Jesus called it the birth pains. There's things, waves of things, just like a woman who's travailing in birth, that those pains get increasingly worse and worse as the birth gets closer and closer. Our world is experiencing these same birth pains. Things are getting more and more intense, and things are happening faster and faster. Verse 21, "And it shall come to pass that whoever calls on the name of the Lord shall be saved."
And we're going to start the mix with the end of days. It was seen in Australia overnight. Yeah, take a look at this.
Wow.
This freaky springtime storm in Australia was seen in Brisbane yesterday. We're getting word, look at this guy. He posted that this was a reminder to never go to Brisbane in the spring.
Wow.
When he posted that video. 28,000 lightning strikes recorded in this storm that took place 6:30 in the evening.
That is crazy. You know.
Hundreds of fish have washed up on a beach south of Perth. Local fishermen are angry. There's still no word on what's caused the deaths.
Kim Burton has been fishing Coburn Sound for almost 4 decades, but he's never seen anything like this.
Just saw multiple dead fish on the beach, probably 7 or 8 different species.
More than 700 fish have washed ashore since last Wednesday, but why remains a mystery.
Here's another one. This is the biggest fish kill we've seen in the oceanic waters.
Testing done by the Department of Fisheries so far hasn't been able to find a cause. Investigations are continuing.
2015, with all the resources of government and all the things that they've got at their disposal, it's really disappointing that they can't tell us any more.
Even the author of Charlotte's Web could not have spun this story, or maybe it's best described as a sci-fi thriller. Either way, there's an 8-legged problem causing headaches for some homeowners in North Memphis. Frost or morning dew covering the grass in this neighborhood near Chelsea and May.
I've never seen anything.
34 years and I never saw this.
Never seen nothing like this before. When I got up this morning, it was like spiders all on my door. They were coming in my house.
Well, a sinkhole the size of a football field has swallowed a large part of a beach on North Stradbroke Island off Brisbane. Tons of sand disappeared into the sea, but authorities say the sand will likely return with the tide. Experts are calling it an underwater avalanche.
Campers and fishermen are being warned to avoid the area until the beach stabilises.
A downtown favourite has reopened after an unusual phenomenon forced them to close for the first time in almost a quarter century. The Elephant Room had to shut down back on November 13th after a sinkhole opened up. The owner wasn't sure how long they would be closed or if they could reopen at all. It's the first time they'd closed their doors since opening back in January of 1991.
A man thought he was driving into a parking spot, but his car ended up being swallowed by a sinkhole. Half of the car Andy Liston was driving is in this big hole. He lives on Folsom Street in South City. He parked there because somebody was parked in his normal spot. Liston says as soon as he pulled up, the ground opened up.
I pulled in and this thing, my whole car fell in. And I hit my head on the steering wheel, but I was so scared that I just jumped out the driver's side, like on a movie, just jumped out the passenger side,
It's a question that just appears just won't be solved. Picture after picture coming in to Channel 9, of course, of that crazy cloud formation. So many of you sending in these pictures across the tri-state, really. And tonight, weather experts are still stumped about what could have caused this. One thing we do know, it carried on for miles and miles in the sky.
What the heck was this? It was seen over across the tri-state today, and a lot of folks got nervous because the obvious look is, oh my goodness, it's a funnel cloud. As you take a closer look at it, it's kind of broken up a little bit. There's some jaggedness. It's not quite held together, but boy, it caused a lot of folks to wonder. We were talking about it this morning. Jennifer Ketchmark ended up talking to the Weather Service. They didn't know what it was.
Many of you called our newsroom or sent us messages on our Facebook page saying that you heard it. People in Boyle and Mercer counties reported a loud boom that shook their homes last night. Emergency crews investigated but couldn't find any sign of an explosion.
He said was he sent me an article about the explosion.
Felicia Kelly and her daughter Michaela say they like the quiet, peaceful farmland area around Parksville in western Boyle County.
This is as loud as it gets out here.
So you can imagine the surprise when that tranquility was suddenly broken Thursday night.
Sounded like a loud, like an explosion or something. I mean, it wasn't. It was kind of different because it was just kind of a dull boom.
Yeah, it was more of a sound. It was a boom. It was a loud explosion type.
The Danville 911 Center received at least 15 phone calls. It was apparently heard in neighboring Mercer, Lincoln, and Garrett counties as well.
There's been a lot of theories floating around as to what exactly it was. The prevailing one, police are telling me, possibly a meteor shower and the resulting sonic boom from that.
And some people told us they actually heard two loud booms, but no one reported actually seeing anything in the sky.
At 5, that section of Vasquez Canyon Road that buckled several days ago is still closed to traffic. But as Eyewitness News reporter Annabelle Munoz reports, the unstable road is now attracting the curious.
Vasquez Canyon Road in Santa Clarita has become quite the eyesore over the past few days. Professor Jeremy Boyce said, quote, "There was no big rainstorm that triggered this. There was no big earthquake that triggered this. The long arcing up and down street grew 15 feet in 3 days, which has completely stumped local geologists."
I just don't understand it. Like I say, I've lived here all these years and I've never seen anything really like this.
The Oklahoma Corporation Commission wants companies to close 2 wells and cut back at 23 others after a series of earthquakes today. It happened near Cherokee, which is about 2.5 hours west of Tulsa. The U.S. Geological Survey says people in 13 states say they felt that earthquake. 4 more earthquakes happened in that same area today and 2 others near Crescent, Oklahoma.
The U.S. Geological Survey says a 5.9 magnitude earthquake has struck northern Afghanistan.
Well, if you thought you felt the earth move beneath you in the early morning hours, you're not alone. A small earthquake, registering at 3.6, shook the area near Cornwall today just after midnight. The quake was reported 15 kilometers from Cornwall. There are reports that residents heard a loud crack before the rumbling began, lasting around 20 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. The New Madrid fault caused quite a stir this morning and throughout the afternoon. You may have felt it. There were 12 earthquakes reported today, all centered near Lilburn, Missouri. One man working in the area says all the rumbling woke him up.
I was laying in bed and it hit, and I thought it done broke the bed down. I thought the bed done broke completely down with how hard as it hit.
And it wasn't too long later, and we had another hard thud.
But so many quakes so close together is a bit unusual.
Some folks in Schuylkill County are feeling a bit rattled after something that felt like an explosion shook the floors and windows of their homes.
But Friday night, something shattered the peace and quiet.
I was just sitting here on the couch, and it was around 9:30, and just a big boom, like it's almost like a quarter stick, and the house shook and the windows shook.
The Sterners weren't the only family to hear their windows rattle. Reports of explosions were phoned into the state police from across southern Schuylkill County.
With the worldwide travel alert in place, the AAA estimates that 47 million people will travel this week. So 41.
Security in New York City is high in advance of this Thursday's Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
You like seeing the heavily armed officers? I love it. I took a picture and put it on Instagram.
Tonight, police in Colorado Springs, Colorado, are trying to figure out why a gunman attacked a Planned Parenthood clinic yesterday in our nation's latest mass shooting.
Brussels has been on virtual lockdown for the past week.
A Russian military jet shot down not by ISIS, but by Turkey.
We are also following some breaking news involving another attack on a hotel overseas, this time in Egypt. That country's state-run news agency says a suicide car bomber tried to hit the hotel in a tourist area of the Sinai Peninsula. There was a shootout and at least 3 police officers are dead and a dozen injured.
It's kind of crazy. Definitely outside the box. But it's convenient.
One area of business is shaking up how we pay for things.
You don't need your phone, you don't need your keys, you don't need a scan card.
It's the first cash register of its kind in the Midwest. And it's right here in Rockford.
A lot of people don't want to bring in their wallets, don't want to bring in any cash.
Whitney Martin profiles how the future of credit cards is inside our hands. Wednesday on 23 News.
Has been bringing you continuing coverage of the global refugee crisis and the impact on the United States.
Some experts say potential refugees go through intensive screening with multiple agencies looking for biographic and biometric information.
I found out that agencies will check the name and date of birth of the refugee who's applying. Officials will also check fingerprints, checking to see if someone has a criminal record or if they've applied for a visa elsewhere.
Definitely outside the box. But it's convenient.
One area of business is shaking up how we pay for things.
You don't need your phone, you don't need your keys, you don't need a scan card.
It's the first cash register of its kind in the Midwest. And it's right here in Rockford.
A lot of people don't want to bring in their wallets, don't want to bring in any cash.
There are challenges with privacy. How many ever worry about your privacy online? Yeah, big data is great, but of course it's a form of soft surveillance. I don't know if you saw this over here, but recently in Europe, Samsung Television warned the users of its smart TVs, did you see this? And said, please be aware that our voice recognition technology can record private conversations in your living room, and because that information then is stored in the cloud, it can be accessed by third parties. Talk about George Orwell. We now have the Epicenter workstation in Sweden, which is encouraging its workers to have a microchip placed under their skin. They say that this will allow people to use the security doors, it allows them to use the photocopy machine, it allows them to pay for lunch at the canteen or using the microchip. It sounds convenient. The problem is, though, that any programmable device is, in theory, hackable. So we have to think, do I want my body to become a hackable device?
Thrown out of court, the man accused of shooting at police during a standoff at Bankers Hill shouted at the judge today. 10 News reporter Candace Crone is live with what the family told her at the hearing. Candace, this was bizarre.
I stand for a new world order.
Titus Colbert refused to acknowledge he understood his constitutional rights at his hearing Friday. He's charged with attempted murder on 3 peace officers and 3 counts of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. He didn't stay for the entire arraignment because he kept shouting at the judge.
I will not be subject to criminal abuse.
Prosecutors say he was armed with 2 rifles and a revolver Wednesday when he shot at officers from inside his ex-girlfriend's Bankers Hill apartment. Investigators say at one point he threw 2 guns out of the window. Authorities say they found 17 shell casings inside the apartment, but it's unclear exactly how many shots were fired. The shooting led to a 5-hour standoff which prompted school lockdowns and flights being suspended at Lindbergh Field. His family would not answer our questions about what may have led up to the incident. Their only comment was, "Jesus is Lord."
Could you tell me if we just had an up north of town? We did. Boy, it shook my house. Scared me. I thought maybe something blew up.
Some in the state have dealt with everything this week, from tornadoes to a blizzard, now even an earthquake.
Many of us got a powerful wake-up call at 1:42 this morning when an earthquake in Oklahoma shook us awake. It had dozens of people calling 911.
You're not the only one who felt the earthquake this morning. People have taken to Twitter and Facebook talking about how it woke them up this morning. The USGS recorded the 4.7 earthquake near Cherokee, Oklahoma.
And one of the interesting things, I want to show you this here. This is a picture from the National Weather Service of the radar. All the birds taking off when the earthquake hit, it picked up on radar. Very cool.
We weren't the only ones who felt it. In fact, it was so powerful that it could be felt more than 950 miles to the west in Tucson, Arizona, and all the way to the northeast to Chicago. And that's just the latest in a wild week where we've seen tornadoes, blizzards, and topped off with this morning's quake.
At least 3 people were killed and thousands are without electricity after hurricane-force winds howled across the Northwest.
Oh my God.
70-mile-per-hour winds toppled 175 trees in the city of Spokane, Washington in less than an hour Tuesday.
Oh, that one's going right there.
Where? Oh!
Overnight, residents were told not to go outside.
How severe was the wind around 9 p.m. when the neighbor's tree fell on your home?
Oh, man, it was something else. I don't know. I've never heard wind like that before.
But even residents who are used to dealing with flooding were surprised by this storm.
I've never seen it come up that fast.
In southwest Colorado, 100-mile-per-hour winds led to near whiteout conditions. Nearly 3 feet of snow has fallen in parts of Colorado over the last 72 hours.
Now to that powerful storm sweeping across the country, responsible for dozens of reported tornadoes. Look at that large twister in Texas overnight.
Oh my God.
Massive tornadoes, violent storms, and blinding snow. 5 tornadoes were reported in Texas. The fierce storms churned out violent lightning strikes, leaving more than 6,000 people without power.
Here in Texas, 13 reported twisters touching down. 4 of those reports coming after a tornado tore through the town of Pampa in pitch darkness.
Oh my God! We have a gigantic tornado right in front of us. Power lines exploding.
One of those tornadoes reportedly at least a mile wide, leveling a Halliburton plant. Officials saying the tornado caused chemicals at the site to leak. That spill now contained.
We had a meeting actually, and all of a sudden we heard the big loud explosion. I didn't know what it was at first, but it was loud enough that we all stopped.
It was like a minor, like little, maybe a bump, something like that. It was kind of just like that motion really.
I was just sitting on my couch watching TV, and I did feel something. And like I said, it's an old house, and I thought maybe the furnace started or something, but I got a text and someone said, "Did you hear about the earthquake?"
Right now, part of a road in Santa Clarita still buckling after a landslide, and it just won't stop. In some spots, the street has risen more than 6 feet, forcing Southern California Edison Power Team to shut off electricity lines along this stretch. Crews on the scene say the cracks are getting bigger. They're getting higher. We'll keep watching this one for sure.
Look at this. It's unbelievable, isn't it, you guys? And it's certainly still moving. It's still happening as we speak. This really looks like something you would see out of an action film, something you'd only see on the big screen, doesn't it? Involving a plot like the end of the world or an earthquake or something destroying roadways like this, but this is all too real, and the earth is still shifting as we speak. This is Vasquez Canyon Road, west of Sierra Highway in the foothills of Canyon Country. All of this took place only in the last 24 hours.
A powerful earthquake strikes the Greek island of Lefkada, killing at least 2 people and wreaking havoc on villages. The quake shook the western Greek island around 9 a.m. on Tuesday, November 17th. Schools on both Lefkada and the nearby island of Kefalonia were closed Tuesday as aftershocks had continued hitting the region.
Hey, get away! Hey, get away from the windows, Jen!
This is what it looked like as the National Weather Service says a tornado ripped through the town of Denair.
That is a serious tornado.
Dude, that's keep it 10.
Yeah, hey, we gotta get inside, dude.
I thought those clouds looked really scary, and then it hit.
Bringing with it whipping winds reaching between 85 and 110 miles per hour.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I've never seen anything like this.
This is absolutely rare for Stanislaus County.
Hello and welcome. I'm Scott Dennis.
And I'm Haley Wilkes. Thank you for joining us tonight. First, the smell of rotting fish continues to plague Longboat Key residents.
For the past week and a half, those living on the south side of the island have seen thousands of dead fish floating in their canals.
And with some breaking news at 11, a massive fish kill on Sanibel could keep beachgoers out of the water and off of the sand.
While some, as you heard, are still venturing to the beach, others are avoiding it.
Sanibel City workers have been out here since about 8 o'clock this morning, clearing the beach of those thousands of fish that wash ashore. People we spoke with who live on the island say the massive fish kill is the worst they've ever seen.
Neighbors complained to NBC4 about a terrible smell from dead fish in their apartment pond.
Hundreds of dead fish floated to the surface of this pond right here off Gender Road. And although we don't know the final cause of that death, these geese could be partially to blame. Amesbury Apartments manager says they're doing what they can, picking up hundreds of fish, but say more keep floating to the surface.
A lot of people from eastern Kentucky to well into Illinois and Indiana saw this one and heard it.
And this is what they witnessed, a meteor streaking across the sky. This security camera video came from Steve Hart of Cincinnati.
I turn my head and I see this thing, unbelievably bright.
And I saw this streak of light.
Pamela Post saw it when her husband was looking the other way.
Just over about the last 11 days, there has been nearly 500 reports of bright shooting stars or fireballs in the sky. It's been a busy time the last couple of days, unusually busy.
Now, according to Drew Foster at U of L, the overnight fireball reportedly was as bright as a full moon.
French officials fighting back against terrorists, confirming this afternoon in France that they have launched a series of attacks on 2 jihadi sites. That is in Syria. And you're taking a look at video of jets taking off just before those attacks. The sites hit in Syria are said to be in the capital of ISIS. Officials say they dropped a total of 20 bombs there today.
Team known as BRI had arrived at the Bataclan. One terrorist had already been killed by police. Jeremy knew it would be up to his team to rout out the remaining attackers and free the hostages.
We took position at the end of the theater, and then we discovered like a hell on hearse.
With no time to plan, the team had to improvise. They got the theater layout from fire evacuation diagrams on the wall.
One American is dead in a new act of terrorism. This time it happened in the capital of Mali. Terrorists stormed the Radisson Hotel today, armed with guns and grenades. Malayan and French Special Operations Forces freed more than 100 hostages.
To all that helicopter noise you've been hearing, and get ready, you're about to see the action for the first time.
Local and federal law enforcement would not elaborate on the details, just that this was in fact part of a scheduled military exercise.
Military helicopters soaring through the heart of the city.
And we were here in downtown Phoenix. It was all quiet, and then all of a sudden, a big wave. If we saw helicopter after helicopter just coming in, still hearing some of that noise right now here in downtown Phoenix. Now take a look at this video. This was at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse right near the sheriff's office downtown on Jefferson. Now we could see the black helicopters dropping off crews. Some of the people even rappelling down the sides of the building at one point. And looking at these, they're possibly MH60, MH6s outfitted for those special operations. People stopping in the street, pointing out windows, looking up into the sky as they watch this whole scene unfold downtown tonight.
And the only salvation for this sin is the gospel. The only way to really cure that what's on the inside is understanding that Jesus Christ died for our sins. And so to me, on a micro level, it's understanding.
Nope, and just like that, we lost him.
Copy, active shooter, UCC, 1140 Umpqua College Road. 1174, medical aid. This is for an active shooter at UCC.
Are you a Christian? He would ask them. And if you're a Christian, stand up. And they would stand up, and he said, good, because you're a Christian, you're going to see God in just about 1 second. And then he shot and killed them.
Can you talk to us about the safety drills you guys may have done for active shooters?
We just had one at in-service last week.
Last week?
For students as well? Not for students. The staff is responsible for student safety.
I didn't hear any shots because I was in the chem lab. Everybody was really calm about it, and it was actually shocking how calm everybody was.
So I guess now you've it's been 4 hours or so afterward.
Yeah, about or 3.
And you're a hunter, you said, so you would know the sound of a gunshot. You would
be
comfortable with that, and yet you heard nothing.
Heard nothing at all, which is really crazy, freaky, and surprising.
The gunman wounded 9 other people before taking his own life.
The gunman left a manifesto that revealed his intent. The manifesto reportedly had 666 written on it, and the gunman said he wanted to, quote, serve darkness.
Now we are getting some reports from Arizona in the United States saying there's been another shooting incident on a college campus.
Eyewitness News is following breaking news now out of 2 different areas of the country. 2 school shootings today, each hours apart.
The latest at a college student housing complex in Houston. The other in Arizona was first breaking at noon.
Chaos at Jefferson Community Technical College in downtown Louisville this afternoon after reports of an active shooter.
But police never found a shooter.
A Friday afternoon scare at Jefferson Community Technical College as the SWAT team stormed Building A at 8th and Chestnut with a police chopper overhead.
Watched
bank robbery at Wells Fargo that led to a standoff. And 10 News cameras were there this afternoon when this suspect was taken into custody.
The suspect has been identified as 30-year-old Cole Hoffman. Police say they did not find a gun. Coming up new at 7, why authorities say the heavy police presence here today is not typical in most attempted bank robbery cases.
When you train a police officer to use military-style weapon from the battlefield, how are you changing that officer's psychological sense of what his duty is? It's sort of soldierizing, if I may coin a phrase.
Mars may be getting all the headlines today, but that's not what had so many Americans gathering late last night to look up at the sky. The greatest show on Earth was the moon, and a rare celestial event that won't happen again for a long time to come.
Millions around the globe peering skyward to catch a glimpse of the super blood moon.
It's beautiful.
From an English countryside to the Eiffel Tower, from the Washington Monument to a Kansas farm field, stunning images filled social media.
This was the first time since 1982 that a supermoon coincided with a total lunar eclipse. And if you missed it, well, you won't see another one until 2033.
We have breaking developments in that missing cargo ship, 33 on board, 28 Americans. It went down, trapped by Hurricane Joaquin.
Residents now calling this the biblical floods of 2015.
Good evening. It's been a dangerous day for millions of Americans in the southeastern part of this country.
A day after the city's wettest day on record. In just 24 hours, more than 11 inches of rain.
I've never seen this before in all my life.
I never thought that it would happen to us. We don't see stuff like this here in South Carolina.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking. The truck is sinking.
The devastating flooding hitting South Carolina has reached catastrophic levels. Several days of relentless rainfall had left roads so saturated on Sunday many of them gave way.
We haven't seen this level of rain in the Low Country in 1,000 years. That's how big this is.
The biblical deluge was enough to raise the dead. Floodwaters lifted caskets from their graves.
What started under cover of darkness lasted through the day. The deluge overflowing several dams, 1,000 times more water than usual flowing over some of them. Some roads collapsing under the weight of it all. State officials say it's never been this bad.
The death toll is mounting in France after flash floods struck the French Riviera over the weekend. Local officials described the scenes as apocalyptic. Residents said it was the worst flooding they have ever seen.
2 months worth of rain hit France's southeastern region in just over 2 hours.
The rare heavy rains hit on Saturday night in one of the wealthiest areas in France.
Unusually powerful storms have hit southern France in recent years, like this tornado filmed in La Ciotat on Saturday. Local scientists and residents say they had never seen anything like it.
At least 9 people were killed after Typhoon Mujigai tore through the northern Philippines and southern China over the weekend. Moved on to battered China with several strong tornadoes in Guangdong province. Mujigai was reportedly the strongest typhoon to hit the Chinese mainland in 6 decades.
Typhoon Mugiai made landfall near the coastal city of Zhangjiang on Sunday afternoon and has mainly affected the Guangdong and Guangxi provinces.
The nearby industrial powerhouse of Zhejiang was hit by towering waves and high gales.
hundreds of dead fish are washing up on the shores of a local lake.
A number of dead fish.
I've been fishing up here since 1992, and I haven't seen anything quite like this before.
This is the scene Thursday morning outside the Highland Park Church.
Most of them were here and there and everywhere.
It's here that congregants find dozens, perhaps hundreds of dead birds all around the church.
Little green things. Found out that they're green warblers coming down from Canada.
So this is just a weird occurrence.
No, I'm afraid it's happening more often.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife agents were on the scene. They recommend that if you come across dead birds like this, not to handle them. It's possible they've come into contact with poisons, which could harm.
Just be glad you can't smell it through your television. The fish kill was discovered this afternoon, and some of the locals say it's the worst they've seen in several years.
As the waves wash ashore Freeport's Bryan Beach, so do the fish. Thousands and thousands of bait fish known as shad. They litter the shore from the mouth of the Brazos River and stretch several hundred yards east. The city's assistant manager made the discovery during a routine check Wednesday afternoon.
Lots of dead fish. I mean, hardly any bait in the water. Fish are few and far between. The fishing ain't no good right now.
A group more than 1,000 miles away from the CSRA is demanding that a local sheriff remove a very familiar motto from his fleet of vehicles.
10 Commandments coming down at the Capitol grounds of the Oklahoma Supreme Court. Workers now removing it after Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional. Contractors taking it down in the middle of the night, overnight last night.
It took workers just a little over an hour tonight to remove the 10 Commandments monument from the state Capitol grounds.
From overnight, Fox 23 is hearing from hundreds of people in green country who say this morning's 4.4 magnitude earthquake woke them up and rattled their homes. In the last 24 hours, 4 earthquakes have shook Oklahoma near Medford, Perry, and Fairview.
You have probably been rattled about all weekend by earthquakes. There have been some pretty big ones that we've had. Earthquake activist Angela Spot says there were more than a dozen across the state over the weekend, and the problem is only getting worse.
The postal worker who was driving that big rig demolished by a waterspout in Florida is telling his story.
This waterspout strong enough to knock over and then lift an 80,000-pound truck within a matter of seconds.
You think that those 18-wheelers
can
are
withstand
so
it,
big and sturdy,
Not
but in
so
fact,
much. Mother Nature is a much stronger force.
A sinkhole the size of a football field has swallowed campers and tents at a popular Queensland campsite. Queensland Parks and Wildlife Services said the 500-foot sinkhole is 9 feet deep and takes up a large part of the campsite.
Violence continues to spread in the Middle East, with 4 Israelis being wounded in the latest round of stabbing attacks by Palestinians.
The obsession of violence continues plaguing Israelis and Palestinians. On Monday, multiple stabbings, ongoing clashes, funerals for Palestinians.
An elderly Israeli woman has been stabbed in yet another attack in Jerusalem, this time outside the main bus station. The attacker, now identified as a Palestinian man, was killed by officers while attempting to board a bus to flee. Earlier, police averted another stabbing in Jerusalem's Old City, killing the attacker. The Israeli army has deployed hundreds of troops in cities to assist the police. The Israeli military can now seal off areas in Jerusalem to counter acts of terrorism.
In July, an Israeli cabinet minister called for the building of the third temple on the Temple Mount.
Russia is stepping up its military action in Syria. The defense minister has confirmed that Russian warships in the Caspian Sea have launched cruise missiles, they say, at the self-styled Islamic State group. Now, we've just got some rather dramatic pictures in. These showing Russian missiles being fired from hundreds of kilometers away.
It's been 2 days of Russian airstrikes against terror groups in Syria.
France launched its first airstrike in Syria on September the 27th, saying it had destroyed an ISIL training camp.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard took to the airwaves to show off a secret underground military base which houses both medium and long-range missiles. Airing on the state-run TV network on Wednesday, October 14th, the segment included footage of long tunnels with ready-to-fire missiles on the back of trucks. According to the broadcast, the facility is one of hundreds of underground missile bases around the country. This reveal comes just days after Iran said it successfully test-fired a new long-range surface-to-surface ballistic missile.
Salvation for this sin is the gospel. The only way to really cure that what's on the inside is understanding that Jesus Christ died for our sins. And so to me, on a micro level, it's understanding.
Nope, and just like that, we lost him.
And if you missed the two blood moons last year, set your clocks now. It is happening again, this time on Saturday, but you won't have a lot of time. You got to be ready for this one. NASA predicts it'll only last 5 minutes, making it the shortest lunar eclipse of the century. And if you happen to be awake really early this morning in the western part of the country, maybe you saw this amazing sight right here behind me, the early stages of a rare total eclipse of the moon.
An incredible sight. Watch as the moon sweeps across the Los Angeles skyline this morning. That moon turning so-called blood red, and then, as if Hollywood magic, back to white as the city awakes. If you missed it, the last one of this year is expected September 28th.
From Lausanne, Switzerland today, news of a nuclear deal. The United States and 5 other nations say they have achieved a political framework for a final agreement with Iran.
As President and Commander-in-Chief, I have no greater responsibility than the security of the American people. And I am convinced that if this framework leads to a final comprehensive deal, it will make our country, our allies, and our world safer.
Death toll this morning from a terror attack on a Kenyan college stands at 147 people. Scenes of panic overtook Garissa University.
At least 5 masked gunmen stormed the Garissa University at first light on Thursday. People fled in all directions. Students described how the men marched from room to room, demanding to know if those inside were Christian or Muslim. Christians were shot on the spot.
Now, the world's biggest and most powerful atom-smashing machine, if we can put it like that, has been switched on again after a 2-year refit. It's already enabled scientists to find one particle they knew about but couldn't prove existed, the Higgs boson, and now it's getting ready to make history for a second time.
This is it, the Large Hadron Collider, a giant particle accelerator housed in 2 27-kilometre circular tunnels deep underground on the border between Switzerland and France. It's warming up for its next project, the search for dark matter, an invisible, undetectable material. Scientists know it exists, but they hope to learn a little bit more about its nature.
A series of mysterious loud booms rattling nerves in Berkeley tonight.
Well, it still is an unsolved mystery tonight. Like you said, a string of loud booms that can be heard from downtown Berkeley to South Berkeley, and even police are still scratching their heads. Rachel Marzolini never expected what she heard 2 nights ago.
I'd say it was around 1 in the morning, scared the hell out of me. I jumped out of bed.
Joel Bryant has heard the explosions at least 8 different times in the last month.
We're puzzled by it.
Berkeley police told me they can't solve the puzzle either. And now it's inspired an explosion of interest on Twitter. Hashtag Berkeley Boom. Loudest I've ever heard, one user said 2 days ago. Whatever it is, people who live here say they just want the sounds of their neighborhood back.
With some breaking and historic news out of California, as Governor Jerry Brown has ordered mandatory water restrictions for the very first time in the state's history.
This is huge. You know the song California Dreamin'? Well, the people of California are dreaming about one thing: rain. When is it going to rain? 25% mandatory across the board cuts. This is unprecedented. I was raised in California. I've never seen anything even close to this, with 98% of the state in a state of drought.
To give you a sense of just how dire the drought is, we want to share some before and after photos with you. First, this is what Half Dome looked like back in March of 2011. You see blanketed here with snow, an awful lot of snow all around. However, this is what Half Dome looked like this March. Barely any snow at all, just bare rock.
Now, NASA is on edge as tomorrow a nearly 1,000-meter wide meteor is expected to skim past Earth, though it's not likely to make contact.
The story you first saw here on Action News: residents upset over dead fish found in a lake at Desert Shores.
People who live here say they are still finding dead fish floating to the top. It's been almost a week since residents here at Desert Shores voiced their concerns about massive amounts of dead fish floating on their waters.
And there's a lot of speculation amongst the residents as to what exactly is happening.
It's one of the worst die-offs of marine birds in history, and it's taking place along the west coast of the U.S. and Canada. Thousands of seabirds are dying, and scientists are trying to figure out why.
So far, volunteers have found around 8,000 carcasses of the blue-footed seabird called the Cassin's auklet along the coast from British Columbia down into Northern California. Scientists estimate as many as 100,000 auklets, most of them young, have died. The question is why?
And to the extreme weather in the heartland tonight, and new information coming in on the size and scope of those deadly tornadoes. One outside Tulsa, turns out it was an EF2, and that tornado in Moore, Oklahoma, an EF1. These were significant twisters, terror as they touched down, and just listen to this.
Oh my God! Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, there it is, right there. It's right in front of us.
The tornadoes that swept Oklahoma lit power transformers like they were firecrackers.
David, we just had power flashes right in there.
The strongest had winds as high as 135 miles per hour. This is the path of last night's tornado. It's similar to the path taken by 4 major tornadoes in the past 16 years.
Now, Mexico's Colima volcano has sent a column of ash 3 kilometers into the air. The volcano, which is one of the most active in Mexico, stands between the border of Colima and Jalisco states, 690 kilometers west of Mexico City.
There's a new super termite that poses a serious threat to southwest Florida.
Researchers have discovered this hybrid pest on the east coast of Florida, and they say it's only a matter of time before it spreads out of control.
It's like something out of an Alfred Hitchcock movie, but instead of birds, this is a swarm of termites in Fort Lauderdale.
It was never reported like this.
He estimates 250 million of them doing something they've never done before in thousands of years.
Look at this, it's happening. You see these 2 here? 2 different species.
The 2 invasive species are mating, creating a hybrid so-called super termite.
A shocker this morning for the driver of this car who was in the vehicle when it plunged through the pavement in the parking lot of a commercial building near Black Creek in Eglinton.
A massive sinkhole has opened up there.
Such a striking sight, even the work crews had to take a moment to snap a picture. A Jaguar XJ in a massive pit of icy water.
Well, it happened so fast. The only thing that was running through my mind was, I just need to get out of here.
Intense flooding forcing people to evacuate a tourist bus that was sitting on a highway in Brazil. Moments after they evacuated, you can see a huge sinkhole swallowed. We're happy to report and no injuries.
I have never seen anything like that. We've had all sorts of sinkholes, not that big, out in LA, but I've never seen anything
Welcome back. Now, hurricane-force winds have blasted northern Europe in one of the most powerful storms in years, killing at least 9 people and causing millions of euros in damage.
Air passengers had a scary landing at Munich airport, with pilots fighting to keep the plane on course for the runway during the howling gale. This landing was aborted as it was made its final approach into London's Luton airport. Now, hundreds of flights were abandoned across Europe.
Around 24,000 people in the Philippines have been evacuated, with Typhoon Maysak a day away from potentially striking the country's northeast coast. Storm surges, flash floods, and landslides remain potential threats.
Out of Russia, these guys just standing on the side of a river taking some video, and all of a sudden there is a wall of something coming directly at them. And look how fast that bridge disappears. Anybody have any guesses as to what that is? We've seen things like this before, like a dust storm where you see that big wall of dust coming in, sometimes a summer shower, a downpour, you can see it moving in. This is neither of those. Guess what this is? Yeah, you see that stuff falling out of the sky? No, that's not volcanic ash. That is snow.
Into some frightening moments in the skies over Seattle. 2 separate planes struck by lightning as they tried to land during severe weather.
They are striking pictures. Not just one, but 2 jets hit by lightning over Seattle. Last night's storm around the airport hit the jets as they were preparing to land.
The heaviest rain in 80 years is triggering deadly mudslides in South America. This is southern Peru near Chile. A river of mud ran through town yesterday with the power to wash away cars. At least 24 have died in what's supposed to be the driest time of year.
The scale of the flooding has been difficult to believe. In southwestern Peru, it almost submerged this bridge. Further north, the rain brought down this landslide right in front of emergency workers. Copiapó is the capital of the Atacama region, normally one of the driest places on Earth. It's taken the authorities completely by surprise. Meanwhile, other parts of Chile are suffering from drought. The chaotic weather is testing the country's resilience.
We're going to start here with some pretty serious overnight developments from the flood zone in the mid-south.
It was a night of incredible water rescues after torrential rain triggered major flash flooding.
Overnight, more than 30 million Americans dealing with a deadly string of storms. Tornado warning sirens sounding the alarms as hail, torrential rains, and wind up to 68 miles per hour battered Tennessee, causing power outages in thousands of homes and reports of dime-sized hail in Georgia. In Kentucky Friday, roads collapsing as rushing waters tear through neighborhoods. This morning, firefighters are still battling a fire at this GE plant believed to be sparked by lightning. Overnight in Alabama, up to 5 strikes hitting every minute. Wow! Lighting up the skies.
Surveying the rubble and remains of his hometown, a high schooler in Moore, Oklahoma, came across a power pole that was split and hanging from the storm. Inspired by the image before him, he tweeted a picture of the site and called it, "God is with us."
A remarkable rescue off the coast of North Carolina today. A man missing for 66 days, and believe that was medevaced to safety by the Coast Guard.
Coast Guard officials say 37-year-old Lewis Jordan and his sailboat Angel were reported missing by his family on January 29th.
one I want to bring you because there's a developing story in the science community. It's happening right now. There's a rare geomagnetic storm occurring.
A powerful solar storm hit Earth today, and aside from the amazing images,
A severe solar storm smacked the Earth with a surprisingly big geomagnetic jolt on Tuesday, but no damage has been reported. The storm ranked a 4 on a scale of 5. 2 magnetic plasma bursts left the sun on Sunday and got to Earth about 15 hours earlier and much stronger than had been expected.
A cool sighting over Switzerland and Austria last night. Check it out. What appears to be a meteor is caught on camera streaking across the sky. That's amazing.
Some people in Europe had a spectacular view this morning if the clouds didn't get in the way. A total solar eclipse took place.
We've entered the peak of the eclipse. I have to say there's an eerie darkness that has descended on parts of the capital.
On the ground on the Faroe Isles, day turns to night. Those watching plunged into darkness.
Millions of people in more than a dozen countries stopped what they were doing and looked up. A black hole in the sky, offering a rare glimpse at the sun's outer atmosphere.
There it is, the diamond ring.
A solar eclipse, coming at the same time as a supermoon, the closest it gets to the Earth, and the vernal equinox, the first day of spring. A rare cosmic coincidence.
A new mystery tonight. Wildlife resource officers are trying to figure out why dozens of birds dropped dead out of the sky at the same time in Spring Hill. It was an eerie scene, as you can see here, with more than 50 birds on the road. Wildlife officers bagged some birds and took samples, but they say they've never seen anything like this.
Pictures show some of the thousands of snow geese found dead in eastern Idaho. The carcasses stretched for dozens of acres and were first noticed on Friday.
There's no doubt that 2,000 birds died there.
I'm up every day and think that's the end of it, and I wake up the next morning and look out, and there's another 50, 60, 70.
This woman says hundreds of dead fish are popping up along the shore outside her home.
Teresa Williams has lived in the Bridgewater neighborhood for about 11 years, but for the past week or so, she says she's been waking up to an unpleasant sight.
Something fishy is happening on the beaches of the Outer Banks. Lots of fish, and a lot of you are talking about it. 10 of your side viewers emailed us dozens of pictures of dead fish along the shoreline. So what is going on?
Another mystery of sorts, the whereabouts of Vladimir Putin. Just this morning, the Russian president made his first public appearance in nearly 2 weeks, but did he shed any light on where he's been?
Russia has kicked off massive 5-day military drills amid spiraling tensions with the West over the crisis in Ukraine.
Стратегических ракетоносцев, которые вылетели с аэродрома в Энгельсе. Их маршруты фиксировались средствами десантники Костромского и Ивановского соединения. Сложности не только из-за непростых климатических условий. Совершила многокилометровый бросок и заняла назначенное.
Представлять Ростов, вспомним, как было непросто, лихие 90-е, ползая оборот.
NATO fighter jets are landing in Estonia for large-scale military exercises, which the U.S. and several European countries are conducting near the Russian border.
Pope Francis marks the second anniversary of his surprise election by predicting that he will not be pope for much longer.
Francis predicts his pontificate will only last about 2 or 3 more years.
Tonight, an 11-member task force is telling President Obama how police departments across the country must change. He asked for the recommendations after the shooting death of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, and the choking death of Eric Garner in New York.
The task force on 21st century policing offered a wide range of suggestions on training and deadly force, but most of the recommendations boil down to one thing: trust.
It will be good for police, and it will be good for the communities involved, and as a consequence, it will be good for the country. The moment is now for us to make these changes. We have a great opportunity coming out of some great conflict and tragedy to really transform how we think about community law enforcement relations so that everybody feels safer.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering what DeKalb Police Department is doing with your taxpayers' dollar and how they're protecting and serving today, this is it. They are progressing their militarized agenda. They are currently training in these abandoned houses.
Upon an evacuation notice, the subdivision of Overton, the residents chose not to leave. So we are doing a door-to-door wellness check.
We're going to perform a health and wellness check and just ask them if they need food, water, if anybody in the house is sick or injured. Come on up.
Yep, I'm doing fine.
Well, great. That's great to hear, sir.
Appreciate you coming by. Good.
We appreciate you, and thanks for participating.
Yep.
I'm here to talk about a massive military drill that will be conducted on American soil from July 15th to September 15th of this year. U.S. Army Special Operations Command calls this Operation Jade Helm 15. Texas and Utah have been painted red. In the legend, it states that red is a hostile area. Now, why is the federal government calling Utah and Texas hostile?
Now, secondly, however, as I have gotten older, I have decided we really need camps for adults. And we need the kind of camps that you all run. I mean, really.
Breaking news from Missouri. The St. Louis County Police Chief moments ago talking to reporters, revealing they have several leads tonight after 2 police officers were ambushed. It all happened this week after the Ferguson police chief resigned and that peaceful protest that suddenly took a turn. Gunfire erupting, protesters and police running for cover, hiding behind the brick wall there. And when it was over, that image of one of the officers downed.
The words come after a tense 24-hour manhunt, authorities digging for clues to track down the gunman who shot 2 police officers.
Risha Turner was inside the home with her 6-year-old son and 2 acquaintances when police showed up and took the adults in for questioning. All 3 were released without being arrested or charged. Now the Turner family says police owe them an apology and much more.
He thinking something gonna happen to me. He is afraid.
Risha Turner is talking about her 6-year-old son, MJ, who she says was traumatized by watching police with guns swarm his family's home and take his mother away in handcuffs.
Had to talk him off under a bed last night.
Turner tells me she was at the protest early Thursday morning when the 2 officers were shot. She says after the gunfire, she ran to her car, which was parked close to where the gunman opened fire.
They said I sped off on the scene, but everybody sped off. People was running, people was, ducking.
A few hours later, police had surrounded Turner's home, saying they wanted to ask her some questions. They even broke into the attic. Turner says she was treated more like a suspect the entire time.
Flared tempers tonight after a deputy shoots a man in the face in Deltona. Critics in the community think that deputy was out of line. Today they were demanding answers from the sheriff.
There's no advancement. There was no reaching for anything. The guy was wearing basketball shorts like I am,
These are several of the 4 men and 2 women in the house when SWAT arrived. They didn't want to give their names, but say their friend was not armed, didn't charge the deputy or challenge him with a weapon.
They entered the house and fired immediately.
He didn't have a weapon on him?
No, sir. There's no weapons in the house. They came in with a certain intent and purpose, and they met their goal.
When police officers are wearing camouflage, it sends a very clear message to the community that they're supposed to be serving. It also affects the mindset of the police officer himself. The idea that when we take domestic police officers, and we train them like soldiers, and we give them military gear, and we dress them up like soldiers.
Prominent academic and author Dr. Michelle Chossudovsky warned that the so-called war on terrorism is a front to propagate America's global hegemony and create a new world order.
St. Louis High School is one of the first in the nation to have a new kind of security.
Facial recognition cameras scan people's faces as they try to get in the building. If you're not in their system, you can't get in.
Come into this door, walk through, look at the camera.
His face is recognized and he's allowed in.
Recognize my face, the light goes on, and then I can open the door.
There's controversy at a high school during the Pledge of Allegiance. A lesson on language turns into questions about patriotism. CBS 2's Lou Young reports on a school divided.
Tonight, our country's symbol of freedom has been taken down by the student government at UC Irvine because it makes them more culturally inclusive. That move has sparked huge debate tonight, including at the school's sister campus, UC San Diego.
Last week, the Legislative Council at UC Irvine voted to ban all flags, including the American flag, from hanging in common areas of any student government offices, a decision that has left many veterans dumbfounded.
It's preposterous. You know, I can't understand it.
Time to wake up, America. If you just stepped foot on Earth and saw what was going on in America, there's a good chance you'd think we were enemies with Israel and allies with Iran. This week, President O finally picked up the phone to congratulate the Prime Minister on his re-election. Then President Obama dropped a bomb. He added a warning to Netanyahu: play ball with me or else. In fact, the Obama administration is considering taking actions against Israel, our greatest ally.
My name is John Yarmouth of Kentucky. Gathered with me are colleagues, all of whom opposed the appearance of Prime Minister Netanyahu today.
Congressman John Yarmouth of Kentucky is here to tell us why he chose to stay away.
What I objected to was the fact that he pulled out the Dick Cheney playbook, used fear-mongering, made statements that are totally unsupportable. Those are, again, scaremongering tactics that don't advance the dialogue. And I knew he was going to do that, and that's one of the reasons I objected to the speech.
My 18 years of law enforcement, I haven't seen this.
Pile-ups stranded hundreds, creating traffic nightmares that made national headlines. Cars stuck, abandoned, turning a busy highway into an eerie graveyard.
The line of stranded tractor-trailers stretched down the highway for 40 miles. Icy roast caused several accidents that shut down 2 major highways in Kentucky, stranding more than 600 vehicles overnight.
This is the second such declaration in less than a month.
Man, I'm going to tell you right now, I just feel the fire of God on me right now, like so bad, man. I've been talking to people, and I told you guys about the dream that I had, you know, a couple months ago. I seen fire falling from heaven, and in each state there was like an individual there waiting for the fire of God to fall on them. I'm telling you right now, there is a move of God coming, man. I feel the power and the Holy Ghost on me so strong, and God is about to bring the backsliders back. There is an army rising up. There is an army rising up, and I'm telling you right now, you want to be a part of it. Because you know what? The enemy's trying to move too. Man, look at the news. Look at the evilness that is going on in this world. Look at the corruption. Look at the gay marriage. Look at these young people disrespecting elders, beating up elders for no reason, people jumping people. Look at the violence that is shared all across Facebook and World Star to the point where you're getting desensitized. Look at just the gay people just trying to invade everything. Everything. The devil's voice is loud and clear, and he's trying to defy God stronger than ever before. You guys think that I'm the only one who's fired up for God? No, I'm telling you, there's people all over the world. God is raising up an army, and it is about to be crazy. This earth is about to be shook. There is an army that is rising up. You need to be a part of it. Soldier up, man up. Make up your mind that you're going to be sold out for Jesus. Don't let the devil punk you. Don't let nobody else make you feel ashamed.
You're subject to being arrested
There's been a very serious push from the left saying, let's not over-militarize our cops. That should put an end to that discussion right now. We should over-militarize. We should continue to do that.
You want
It's
to live
not
in a
intimidating.
police state, though?
People across the globe mourn the victims of the Paris attacks. The leaders of the US and UK are using the atrocity as a pretext to launch another offensive on privacy. After the two met together, they have announced that a new global anti-terror policies will be enforced. British Prime Minister David Cameron particularly made clear he wants more legal ways to listen to people's phone calls and monitor internet use.
10,000 troops will be deployed across the country, an unprecedented measure that underscores the lingering threat of further attacks.
Parts of Belgium look like militarized zones today. Troops took over the streets and took over from police, providing well-armed protection of potential terror targets.
There was a time when governments tried to be hush-hush about their surveillance capabilities and plans, sensing that many people would be unwilling to sacrifice their privacy in the name of security. But not anymore.
While on a tour of the Department of Homeland Security, US President Barack Obama has unveiled proposals to strengthen cybersecurity laws after recent hacking attacks against Sony Pictures and the federal government itself.
Just yesterday, we saw the hack of a military Twitter account and YouTube channel. No military operations were impacted, and it's a reminder that cyber threats are an urgent and growing danger.
It's the great debate that continues. We're talking about your privacy versus your protection. All new tonight at 6, a new tool police agencies can use to look directly through the walls of your home.
It's technology right out of science fiction.
Seems kind of like some movie technology or something like that, because I've never actually seen it in person.
But we're not living in Gotham City, and this technology is real. This handheld device called the Range R can see through walls. It's already in the hands of dozens of police departments across the country.
Hey, remember the gesture-controlled computer screens in the sci-fi thriller Minority Report? Well, something like this could soon become a reality. Apple has been granted a patent for a 3D gesture control system. It uses a camera to track your hand movements, which could eventually control a TV. The technology could also be applied to the iPad or Mac computer.
Sure sounds like something out of Hollywood. A drug smuggling drone strapped with more than 6 pounds of crystal meth crashes before crossing the U.S. border.
Well, maybe this is something we could do right here in Detroit. The government is looking for help in developing advanced drones.
DARPA has issued a call out to experts who can create the algorithms needed to make these types of vehicles a reality.
What if I told you that we now have safe, smart, aware robots that can not only move in 2 dimensions, but they can move in 3 dimensions. These drones use the information from RealSense to see, think, and adapt. No more collisions. You can see they put down their controls, the drones are adapting to them. With our technology, these intelligent robots open doors that can lead to amazing wonders.
I think this next story is also going to get you hot under the collar. North Carolina town agreeing to remove both a statue honoring our veterans and a Christian flag from a park. You can see what the statue is up on your screen there. That's so offensive, isn't it? The town sued by a man who said he was offended by the depiction of that soldier kneeling by a cross.
Leaders at Duke University say credible threats forced the cancellation of plans for a Muslim call to prayer from the school's historic chapel tower.
A Siena poll released today shows 49% of New York voters want Common Core stopped. And tonight, the fight against the curriculum became emotional at a local school.
We've heard of students opting out of the Common Core standardized testing, but tonight a teacher is asking to opt out.
I must go on record as strongly objecting to this test. This is not developmentally appropriate for my students, and I find it cruel and harmful to suggest that it is.
My Little Pony fans embrace the toys and animated TV shows for their lighthearted nature and focus on sweet concepts. A Kickstarter project takes the My Little Pony toy look and applies it to a series of hell beasts bent on the destruction of the world, and is now getting more ambitious by offering the 4 horses of the apocalypse.
Stewards of the symbolic doomsday clock are ringing the alarm about rising world threats. A survey of trends by the publication Bulletin of Atomic Scientists has placed the current time as 3 minutes to midnight.
Based on their observations, the members of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists Science and Security Board find conditions in the world to be so threatening that they are moving the hands of the doomsday clock 2 minutes closer to midnight. It is now 3 minutes to midnight.
The terrorist attack in Paris galvanized the world and sparked overwhelming sympathy. But the reaction to a massacre in Nigeria at the same time has been much different, even though many more people died there.
Nigeria has also been grappling with a number of deadly terror attacks. Militants from Boko Haram have laid siege on villages in the north, killing hundreds, possibly thousands of people.
Richard, the other news in the Middle East today was the government of Yemen has officially fallen.
Right now we have 2 countries in the Arabian Peninsula where their future is very uncertain. In Yemen, the president resigned. His house was surrounded by rebels, and he effectively threw in the towel. He decided he didn't want to fight anymore.
Late word from overseas tonight of the passing of a major figure in the Middle East. King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia has died at the age of 90.
The Saudis are looking at the Iranians in the north, the Iranian allies, which is essentially Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon on one side, and Yemen now to the south and west under Iranian dominance. It's a loss of an ally against al-Qaeda, and it's a huge geopolitical gain for Iran, extending its influence over Arab states.
Iran here in the east. You know about its influence here in Baghdad. We followed that for years. You know about its influence in Syria, backing Assad, the leader there, and you know its support for Hezbollah in the country of Lebanon. And now in the past week alone, you have Shiite-backed leaders here in Yemen throwing the country, or the government rather, out of power. And the sphere of influence here around this entire area, with Saudi Arabia now right here in the middle in the death of its king last night, or overnight, I should say, and just tucked away here in the left-hand corner is the country of Israel.
Iran and Russia agree to boost bilateral cooperation in security and military spheres. Iranian Defense Minister Hossein Dehran and his Russian counterpart Sergei Shoigu have signed an agreement following negotiations in Tehran. The agreement calls for the developing of and strengthening of military and defense ties between the two countries based on mutual interests. Both sides agreed to cooperate in their fight against terrorism, separatism, and extremism.
The high-level visits, which are becoming much more frequent between Turkey and Ethiopia, have gained a significant momentum in the recent times. We are organizing these visits and talks in several vast areas, such as the military. Today is the start of a new era between Turkey and Ethiopia.
Interesting comments, some would say shocking comments from Pope Francis this morning in response to the French terror attacks, implying free speech is not acceptable when it insults religion. Here's the direct quote. Here's what he said. One cannot provoke, one cannot insult other people's faith. One cannot make fun of faith. In freedom of expression, there are limits.
Pope
Pope Francis showed us how it's done when pulling off the ultimate fashion fail as a gust of wind blew off his hat.
This graphic footage, which some viewers may find disturbing, shows the carnage left in the wake of the latest heavy shelling in eastern Ukraine. These 20 people have been killed in what's reported to be 3 separate attacks on the government-held city of Mariupol.
Iran has condemned the Israeli strike against Hezbollah fighters in the Syrian Golan Heights.
And now, in anticipation of a possible Hezbollah response, Israel has reportedly put its military forces on high alert.
This asteroid is called 2004 BL86. Asteroids come by the Earth frequently, yes, but this is a medium-sized one, so it's larger than the average asteroid.
A big one is coming close to Earth, but no need to fret. There is no chance that this space rock will collide with our planet. By close, we mean more than 700,000 miles from Earth, or about 3 times the distance from here to the moon.
Where ice and fire meet. Lava pours out of Iceland's Bárðardunga volcano almost 5 months after its eruption began back in August. The impressive Hurlarain lava field cuts a swathe across the North Atlantic island.
A massive manhunt is underway in New York City this morning after the shooting of 2 more NYPD officers. Both are expected to survive. The shooting comes with police on high alert after the murders of 2 officers last month in Brooklyn.
2 suspects involved in the shooting that took place around 10:30 last night. Surveillance video shows the moment the officers came up against the suspect's gunfire.
As they approached the individual, one male was outside, one went inside. They approached the male outside when the male inside began firing at the officers through the doorway.
That deadly shooting at a veterans medical clinic at Fort Bliss in Texas is under investigation this morning. The gunman killed 1 person before officials say he shot and killed himself.
It was a busy afternoon at the Veterans Affairs Clinic at Fort Bliss in El Paso when reports of an active shooter came in at about 3 o'clock. The VA ordered everyone to shelter in place while authorities searched for the gunman. The suspect shot and killed 1 person before turning the gun on himself.
Colorado Springs, Colorado. The FBI is actively investigating an explosion outside the local NAACP chapter. Bomb squad members combed the scene after an explosive device detonated against the building.
Well, this year's flu season has reached record-breaking levels. Nationwide, at least 21 children have died so far.
So many people are getting sick with the flu this year that nationwide CDC officials are declaring it an epidemic.
Local hospitals are suing MultiCare because of mandatory flu shots, with the risk of losing their jobs if they don't comply.
MultiCare is taking it one step further, requiring every employee to get a flu shot or make a plea to a special committee as to why they shouldn't. The nurses union says failure to do so could mean termination.
And some nurses have been forced to take the flu vaccine even though they have religious or personal objection because they're afraid of losing their jobs. If they don't comply, they can be fired. And that's a completely different animal than we've seen in the past.
The Atlanta fire chief terminated after publishing a controversial book.
In it, he describes homosexuality as a perversion, vulgar, and inappropriate. According to a city council member, the chief then distributed the book to his staff. Cochran said, as a Christian, he is not apologetic for writing it.
And everything I wrote in the book is based on scripture. It's not opinionated.
Newsweek magazine's latest issue is it's a piece bashing the Bible. You can see the cover there. The cover declaring the Bible so misunderstood, it's a sin.
Big Brother invading more of your privacy. FBI setting up decoy cell phone towers able to scoop up your calls and your texts, claiming they don't need a search warrant to do so.
The FBI revealed that it has established cell phone towers so that when you have your cell phone in your pocket or your purse or on the front seat of your car and you're driving by, the towers lure the signal into government computers, and that enables the government to capture any conversation you have on the cell phone or any texts or email.
Wearable technology is once again all the rage at this year's Consumer Electronics Show.
It's giving people quicker access to information, including, probably most relevant right now, information about themselves that they didn't have.
The biggest concerns for everyone who uses technology right now is hacking. Some people say the key to staying secure may actually be getting rid of passwords and PIN codes.
We are working with all the major banks in the United States and overseas and many other companies to replace usernames and passwords. Now that transition, once that happens, you won't have to enter a username and a password and merge it to your biometrics.
Just like you see mobile payments are changing little by little, starting to use your fingerprint, this is a step in moving away from passwords. You've seen a lot of options. Fingerprint technology, Hector's app,
We have these cards that have RFID chips in them, like you mentioned, constantly broadcasting. In 2015, all cards are going to this, but not just credit cards, debit cards, driver's licenses, student IDs.
2014 is going down in history as the year with the highest level of persecution of Christians in modern times.
Hey, John, well, it is a very dangerous time to be a Christian. Torture, beheadings, destruction of property, all increasing, and that's according to the Christian watchdog group Open Doors USA, which released its annual World Watch List today. Although North Korea and its brutal imprisonment of Christians tops the list of 50 countries hostile to the faith, Islamic extremism remains the #1 threat.
The world is reacting tonight to a terrorist attack in one of the great world capitals that prompted an urgent manhunt and a frantic effort to identify 3 men. Today in Paris, in broad daylight, masked men entered the editorial offices of a satirical magazine.
Their target in the heart of Paris was the satirical magazine Charlie Hebdo. Minutes later, more killing as police officers confront the gunman. One attacker walks to a wounded officer and shoots him point blank.
France is on its highest terror alert. More than 80,000 security forces have fanned out across the country. Officers blocked roads and searched houses in the Picardy region north of Paris. As darkness fell tonight, the hunt continued. Police are going through towns and villages across this entire area. They're on foot, they're going door to door looking for any possible hiding places.
France is reeling from bloody twin sieges in Paris and near the capital, which left 4 hostages dead and 4 others critically injured.
Helicopters flew overhead while snipers took positions on nearby rooftops.
It was a heart-stopping finale.
an entire nation on edge, much of the world watching. 2 hostage standoffs and raids unfolding, just minutes but miles apart.
Here's the point. There's been a very serious push from the left saying, let's not over-militarize our cops. That should put an end to that discussion right now. We should over-militarize. We should continue to do that. One last thought. I'm sorry.
No,
after 9/11, I was in the building at 9/11. Right after 9/11, there was the New York City cops. What they did was they did these shows of force. Heavily armed cops would walk around buildings. They'd show up anywhere. 12 cop cars would line up. They'd get out with the full body gear, with the machine guns, ready, just to show the bad guys they're there. That's kind of gone away. Maybe it's time to bring it back.
You want
It's
to live
not
in a
intimidating.
police state, though?
No,
I mean,
I don't want. It's not a police state.
Okay,
Kennedy.
but let
It's
me.
a safe.
We begin in France with a massive national day of unity.
All those world leaders led by the president of France, by his longtime political rival as well. You see Angela Merkel, the German chancellor there. Others, we saw Benjamin Netanyahu, David Cameron, Mahmoud Abbas, all gathered in one place, all going to lead a very, very large crowd.
This is an unprecedented moment, Steve. We're hearing more than 1 million people.
Dozens of world leaders expected here today, including the German chancellor, prime ministers of Italy, Turkey, Israel, Jordan's king and queen, Spain is here.
Well, one thing we learned early on about Pope Francis, meanwhile, is the new boss is definitely not the same as the old boss. Next year, the pontiff's focus will be on change, not his own, but climate change.
A new blast of Arctic air has temperatures plummeting across a big portion of the country. It is 30 below zero in Riverton, Wyoming. And a snowstorm in the southwest dusting Las Vegas and blanketing parts of California.
The snow fell so fast in Southern California, more than 200 motorists became stranded on winding mountain roads overnight. By morning, the storm had dumped more than 6 inches of snow in low-lying valleys, breaking a snowfall record set in the 1800s.
I've never seen this in my life, so it's a lot of snow.
Mentioned Catalina, that's where a fierce windstorm turned deadly. The high winds and choppy water slammed boats ashore in Avalon Harbor.
One witness described it as like a witch's cauldron, with the wind whipping up from all directions. Another, a man who's lived in the island for 45 years, says he's never seen anything like it. Boats ripped from their moorings.
A massive bushfire in South Australia has destroyed homes and is putting people's lives in danger. The fire is out of control on several fronts and threatening the outskirts of Adelaide. With conditions described as the worst since 1983, there are fears that further wind changes could accelerate the fire. Smoke from the affected area northeast of the city can be seen from far away.
Here in the United States, though, a massive Arctic front is plunging much of this country into a deep freeze today. Temperatures are below zero in several northern states.
Iced over roads Tuesday, causing hundreds of accidents. An invasion of Arctic air could send temperatures plummeting to 25 degrees below in parts of the Midwest. In Iowa, the deep freeze may have played a role in this water main break, crumbling this road and opening an 8-foot crater.
Fierce waves crashing off Muskegon Harbor left the 48-foot-high lighthouse covered in ice. Look at that.
A blanketing, ferocious band of snow. Lake effect snow in Michigan so powerful it reduced visibility to zero and led to a deadly pileup of well over 100 vehicles on the interstate I-94.
A stretch of Michigan interstate looked and sounded more like a combat zone. A winter whiteout causing a massive pileup, shutting down a section of the I-94 in both directions, killing 1, injuring 22. Police say 123 vehicles, 65 of them semi-trucks, slammed into one another. Some burst into flames. Another fatality and injuries reported in this 50-car pileup just outside Ann Arbor.
To New Zealand now, where the South Island was rocked this morning by a series of strong earthquakes. The most severe tremor measured 6.4 in magnitude, the second biggest since the devastating 2011 quake.
Reported on those earthquakes in Texas, felt in and around Dallas. Well, tonight, word of yet another one. Now, 11 earthquakes in just the last 24 hours. And, of course, the new concern over what's causing this.
Yep, we're having an earthquake. You think California, Japan, maybe Mexico, but Texas?
Did we just have an earthquake? Yes, ma'am, I believe we did.
In the last 24 hours, nearly a dozen small quakes clustered near the town of Irving, leaving Texas-sized cracks.
This video footage captured in Israel shows a woman struggling to walk down a street in a central Israeli city. This storm caused power outages that left tens of thousands cut off from electricity and heating.
One of the volcanoes in Mexico spewed out huge clouds of fiery ash at night, showing signs of increased activity.
Well, it's kind of obvious, really, isn't it? One of the preeminent targets in a lot of Islamic terror in Europe have been Jewish targets. But over the last 10 years, they have been leaving or hedging for their own security and moving assets and indeed their families very often to Israel, which has seen a surge in Jewish immigration to Israel.
This weekend, Marines and sailors from Camp Pendleton will train in and around downtown Los Angeles.
Marines are coming to Los Angeles, and they're coming by ground and air. It's part of a training exercise, and we'll have front row seats in Los Angeles.
This video shows two B-22 Ospreys flying over the 134 freeway in Burbank on November 18th. ABC 7 eyewitness Haley Shea tweeted us this picture of an Osprey over the 101 freeway in Thousand Oaks on November 14th.
Which probably put like signs up or something so we don't think they're under attack or something like that. Yeah, but I think it'd be cool. I'd be down to see it.
This does not mean you'll see the Camp Pendleton-style tanks roaming through the streets of downtown Los Angeles. But you will see helicopters and other aircraft flying to remote secret training locations here in Southern California.
We are going to do everything we can to minimize the noise impact.
Well, I would like to know why is it happening and what's going on.
Inside the bag, we are told investigators came up with notes and references to the New World Order, which is kind of a growing conspiracy group that believes the world is going to be taken over by forces in black helicopters and so on.
And we begin with tragedy. On the city's south side, a teenage boy shot to death in a robbery. 15-year-old Demario Bailey was walking with his brother to basketball practice on West 63rd Street when he was killed.
So many kids getting shot over nothing. Right. Why? Take the guns off the street, please.
Police are warning thousands of people north of Philadelphia to stay home this morning because of a huge manhunt.
SWAT teams have been working their way through a number of Pennsylvania communities in an effort to locate a suspected gunman who authorities say is responsible for the deaths of 6 people.
SWAT teams surrounding Stone's house in Pennsburg, but once inside, no sign of him.
Throughout the day, SWAT teams had their sights aimed at several homes across the area. A massive manhunt continued into the night.
Came back, everything started being blocked off. The SWAT was then later called in.
Residents of the neighborhood were unnerved by the heavily armed police, but many told us it made them feel safer to see the police presence.
Police spent 2 days searching tirelessly for the accused killer, discrediting a claim that he may have been involved in an attempted carjacking in Doylestown, instead focusing their search in Stone's hometown of Pennsburg, where schools closed today and neighbors nervously stayed inside.
We are back. We are following the breaking news out of the state of Pennsylvania. A suspected killer wanted for the murder of 6 people has been found dead. SWAT teams had been searching for the 35-year-old since he went on a shooting spree on Monday.
I feel safe. I feel like things are, happening for the right reasons.
Spokane County Sheriff Ozzie Knezovich is speaking out now about a video that's circulating the internet. It shows one of his deputies saying big military equipment is needed to handle the so-called constitutionalists in our area.
We've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons.
The comment only lasted seconds, but it was long enough to make its rounds online. A Spokane Valley deputy saying the department's SWAT vehicle is needed because of constitutionalists who stockpiled weapons and ammunition.
I mean, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons.
I was shocked. I was appalled. I couldn't believe that a deputy would make that kind of a comment.
We said the Pledge of Allegiance here. I know the Pledge of Allegiance like everybody here does. There was a period where I actually forgot the Pledge of Allegiance. I hesitate to say this.
It's video that's painful to watch, showing a 23-year-old muscled-up Victoria cop throwing a 76-year-old man onto the hood of a police car, then tackling him to the ground, and then shooting him with a taser gun twice. This is the officer in question, Nathaniel Robinson of the Victoria Police Department. He is now under investigation for using excessive force.
These cops are out of control. They are ruining good people's lives.
Those charges come from an innocent man who says he's been devastated emotionally, physically, and financially by cops he believes abuse their power. And while he had threatened no one, not even himself, SWAT kicked in his door, launched a stun grenade into the bathroom, and stormed in, according to Chadwick, without announcing their identity.
So while I had my hands up naked in the shower, they shot me with a 40-millimeter non-lethal round, pinned me against the wall, and proceeded to beat the crap out of me.
A month ago, 3 years after the SWAT raid, a jury found Chadwick not guilty of interfering with police.
All right, surveillance in the sky now. The U.S. military is testing out a new cruise missile defense system.
That's right, and it's a large blimp-like balloon that will hover over the Baltimore area for 3 years using radar to scan targets on the ground.
The Army today is unveiling a spectacular new tool
Right there, you are seeing it for the first time. It is a blimp-like airship that will be used as a new cruise missile defense system. Privacy advocates are leery over the system's ability to monitor moving objects.
This year, you'll see a nativity scene at the state capitol in Lansing, and because of that, you'll also see something very different.
The Satanic Temple is being allowed to create its own holiday display this year. And as Fox 2's Dave Spencer shows us, not everyone is happy that the devil is getting equal time.
We really try to provide rational insight wherever the satanic voice might benefit.
That is exactly why they're doing what they're doing, creating their own version of a holiday display to be seen on the steps of the state capitol in Lansing.
You know, some larger context that's going on right now in America.
This is strange. Christmas is being hijacked by Satan. I understand that there is liberty, religious freedom. You have the right to freedom of speech. But, you know, there are limits to how rights are supposed to be exercised.
Public prayers for the Prince of Darkness before a city commission, the man behind this devotion to the devil, and the city giving its blessing.
Amidst the picturesque backdrop of the tree lighting in Lake Worth, controversy over Chad Stevens' plan to read a prayer invoking Satan before a public meeting of the city commission.
The mayor tells me the debate here at Lake Worth City Hall has nothing to do with religious beliefs. She says something, quote, more dark and disturbing is what motivated her to walk out.
Religious groups are outraged that an Army chaplain in Georgia was reportedly punished for sharing his faith during a suicide prevention class.
As a result of sharing his personal experiences and how his relationship with God carried him through those bouts of depression, someone complained to a military atheist organization. And as a result of that complaint, the chaplain was summoned back to the military base on Thanksgiving Day, Shannon, where he was given this letter of concern. Look, we've already heard the instances of chaplains who've been told they cannot pray in the name of Jesus. I've written about 2 chaplains in San Diego who were kicked out of a chaplaincy program because they refused to stop using the Bible as a reference in counseling.
A deadly police shooting in New York City. According to the NYPD, 2 police officers were shot and killed from point-blank range this afternoon in front of a public housing project. The police say the gunman then headed into a subway station where he killed himself. This, of course, comes at a tense time for the NYPD as it tries to improve relations with the community.
The affirmative task we have now is to actually create a new world order, because the global order is changing again.
Obama opening the door for new diplomatic relations with Cuba, no doubt a globally significant and historic event. Is this a stunt to grab headlines for this lame duck president, or is he fulfilling a globalist agenda to give Cuba a seat at the table?
The diplomatic world is still buzzing about the important role Pope Francis played in helping to end the long U.S. embargo on Cuba.
Praise from Pope Francis today on President Obama's historic announcement. The U.S. will begin to normalize relations with communist Cuba for the first time in more than 50 years.
Tutti siamo contenti perché abbiamo visto.
Today we are all happy, he says, because we have seen 2 countries which had moved away from each other for many years take a step closer yesterday. The pontiff played a big role in this big development. The White House says he issued a personal appeal to President Obama and to Cuba's President Raul Castro.
It's so interesting the impact this Pope has had. It's been so unexpected, I think, the reach that he's had.
The images seen around the world, the siege in Australia, a gunman taking 17 hostages, the horror lasting 16 hours.
The crisis brought Australia's largest city to a standstill. These images show people with their arms raised, pressed against the large glass windows. A black Islamic flag was unraveled and held up against the glass by people inside. As police surrounded the area, the gunman was seen pacing in the cafe.
This is what it looks like when terror comes to a city that has never known anything like it. These hostages running through a rear exit. Armed police were everywhere, and nearby buildings being evacuated.
We are being tested today in Sydney.
The police are being tested. The public is being tested.
Let's get right to that breaking news. A school massacre in Pakistan, the deadliest in years.
This is a city used to violence, but nothing like this. Many more than 100 dead. It began with a small number of Taliban gunmen storming into the school, going room to room, opening fire. Suicide vests also used.
A European court has ruled that the EU must remove the Palestinian resistance movement Hamas from its list of terrorist groups.
A show of force by Hamas in Gaza. The Islamist group marked its 27th anniversary Sunday, vowing to destroy Israel, while parading some 2,000 of its armed fighters and weaponry through Gaza City.
The Pentagon has confirmed it's boosting its presence along Russia's borders to guarantee, quote, peace and stability. Pictures here from Latvia, where a freight train carrying a column of American armored vehicles was filmed last week.
We go overseas now to an alarming mid-air scare. A Russian spy plane nearly colliding with a crowded passenger jet. International leaders are outraged, and the number of incidents like this is growing. Russia flexing its muscle and ratcheting up tensions with the West.
The dangerous encounter began in the skies over the Baltic Sea.
1755, initially stop climb level 220. It's due to unidentified traffic in the area.
That unidentified traffic, a Russian military plane flying with its transponders switched off. Sweden's defense minister was furious, declaring, "This is serious, this is inappropriate, this is outright dangerous." In recent months, Russian jets have buzzed NATO airspace repeatedly.
Terrorists in Iraq have reportedly beheaded 4 Christian children who refused to denounce Jesus and convert to Islam.
It's all over the country. You have the secularists and the humanists who are wanting to take Jesus Christ out of his birthday, and they're wanting to deny that he ever existed. They want to take his name off everything. And that's what's happened. This has infiltrated now our government. Jesus Christ came to this earth for a reason, and that's to save us from our sins. He came from heaven to this earth to take your sins, Megan, to take mine, and he died on a cross and shed his blood for my sins, your sins.
Quite literally, as the president spoke, we saw the first street fill with smoke in Ferguson, and there you see it again. We saw the return of police armored vehicles from St. Louis County with gun turret structures on the roof.
Striking images of unrest and violence out of Ferguson, Missouri. The St. Louis suburb descended into chaos.
Breaking news tonight, chaos erupting on the streets of Missouri. The grand jury finding no probable cause to indict Officer Darren Wilson in the death of an unarmed teenager.
Just minutes after, protesters got violent, setting police cars on fire. They went pouring onto a highway, blocking traffic, police fighting them back with tear gas. Gunshots rang through the air just feet from the Ferguson police station. The FAA issued a no-fly zone for the entire St. Louis area.
Protesters are chucking rocks and bottles at police cruisers.
Stop throwing objects at the police immediately.
And then setting them aflame. At least a dozen buildings turned to raging infernos. The National Guard marching in.
Protests spread beyond Ferguson to cities across the country. Seattle police battled demonstrators to keep them from blocking Interstate 5. And look at this, protesters in Oakland jumped onto another busy interstate, stopping cars. They continued demonstrating on city streets.
In Chicago, after the grand jury announcement, hundreds of angry people gathered at a downtown area to protest. Hundreds more marched through the streets of New York City to Times Square.
Hundreds, if not thousands of people. Police say northbound 55 is shut down right now because of this protest, and the protesters are being led by police.
A man drove his car into a crowd of people. Chopper 5 and our crews witnessed the car hit a woman in the intersection in Minneapolis. You see it here.
And this guy decided he don't want to wait. He decided to go ahead and test the crowd.
The patience and peace that persisted throughout these protests
was disturbed.
Never, ever seen that level of aggression.
Major American city suddenly plunging into darkness. Detroit, crippled by a major power outage, traffic lights going dark, elevators stuck, schools in the dark as well. This hallway pitch black, one student actually reading using the light on his cell phone.
The city of Detroit recovering from a massive power outage. Just after 10:30 this morning, the lights went out across downtown Detroit, cutting power to 1,400 buildings. Watch as the lights go out during a murder trial, these lawyers left in the dark. Traffic lights out, train stalled, the Detroit Red Wings arena pitch black. Workers evacuating from city buildings.
It went completely dark, and then the lights were kind of flickering, and everyone was like, what is happening?
A sign of the growing burden on America's aging electrical infrastructure. The number of significant outages across the country quadrupling in recent years.
It has happened again. Just 9 days after the uproar in Ferguson, a grand jury in New York City has refused to indict yet another white police officer said to have killed an unarmed black man. The incident, which involved an apparent chokehold, was captured on video and went viral. And tonight, protesters are in the streets.
On the streets of Berkeley, California, the protests started peacefully but took a violent turn, with protesters throwing bricks, pipes, and smoke grenades.
In Berkeley, California, a protest over that grand jury decision turned ugly. Demonstrators going on a rampage, some of them tossing smoke canisters back at riot police.
Hundreds of people marching onto Interstate 80 in Berkeley, California, stopping drivers, backing up traffic for miles. It was a night of disruptions, but nothing like the violence Berkeley has seen in previous nights.
Fierce clashes took place in Athens on Saturday on the anniversary of the killing of a teenager by police 6 years ago. Shops were set on fire and many others damaged.
There's a giant asteroid flying towards Earth. Detected by a Russian robotic telescope, it's one of the largest and most dangerous space rocks approaching our planet's orbit.
This new asteroid is an entirely different story. It's 20 times bigger, the size of a village, weighing millions of times more. For now called 2014 UR116. But the danger from asteroids is very real, and astronomers are increasingly keeping an eye out and thinking about what to do if they confirm a collision course.
The next era in space exploration, a test flight of the Orion spacecraft took off and splashed down right on schedule. The spaceship is designed to transport future astronauts into deep space as far as Mars and beyond.
It'll be ready to head into space, make its first trip around the moon in 2018. So what this all means is very simply, this is the project for the survival of the human race, the human species.
Inferno in Los Angeles. Several huge fires in downtown early this morning lit up the night sky. One so big, officials are calling it historic.
Firefighters say a building under construction in downtown Los Angeles erupted in flames overnight. Fire and smoke visible for miles across the city. And officials tell us 2 major freeways had to be shut down because of this fire.
We have not had a fire of this magnitude, as I said, in a number of years, well over a decade.
Dawn of the Dead. Downtown LA on fire.
You had 25% of your firefighters for the entire city of Los Angeles on this one fire. I mean, what kind of, have you ever seen anything like this before in your experience here with LA City?
Well, this is definitely tasking the city of Los Angeles. We haven't had a fire of this magnitude in a number of years.
For many, it will be a once-in-a-lifetime event. Pope Francis is heading to the U.S., and for his first visit, Philadelphia is getting the honors.
Syrian state television said on Sunday that Israeli jets had bombed areas near Damascus in the town of Damaz near the border with Lebanon. Syria's state news agency said the strikes were a flagrant attack on Syria. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights said that 10 explosions were heard near Damaz.
Russian military aircraft are posing a threat to civilian planes by stepping up unregistered flights near NATO's borders. The complaint comes as relations between the two sides are becoming ever more strained. In an exchange of barbed communiques, Moscow has accused NATO of destabilizing Northern Europe and the Baltic by carrying out military drills.
It was a surprise attack. This building in Grozny, where a local media agency is housed. The assault took place just hours before Russian President Vladimir Putin's State of the Union speech, where he vowed to defend Russia against what he called efforts to dismember it.
It's clearly a fight between good and evil. I think it's a generational fight. As I said to President Putin, I think this is a third world war by other means.
We like the New World Order. I know. It's a new world. Speaking of a new world order, the news like the New World Order. We like the New World Order.
We are living through one of these historic defining times. I think we are seeing a new world order.
It was supposed to be a light show to promote a movie premiere, but instead it's incurred the wrath of the church and the wrath of the public too. The evil eye of Sauron from The Lord of the Rings was planned to loom large on one of Moscow's tallest skyscrapers.
The idea was that this eye would be pitched on top of one of the towers in Moscow City, which is, the Moscow downtown. Things didn't quite work out that way. The group that was going to install the eye is a group called Zvichenia. So it seems to be 6 people involved in that. Unfortunately, because it was one of those stories that everybody wanted it so much to happen, triumphant evil flying over the heart of the Moscow financial district.
The devil is about to visit Florida this Christmas, as a satanic temple there has scored a major victory, winning a battle to bring a display of Lucifer to the inside of the state capitol. Officials have approved the move under the Freedom of Speech and Religion law. Lucian Greaves, a spokesperson for the Satanic Temple, says his organization just wants to send out a positive message and set all differences aside for the annual holiday.
Satanism is the worship of the devil, and there's nothing positive that can come from that.
Well, it's not the only victory by devil worshippers in Florida lately. In October, one group sought to distribute satanic coloring books to school kids. That's under a state law allowing organizations to pass out religious materials in educational facilities.
A passenger aboard an Amtrak train in Michigan is under arrest tonight after allegedly stabbing 3 passengers and the conductor. It happened in Niles, Michigan, about 10 miles north of South Bend, Indiana.
As the Amtrak train pulled into the station, officers pushed their way past 172 frantic passengers to confront 44-year-old Michael Williams. Police Chief Jim Millen says they used a stun gun to subdue him.
More than 4 or more victims here.
Before police got to Williams, he had allegedly stabbed 1 woman, 2 men, and a male conductor.
Accused of stabbing an Amtrak train conductor and 3 passengers in Niles, reportedly told detectives that he saw demons. 44-year-old Michael Williams from Saginaw was officially charged this afternoon with 4 counts of assault with intent to murder.
Following his arrest, Williams told detectives he was talking to a guy on the train and that guy turned into a demon and that he had to fight him.
Just a couple of miles from the Barclays Center, there was a deadly police shooting inside a synagogue. An officer shot a stabbing suspect.
Early this morning, witnesses say an unidentified man entered this Jewish community center. He asked for a book and then left. But moments later, the man returned, brandishing a knife and shouting at worshipers in the center. He threatened a group of Israeli students, stabbing a 22-year-old in the neck and abdomen. Moments later, police arrived at the scene, and the tense confrontation began.
Put the knife.
Those inside pleaded with the attacker to put down his knife. Police ordered the man to drop his knife, but according to witnesses, he lunged at one of the officers. Police opened fire, shooting the suspect in the torso.
Salvation for this sin is the gospel. The only way to really cure that what's on the inside is understanding that Jesus Christ died for our sins. And so to me, on a micro level, it's understanding.
Nope, and just like that, we lost him.
Well, it looks like Disney's frozen out God. When one little girl tried to post what she was thankful for on the DisneyChannel.com, she was blocked because of her reference to the Almighty. Apparently, Disney considers God's name a profanity.
Well, Google wants to get rid of passwords. Instead of using typical methods for accessing your email or accounts, typical meaning typing in a password, Google Glass now wants to move into the future by using biometrics, including fingerprints and eye scans. Google has filed a patent for head-mounted displays that could scan a wearer's fingerprints, eyeballs, veins, and voice pattern. Then use the data to access a website on a computer or a mobile device. And all of this could be in place by 2015.
You're going to be trusting a company like Google or potentially their competitors like Microsoft with a copy of your retina scan or of your fingerprint, and it's unclear exactly what they're going to potentially do with that information.
So he's going to use a large gauge needle that will install this subcutaneously. Ready for the insertion. Okay, that's in. And the chip is in as well. That's it. Done. Actually, it did not really hurt very much at all.
Is understanding that Jesus Christ died for our sins.
All that snow near Buffalo makes it hard to comprehend what the experts at the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration told us today. 2014, they say, is on track to be the warmest year on record.
Black road in Russia, suddenly alive with a mysterious flash of light that turns night there into day. Look at that. The dazzling sight caught on dashboard camera and seen for miles.
So far, scientists have no clear explanation as to what caused the flash.
We do begin with that deadly storm being called historic tonight, a state of emergency and now at least 7 dead. And this evening, the urgent call to action, the National Guard, those Humvees moving in, drivers trapped for hours, and a harrowing drive home for millions of Americans. Look at this tonight, a highway in Wisconsin, that car sliding into another vehicle parked on the shoulder of the road.
Much of the rest of the country is freezing cold. More than a dozen record lows tied or broken this morning, from New England to the Gulf Coast to Florida.
This solid wall of clouds just south of Buffalo shows the power of that lake effect storm. Some areas could see up to 100 inches of snow by this weekend.
The second round of a monster lake effect snowstorm intensified overnight, with winds blowing up to 25 miles per hour and thunder snow lighting up the downtown Buffalo sky. Snow began piling up early Tuesday, burying people in their homes and leaving drivers stranded along stretches of roadway. Close to 150 cars were stuck on a 4-mile stretch of the New York State Thruway.
Now a new threat. Warmer temperatures melting that snow, the rivers rising, crews rushing to stack thousands of sandbags along their banks.
And today the state will release numbers on how much water individual Californians are using. For the first time, State Water Resources Control Board will go public with per capita data. It's being used to determine which communities are conserving the most and which need to do more.
Strong aftershocks could continue for the next week after an earthquake today in central Japan. Close to 500 were forced from their homes by the quake, which was centered near Nagano.
The magnitude 6.2 earthquake struck near Nagano City. The shock radiated through homes and businesses. People at the local TV station scrambled for cover. It knocked out power to 1,600 homes and triggered a landslide in Nagano, blocking and damaging roads.
A 6.3 magnitude earthquake has jolted southwest China's Sichuan province.
Japan and China are reeling from the impact of strong earthquakes with magnitudes of more than 6 that hit on Saturday.
The United Nations declares a state of emergency in Gaza City following 2 days of heavy rains and flooding in the war-ravaged Palestinian enclave. UNRWA said it is very concerned about such severe storms in the wake of unprecedented damage and destruction caused by the recent 7-week Israeli offensive.
Floods triggered by torrential rain have killed at least 32 people in southern Morocco. Most victims were swept away by swollen rivers, which also submerged cars, buildings and roads. The storms of recent days have been described as the worst in decades.
And some incredible video this morning of a massive tornado tearing across a field near Dundee, South Africa. Pictures and videos like this one are popping up all over social media sites. No injuries reported here, but several homes were apparently damaged in that storm. That is just huge. Force of nature there.
Emergency crews are slowly restoring power to thousands of homes across Sydney after fierce thunderstorms. 3 people were struck by lightning from a total of 3,000 recorded lightning strikes across the Greater Sydney region. There's also heavy rain and wind gusts of up to 80 kilometres an hour, bringing down trees. The lightning sparked several bushfires.
A woman in Melbourne, Australia disappeared in her own backyard the other day. The 45-year-old woman was hanging laundry to dry when the ground just opened up, swallowed her up. She dropped about 10 feet into a sinkhole filled with waist-deep water.
Now, the clean-up is continuing this morning in Brisbane after the city was absolutely smashed by a massive hailstorm.
Power lines were brought down, roofs ripped from buildings and streets flooded. Eamon, good morning to you. This was the biggest storm the city's seen in, what was it, 30 years, they're saying?
30 years.
Wow.
Yes, they're saying 30 years. The Weather Bureau is also saying it's pretty much one of the worst storms you'll see anywhere in Australia. Really caught a lot of people off guard. A month's average rainfall dumped in about half an hour, so that caused flash flooding throughout the city. So the Insurance Council of Australia has labelled this a catastrophic event.
A fireball shooting across the sky. You can see it here, a man running out in his yard to capture it. And this dashcam video shows another angle. Comments came pouring in on social media claiming the fireball was fake, but that's not what a local astronomer says.
What I saw was perfectly consistent with a bright fireball from a large meteor in the atmosphere, much like the one that exploded over Russia a couple of years ago.
Take a look at this map from the American Meteor Society. You can see other reports from Oklahoma City to Muskogee and even Texas last week, making the fireball seem real.
The fact that it was seen over widespread area is also consistent with this being an actual fireball that went over Oklahoma.
Flash floods caused by torrential rain in the south of France have left at least 4 people dead and 2 missing. Fields were turned into lakes, streets into rivers, as the latest in a series of autumn storms caused havoc. Further west at Sérignan, a mini tornado on Friday morning left a scene of devastation.
Meteorological officials say smoke from Kyushu's Mount Aso in southwestern Japan rose about 1.5 kilometers into the air on Thursday. They say they believe a magma eruption is underway. It's the first time in 19 years that smoke from the volcano has gone this high. The volcanic ash is affecting airline travel as well.
A volcano has erupted on the Cape Verde Islands, forcing hundreds of residents to flee their homes and the local airport to close. It's the first time the volcano on the island of Fogo has erupted since 1995. The archipelago lies around 600 kilometers off the west coast of Africa.
large boom heard in Winnebago County last night as people talking. Siri Software tracked down the source and talked to some people rattled by the noise.
A loud boom at about 6 last night heard around town becomes today's talk of the town.
What was that? Then we all went looking for flames or something, just something to show outside, but there was nothing.
And we heard this boom, and I looked at my wife and said, was that thunder? And we just kind of shrugged it off.
Tonight, a mysterious noise is plaguing a northwest Atlanta community and keeping neighbors up through the night. Channel 2's Rachel Stockman is live on DuPont Commons Circle, where she tried to get to the bottom of what neighbors are hearing all night.
Since we've been out here since about 3 this afternoon, we've heard this sound about 5 or 6 different times. It's pretty loud in person. Our mic, unfortunately, doesn't pick it up that well. It sounds a bit like a tornado siren. Neighbors in 3 developments along Marietta Road in northwest Atlanta say they've heard the mysterious noise since it started about 6 weeks ago.
It could go off at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and you hear it and you just don't know what it could be.
We're hearing sirens maybe 10 times a day some days, late at night, all hours.
Well, tonight it rattled homes and even the nerves of a lot of people living up north in Lafayette.
But the questions about a late-night explosion linger after it occurred.
Buzz today at Lafayette Brewing Company and all around this city is about what happened in Lafayette yesterday.
It was very weird, very weird.
Around 11 Sunday night.
It was more of a solid thud. It wasn't so, it was more of a boom, and then it just, nothing happened.
An explosion, or something like it.
It was a sudden, wow, it's there, it's loud, and then it's over. Almost as quickly as it started, it was done.
The calls came pouring in to 911.
Yes, it is very weird.
But officers who searched citywide couldn't find anything. No car accidents, no fires. So what was the source of the sound that could be heard all over Lafayette? Police say there were no explosions last night. They checked with Duke Energy, with factories in the area, and the airports, and nothing. So what was it?
A close eye. It's a close.
Yeah, you can see it.
I was coming from McDonald's and I seen all this smoke, and you see Jesus in the smoke and then the person gets saved. That's right there. It's not a coincidence.
You hear about this kind of stuff all the time.
Indeed you do. People seeing images of Jesus or the Virgin Mary. It's happened again.
Just across the mile-long bridge to the east on the south side of Polk City, at the busy intersection of 3rd Street and Bridge Road, a mystery grows on the trunk of a tree.
I've been past here 100 times and I've never even noticed that.
But many people have noticed it, and to them the image is quite clear. What do you see in that tree?
The Virgin Mary.
For the longest time, I couldn't decide if it looked like Mother Mary or Jesus.
Truth be told, it looks to me like the Mother Mary holding the baby Jesus.
I guess now that you look at it, it's kind of amazing now.
Quite a surprise for a man sitting down to dinner with his wife in the Poconos.
He was about to take a bite of chicken when he noticed an image on that chicken breast. The man says he's not overly religious, but what he saw last night he considers a sign.
I'm about to kind of fork into my chicken, and lo and behold, I mean, there's a picture of what looked to be like Jesus to me, and it really kind of took me aback. I showed my wife, and we all laughed about it and said, wow, this is amazing. It's so clear, it's so concise there. If I could convey a message to people, I guess it would be, pay attention. There are signs everywhere.
Well, now we have basically the shaking. God says, yet once more am I going to shake the heavens and the earth. And the shaking is going on in all realms. Even in the scripture, there's a scripture that says, shake yourselves. In other words, wake up. We're going to see class warfare. We're going to see the earthquakes, the volcanoes, the hurricanes, tsunamis, droughts, fires. It's going to come at us fast and furious. We're going to see judgment in all realms.
or things that are of concern to you and to the U.S. military are blowing up. Could you give us a brief big picture of how dangerous you think this time of history is? Is it chronic annoyance or is it actual danger? And when will the United States see some end to these wars, especially the now 13-year war in Iraq, Afghanistan?
Jim, I think we are living through one of these historic defining times. I think we are seeing a new world order. Post-World War II, post-Soviet Union implosion, being built. Many questions about, first, among the American people and our leaders, what's the role of America in this new world that is evolving? Should we have a role? What is appropriate? Each one of these issues, regardless of where they are, affects us now, will continue to affect us into the future. I've said, Chairman Dempsey said, President Obama has said, Secretary Kerry, others, that what we're seeing in the Middle East with ISIL, is going to require a steady, long-term effort. It's going to require coalitions of common interests, which we are forming. We have more than 60 countries now with us to deal with this. This is an ideology. This is a dynamic that in total we've never quite seen. And then you look at all the other dimensions, the rise of China, Russia, what Russia has been doing the last 6 months, a pandemic disease, Ebola being an example, budget issues. We've got a Congress that can't work together. If we're not paying a price today, we will pay a big price tomorrow.
Russia has successfully test-fired a new intercontinental ballistic missile. The Defense Ministry said that their Yuri Dolgoruki nuclear submarine launched the missile from an underwater position towards a testing range in the far east of the country.
An unusual amount of activity from Russian planes today. NATO says it's tracked 8 Russian aircraft over the North Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. What is going on here over the skies of Europe?
It's quite a busy day, very unusual to see this much activity on the part of the Russian Air Force.
Denmark, Germany, Norway, Portugal, Turkey and the UK, plus neutral Finland and Sweden, remain on high alert after 4 probes into their airspace this week. The latest aerial manoeuvres by Russia comes after suspicious sub-aqua operations off the coast of Sweden.
Thanks for joining us today. At least 4 soldiers have died in clashes in the Lebanese city of Tripoli, where the army is battling Sunni militants. Thousands of Islamic State fighters and other jihadists are reportedly massing on the border right now with Lebanon near the city of Arsal. There are concerns they're about to launch an onslaught against the Christian population in the region.
Violent clashes broke out in Burkina Faso's capital, Ouagadougou, after a second day of protests denouncing the president's plan to seek re-election.
Another somewhat surprising theological statement from the head of the Catholic Church to report on. It now appears Pope Francis is open to the theories of evolution and the Big Bang. He told a Vatican audience that neither idea conflicts with the idea of creation. He also said, quote, "God is not a magician with a magic wand."
It's hard to call Elon Musk a technophobe. There's one bit of future tech Musk isn't so keen on: artificial intelligence. And during a recent MIT Aerospace Symposium, Musk issued a grave warning about the potential dangers of AI research.
With artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. You know all those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, he's sure he can control the demon. Didn't work out.
An Oklahoma man is blaming the devil for making him crash his car into a controversial monument.
The 10 Commandments monument on the grounds of the state capitol.
A woman decapitated, her body thrown into a quiet street on Long Island, police say by her own son.
Residents say they thought it was a Halloween prank at first. A decapitated body lying in the street outside an apartment building in New York, but now police say this was definitely for real.
Rain washed the blood-stained street in Farmingdale, where a horror unfolded last night in front of stunned neighbors.
I'm horrified that I actually was standing right in the car, saw a head, saw a body, dismissed it as a Halloween prank.
It was no prank. Nassau police say the severed head and body were that of 66-year-old Patricia Ward, decapitated by her 35-year-old son. After killing her in the apartment they shared, police say Derek Ward dragged her downstairs through the lobby, then to Secatog Avenue. A half an hour later, committing suicide, throwing himself in front of a moving Long Island Railroad train.
A manhunt is underway this morning in Washington, D.C. after another axe attack on police. The officer was injured while trying to disarm a man with an axe. He was not hit with the weapon. Sources tell our affiliate WUSA that the man used an axe to hit the window of the officer's cruiser while he was inside. This comes on the heels of a hatchet attack in New York City last week that wounded 2 cops.
And right now at 6, new information about the murder of Jacob Crockett in Stillwater. Police say he was nearly beheaded.
A 21-year-old Stillwater man is accused of using a large machete-like sword to kill one of his so-called friends.
The probable cause statement says Marin's own brother watched in shock as he pulled a sword during a card game.
Coherent. Certainly some of the statements he made were disturbing.
Police say Marin called 911 shortly after. Police say he nearly decapitated 19-year-old Jacob Crockett. This is a surveillance photo of a blood-covered Isaiah Marin as he walked, sword in hand, through a nearby car dealer parking lot.
He kept quoting Bible verses to me.
Triana Wright says she talked to Isaiah Marin. The witness says she watched the suspect walk through the parking lot with his machete onto Highway 51 until he was intercepted by police.
It may sound like a Halloween prank, but police in Stamford are investigating after the discovery of 2 human skulls. And that's not all police say they found at the Stamford Refuge Transfer Station. Take a look. They also found a jawbone and several books on Satan and witchcraft. They say an employee at the station found the skulls while sifting through garbage yesterday afternoon. The area was closed off in order to investigate.
A new emergency vehicle like nothing seen before in Orange County will soon hit the streets. At 48,000 pounds, the armored vehicle is designed to help the SWAT unit during emergencies.
Chief Deputy Clint Hodgkinson is stepping into something new, Orange County's first armored vehicle.
Ready?
Free of charge from the Department of Defense and already stripped of the military equipment used overseas.
When you train a police officer to use military-style weapon from the battlefield, how are you changing that officer's psychological sense of what his duty is? It's sort of soldierizing, if I may coin a phrase.
Stay inside.
Hey, go inside. You're going to be arrested for interfering. You understand?
No, I can be out here.
You're interfering right now.
No, it's not past curfew.
This is the police. We're serving a search warrant.
I can't see nothing.
2825 Northeast 23rd Street.
Go inside right now.
Anyone inside that location, stay where you are.
No, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Inside right now.
I have no weapons. I'm fine.
Go.
Hey, this is my place.
Yeah, go.
All neighbors stay inside and away from windows.
Hey, this is on iCloud.
Yeah, come here.
Hey.
You're under arrested.
Okay, I'm putting it down. Okay.
We are living through one of these historic defining times. I think we are seeing a new world order.
Early risers throughout North America were treated to this, a rare so-called blood moon this morning, at least those lucky enough to have a cloudless sky. The blood moon, named for the color it takes on as it passes through Earth's shadow.
Well, a rare solar eclipse put on a dramatic show for much of the country Thursday. This stunning video captured a partial eclipse. That's when the moon blocks part of the sun. It's the third eclipse we've seen in the U.S. this year. The first two were lunar.
Another deadly police shooting is rekindling racial anger in Missouri. In St. Louis, demonstrators faced riot police in a second night of protest over the death of an 18-year-old Bondurant Myers.
Across the country, an annual pumpkin festival of all things brought out police in riot gear this weekend. They found themselves dealing with violent clashes that broke out in Keene, New Hampshire.
Riot police fired pepper spray into unruly crowds of young people after violence erupted just off the Keene State College campus in New Hampshire, starting Saturday afternoon and lingering well into pre-dawn hours this morning. Authorities say both students and non-students from around the region drove the disturbances, raucous house parties that spilled onto city streets, overshadowing the town's annual pumpkin festival taking place nearby.
We're all seniors, so this was our last Pumpkin Fest, and the past 4 years have never been like this. It's never, ever, ever been this chaotic.
Ebola case here in New York. Late today, word of a new and mandatory quarantine now for any high-risk passenger.
New Jersey and New York now overriding the CDC, enforcing a mandatory quarantine for any individual who had direct contact with someone infected.
A lot of people panicking around here now since it's coming closer to home.
If you come into those airports and you're high risk, meaning you took care of a patient with Ebola, 21-day mandatory quarantine.
What I've directed the CDC to do is that as soon as somebody is diagnosed with Ebola, we want a rapid response team, a SWAT team, essentially from the CDC, to be on the ground as quickly as possible, hopefully within 24 hours.
Quite a surprise for AT&T UVerse customers this morning when an emergency alert appeared, taking control of their televisions. Problem is, there was no emergency.
Imagine the panic this caused for thousands of UVerse customers. There you are catching up on morning TV when an emergency alert comes across the screen saying a special message is on the way from the White House. Here's a look at some of the photos we received into our newsroom. Once the message appeared, many of the UVerse units automatically changed the channel and would not allow customers access to other channels. Now, in an actual emergency, it can only be activated by the White House for a national emergency. UVerse has not told us what caused the issue.
It was a simple act of patriotism. A hardware store employee in Florida placing flags on the front lawn in honor of soldiers who have served our country. So why'd the city tell him to take them down? So when the city comes and asks you to take it down, how did you feel and why did they do it?
Well, they said that they had a complaint. I bought the flags so that I could put them out there, and it just reminded me of my family. I only get back to Pittsburgh every 2 times a year, and I wanted to just have something close by to see, to be with me.
A Korean War veteran and his wife say they will continue to fly their American flag and MIA flag outside their Greenfield home despite what their homeowners association wants. Those that represent the Homeowners Association at Fieldstone Subdivision say the flagpole violates the covenants and restrictions in the neighborhood. They've agreed to let Robert and Judy Willits keep their flag as long as they pay $500 to cover legal fees. The Willits say they won't remove it and they won't pay the fees.
That flag represents their freedom, number one. Without that flag, and the people who fought for it, they wouldn't have freedom.
An Oklahoma man is blaming the devil for making him crash his car into a controversial monument.
The 10 Commandments monument on the grounds of the state capitol.
29-year-old Michael Reed Jr. was telling special agents that voices in his head and Satan told him to smash into the monument here at the north steps of the Capitol. Now those that helped erect the monument are left in disbelief.
That completely blows my mind that they're so scared of a statue that they got to come and tear it down.
Michael Sanford voluntarily helped set the foundation where the over 7-foot-tall monument once stood. Now that same plot is flat. The monument itself in 4 pieces.
This is alarming that anyone would get this close to the Capitol and would be able to knock down a historical monument just 10 feet away from the Capitol building itself.
Who would build a statue to Satan? Well, turns out a group of atheists wants to do exactly that.
Just a day after Canada raised its terror threat level, a terrifying scene unfolded in its capital today. Police say that a Canadian-born gunman identified as a convert to Islam, Michael Abdul Zahaf Bebo, opened fire in the Parliament building in Ottawa.
The halls of Parliament exploded with gunfire after security forces spotted the suspected shooter.
Moments later, witnesses reported seeing other armed men on nearby streets dressed in black with white bandanas.
Get against the wall right now.
A shopping center, schools, and the U.S. Embassy were put on lockdown as heavily armed police swarmed into the streets.
How many people we got in here?
They searched door to door and checked cars leaving the area. For more than a week now, Canada has been on a heightened state of alert, concerned about just this kind of attack. 2 days ago, a man drove a car at 2 soldiers near Montreal.
Some of Bebo's personal friends have begun speaking to the press in Canada. They said that Bebo believed that the devil was chasing him.
It has happened again. Another man has jumped the White House fence. Only this time he was captured before getting into the residence.
Shortly after 7 p.m., the Secret Service says a man jumped the Pennsylvania Avenue fence of the White House. Secret Service dogs were released on the intruder, and video shows him kicking and punching them.
Now to that scary scene on the streets here in New York. A man with a hatchet attacking police officers, badly injuring 2 of them. One is in critical condition.
Coming on the heels of the 2 attacks on uniformed soldiers in Canada, this bizarre incident in New York City is being investigated as possible terrorism.
The dramatic surveillance video shows the 32-year-old man charging with a hatchet in both hands as he prepares to strike.
Unprovoked and not speaking a word, the male then swung at one of the officers with the hatchet, striking his right arm. After striking that officer, the suspect continued swinging the hatchet, striking a second officer in the head.
2 other police officers opened fire, killing the attacker, but also hitting a female bystander.
We begin tonight with the horror playing out near Seattle, Washington, the school shooting, and now we've learned the suspect, a popular high school football player, allegedly opening fire in the cafeteria. Tonight, that all too familiar view from above, students evacuating, sprinting to safety.
Is that information of a possible shooting at the high school in the cafeteria?
Early morning, the first call comes into 911 from someone inside the school. Students with their hands up could be seen running out of Marysville Pilchuck High. Police with guns drawn sweeping inside and checking locked doors. Minutes later, the shooter is reported dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Deadly 30-mile crime spree through Northern California. 2 sheriff's deputies have been killed, another wounded, and a motorist is fighting for his life, all triggering a massive manhunt for a pair of Bonnie and Clyde suspects.
A Northern California community under siege.
The shooting rampage continued over the next 6 hours. Authorities say the 2 carjacked a red Ford pickup and drove 30 miles north, where they were approached by Davis and another officer. Marquez opened fire again.
It's being called a creepy craze in California. Mysterious clowns popping up across the state and terrorizing people.
Now it appears this peculiar phenomenon has made its way here to Jacksonville.
It's a scene straight from a horror movie, but it's right here in Jacksonville. Now the mysterious behavior seems to be spreading.
It was very weird.
Doug Vanderlin's security camera recorded this scene out front of his Market Street home.
I guess some people are afraid of clowns. I wouldn't say I am, but if you're afraid of clowns, it would be alarming.
And now, my worst nightmare. A growing mystery in California. People dressed up as clowns have been popping up outside landmarks in a small city near Bakersfield. The picture's very creepy. Look at that. From copycats from a local photography project, but now police are growing concerned because there have been at least 16 reports of clowns holding weapons in recent days. Guns and machetes, people.
This health crisis we face is unparalleled in modern times. You start to get a sense of the rapid escalation now we're seeing of the virus.
The outbreak in the last month has doubled in size.
The worst Ebola epidemic on record had claimed at least 3,439 lives, with the total rising daily.
We turn now to Dallas and that case of Ebola here in the U.S. and word this evening that at least 50 Americans are now being monitored. Their temperature taken twice a day. Hazmat crews on the scene suiting up. And look at that home there. As the camera pulls out tonight, you'll be able to see around that dense apartment complex. Homes really as far as the eye can see, a packed neighborhood there. The CDC now going door to door.
Drama at Newark Liberty International Airport. An emergency scene when a plane landed and a sick passenger with Ebola-like symptoms was rushed to the hospital. He does not have it, but air travelers are on edge.
That scare comes from people here truly worried, a nation on edge, and that this fear is the new normal. This morning, fears on flights running high after this scare in the air at Newark Airport. An airline passenger showing signs of Ebola mid-flight.
We knew something was really wrong with when they said the CDC was here.
One passenger snapping this photo as Homeland Security entered the cabin.
This may be the new norm when somebody shows signs of an illness that could be consonant with Ebola.
And we are tracking the concerns about another deadly risk, enterovirus. It has spread from 12 to 42 states in just 3 weeks.
A mysterious respiratory disease known as enterovirus D68, afflicting children in 43 states right now.
That virus is spreading quickly, and health officials say it could get worse. This as it has officially now claimed its first victim.
This virus is basically everywhere. They've tested it now in 40 states, and they're only doing random testing, so you have to assume this is now epidemic. But it does seem to be a virus that we haven't seen here in the U.S. before in this kind of an outbreak, and it's a virus that's only recently been identified.
So we have the Ebola virus in Africa, and we now have this virus. What's going on?
Well, the world is flat. We don't know exactly why there was a dramatic spread this year, but something is happening now. We have multiple viruses, and together with global climate change, things are changing in the virus world, and we have to pay attention.
Violence on the streets of Hong Kong following a cry for democracy. It's the worst unrest the city's seen since 1997.
Extraordinary scenes of defiance in the middle of the night. A church congregation barricading themselves in from hundreds of riot police. It's happening in Wenzhou.
A paper trail is emerging of warnings about the growing threat of ISIS as far back as last winter.
So you can have these threats here in the United States, and they need to be addressed. But let's not forget about the other things going on in our country.
That fence jumper at the White House, how he made it so far, actually getting inside the doors.
The incident caused a rare evacuation of the White House.
No one was injured, but today some members of Congress are demanding an answer to one basic question. How could this happen?
Everybody out right now. Go back. Everybody into the park.
7:20 p.m. This man scales the fence of the White House, racing across the north lawn.
Everybody get back. Everybody get back. Get back.
Watch here as he makes his way to the driveway of the residence, veering behind this line of bushes as the Secret Service personnel respond. But it's too late. The man makes it to the portico door, getting inside before he's arrested.
The idea that he could walk into the White House, that it actually was unsecure, is the troubling aspect.
The White House is being evacuated, including the press corps. As we speak, we're being walked out by the Secret Service.
But Pierre, how unusual is this kind of fence jumping?
People jumping the White House fence happens from time to time, but I can't recall someone making it that close, much less getting inside the White House.
Now to the growing manhunt for one of the FBI's 10 most wanted. The search for the gunman who ambushed and killed a Pennsylvania state trooper now extends to at least 6 states for a second night in a row.
A rare look inside a community under siege, where hundreds of heavily armed police have intensified the manhunt for a killer who took the life of one of their own. 8,000 residents under lockdown, the order heading into its second night.
I don't feel safe.
it's getting crazy.
Frightening headline for parents across America. 2 high school shootings in one day. In North Carolina, 1 student wounded by another when an argument outside school erupted in gunfire before the start of class. And then this disturbingly familiar image from Kentucky today. Students filing out of class, their hands on their heads, after another young gunman opened fire.
Another school looking more like a battlefield. Police moving in after a teenage shooter opens fire at the Fern Creek High School in Louisville. An all too familiar scene in America.
When word came out of Oklahoma today, of all places, that there had been a beheading there, understandably, there was alarm and comparisons to the savage brutality of ISIS.
Panic and horror at a food processing plant in Moore, Oklahoma. Police say a man had just been fired, the reason unclear. When he drove around to the main entrance yesterday, went in and beheaded a woman with a knife, then stabbed a second worker. The attack finally ended when an off-duty sheriff's deputy, the company's chief operating officer, shot and injured him. Police say workers said Nolan had been trying to convert co-workers to Islam, but
it did appear random. He wasn't targeting anyone, wasn't going specifically after them. It appears they were just in his way as he came in.
now more police have asked the FBI to help them out in the investigation because of the nature of the attack.
White South Carolina state trooper opened fire on an unarmed black man.
The trooper, Sean Gruber, was fired last week. He was arrested yesterday as police released dash cam video of the shooting, showing the moments right after he pulled over a driver for a seatbelt.
We do want to warn you, this video is graphic and disturbing.
Has your license, please? Get out of the car! Get out! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! I just got my license. You can't get my license.
That driver, you can hear him there saying, I was doing what you told me to do. I was getting my license.
An alarming show of force on the anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks. Federal agents and local police searching a house in Erie, just north of Denver at Erie Air Park.
5 federal agencies involved, including the Department of Homeland Security.
Just a very long search of the home here on Piper Drive. Erie police have been blocking the road. They are checking IDs and only letting residents through. This is a huge operation, especially earlier on today. It involves Homeland Security, the FBI, the ATF, the Diplomatic Security Service. We still don't know exactly what is going on out here. Erie PD is not talking, and I just checked back with Homeland Security, and nothing new from them. This has obviously a lot of neighbors out here concerned. One woman who has been watching all this since the morning says with the lack of information, she's still wondering if there's any threat to her family.
It's interesting. I have no idea really what is happening in the neighborhood.
A pregnant woman taken down to the ground on her belly by police, and it was all caught on camera. Good evening, everyone. I'm Maurice Dubois.
And I'm Christine Johnson. New at 11 tonight, what happened just before the takedown?
This cell phone video has residents in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, outraged. An officer is seen throwing a pregnant woman to the ground. He then straddles her body while her stomach is pressed against the pavement.
It was disgusting what we saw. You know, how can you treat a human being this way?
Police are then seen throwing another woman to the ground as she tries to interfere. The incident happened less than a week after another police officer in Sunset Park was caught kicking a fruit vendor while police were holding him on the ground.
Unfortunately, this type of stuff keeps repeating itself. These officers are acting without immunity.
A debate about prayer in schools. The high schooler says an administrator kept her from praying before she ate her lunch. Now the Mora School District is investigating.
When Patrick's daughter tried saying grace before lunch here at her high school in Mora, he claims the unexpected happened.
Well, she came home from school and she said, "Dad, I have something to tell you. Today for lunch, right before I was going to eat, I bowed my head to pray. And the superintendent came up to me and said I couldn't do that."
State law keeps schools from instilling religious doctrines, but it protects the students' right to pray. When Ash's daughter told him her story, he says he was speechless.
I asked her if she was praying out loud or, and she said, "No, I was praying to myself. I wasn't even speaking."
Now let's make two things clear. ISIL is not Islamic, and ISIL is certainly not a state.
President Obama addressed the nation with a plan to destroy the so-called Islamic State, a group that's terrorized civilians in Syria and Iraq. But the shocking videos of 2 American journalists being beheaded raise new questions about the threat they pose to the American homeland.
My fellow Americans,
it was a remarkable moment for a reluctant warrior.
Tonight, with a new Iraqi government in place and following consultations with allies abroad and Congress at home, I can announce that America will lead a broad coalition to roll back this terrorist threat.
On the eve of 9/11, President Obama announcing a new offensive on Islamic extremists in Iraq and in Syria.
Now, let's take a look at those pictures from Obama's presidential address earlier this week. And tell me what you see. This was not photoshopped, by the way. These images have appeared on Fox News, Slate, Business Insider, and the National Review, and they are now going viral. And it is a chilling photo of what appears to be devil horns on Obama's head during his last presidential address. He's got horns coming out of the side and on top of his head. It almost looks deliberate.
Standing tall and completely unashamed, something straight from the underworld, now exposed for Vancouver to see.
It's pretty crazy. I guess nobody has any idea where it came from or what it's for.
Satan standing where a statue of Christopher Columbus once stood, right off the SkyTrain line for thousands to see.
A satanic black mass is scheduled for next month, and now the Catholic Archbishop of Oklahoma City is suing to stop it.
Black mass that will take place here in the basement of the Civic Center. Now today, the Archbishop of Oklahoma City took a different type of action, filing a lawsuit, but the leader of the devil-worshipping organization tells us that he is not backing down.
The Satanic Temple in Orange County, Florida is planning to hand out satanic children activity books at some schools. That is in response to the school district allowing a Christian group to give out Bibles.
It's controversial, and there's no way around it. I mean, that's the idea of Satanism. It has always been. We're here to educate and be involved in our community, and not to create hysteria.
Tonight, a Whitehall woman was surprised when her property manager left her a note last week telling her to take down her flag.
Julia Lease has flown a flag outside of her townhome at the Eden of Whitehall community for 36 years. But August 20th, this retired Franklin County Sheriff deputy received a notice from her property management team telling her that Old Glory needs to be taken down.
This represents my country. This is my country. God gave us this country. I never gave it a thought in my life that there would ever be a time in this country where you couldn't fly the American flag.
The management office at the complex says they won't fine this grandma, but they will give her one more written warning before they take her stars and stripes for good. And this seems to fit right in with the string of flag controversies we've seen making the news. In June, a Marine veteran in Virginia was told to take down the flag outside his condo. Management said it could only be flown during a holiday, a policy his condominium later revised.
This is the American flag. This is the freedom of speech.
In August, a Georgia Women's Homeowners Association told her she had to take down her American and Israeli flags. The HOA said the flags were unapproved.
She says the flags have been up for about 2 years and believes a neighbor has now complained. A flag flap in Umatilla after hundreds of American flags placed on the graves of veterans were tossed in a dumpster.
The move has outraged many veterans who want answers from the city. Flying high over the Glendale Cemetery in Umatilla is the American flag, a symbol veterans say of honor, respect, and freedom. For over a decade, American Legion commander and Vietnam vet Carl Luedecke has been coming to this cemetery every Veterans Day, planting American flags on the graves of soldiers. But that honor was taken away when Luedecke noticed hundreds of flags went missing. The Legion later learned they'd been tossed in a dumpster. Jamie Revord was court-ordered to volunteer at the cemetery. He says a city maintenance employee in charge of upkeep at the cemetery ordered him to toss 200 American flags in a dumpster.
I didn't feel right about it. You know, I'm just throwing an American flag away.
All right. To visit his daughter's high school.
Now the school district is under fire trying to explain why his uniform wasn't welcome on campus.
The lieutenant colonel got anything but a welcoming treat. He came to Rochester Adams High School to speak with counselors about his daughter's class schedule, but he couldn't even get inside.
Before he was allowed in, the security guard stopped him and said, "Sorry, you're not allowed in the school." And the security guard told him that men and women in uniform weren't allowed because it may offend another student.
By not one, but 4 different people.
I can't believe they would even think like that after all they do for our country. It's crazy.
With children who go to this school and also just people who live in the area appalled that this has happened.
Controversy brewing in the western suburbs over public workers' rights to show their patriotism. With the anniversary of the 9/11 attacks coming later this week, 4 Maywood firefighters have been relieved of their duties for refusing to remove American flags from their lockers and helmets. And there could be more.
Firefighters tell me the tension actually started with the chief ordering an American flag be removed from the inside of Fire Station 2. A new flag the firefighters had bought with their own money to replace the tattered one that had been there for 3 years. When they weren't told why, firefighters put American flags on their lockers. Then came the memo saying all decals and stickers, including flags and military stickers, be removed from lockers and helmets, no questions asked. When David Flowers Jr., the union president, wouldn't take down the Marine decal on his locker, the same locker that was his father's, a Maywood firefighter and Vietnam vet, he was relieved of duty, sent home.
This weekend, right, Gavin? The rodeo is this weekend? Yeah, Sunday. There's a rodeo on television, okay? And so, you know, it's a big event. And so one network decided to air it, CBS. And a lot of people are paying advertising to put their commercials on during this big rodeo. One company, a real estate company, decided to run this ad. It was so offensive, it got pulled off the air. Watch.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Windermere Real Estate Tri-Cities, Kennewick, Washington.
If you find that offensive, you are totally out of touch. How is with the rest of the country?
No, you know what they should have done? They should have bleeped out the under God part. Then it would have been fine. Then they could have aired it.
It wasn't even that part that the network found offensive. CBS said that it was too political.
The phrase is only 4 words, but it has a lot of people talking. The final phrase of an airman's oath is now optional.
Now, this comes after an airman took the words, "So help me God," out of his oath during a ceremony at a Nevada air base.
The sense of patriotism. I love this country, and so those feelings were paramount. But immediately, and as strong as those feelings were, was the fact that I believe I'm a Christian, and I believe that this country lives under the blessings of the Almighty.
The retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel still lives by the words, "So help me God." Varner says those words shouldn't be optional in the oath.
I think it's a major mistake that the military will no longer recognize that we do our duty, that we defend the Constitution of the United States, because we have a belief in the Almighty. And I think it's a sad thing to take that away.
Just after the Korean War,
Joseph Peterson says the Navy taught him about God and country.
it took God out of the Pledge of Allegiance.
We are seeing a new world order being built in the early 21st century. The United States of America has some responsibility to help lead that. We can't dictate that order, nor can any country, but we can help shape it.
We face an evolving potential terrorist threat to the homeland and to the region.
We would be in a state of denial if we did not say, with what's going on internationally, that the risk of a threat to us has increased.
Governors Andrew Cuomo and Chris Christie and Mayor de Blasio want to ramp up their own war on terror.
Australia is targeting ISIS this morning with its largest counterterrorism raid in history. More than 800 police officers arrested 15 people in Brisbane.
Prime Minister Tony Abbott says ISIS planned to behead a random member of the public. The country is currently at high alert for a terrorist attack.
Russia has denied it ever sent any military forces into Ukraine. In another development, the Russian Navy test-launched a new intercontinental ballistic missile. It's capable of holding up to 10 nuclear warheads.
This fight against Ebola, which as of today became a military matter. As we said, up to 3,000 American military personnel will be deployed into this hot zone in Africa, all of it to combat an outbreak the World Health Organization called today, quote, unparalleled in modern times.
The images from West Africa are searing. Children alone in the streets, men collapsed and left to die. With Ebola now spiraling beyond a health crisis and into a global security threat, President Obama said the United States must do more.
Ebola is now an epidemic of the likes that we have not seen before.
But this is an infectious hot zone.
That is unprecedented. And I can't remember a time when we sent troops to do this particular mission.
The virus is spreading much faster than efforts to contain it. Now, there are nearly 5,000 cases in 5 African countries.
The president also said last night that a big part of his strategy is protecting Americans at home. The man in charge of that is Jay Johnson, Secretary of Homeland Security.
In many respects, the terrorist threat that we face today is more complex. One of my priorities as Secretary is community outreach to establish a community-based type of homeland security. And it's worked with considerable success in some contexts, but we need to do a better job.
It's a program that still sounds futuristic, even today. The FBI announced its facial recognition program is finally up and running, and it has some privacy advocates a little concerned. The FBI plans to eventually roll out more parts of its new NGI system, including voice and iris identification.
You may consider lining up for hours at the Apple Store to get your hands on the new iPhone 6, but would you insert a chip in one of those hands to use the device? Ben Slater, a self-confessed tech enthusiast from Australia, planted a microchip in his hand in the hope that the new iPhone 6 will be able to read it. He's already able to use the device to access information databases, and he can open his front door and turn on the lights without touching a thing. Currently, the iPhone can't read microchip implants, but Slater is hoping the new version will be able to.
The Bay Area, about to become the center of the law enforcement world. Officers from all over are going to take part in what's called Urban Shield.
Law enforcement agencies from around the world are convening right here in the Bay Area for a 5-day Urban Shield event.
Luckily, this is only a test. Today begins the 8th annual Urban Shield, a training exercise and trade show for law enforcement officers. But the criticism now is about the militarization of local police forces. It's a flashpoint in the wake of violent images from Ferguson, Missouri, and something local officers have taken heat about as well after events like Occupy Oakland.
Well, Urban Shield is an effort to further militarize police departments in Alameda County, and it's something we certainly don't need.
That's Oakland civil rights lawyer and mayoral candidate Dan Siegel. Current mayor Gene Kwan didn't want to address the issue and walked away.
I'm just asking you a question about a major event that's going on in the city right now. Yeah.
Controversial arrest. An officer caught on video punching a man several times. Now the city's top cop demands change.
It's these few seconds of surveillance video that could cost the Baltimore City Police Department millions.
I was shocked. I'm outraged. I'm disgusted.
The video shows Colin Truss in red and Officer Vincent Kosum in a physical altercation after Truss's attorneys say the two exchanged words outside of a store on Greenmount and North Avenue. One man tells WJZ all the appeals for better relationships between citizens and cops falls on deaf ears.
It's just crazy, and I don't think that communities would want to associate with police officers due to those type of acts.
The NYPD's 72nd Precinct is investigating yet another case of police brutality. The video goes on to show an officer kicking a man being held down by at least 4 other officers as multiple members of the NYPD shove, hit, and threaten both vendors and bystanders.
As the last days of summer wore down, wherever Americans gathered over this past holiday weekend, on beaches, on boats, blankets, front porches, if and when the conversation turned serious, it was about the sensation right about now that our world is falling apart.
Civil unrest in Pakistan. Riot police fire rubber bullets and tear gas at demonstrators in Islamabad, injuring dozens.
Terrifying video out of Libya this morning. A fighter jet slammed into a busy neighborhood yesterday in Tobruk near the Egyptian border. 3 people died, another 9 were hurt.
Amateur video shows alleged Russian battle tanks moving into southern Ukraine. In the last 24 hours, up to 1,000 Russian troops with heavy weapons moved into the area, according to U.S. military intelligence. Russia also moving in with armored vehicles and multiple rocket launchers. The Polish foreign minister calls it the most serious security crisis in Europe in decades.
And we turn overseas now to that stunning video out of Libya tonight. 3 years after Americans helped take down Muammar Gaddafi, the country is in chaos.
Empty ever since American diplomats evacuated at the end of July, as Libya descended even farther into chaos. Libya is now on the brink of becoming a failed state, with militant groups fighting each other for control as the government looks on helplessly.
Syria's civil war continues to spill over towards Israeli-held territory, with reports of President Assad's jets shelling rebel positions close to the occupied Golan Heights.
It is not just American citizens fighting alongside ISIS. British citizens are doing the same.
Hundreds of young men who have left the UK to join the brutal terrorist group ISIS. They see themselves as defenders of Islam in a war against non-believers. Their barbaric tactics have been glamorized on social media, a powerful recruitment tool that British authorities are now trying to crack down on. With every victory on the battlefield, ISIS's appeal grows, and many are concerned that it is only a matter of time before their jihad spreads beyond the Middle East.
This is a message to Canada and all the American Tawaghi. We are coming and we will destroy you. We are going for you, Barack Obama.
Ukraine and Russia, civil war in Syria, the threat of a brutal so-called caliphate across the Middle East. It seems like the world we're living in is slipping out of control.
The Ebola epidemic is spiraling upward. That's what the director of the Centers for Disease Control will tell Washington tomorrow.
It is the world's first Ebola epidemic, and it's spiraling out of control. It's bad now. It's going to get worse in the very near future. There is still a window of opportunity to tamp it down, but that window is closing. We really have to act now.
Health alert, more than 1,000 children sickened by a rare virus that starts off like the common cold, but sends some kids rushing to the hospital when they can't breathe. Here's that map of the 10 states hit so far by this mystery illness. Doctors say there will be more.
A potentially deadly mystery virus is spreading across the country.
Ebola outbreak that can't seem to be contained. Today, World Health officials said that the outbreak in West Africa is racing ahead of efforts to control it. The number of people infected with Ebola keeps growing.
In the capital, chaos and panic is leading to desperate measures. Unable to control Ebola's spread, last week the government quarantined an entire slum, home to 75,000 people. As the quarantine order sparked violent riots, residents were unable to leave. For the past 5 months, Ebola has ravaged Western Africa. 1,400 have been reported dead, 2,600 infected. The outbreak has struck several countries, the worst of it here in Liberia.
The worst outbreak in history has killed more than 1,500 people and infected thousands more across 4 countries.
This is incredible. You know, seeing a truck cart away 10 bodies of people who died from Ebola. I can't imagine what someone is thinking who has arrived there for treatment. You know, it's the gates of hell.
What we have to be very careful about, Neil, is that
and we must understand is that ISIS is desperately trying to get the United States involved in a war that is advantageous to them. And the reason they want that is because there is an al-Hama. Al-Hama means Armageddon, the end game, and many end time. ISIS, if not most, believe that that end times is coming between 2016 and 2020.
This is beyond anything that we've seen, so we must prepare for everything.
This is an organization that has an apocalyptic end of days strategic vision, and which will eventually have to be defeated.
ISIS is everywhere, according to the federal government, right? I mean, we're worried about them coming over to the United States. Texas is suggesting that ISIS can come through Mexico. And actually, there's a couple of folks who are worried about whether or not ISIS will attack the electric grid, claiming that they may team up with drug lords down in Mexico. Can you just imagine what would happen if they blew up the East Coast grid?
And I don't want your Sharia law, and neither does anybody in Great Britain that has a
you
brain.
will have no choice in fact, Sean. It's coming to a place near you. It's coming to a place near you.
So you're threatening to come and get me, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the Sharia will be implemented in the whole world.
Sharia is, so you, that's what you want. You want that, thank you, you answered my question. You want a worldwide Islamic caliphate.
Of course we do.
You want a worldwide Islamic caliphate.
One of Oklahoma's senators says the rise of ISIS and other violent terrorist groups is putting our country in a dangerous position. Fox 25's Phil Cross sat down with Senator Jim Inhofe, who says the public needs to know how real the threat is for a new attack on American soil.
We're in the most dangerous position we've ever been in as a nation.
Senator Jim Inhofe serves as the ranking Republican on the Senate Armed Services Committee and says our country has never been in such a risky position, especially from new terror groups like ISIS.
They're crazy out there, and they are rapidly developing a method of blowing up a major U.S. city, and people just can't believe that's happening. But yes, it's really significant what's happening.
These ISIS terrorists are the evil of all evil. Am I right?
Oh, they are the antichrist of terrorist organizations.
They should know we will follow them to the gates of hell until they are brought to justice. Because hell is where they will reside.
What is the thing that concerns you most about what you see in the world at the moment?
Well, I think it's the dangerous unpredictability of a world that is, I think, trying to define a new world order. We've never seen such diffusion of economic power. More people have more say, as it should be. We are seeing a new world order being built in the early 21st century. The United States of America has some responsibility to help lead that. We can't dictate that order. Nor can any country, but we can help shape it.
The leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, has praised the Palestinian resistance movements for standing strong against the Israeli military during the recent 50-day war on Gaza. Ayatollah Khamenei added that Iran's Islamic Revolution was the most important element that changed the world order. The leader said the world is today witnessing a new order. The leader also noted that Iran should become more powerful to play an effective role in the world's new order.
President Obama made it clear today the U.S. goal with the Sunni terrorist group known as ISIS is not to contain it, but to destroy it. He said so at the NATO summit in Wales. The president did not reveal a new strategy, but he did say that a coalition of 10 nations has agreed to take on ISIS militarily and financially.
There was unanimity over the last 2 days that ISIL poses a significant threat to NATO members.
10 countries, including the US, UK, France, Australia, and Turkey, will work to degrade ISIS with military force, political pressure, and by squeezing its finances.
President Obama wrapped up a 2-day NATO summit yesterday with a news conference. NATO announced plans to create a rapid response force based in Eastern Europe that could quickly mobilize if a NATO ally gets attacked.
You're dialing. You ever wonder who's listening? A new report says that cell towers, fake cell towers, are sort of cropping up out of nowhere across the country. And these things can intercept your cell phone data, calls, data, you name it.
18 of these rogue cell phone towers right here in the United States.
But who's making them? Whose rogue towers are they? I guess they're not legitimate. They're not a Sprint or Verizon tower.
You're exactly right.
Right, that's an excellent question, and here's why. Because so far, nobody is laying claim to the ownership of these towers. Now, here's what's really interesting. The viewers will find this very interesting. These towers that's been identified so far, they've been very close to military installations right here in the United States.
It's a program under fire. Military leftovers going to local police departments.
And now the I-Team has found some of that equipment. We're talking about high-powered guns built for the battlefield are in Texas schools.
He started shooting everyone in the cafeteria.
Columbine, Sandy Hook, the images are forever burned into our minds. The threat, something police nationwide train for, with vehicles, guns, and armor built for the military. State records show 10 Texas school police departments received military surplus equipment through a Department of Defense program.
Being new to the city, I don't know where I can and where I can't go.
This man, who asked us not to identify him, was on his way into Kroger Saturday night when he saw a large crowd in the parking lot. He thought they may be part of a flash mob. Laughter as they knocked out a 17-year-old employee, kicking him in the head and throwing pumpkins on top of him. He says several employees were filming the incident, but one man, seen at the end of the video knocked out, stepped in to defend him and the teen.
But when we get through being up in arms about it, Ernie, it's the tip of the iceberg, man. This didn't just materialize overnight, and I guarantee you, just as Earl just referred to, it wasn't the first time it's happened in Memphis. It was the first time we now see it on such a large scale.
Worldwide, planet-wide, biblically speaking, two groups of people, the children of God, and the whole world is under the control of the evil one. That's 1 John 5:19. Ephesians 2 said, look, the evil one works in those who are disobedient. Now listen to this. On this ISIS thing, all who hate me love death. So you scratch your head and you say, well, why is it that when we're not even over there in the Middle East, why do they continue to slaughter each other when we're not even on the premises? They can't blame us. We left Iraq. You say, what happened? In Egypt, in Syria, you say Libya. They just slaughter each other. You say, what? All who hate me love death. And he said they hated me, and it was predicted from the prophet, they hated me without reason. And then he told all of us, like they hated me, they will hate you also. They will hate you, he said, when that comes, and when they exclude you, when they insult you, and when they reject your name as evil because of me. Jesus said, listen, rejoice, be happy, because great is your reward in heaven. What people fail to understand is coughing up sin and confessing it and giving it to the only one who can remove it, for crying out loud. We're all sinners. America, here's a news flash. All of us have sinned, every last one of us.
I'm Ron Martin.
And I'm Kim Lemon. People in several Lancaster County communities are finding dead birds.
A neighborhood that invites birds in wants to know what wiped hundreds of them out.
I think it was coming out maybe to get the newspaper, and he thought, well, he stepped on something, he thought it was a leaf.
The dead birds lined Dana Shannon's sidewalk and driveway on Magnolia Drive in Leola.
Just kind of grossed out.
Now they're in her backyard.
This one here was certainly unusual. It's a significant event.
In this neighborhood,
1, 2, 3.
There are just as many dead birds.
4, 5.
If not more.
I'm sure if we walk around here, we're going to find more dead birds.
The storm that rolled through the inland northwest last night did more damage than just knock down some trees and power lines. It killed 8 head of cattle. 3 cows and 4 calves on Jim Hoffman's pasture near Harrington were hit by lightning, killing them instantly. Hoffman says that he's been ranching for decades. He's never seen anything like it.
Assess what
sort of state they were in, and if they could be approached. I didn't know, I'm not knowing anything about dolphins, whether or not they'd be aggressive or if they could do any harm if you sort of came close to them. You've got to try and picture the scene. You've got this sort of the sea coming in waves every few seconds. I want to begin with the massive wall of water and the now deadly mudslide in Southern California, stranding thousands in just an instant.
Overnight flash flooding sending a river of mud and debris through Southern California, swallowing cars, campers, and vans. It's unbelievable. Thunderstorms brought flash floods, as much as 4 inches falling in 1 hour, causing a wall of debris to cut off access to 2 mountain towns, leaving at least 2,000 stranded. In one terrifying moment, this Seattle man says he was struck by lightning. Lightning also struck this tree in Washington, starting another fire. More lightning was spotted across Arizona overnight.
But this is the worst we've had since at least 1969.
That water is desperately needed elsewhere in the state. More than a dozen fires currently burning in northern and central California.
Extreme weather in the western United States has resulted in many landslides and wildfires this year up and down the west coast.
Heavy rains behind a landslide in North Salt Lake, Utah. One home's destroyed, a dozen others around it have been evacuated because the rain-soaked land beneath started giving way overnight. The storm front earlier Monday led to flash flooding in Nevada that shut down roads near Las Vegas. Get out! Get out! And created a near tragic scene when a wall of water trapped an elderly couple inside their Prius.
Wasn't the only extreme weather event yesterday. The National Weather Service confirms a rare tornado touched down in Clark County. This is extremely rare.
I know, it seems hard to believe.
Officials say that it was on the ground for about 30 seconds near Nelson's Landing.
Well, Hawaii braces for 2 hurricanes in the Pacific Ocean, but they first dealt with an earthquake.
The day began with a magnitude 4.5 earthquake. There were no injuries or damage, but the day will end with the first of 2 hurricanes, a rare double threat.
Hawaii is standing up to the biggest storm to hit the islands in 22 years. Tropical storm Iselle weakened as it approached landfall, but heavy rain is causing some flash flooding.
Even though Iselle has been downgraded to a tropical storm, she's still very much a force to be reckoned with. We're getting gusts in the area that are very consistent, even though their strength is rather unexpected. Very heavy winds, very heavy rains. That said, there is a flood advisory that's been issued for the entire island.
Flooding emergency hitting several states this evening. These pictures coming in from Detroit. Torrential rains. 2 people have died. 1 woman in her basement, another in her car.
Flash floods swallowing parts of the Northeast, forcing land to give way near Pittsburgh. Almost a half foot of rain falling. The water rising to the clearance under highways. Only the tops of cars visible from above. Today, mud caked and still underwater. Land giving way. Highways crumbling. Parts of southeast Michigan in a state of emergency.
I've never seen anything like this in my whole life.
This is not what you expect to see at your local strip mall. A sinkhole opening up after extreme flooding here. So many people across this nation feeling Mother Nature's fury.
It's that dangerous flooding from some very potent storms that have dumped more than a foot of rain in some parts of the East Coast. Take a look at this. That's the Southern State Parkway in Nassau County.
Kearney, Nebraska. This was a Good Samaritan hospital, the cafeteria here, just to show you the sheer force of these flooding waters just raced through when the doors couldn't handle it anymore. And we were seeing it all over as people were being rescued. And it's not just the East Coast, it's the West Coast too.
It's horrible. I've never seen anything like this.
Well, it looks like a storm of epic proportions. It's something we really don't see here in Alabama. But take a look at this. You're looking at a huge storm known as a haboob. That's eastern Washington state you're looking at. Now, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, they can pack winds up to 60 miles an hour and they stir up all that dust and sand.
It's ominous looking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a terrifying look. It's like something you'd see out of a sci-fi movie.
This amazing video of a bolt of lightning hitting right in front of a woman. This is at a hotel in Florida over the weekend. No, she didn't expect this.
I got that first one.
Yeah, and you got the second one too. It was taken at the Breakers Hotel in Palm Beach and posted on Facebook, and obviously it's going to go viral here. The woman is frighteningly close to the lightning strike, but even so, was not injured, thankfully.
I got that first one.
If you thought our Maryland summer was cool, try living in Scotland right now. The country is on track to see the coldest August spell in 95 years. Even the mountains of Scotland may see some snow. That's expected for the first time in almost 100 years.
A flash of light and a loud boom have a lot of people asking, what was that? Late last night, a massive fireball lit up Vancouver's skies. CTV's John Woodward went to find out what many people witnessed.
Something like this was spotted around 10 o'clock last night, high over Vancouver.
A greenish-coloured streak that split into two and spread across the sky, and they just completely burnt out.
Seen as far away as Vancouver Island. Many people all over the lower mainland took to Twitter to say they saw the meteor. Though it happened so fast, no one had time to pull out a camera.
I feel very fortunate to have seen what we saw. I think it was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of event.
Mexico. This crack stretches nearly 2/3 of a mile and measures close to 30 feet deep and more than 15 feet wide across in some spots. This is in the rural area 50 miles west of the city of Hermosillo in the state of Sonora. While some believe seismic activity is to blame, others point to an underground stream that eroded the ground above it. Now, this incredible video was captured by a drone.
We've had just about every kind of extreme weather in the past 24 hours. Half a foot of rain fell in the Midwest and Washington state. Mudslides damaged homes and covered highways.
In this country, we're keeping an eye on a triple threat of severe weather threatening millions as we head into the weekend. Torrential downpours swept through a good swath of the country today, causing major flooding in the Midwest. And in the South, extreme heat and severe storms with damaging winds have several states on alert.
Quick-moving storms dumped nearly 10 inches of heavy rain on parts of the Midwest early this morning. Stretches of highway under waist-deep water had to be closed as cars were nearly swept away. In Indiana, dozens of drivers made wrong turns into treacherous waters. Those flooded roads also made it difficult for firefighters to get to a burning building. Flooding is not just a problem in the Midwest. From upstate New York to western Pennsylvania, creeks unexpectedly overflowed into homes.
We've been here for 25 years, and this is the worst we've had.
Across the country in Washington state, heavy rains triggered mudslides, which blocked highways, stranding some motorists overnight. In Arizona and Southern California, it was the lack of moisture and strong wind that created a blinding dust storm. And in the South, brutal triple-digit temperatures are a concern heading into this weekend.
The fire captain in the city of Napa, California, says it was the worst shaking he has ever experienced. The quake hit in the dead of night, setting off raging fires like this one, sending bottles flying off the shelves in the heart of wine country. Look at this surveillance video. Cameras rolling during the quake itself, vehicles shaking as debris falls all around. And there it is on the map, the magnitude 6.0 quake hitting just north of San Francisco. The governor has declared a state of emergency tonight.
3:20 a.m. Sunday, the quake strikes in the dead of night. The earth-shattering moment caught on surveillance video, shaking people out of bed.
I woke up and thought, oh my God, this is it. You know, this is the big one.
These store shelves thrashed around before the power goes out. Seconds later, the shaking is over, but the chaos has just begun. The monster 6.0 quake, the worst to hit the Bay Area in 25 years. Fires rage in the scenic tourist town of Napa. More than a dozen buildings in the historic downtown ravaged, shattered glass, cars buried in brick, and roads ripped wide open. Control tower windows at Napa County Airport completely blown out, and this clock frozen in time.
After this morning's earthquake in Napa, California, concerns tonight about another earthquake, a magnitude 7.0 earthquake that struck just a short time ago in Peru. Chad, what do you say? Any tie between a quake in Northern California and one south of there in Peru in South America?
You know, Jim, if the Northern California quake was much bigger, then I would say yes, there's a potential that there could be some teleconnection. But likely not here with a 6.0 and Peru down as a 7.0.
Let's turn to Central America, which has been in the grip of one of the worst droughts in decades.
The government of Guatemala has actually declared a state of emergency as a result of the prolonged drought the country has been suffering. More than 200,000 families have now been affected as crops have failed across the country. And Guatemala is not alone in its plight. Drought has also been affecting neighbouring Honduras, El Salvador and nearby Nicaragua.
Iceland continues to prepare this morning for a possible volcano eruption. The volcano, buried deep under one of Europe's largest glaciers, is rumbling to life. Since August 16th, more than 3,000 tremors per minute have led to more than 2,600 earthquakes.
And just this morning, a 5.7 earthquake rumbled across the glacier. And so scientists are very nervous.
Big mystery this morning. Good morning, everyone. Residents in Harrisburg are still trying to figure out exactly what those flashing lights are. Aliens? A drone, maybe? Well, even the local police department does not have an answer.
Oh, I am scared to death now.
It's the video that's sparking rumors of extraterrestrial life.
I thought it was a plane until I realized it wasn't moving, and I watched it for about 20 minutes.
Wilkerson called 911.
Look at that, look at that, look at that!
But even police were dumbfounded.
He went there, and apparently he saw them too. So he called his sergeant and his corporal to come to verify what he was seeing.
So police called the National Guard Training Center and the local airports to find out if they could account for any aircraft activity in the area. They couldn't.
This is unbelievable.
This isn't the first UFO sighting in recent weeks. In July, this questionable object was spotted as firefighters battled a wildfire in Canada. And just 2 weeks ago, these photos were posted all over Twitter, convincing many that the illuminated round disc was something extraterrestrial. Back in Pennsylvania, Wilkerson says she's convinced these lights prove we're not alone.
Well, evacuations are underway this afternoon in Papua New Guinea after a volcano erupted.
Woke up this morning and there she blows. Not something you see every day, is it?
People who live in nearby towns say there is about a half an inch of ash on the ground. An Australian airline made some minor adjustments as well to flight paths between Sydney and Asia. Look at that.
It has been another day of monster waves and dangerous rip currents on both parts of both coasts in this country. Two powerful storms are responsible. Hurricane Cristobal in the Atlantic and Tropical Storm Marie in the Pacific. In Southern California, the surf hasn't been this big in nearly 20 years, drawing big wave surfers and huge crowds.
Pounding surf also caused this damage to a Catalina Island dry dock and ripped apart a lifeguard building that's a Malibu landmark.
We begin with two powerful storms far from land that are still managing to pose a deadly double threat on beaches along the west and east coasts of the United States tonight, killing at least 3 people so far.
Tropical Storm Marie is churning in the Pacific. The monster storm generating incredible waves hundreds of miles away.
Marie is west of the southern tip of Baja now, throwing a big south swell up into our area in some of the highest wave conditions we've seen in years.
It sounded like a thunderstorm, like if it was rain, like if it was lightning, thundering. That's how powerful, because you could feel the ground, you could feel it.
Tonight from Los Angeles to Jacksonville, Florida.
First at 5, rough surf and red flag.
I was filming over my shoulder, like over the sky, and it just lightning going off everywhere, and coming out here in summer, I was like, gosh, I just hope for lightning thunderstorms.
Cece Wesky is visiting her mom, Stephanie, in Hayden, Idaho.
I've always been just obsessed with rain and thunder and lightning.
And on Tuesday night, she got her wish.
It was the most unexpected thing that's, I think, ever happened to me.
It's my girl on the street videoing the lightning.
Her video shows what appears to be a bolt of lightning hitting her mom.
It sounded like somebody shot a gun right here.
Well, some residents in Ponca City say they were recently treated to an amazing sight in the sky. It happened as that city prepared to say farewell to a landmark by watching one final movie at the airline drive-in.
Well, Kevin, one of those moviegoers says she was able to capture a picture of God in the clouds, and she says that picture has changed her life forever.
Mandy Molman says God made his appearance, not on the big screen, but as a face in the clouds over her daughter's shoulder. And she says there's proof in this picture.
I just thought it was neat and ironic, God making his appearance to say that he is not dead, that he is very much alive.
Well, imagine a police officer saying you don't have to follow the Constitution. Well, Officer Richard Racine of Helmetta, New Jersey, resigned today after a video was posted online telling a local resident he doesn't have to follow the Constitution because President Obama doesn't. Well, Helmetta resident Steve Ronco was called in by local police for taking photos outside the precinct and insists, to the police anyway, he insisted he had the constitutional right to record in a public place.
Under New Jersey law, with the alarming and all that, I don't fall under alarm because I'm in a public building recording, which is my first and second.
You know what, I really don't even care about that because Obama has decimated the freaking Constitution. So I don't give a damn because if he doesn't follow the Constitution, we don't have to.
There is a new report that shows the greatest threat facing this country is right here at home. There is a new study out from the National Consortium for the Study of Terrorism and Responses to Terrorism, better known as START. Now, START is a government program funded by the Department of Homeland Security. They're supposed to know the threats. START believes the greatest potential threat to America is the sovereign citizen movement.
America better wake up if we're going to live in this country with any kind of freedom and liberty.
The video now under the microscope. Guests at a popular casino resort roughed up by hotel security. The disturbing images caught on tape some time ago, raising questions now.
With guests claiming they were badly beaten, stomped on, and roughed up after disagreements with the staff of one of the biggest hotels here, Harrah's. Watch what very few would consider to be good hospitality.
They grabbed him and just slammed him to the floor.
Then, as mother Renee and daughter Andrea headed away from the scene toward their room, security swooped in to stop them. First, the teen daughter is wrestled to the ground and handcuffed, and then mom brought down and dragged off by a man in shorts her lawyer says is the casino's head of security.
Well, Brian Ross, from ABC News.
But its director of security, Doug Rule, would not answer any of our questions.
Sir, we're not allowed to comment on any of this. Do you think this was appropriate, Mr. Rule? Did you go over the line?
A group of women say their rights were violated when they were stopped from praying at the Dublin Mall.
All my life I've come to this mall, and I don't think anything could offend me more than asking me not to pray.
Tammy Brantley is the leader of Dublin Girls Run, a group that's been walking and praying at Dublin Mall every Tuesday evening since last November.
The prayer is never loud. Sometimes it may be long, but the only way you can hear is if you actually get into the circle that we all form.
But she says that all changed 2 weeks ago.
We were out getting ready to do our prayer, and as we were bowing our heads, the security guard walked over and asked us not to pray.
Brantley says the guard explained that prayer wasn't allowed in the mall. He said that even included praying before a meal at the mall's food court.
We never in a million years thought that this kind of behavior would come here. And it's here.
A federal judge agrees a monument displaying the 10 Commandments in front of a New Mexico City Hall is a violation of the First Amendment. It's a result of a 2-year-long lawsuit. Now the city must remove the 3,000-pound monument.
This is clearly not a historical document,
but is in fact a religious doctrine.
The court acknowledged the Ten Commandments have, quote, secular significance in the country's heritage, but says the city violated the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment when government officials endorsed a religious message.
Well, Baltimore City's new curfew rules go into effect tonight. They are some of the strictest curfew guidelines in the country.
Baltimore Mayor Stephanie Rawlings-Blake getting a first-hand look at where police will take curfew violators. The Lillian Jones Recreation Center is well equipped to keep kids occupied. The children will also be evaluated by social workers.
Baltimore's updated curfew laws being met with opposition, skepticism, and angst.
It is a bit of an overreach.
Former police officer Garland Nixon is a board member of the ACLU.
We have reached out continuously to the city for details for policies regarding how law enforcement officers interact, when they can they chase the children if they run.
The City Department of Social Services will be notified. Supporters say this is not about locking up kids. The goal is public safety. But studies indicate there's no correlation between curfew laws and a reduction in crime by or against juveniles.
Now, City Hall hopes to expand the number of these centers from 2 until 9 and go from weekends only to 24/7 year-round.
Well, some video gamers are outraged tonight over a brand new policy by the retailer GameStop. Anyone who wants to sell their used games at the Philadelphia stores will have to provide a fingerprint. The chain says it's following a Philadelphia law that allows the stores to collect thumbprints, then put them into a database to help police track down thieves.
And turning now to health news that could have a big impact on your life and your family.
Researchers with a biomedical technology company and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, are currently testing a contraceptive with wireless capabilities. It is a microchip that is implanted under the skin and can deliver tiny amounts of hormone like a birth control pill. Some experts point out that women already have implantable birth control options like the IUD, but many still choose the pill. Researchers plan to test this technology in women in 2016. The device would cost around $1,000. We'll have more on this story ahead today on Local 12 News at 5:30.
Open up your mailbox someday soon and you find a new credit card marked with a microchip. Credit card companies are making the move to protect all of us from hackers.
Well, credit card companies say that a microchip on your card is a better way to store your information and to keep you safe. A lot of these big name retailers are switching over to the microchip scanners.
You say you think most big stores are accepting the chip technology, but not all yet?
Well, I think they're switching over to it. I think it's going to be a process. I read something earlier tonight that said that credit card companies are telling stores to really get ready for this by the fall of 2015.
New at 6, it weighs 60,000 pounds. It's an armored tank designed to protect troops in a war zone. So what's it doing in Redwood City? Critics are crying foul. They don't want to see it on the peninsula.
It's big. That's the first thing that struck me.
It's hard to miss, 60,000 pounds and 13 feet tall. The bulletproof armored vehicle is a hand-me-down from the military. It has a new coat of paint, property of the Redwood City Police and SWAT team. It's part of a program where surplus military equipment is given to local law enforcement agencies.
It's simply a way to move our officers around in a protected environment and possibly evacuate civilians and people in emergency incidents.
It's called an MRAP. It stands for Mine Resistant Ambush Protected. Holly Lezo calls it unnecessary. She thinks war equipment has no place in Redwood City.
Is this a dangerous place that we're in, that they need that? Like, is there something they're not telling us?
SWAT teams have been a part of crime fighting for decades, especially trained officers who, in addition to their regular assignments, respond immediately to the most dangerous crime scenes. But IMPD is no longer using a part-time SWAT team. Its team has become full-time.
Chief High came to me a few months ago and said that he thought it was time for Indianapolis to have a full-time SWAT team to deal with some of the high crime areas that we have.
Riggs gave the go-ahead.
It's up and running. They're using them quite frequently throughout the week.
And they work the so-called hotspot areas in the city. Director Riggs says full-time SWAT officers are prepared in a way that other officers are not.
Now to the battle over your Second Amendment right, with one judge saying Americans have no right to carry a gun beyond their own doorstep or their house.
2008 bill, the Supreme Court said Americans have a fundamental right to keep and bear arms, but some states are trying to limit that decision, saying the right to own a gun ends when you leave the house.
Rioting in a St. Louis suburb, police using tear gas to break up looting overnight. All this after a police officer shot and killed an unarmed teenager.
Overnight, on fire and out of control.
It's a free-for-all here.
North of St. Louis, thieves ruled the night, ransacking local businesses. Police armed with riot gear couldn't keep up.
Well, I had a quick trip with him.
Watch as people of all ages loot this convenience store and then burn it down.
Fired Solway and Ellison.
This tire store was one of several businesses that were broken into. People taking tires, hubcaps, and car rims. Protesters faced off against police in riot gear. Dozens were arrested.
Our helicopter got shot at.
It's not clear what led to the police shooting Saturday afternoon. Brown was walking with a friend to his grandmother's in this predominantly African-American St. Louis suburb when his friend says the police officer drove by and told them to get off the street. Several shots were fired. Brown hit more than once. Police confirmed the teen was unarmed.
It's just the tip of the iceberg. The world's descending into chaos.
With the world's attention fixed on the crises in Gaza and Ukraine, Syria has faded from the headlines. Pretty incredible when you consider Syria just experienced what might be its bloodiest week of fighting since the civil war began 3 years ago.
Morning's headlines. USA Today says Russian bombers increase flights around American airspace. A U.S. Air Command official acknowledges Russian strategic bombers and other military aircraft entered air defense zones 16 times in the last 10 days. Fighter jets scrambled several times. The spike in activity comes amid the crumbling relations between Russia and the West over Ukraine.
The Centers for Disease Control tonight elevated the Ebola virus to level 1 status, and here's what that means. It's their highest level of mobilization reserved for their largest scale response, requiring an agency-wide effort because the outbreak is now officially out of control, and this is a major escalation and a big measure of the fear of it spreading around the world.
In Liberia, contaminated bodies are being dumped in the street.
That it's out of control in the West African countries.
Now to the deadly Ebola outbreak and the concerns around the globe. The World Health Organization this morning declared an international public health emergency. It says countries simply cannot control the spread.
This outbreak is the largest ever.
I do think Ebola will come to America. That's not a question of if, it's just when.
World health experts said today the Ebola outbreak in West Africa is out of control. And the head of the World Health Organization warned of what she called catastrophic consequences if it continues to deteriorate.
And we begin here again tonight with the spread of this Ebola virus. It's devastating in the countries where it's breaking out. And of course, it can travel by air right along with an infected passenger. We learned today the first American to die in this Ebola outbreak was a diplomat, a man who flew while sick from Liberia to Nigeria. The disease is now officially out of control, and because of fear and people fleeing, the security situation in Western Africa is now dangerous.
The disease is spreading. Civil unrest is growing.
When the disease progresses, people get afraid.
For the first time in history, doctors right here in the United States will battle the Ebola virus.
The CDC will also be sending 50 disease detectives to Western Africa, where the death toll has soared to more than 700. In Liberia, empty streets on the capital. The military deployed as panic rises. Disinfectant sprayed in public places. Hand washing stations up outside supermarkets.
2 Americans are set to come home from Liberia in the midst of the Ebola outbreak, and they will become the first cases treated here in the United States. As Marcy Gonzalez reports, the missionaries will be coming home one at a time.
Today, this hospital in Atlanta preparing to treat the first Ebola patient ever in the U.S. One of the 2 Americans infected with the deadly virus in Liberia now expected to head here to Emory University Hospital. Now in West Africa, where more than 700 people have already died from the virus, extra efforts are underway to stop the spread of Ebola. The CDC issuing a travel advisory warning against non-essential travel to Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. Travelers at airports they are being screened for potential illness.
People are scared. Why should America let people back in who have Ebola?
Centers for Disease Control has designated El Paso as one of 20 quarantine stations for the Ebola virus. The Sun City is part of a comprehensive system designed to prevent the spread of the disease in the U.S.
The biggest concern is at airports with international flights and ports of entry, which we have a lot of here in the borderland.
It's a scary virus, definitely.
Dr. Hector Ocaranza is the El Paso City County Health Authority, and he called Ebola, which has no cure, one of the most frightening viruses out there. This map shows the 20 quarantine stations designated across the country.
Now, back to Obama's magic pen. He signed another executive order today, and this one is going to allow for the detention of Americans with respiratory illnesses. Now, of course, this is all coming on the wake of that Ebola scare. Well, Obama's amendment will allow for the detention of Americans who just display acute respiratory syndromes. The Centers for Disease Control already has measures in place for dealing with an outbreak of a communicable disease. It'll allow for the quarantine of well persons who do not show symptoms of the disease. So obviously, they are already prepping themselves to have the authority to quarantine Americans.
So the U.S. missions in the affected areas have distributed messages to U.S. citizens regarding the Ebola attack, and those missions are closely monitoring the situation. The U.S. missions in the affected areas have distributed messages to U.S. citizens regarding the Ebola attack.
A health warning now out of Florida, where officials are sounding the alarm about a deadly bacteria that breeds in the water. It's already killed 9 this year, and people with open wounds are being warned to stay out of the water. ABC's Matt Gutman has the story.
Called Vibrio vulnificus, the bacteria struck silently but swiftly Monday, something that has public health officials here on high alert.
I never heard that there was ever even a bacteria in the water.
Henry Knitsky was crabbing with his wife along Central Florida's intercoastal waterway when he was apparently infected.
Toledo, Ohio, coping with a major health threat after officials discovered toxins in the water supply. Tonight, the scramble for bottled water, the restaurants shut down, and no word yet on when it will be safe to drink again.
Tonight, a state of emergency declared in the Toledo area, with more than 400,000 residents unable to drink or even boil their tap water. Panicked families lining up to get emergency supplies being trucked in from all over the state. Overnight, officials issuing an urgent notice after chemists found unacceptable levels of toxins in the water supply. Schools, restaurants, and businesses across the city closed.
More than 200 people have died of cholera in northern Cameroon over the past 2 months. Cameroon Health Ministry says that more than 1,500 people have been infected with the waterborne bacteria.
Tonight about the Ebola outbreak right here in New York City. Doctors at Mount Sinai Hospital are performing tests on a patient who is showing possible symptoms of the virus.
He's undergoing medical tests right now to determine the cause of his symptoms. Doctors trying to figure out if he has the Ebola virus. The patient told doctors he had recently traveled to a West African country where Ebola has been reported. In a statement, the hospital said all the necessary steps are being taken to ensure the safety of patients, visitors, and staff.
Now reaching out to the federal Homeland Security Director for answers she says the president isn't giving.
And to Texas now, where we're learning exclusively about a new health threat
coming from illegal border crossers. The Border Patrol now worried about a virus outbreak.
They're seeing crossers with contagious infections, and sources tell me right now, all that's separating the sick from the healthy, this caution tape, and agents tell me that's not enough.
We're sending people everywhere, and the average person, the average citizen doesn't realize what's going on down here.
A lot of people are very frustrated, especially people who are working inside the camps. Of course, they tell me that the government says if you speak out, if you tell people what's really happening here, you're not only going to be fired, but we're going to throw you in jail too. So there's a significant threat there, and people are really wondering, well, wait a second, they're not letting congressmen in. They're telling people you're going to be fired if you speak out, and now they're not even letting pastors in, and folks are wondering what the heck is going on in those government-controlled camps that they don't want us to know about.
Department of Homeland Security is essentially putting up another giant detention center. They're calling it an immigration holding cell, and they're expected to hold up to 1,000 kids at 72-hour increments at a time and release them by bus into different parts of the country unknown. And behind me too, if you see, there's a brown bus. It is a giant
like this. We were doing a story on Grant's Cottage, but some corrections employees made their actions the story.
We were doing a piece on camera in the shadows of the empty Mount McGregor prison when a car comes speeding toward us.
Oh, hey, someone's coming fast. Watch that.
This is the exchange photographer Matt Soriano and I had with a man who identified himself as a corrections lieutenant.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
No filming.
We're doing a story about Grant's Cottage.
Doesn't matter. You're on state property right now. You can't film here. You got to get the permission through Albany to film.
Okay, we can go shoot it from Grant's Cottage then.
No, you're not up here for that. You're up here for different purposes.
We're doing a story on Grant's Cottage as it relates to the prison.
Well, you'll have to take
closing.
that through Albany.
No, we'll just go back to Grant's Cottage and shoot it.
No, you're going to leave the mountain now.
No, we're going to go to Grant's Cottage.
No, you're not.
You're rolling, right?
Look, I'm not going to go around with you on this. You're going to leave the property.
We will. We'll go up to the historic site.
You cannot film up there. You know what? Jeff, make sure they don't go up and call the state police and have them removed.
Have us removed from a historic site, sir? So we proceeded to make our way closer to Grant's Cottage, but another corrections employee parked his car across the road, denying and blocking our access to the historic site. On our way back down the mountain as we attempted to leave, Corrections Lieutenant Dorn had called the state police, asked them to detain us, and demanded our video.
The story sounds like a piece of fiction. 6 federal agents storm a woman's home to take her SUV. The reason? It might pollute the earth? Joining us right now is that woman, Jennifer Brinkley. Jennifer, set the scene for us, because I want people out there to understand that I'm telling a true story.
I know, it's sad. I have a Land Rover, and it was parked in our carport, and 6 law enforcement agencies, vehicles, and Homeland Security pulled up and asked me if I had a Land Rover and seized it.
They took it from your house. What reason did they give you?
They weren't sure because the case was sealed at that point.
And the people that showed up, they were DHS?
Yes, and local law enforcement. I'm in disbelief because it's gone, and I'm surprised that somebody can come in and take your property.
Surprised?
I didn't think that we lived.
It's outrageous. And you were quoted as saying that you always felt so proud to be in this country. Your dad's a veteran.
So we could live in a free country, and I think that was the saddest thing for me, because I realized that everything my father fought for didn't exist anymore. So it's scary. It's scary.
A veteran may lose his home because of a fight with his homeowners association over his American flag. Larry Murphy has been at odds with his HOA for more than 2 years now after putting an American flag in one of his flower pots. As a result of fines, Murphy's owes the association $8,000. The HOA says if he doesn't pay up, they'll begin foreclosure proceedings on his home.
When I first moved here, I loved it. It was wonderful. But it's just gotten where I'm nitpick more and more. It's a lot of friends and neighbors moving out.
Santee man is being told that he can't display the American flag inside his apartment window. He contacted 10 News after he said his apartment management refused to tell him why.
You can't tell someone what they can't have displayed inside their own place. And of all things, the American flag? Really? In America?
Local war veteran builds furniture in his garage and gives it to military families in need. Now he could be forced to shut down the saws.
Here I am
a Vietnam veteran doing something for the military, building furniture and donating it, and Lake of the Pines wants to close me down.
The Homeowners Association is telling that vet to close up shop.
He's been building furniture out of his garage for more than a decade and then donating it to military families in need. But now his Homeowners Association is telling him to stop.
That I may not paint, sand, cut wood, or screw on the property.
The new mandate cuts deep. Dennis Coker has been building cabinets and dressers for a decade, donating most of them to military families. We tried to get answers from the Lake of the Pines general manager, but he would not comment.
A new law in Minnesota is dividing the public health community. The law allows blood samples from newborn babies to be kept indefinitely without their parents' consent.
One other thing we need to understand is Minnesota is not leading the nation on August 1st by enacting this law, but these laws are in place all over the country, which is why this whole incident, as a lawyer, this particular law became shocking to me.
So if I'm a parent, what should I be worried about if they're using this information?
Well, I think that what we look at in these days of the NSA and all of the objections around the country that people have had about looking at their phone records, listening to their phone calls, that people have gone up in arms about their privacy. So aren't we really worried, even though we're told the government won't do it, aren't we worried that this data is identifiable and at some day may be used for purposes we don't know about?
We're going to latest on the breaking cars, every car coming in and out of that little town.
We've got something going on here in Armada that we haven't seen before. We have FBI agents and local police that are stopping everyone coming in or out of the town right now, out of this village. They're questioning everybody coming in and out about the investigation, and they're also putting X's on everybody's hand so they can keep track of who they've talked to, who's come in and out of the town.
I've never seen anything quite like this before, and you wonder if they're just looking at driver's licenses or what, but we'll continue to follow this story.
I did have a chance to speak to some of these drivers that were being questioned by police, and they were telling me that they were having these black marks put on their hands, they were having their license plates taken down, so the FBI and the local police can keep track of everybody that's coming in and out of town here.
Video has surfaced of another officer placing a suspect in a chokehold. On July 14th, police struggled to arrest 22-year-old Ronald Johns at the Lexington Avenue and 125th Street subway station. You could see an arm around the suspect's neck and punches being thrown. Johns was charged with fare evasion, resisting arrest, and trespass. The two officers say they were injured in the struggle. Both are on medical leave. Police Internal Affairs is investigating.
Really?
It's a video that is spreading across social media. A man in a wheelchair appears to be getting roughed up by police.
Taylor was combative, refused to leave the cruiser, and had to be forced into a wheelchair.
The video is clear as day. I saw everything with my own eyes. He did not touch an officer. He did not bite at an officer. He did not kick an officer.
And while he was in handcuffs, police tased him 3 times. While police and security restrained Taylor, a guard realized Richard was recording the entire ordeal. But Charlie Langton says security may have overstepped their bounds by putting their hands on Richard.
I'm an Army vet. I fought for being able to do exactly what I was doing, and it was completely uncalled for.
We've been seeing a lot more of these videos where it appears that police officers and security guards are abusing their authority. The latest example, obviously, here.
Fresh clashes have flared up on the Libyan-Tunisian border, forcing guards to open fire.
ISIS, the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, is on the march again. ISIS has declared itself a caliphate. Their leaders have declared themselves a caliph, and they're talking about world domination. Should we take these guys seriously?
The United Nations says the latest takeovers of territory by ISIS have displaced 200,000 people.
Russia has announced it's carrying out new military exercises close to the border with Ukraine. More than 100 bombers and fighter jets will take part in the maneuvers throughout the week in Russia's central and western regions.
Israel has announced that it's calling up more reserves as the fighting with Hamas intensifies. Palestinian officials say another UN school came under attack in Gaza overnight. More families who fled their homes have been displaced once again.
It wasn't weather that forced that flight to land. There is plenty of extreme weather tonight. In some western states, wildfires are flaring up again thanks to lightning and that historic drought.
Call for help. A mother and son trapped in their car after driving into a sinkhole. And just when they thought it couldn't get any worse, it did.
The road swallowing their car with them in it. Driving down a dark road in rural Illinois. When their Ford Taurus tumbled into the broad sinkhole, the road had given way after epic rains in June, double the average for the region. Then a bad situation got worse. A pickup truck literally drives over them.
Another car! Another car just
New stretch of storms from Nebraska to Maine targeting 65 million people. At least a dozen tornadoes already deployed against Iowa yesterday with a kind of savage beauty. Bold lightning strikes in Wyoming from the clouds overhead to the city below.
Even the storm chaser who captured this twister admits he was caught off guard.
If I haven't been there and seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought that it would have been a fairly strange event just because the storms weren't expected to be that large.
In North Dakota, hail. While Utah and California could use more rain to battle blazes. Outside of San Francisco, more than 6,000 acres have already burned.
Super typhoon threatening to cause major damages heading for Japan this morning. A photo taken from space, take a look at this, reveals just how big Typhoon Naguri is. As Lucy Kraft reports, the giant storm is already thrashing an island chain.
Just look at the video, it says it all, slamming into Japan this morning. Typhoon Naguri is being called the region's most powerful storm in decades.
Normally bustling with beachgoers and golfers, Okinawa has been rendered a ghost town. Concrete signs and trees were toppled. Wooden homes collapsed. So far, one person has died and over a dozen injuries have been reported. Japan invests heavily in typhoon protection, but this one was off the charts.
It's a sight not often seen on the shores of Oahu. Fish by the thousands washing up on the south and west shores. Viewers alerted us of the small dead fish. Beachgoers we talked to say they've never seen such a phenomenon. We wanted to know how rare this is and what could have killed them.
The same type of fish and the same size dead on numerous beaches.
Very concerned, because it's an unusual type of occurrence. When I shared the picture with him this morning, he was expressing some concerns too, like, wow, what's going on?
But what are they doing washing up here, and why now?
Something is wrong.
Our top story tonight, to say this has been an unusual beginning to the summer would be an understatement.
That's right. Like so many residents, the National Weather Service is also amazed by the rainfall totals that have been recorded up to now. The July total so far is the fourth highest ever for the month, and there are still 23 days remaining.
Well, a mysterious fireball lit up the Melbourne sky late last night, sparking an awful lot of social media discussion. Here it is right here. Well, joining us now is today Melbourne reporter Justine McKenzie.
It has been confirmed this morning that it was a meteor.
Right now, meteorologist Jill Sweat has been working on a story that suggests that our planet's magnetic field is weakening at an alarming rate.
We're going to be seeing a lot of changes to our electronics in the coming months and, well, actually years, as we see the magnetic field change just a little bit. This recent study that just came out from the European Space Agency, from one of their satellite systems, is suggesting that here in the northern hemisphere, or western hemisphere rather, this blue shaded area, we are seeing a weakening in the magnetic field that's around the Earth. Also, some big impacts onto power grids as well as communication systems, as we could be seeing power grids shutting down, similar to what a blackout would be.
And visitors of Yellowstone National Park have been advised to keep off the roads. That's because the heat from a supervolcano beneath the Earth's surface is melting away the asphalt. Park officials have closed the 3-mile-long roadway known as Firehole Lake Drive and have asked visitors to park on the sides of the road. Park officials say it's basically turning the gravel into oatmeal.
2014 was one of the coldest winters on record for the United States. It seemed every week brought harsh, cold weather and snow. And then in January, the polar vortex hit, freezing over 70% of the Great Lakes. Now, in the middle of the summer, another polar vortex could be headed this way.
There's one huge thing that's happening right now. We're looking at sunspots. Look at this graphic. It's a little funky, so stay with me. Last time the polar vortex happened in January, we saw a huge spike in sunspots or solar activity. Look at it spiking again. In the summertime, shouldn't happen like that.
Tonight is the first of several supermoons this summer. Here's a look at the moon over the valley right now. How beautiful is that? The scientific term for the phenomenon is perigee moon. It makes the moon appear larger and brighter.
The supermoon lit up the skies in many places around the world. This one shows it rising over houses in Spain, while this was the view in Las Vegas as the moon was setting towards the western skies of Nevada.
Something else happened this weekend, of course, the supermoon. A lot of people out last night looking at it, and they saw a little extra something too. It looks like a meteor right in the path of that, the supermoon. There you can see it kind of moving off to the side. It almost looks like it splits in two before disintegrating. The American Meteor Society, by the way, reports that they received reports from Texas all the way to Florida.
Families from Florida to Pennsylvania heading into this weekend facing an obstacle course of fallen trees, floods, and roads covered in mud, all from the powerful storms that hit hard and fast.
Tonight, it's the country's heartland bracing for what we saw on the East Coast. Flooding rains, and in Virginia Beach, winds up to 70 miles an hour. Even a tornado, which lifted Travis Pesco's car off the ground.
It was like a spin cycle, everything in my car just flying around.
If that wasn't enough, a church steeple fell, just missing his car. Then there were the lightning strikes, 165,000 hits yesterday. And some close calls this week for people who thought they were safe. Watch this, outside Denver.
Here comes the hail, I think.
A man standing in his garage with the door open.
Lightning has killed a second person in 2 days, both in the same national park. It is the latest in a series of dangerous strikes, and that's not the only extreme weather we're seeing this weekend.
Electrical storms have gripped Colorado all week. On Friday, they turned deadly.
Have 2 people killed by lightning on 2 sequential days is extremely uncommon.
A Delaware County teenager was struck by one of the thousands of lightning strikes this evening. This happened on Ashland Avenue in Glenolden.
Take a look at this video so you get a better understanding of what the conditions were like here this evening in Delaware County. In fact, we were out driving in this, and there were, as you can see, the skies in this area lit up with countless flashes of lightning.
Heavy rain and gale-force winds have swept across parts of Romania. Gusts of 100 kilometers an hour caused severe damage to homes and cars. Many families were left with no electricity. A yellow code alert for heavy rain has been issued for much of the weekend in the north of Romania.
On this Tuesday, July 15th, ferocious storms have been hammering parts of the country with drenching rain, flash floods, and powerful winds. Hit hard the nation's capital with lightning streaking the sky, hitting the dome of the Library of Congress right behind the U.S. Capitol. Overseas, Russia has also been seeing extreme weather. Beachgoers in Siberia, can you believe it? Siberia had to scramble for cover during a surprise hailstorm. The storm blew up suddenly in 100-degree weather, catching bathers completely unprepared. 2 deaths are blamed on this storm system.
And a growing mystery overseas, scientists are being sent to Siberia to figure out what caused this massive hole to open. It's 260 feet wide. Authorities have ruled out a meteor for now. Melted ice or a natural gas explosion
are the leading theories. That hole is 260 feet wide, and nobody knows exactly how deep that thing is. Look at that, it just goes down and down and down and down, and it's a dark hole.
It's still a mystery as to what caused it.
Even stranger, the area of Russia where the crater is said to have formed is ominously called the end of Earth.
Some incredible video this morning out of North Carolina where a meteor was seen flashing across the sky. A software developer captured this on his cell phone Thursday night while driving in Raleigh, and it was spotted across several states including Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. And we see it right there off in the left-hand corner.
A state of emergency tonight in parts of Washington state where several wildfires continue burning out of control, including one that has prompted evacuations and already burned about 100 homes in its path.
This is a ghost town torn apart by the fiercest wildfire officials here have ever seen. Fire itself is only growing. Fueled by whipping winds, soaring temperatures, and bone-dry conditions, the so-called Carlton Complex fire started with lightning and overnight exploded from 28 square miles to nearly 300 square miles. 1,000 households were ordered to evacuate, including the entire town of Pateros. We know at least 100 homes burned. Major highways into the area are still shut down. Thousands are without power and water. And Brian, this is just one of dozens of fires burning in the West right now.
This is a firestorm beyond human imagination, and we need more assets.
You see this from the University of North Dakota, parking lots and roads full of water, to what is now the largest wildfire in Washington state's history.
A dangerous dichotomy of record flames and record flooding across the nation. Durham, North Carolina, flooding in a flash. 3 inches of rain falling in just 3 hours. Abandoned cars drowning in the oppressive waters. In North Dakota, ferocious winds up to 80 miles per hour slicing across the state.
Beginning tonight with some rare and some strange activity around the Monterey Bay.
It's attracted the attention of marine biologists, the locals, and, well, even some lucky tourists.
First we saw like one, and then we saw a little farther on one, and then you go another 50 feet and it was a blanket of dead fish.
That blanket stretched for a quarter mile and was about 5 feet wide in some spots.
It looks like a factory has dumped all of its fish. Never seen anything like it.
After seeing the pictures of the dead fish, some people online speculated that the fish may have died because of radiation. We spoke with several experts who dismissed that idea.
This morning, a Florida neighborhood being very closely watched because a giant sinkhole is there right now. It actually forced families out of their homes.
Look at these pictures, folks. The sinkhole opened up Saturday evening in the Gulf Coast town of Spring Hill, just north of Tampa. It is already 120 feet wide and 30 feet deep. It has swallowed sidewalks, part of that front yard. Homeowners have never seen anything like this.
Out of nowhere, the earth just went straight up in the air. It exploded up in the air, straight up.
Can you imagine? That one home is closed. The occupants are not allowed back in. It's unsafe. Deputies have spent the night, last couple of nights, watching the sinkhole to make sure it doesn't affect any more homes.
Well, southern China is picking up the pieces after the worst storm the region has seen in 4 decades. Chinese state media says Typhoon Ramasun killed at least 33 people when it made landfall there late last week. Yet another typhoon which threatens the region.
Did you see that on your screen?
Well, bugs may be to blame for a bad crash in western Wisconsin.
A 24-year-old woman lost control of her car on Highway 63.
Chances are you won't hear them, but you'll see them. Millions of mayflies emerged Sunday night from the Mississippi River. La Crosse, Wisconsin was covered. The bugs made their way onto buildings, lights, and everything in sight. The cloud of bugs was so massive, it actually got picked up on radar.
Not surprising. They're just such large numbers that you can see their bodies on radar.
The blanket of bugs posed a risk similar to snowy streets. Bridges were closed to keep drivers safe.
No, your eyes are not fooling you, and it's not a magic trick. The recent wet weather has turned this Mount Hope yard into a holding cell for the weekend's rain.
And it made it into a waterbed.
That's just wild. Well, there's another fish kill underway in southeast Texas. Tonight, the dead fish are in Moses Lake.
You certainly don't see this every day.
Mark Raby shot this video of what he estimates to be millions of dead fish floating here on Moses Lake in Texas City. One longtime resident here says this is the largest fish kill on Moses Lake she's seen.
It was an act of nature that killed at least 2 people and injured 36 on Virginia's eastern shore.
More than 1,300 people were at the Cherrystone family campground when the storm hit, many of them children. Witnesses say the sky turned black and started dumping hail the size of golf balls. There was a tornado warning for the area, but some say they found out only seconds in advance. One man said he didn't even have time to close the door to his camper.
All of this on the heels of strong storms Wednesday night in the Northeast. Skies opening up over Yankee Stadium.
It is dangerous conditions now at Yankee Stadium.
And the severe thunderstorms are on again tonight.
Residents in eastern China woke up early this week to find the river that runs through their city had turned blood red.
The other night, folks smelled something strange, and then the Wenju River turned red, blood red, and nobody knows why.
The riverbanks are covered with garbage. For now, inspectors are taking water samples for closer analysis.
There have been more than 80 reports of severe weather stretching from the center of the country to the Ohio Valley to Florida. Overnight, dangerous weather across the country. Lightning cracking the sky over Pennsylvania. Buckets of rain delaying a Pittsburgh music festival. More than 26,000 people in Kentucky left with only bolts of lightning to illuminate their homes after the power went out. And in Phoenix, lightning and dust storms whipping up the desert.
Rare tornado touching down near Boston. You see the aftermath there in the suburb of Revere this morning.
That's heading this way, isn't it?
Slicing across Colorado, swirling with dirt. 3 reported tornadoes just outside Denver.
A tornado has been sighted at the airport. Take shelter immediately.
People inside Denver's airport running for cover. In Nevada, water became the enemy. Flash flooding dropping more than 2 inches per hour in spots, filling the streets with debris and black mud from a burn scar. Just outside Boston, Massachusetts, a powerful ep2 tornado, winds up to 120 miles per hour.
Oh my God, look at those trees.
This, the view outside Revere High School.
They all broke! Look at the trees! They all broke!
Flipping cars, littering streets with chunks of buildings.
It was just unbelievable, like in Massachusetts, this happening.
It is the first tornado ever confirmed in that county.
And now we take you to the startling lightning strike out west, right on the beach in Southern California.
It sounded like a sonic boom.
A rare lightning storm hit Venice Beach Sunday, killing 1 man and injuring more than a dozen others.
There was a big flash of light.
Beachgoers said this kind of weather never happens here.
I haven't ever seen in LA something that close. It literally knocked me off my chair.
At least 3 lightning strikes jolting Catalina Island, setting off a wildfire, knocking out power, and leaving 1 golfer injured.
New at 6, dead fish by the thousands, and as of right now, there is no cause. You can see some of the fish from this video.
Dead carp have been washing ashore for 2 weeks. The fish are washing up in the Horicon Marsh, Lake Mississippi, and the Rock River.
They're sick. They're obviously infected with something.
You're in an area where dead fish are accumulating. It might be best just to stay out of the water.
Jeremy Fletcher uses his phone to take pictures of the countryside, even in his lunch hour. But it was while he was taking an evening stroll on the seashore at Snettisham in Norfolk that he noticed a godlike figure staring back at him from the clouds. Divine proof, maybe?
After the first 2 or 3, I looked at what I had on my phone, and I couldn't believe the image that was on there. It was so clearly a face in the sky looking straight back at me.
You said some things that you felt were going to happen, and I'm sad to say that everything you predicted has in fact become true. And it was some bold assertions about where we were headed as a country in this administration.
5 years ago, I stated that Obama would take the country apart, piece by piece, that he would cause a civil war in this country. In hindsight, we can see how many things have come to pass. He has been warned numerous times by Prime Minister Netanyahu that our most dangerous enemy now is Iran, who will most definitely have the nuclear bomb. And it will not be for peaceful purposes. It will be to destroy Israel and America, as they have stated. And we certainly can believe these threats. The truth is, as the Supreme Court upheld, that religious freedoms are being infringed upon. Obama wrote a book about his father, who he seems to idealize. It's a fact that his father was a Marxist who hated America because he saw America as aggressors. Meanwhile, it was America who has helped all the other nations whenever they were in need. Obama never has acknowledged that, and in fact went across the world apologizing for us, and is piece by piece whittling down our military strength, the strength all the world has relied on. And in doing so, he has paved the way for the most violent radical elements across the world to thrive. My dear friends all over the world, please pay attention to what is taking place in our great America. Stand up for your freedoms.
It could cost a veteran his home. Larry Murphy has been in a battle over the past 2 years with his homeowners association in Jacksonville, Florida. That group has issued several fines against Murphy for placing a small American flag, there you see it right there, in his flower pot. He's refusing to pay $8,000 in fines. Well, now that group has put a foreclosure lien on his house.
I first moved here, I loved it. It was wonderful. But it's just gotten where they nitpick more and more. It's a lot of friends and neighbors moving out.
Now, the fight over the flag, it could now be settled in Florida State Court.
Federal agents swarmed Livingston, Illinois. From Bommarito Automotive Skyfox, you can see Homeland Security, the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, and other police agencies. Residents there have a mystery. Why were federal, state, and county agencies in their town?
An impressive show of force that has everyone talking.
A Black Hawk helicopter circles the skies over Livingston, Illinois. On the ground, an Arch helicopter, a unified command post from Homeland Security, and SWAT team vehicles from Madison County, all parked in the field of a Livingston, Illinois grade school.
At first, I thought it was really neat, and then whenever all the armored trucks started showing up and everything, it made me kind of nervous, and I thought, what's going on?
The peacefulness of the town of 850 was broken by all the excitement.
I think it was pretty cool, actually.
The law officers would not comment about their operation, even to the school superintendent, and they were using the school district land.
I did not get any information on that at all.
You wish they would have told you ahead of time?
Yeah, it would have been nice if we would have at least received the phone call.
Our friend Joe went over there and they told him that they were waiting for something big to happen. They were on standby.
All that we received from them was that they were using this as a staging area.
The site became an instant attraction for citizens who say the officers were hospitable, inviting the kids to check out the choppers up close.
It was pretty cool inside, but we couldn't go inside because it said they had weapons in it.
Spokesman for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Fairview Heights will not comment on all these activities.
On the 4th of July, Tacoma Park Police Chief Alan Goldberg was wearing his uniform, including his sidearm. He spent the morning working at the holiday parade and stayed in uniform because he'd be back on duty in the evening for the fireworks display. In between, he took his daughter to IKEA in College Park to buy some furniture for her new apartment. The sign on the front door says weapon-free environment. The chief said he'd been inside about 2 hours with his daughter when a plainclothes loss prevention officer came up to him saying,
"We have a no firearms policy in the store, and you're going to either have to leave or you can lock your gun in the car."
Chief Goldberg says he was shocked. He left his shopping cart behind and posted his experience on Facebook.
In 35 years of law enforcement, that's the first time something like that's ever happened to me.
Another family has come forward claiming Petersburg police came on their front porch and tried to stop them from taking video of an arrest that was happening right in front of their home. They reached out to the On Your Side investigators and shared this dramatic cell phone video. The incident led to a violent confrontation. Tonight, investigative reporter Rachel DePompa finds out what happened and examines whether this is a pattern of behavior and a violation of your First Amendment rights.
This
is a cell phone video from 17-year-old Jaquan Fisher. He was standing on his own front porch recording the arrest happening on Rome Street. Jaquan's sister also started taking cell phone video. The person in the white sweatshirt is Jaquan's mother, Deborah.
They were trying to grab my son off the porch.
A second officer arrives during the struggle. There's an object in his hand. The family says he started spraying mace. But watch what happens when a third officer comes rushing into the chaos.
Let's be real clear. You have an absolute right to stand on your front porch and record what's going on in your front yard.
And we now have gun confiscation beginning in New York. I mean, it's real simple. It's a mafia takeover. Nassau County man, state militias came to my home and took everything. As the governor promised, the SWAT team raids are beginning. Defense Secretary Hagel says ISIS an imminent threat to every stabilized country on the earth. I agree with that statement, and the globalists that run it are the real imminent threat.
No, I didn't just describe a night raid in Iraq. I'm talking about the SWAT team raids that happen on average 146 times every single day in homes across the U.S. According to a recently released ACLU report, that equates to a whopping 45,000 SWAT raids every year. Now, just for context, back in the mid-1980s, militarized police units were only deployed about 3,000 times a year. So how did we get to this point? Now, SWAT units have spread nationwide, further militarizing local police forces. See, in addition to being given excess military equipment like armored tanks and fortified weaponry, police officers are also being trained as if they're just an extension of the military. And these methods have had devastating results, specifically when it comes to terrorizing the communities these officers are allegedly there to protect.
His walk is part of a new anti-crime initiative just unveiled a couple of hours ago. Operation Ceasefire, as it's called, will target a high-crime area, the police department's 5. It covers northwest Jacksonville and parts of the north side and west side.
It's been murder after murder, and Jacksonville Sheriff John Rutherford says it needs to stop.
There has to be a ceasefire in this neighborhood.
Bring on Operation Ceasefire, a JSO and citywide effort to prevent crimes before they occur and get illegal guns off the street before the murders. In the few weeks since the operation started, officers have knocked on 4,000 out of the 18,000 doors they plan to knock on in the Northwest community, asking for answers to unsolved crimes. They've seized 10 illegal firearms.
Durham, where police officers are accused of lying in order to get inside homes. A Durham officer admits they'd knock on doors claiming there was a 911 call from the house in order to serve arrest warrants.
Inside a Durham County courtroom, a police officer admits under oath that he lied in order to gain entry to a home and serve an outstanding warrant. He knocked on a door claiming police had received a 911 hang-up call when in fact it never happened. An internal investigation is underway. If it proves to be true, it's a clear violation of department policy and in some legal circles a violation of the Constitution.
Chief, if you learn that these allegations are true, would this be a fireable offense?
If it is sustained, then we're going to have to look at our discipline and to find out at what point of culpability the individual has, and then work at it from there.
Well, did you know that letting your grass grow above a foot high is a crime in Abilene? Hello, everyone. I'm George Levesque.
Glad you're here. On Friday night, I'm William McCormick. Next week, Abilene City Code Enforcement will be out cracking down on home and business owners who have overgrown grass and weed problems.
Abilene code enforcement officers drive around looking for high grass and weeds almost every day. Abilene's policy is to notify property owners first in person. But if no one is home, then it's back to the office. Code officers will then mail them a notice. 10 days later, the officer will revisit the property. If the grass has still not been cut, the officer will send a contractor to take care of it.
We are following developing news in Westwood, where a pro-Israel demonstration turned violent. It happened outside of the federal building in Westwood, where thousands gathered for a rally.
This is video of the incident obtained by the Jewish Journal. It is video that is grainy, but I'm told by an off-duty LAPD officer that witnessed everything that a group of pro-Israeli demonstrators were holding a peaceful rally when several men in a truck waving Palestinian flags stopped in the middle of Wilshire Boulevard and then started swinging their flag sticks. In the moments following that, The men with flags jumped back in their truck and took off, according to that witness. That is when Homeland Security officers approached them. Then the witness said a Homeland Security officer fired one shot at the truck. It did not hit anybody, and at least one person was arrested.
The police came in with their guns. I didn't know really what was happening, but it was right during this Israeli protest strike going on here. So it looked like they were trying to cause up and stir up some drama.
As we reported last night, FEMA has been eyeing the former Sikorsky facility in Big Flats as a processing or holding center for some of the people spilling across our borders.
Response from local politicians hasn't been too favorable, nor is the FAA board.
That's right, guys. The overwhelming amount of undocumented immigrants, most of them coming from Central America, are exceeding the number of holding centers throughout the United States. So FEMA set its sights right here at the old Sikorsky building, which is now a vacant airport hangar, to house these immigrants. But airport administrators say this is no place for anyone to live. Red flags were raised when FEMA set its sights on the vacant Sikorsky airport hangar in Big Flats. Ann Crook, manager of the Elmira Corning Regional Airport, says turning the building into a processing center would be a breach in safety.
Everyone that works on the airport has to have this background criminal check and their fingerprints taken. And so now all of a sudden opening that up to all of these undocumented immigrants changes all of that.
Tim, what do you think America's place in the new world order should be? It's always been seen as the global policeman. But as you said before, it's hard to see with all these military conflicts where the winner and loser lies. What should America be doing
I think
globally?
The global policeman should be the United Nations. And I don't think we should need one. I think we should use courts the way we do in civilian life.
There is a major crisis at our border. You know this. Hundreds of thousands of illegals streaming across, and now they are being held at many refugee-like camps staged at military bases across the country.
And I think what's really disturbing is coming from the people, the actual workers, the nurses and doctors, who tell me they've been told to keep their mouths shut. They've been said that if they speak out about the conditions, what's happening with the health of the children, that they will find themselves immediately fired. And they've also been threatened with arrest for speaking out. So there really is this shroud of secrecy.
Basically, what we're seeing is, plain and simple, is a rampant abuse of our immigration system. We have a situation right now where our federal government is pretty much aiding and abetting and facilitating the smuggling of these individuals, of these illegal aliens. These illegal aliens cross our borders illegally.
Obama's civilian security force takes control of migrant internment camps, abide by brown shirt laws. In the run-up to the 2008 presidential election, Barack Obama promised he would work to implement a domestic security force which would rival that of the U.S. military.
We cannot continue to rely only on our military in order to achieve the national security objectives that we've set. We've got to have a civilian national security force that's just as powerful, just as strong, just as well-funded.
Now reaching out to the federal Homeland Security Director for answers she says the president isn't giving.
And to Texas now, where we're learning exclusively about a new health threat coming from illegal border crossers. The Border Patrol now worried about a virus outbreak.
And as of right now, DHS has denied every request I've made to speak to medical staff and take tours of the 3 facilities right here in Texas that are providing treatment.
There are people with measles and tuberculosis getting on public buses in this country and on airplanes. They're flying everywhere. They don't know. The person next to them don't know that. Could there possibly be an outbreak of stuff we haven't been exposed to in decades?
After touring Border Patrol facilities in Brownsville Saturday morning, House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi was slow to call the flood of women and children illegally crossing the border a crisis.
And this crisis, that some call a crisis, we have to view as an opportunity.
With 4 to 5 times the number of detainees these facilities were designed for, Brownsville Congressman Filemon Vela is calling it a logistical crisis. After seeing images similar to these taken by other congressional visitors to holding facilities, Pelosi vowed to help these young refugees.
Anyone who comes here sees that this is a community with a border going through it. We're all Americans in this hemisphere, North and South America.
Part of a broader agenda. President Bush signed a formal agreement that will end the United States as we know it. And he took the step without approval from either the U.S. Congress or the people of the United States.
Political officials across our country, from communities, from cities and so forth, they don't know anything about this.
Now, a very interesting conference took place in London yesterday. It was the Margaret Thatcher Conference on Liberty. Former Border Patrol agents have said this is orchestrated and contrived for political purposes. And of course, the emphasis is not just on the fact that this is an association of former Border Patrol officers. It's really, I think, the emphasis on the fact that we have a former border. And Petraeus makes it very clear of what replaces America. Here's that clip.
After America comes North America. Are we on the threshold of the North American decades? Question mark. I threw away the question mark, and boldly proclaimed The Coming North American Decades as the title now. It's founded on recognition that if you put these three economies together, as has been the case 20 years into the North American Free Trade Act implementation, you find unique countries in terms of demographics.
So General Petraeus goes to this conference with Margaret Thatcher's name, and he essentially dances on the grave of the sovereign state of America that he says is being replaced or has been replaced by NAFTA.
Have the PC police gone too far this time? A former Kentucky bank teller claims she was fired simply for telling customers to have a blessed day, and now she's fighting back with a lawsuit against the bank. You've been working at U.S. Bank for nearly 2.5 decades, and you say that it's normal for you to say have a blessed day. I know from growing up in the South, people say that on their voicemails all the time. Hey, call me back, have a blessed day. But you got fired for it. Set us up. Tell us what happened.
I was told that I was not allowed to tell customers to have a blessed day anymore, that there had been several complaints, and I told them that I didn't agree with that I had been saying it for over 2 years at that point without complaint from anybody, management, anything, and ultimately I was let go because of it.
Morning, Target is the latest major retailer to ask customers to leave guns at home. This is after a push from a group started by a mom in Zionsville.
And the gun battle continues, the battle over gun rights. Who can carry, when, and where? Target is the latest retailer asking customers not to carry guns in their stores. As you said, this is a nationwide push started by someone locally in Zionsville, and this is her group. It's called Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. And this organization says it wants companies to adopt policies promoting what they call a common sense approach to guns. Others already on board include Starbucks, Chipotle, and Costco.
More people and places are switching to energy-saving LED bulbs. Now, a California company is turning those cutting-edge lights into networks. They can send and receive data, but as Bill Whitaker shows us, the technology creating new opportunities also raises privacy concerns.
Should you find yourself in Terminal B at Newark Airport, look up. Those aren't just new lights, they're smart lights, a sophisticated array of LED fixtures with built-in sensors and cameras. Across the globe, cities are phasing out old energy-wasting incandescent and sodium bulbs and replacing them with LEDs. There are about 4 billion outside lights in the world today. Imagine all these lights connected in one global network. LED lights connected to 7 cameras in a seamless grid that is tracking and recording my every move. The smart network could track every place we go, everything we buy, everything we do all the time. It sounds rather Orwellian.
That young lady, an ASU professor, thrown to the ground by an ASU police officer after refusing to show her ID. The county attorney's office decided to charge the professor with aggravated assault, but Ursula Orr says it was the officer who was out of line.
911, where is your emergency?
Hey, I'm on College and 5th Street, and there's a police officer who's getting way too aggressive with the young lady who's on the street.
Hand behind your back right now. I'm going to slam you on this car. Put your hand behind your back.
Do you really want to
to do that? Do you see what I'm wearing?
I don't care what you're wearing. Put your hand behind your back right now.
Don't talk to me like this.
The confrontation caught on dashcam video between ASU professor Ursula Orr and an ASU police officer who stopped her while walking in the middle of the street. The situation quickly escalates. The ASU officer says Orr repeatedly refused orders, and as he attempts to handcuff her, the struggle intensifies.
Stop fighting me and put your hand behind your back.
Get up! Stop touching me!
Put your hand behind your back!
The officer was reaching toward her anatomy, and after what had already happened, she was uncomfortable with his hands going there.
We're now getting word that an Indiana police officer will be allowed to keep his job, despite a pretty shocking incident that was caught on tape. Take a look.
Whoa! What the
Police were called to a charter school after reports of an armed man, but they say they found that 25-year-old man in a wheelchair. Police say he had agreed to leave the scene, but then he ran over the officer's foot. That's when the officer pushed over the wheelchair. An investigative panel recommended that he be fired, but a civil service commission decided to give him a 1-year suspension instead. A violent encounter captured on video, an encounter between a California Highway Patrol officer and a woman.
A stunning and violent confrontation caught on camera as a CHP officer unleashes a barrage of blows.
The most animalistic, most brutal, most way to subdue someone is to pound their face into concrete with really big blows to the head.
David Diaz shot the video of the brutal confrontation from his car. It happened Tuesday night around 6:30. You see the woman walking on the eastbound 10 freeway near the La Brea on-ramp. The CHP officer tackles her to the ground and begins to punch her in the face.
And he's really pounding her head in.
Diaz doesn't know what sparked the beating. Just before he grabbed his camera, he saw the officer chasing the woman around a pickup on the on-ramp. The truck pulled away, and this is what Diaz recorded.
This isn't some trade agreement. It is a total removal of sovereignty from these countries, which will also result in a completely new currency called the Amero. The American Constitution will eventually be obsolete. You would think that a situation like this would be on the cover of every major newspaper. That is until you realize that the people who are behind this, people behind the mainstream media,
Well, a veteran may lose his home all because of an American flag in his flower pot. A Florida Homeowners Association has declared only plants are allowed in flower pots, and they fined him more than $8,000. If he doesn't pay up, they could foreclose on his home.
They said it's an unauthorized object going in a flower pot.
And you felt what about that?
Well, I feel very strongly about the American flag. There's people that are still fighting wars and strapping on guns to protect me and the people I love.
So currently you are being fined for having an American flag in a flower pot, $8,000, so much you owe, that if you do not pay this, because you want to have the American flag proudly displayed in your flower pot, what will happen to you?
They will file a foreclosure lien to take my house.
If you've looked around the streets of your own hometown and maybe you've seen stuff that looks like it came out of a war zone, well, get used to it. A new report by the ACLU finds that police forces throughout the U.S. are arming their law enforcement agents with weapons and tactics of war.
Weapons and equipment that's specifically designed for the war zone is flooding into local police, and so when they have it, they're going to want to use it. When police officers are looking like soldiers, acting like soldiers, they're going to start to see everyone around them as an enemy instead of people to protect and to serve. And so that sort of keeps the cycle going of violence. And what we've seen is that specifically through this 1033 program, that's the Department of Defense program that transfers weapons and vehicles and all this equipment to police departments for free. This is reaching every state. All 50 states, 4 U.S. territories, almost $5 billion worth of equipment has been handed out since this program was enacted. We see that no one is really safe from this.
Video we rarely see Fort Worth police on camera raiding a drug house. But tonight, a family says this video raises questions about the death of a man inside. Police used a taser on Jermaine Darton during that raid last May. He died, records show, of natural causes. But his family says his civil rights were violated.
Like a lot of drug raids, police bust in without a lot of notice. But for the man in the white tank top, things go from bad to worse quickly.
Stop moving!
Fort Worth officers suddenly deployed tasers, striking Jermaine Darton twice, moments after coming in. Here it is from another officer's camera angle.
Even now when I watch it, I break down because I don't see where there was a reason for him to die.
Darton's sister says the police video shows what their family suspected all along. The man who suffered from asthma was roughed up by officers for no justifiable reason. There also was a delay in getting paramedics to the scene.
We don't have an active call there.
A MedStar crew stationed only a mile away had to be requested 3 times. Police did find drugs at the scene and kids in the house, but Darton's family says despite that evidence, the camera footage itself is evidence there was no need for him to die.
A newly released report from the ACLU claims police departments across the country, including here in New Mexico, are acting too much like the military. The report calls out police for using military gear and SWAT crews in situations that don't require them.
I think New Mexico is just reflective of the trends that we're seeing nationally.
For ACLU New Mexico's director Peter Simonson, the lines have blurred between wars overseas and police forces on the streets at home. Police departments in New Mexico and across the U.S. have become more aggressive, particularly with SWAT teams. Simonson says departments have also increasingly become geared up with U.S. military equipment.
An Indiana woman accusing police of excessive force now, and surveillance video right here caught the whole incident on camera. Tabitha Gentry says police forcibly stripped her after an arrest for a misdemeanor. So you can see they left her naked in a jail cell for hours. Gentry says the officers pepper sprayed her through the door when she yelled for clothes, and then they completely humiliated her, forcing her to walk through the jail naked.
She was forced to the ground. Her clothes were forcibly pulled off her body by both male and female officers, and then she was left naked in this cell for 7 hours.
I know that officers sometimes perform a cavity search, so they need to take off clothes, but it's your understanding that that was not necessary in this case, right?
There was no cavity search. There was no search at all. This was a humiliation tactic.
This appalling story that he reported on yesterday was picked up by Drudge, a woman who was forced to strip naked at gunpoint during a terrifying SWAT raid. This is Homeland Security coming into her home, and of course, as usual, we don't get any explanation as to why they did this.
Well, this is basically a couple in Florida. They were the victims of a dawn raid on their home by both police and DHS agents. They basically burst into the house at 6 a.m. The couple were in the shower. They just got out of the shower, so they were wrapped in towels. So you had basically a naked woman being forced onto the ground at gunpoint. And after that, they spent 2 hours trashing their house. Said apparently they were looking for electronics and laptops. She described it as, quote, 2 hours of pure hell. They trashed the house and left again. The DHS itself is turning a kind of national police force, this standing army that is increasingly becoming outside of the law.
How about this idea? Taxed for the miles you drive? More than a dozen states are considering charging drivers based on just how many miles they drive. Our national correspondent Christine Frazao takes a look at what this means in the future for everyone.
It's called a VMT tax for vehicle miles traveled. Soon, thousands of volunteers in Oregon will have mileage meters installed in their cars. And at least 18 other states are considering the program. Instead of a toll, it would act like a user fee. The more you drive on the road, the more taxes you would pay. Dan Mitchell is an economist and senior fellow at the Cato Institute. He says the other major issue is privacy. A GPS monitor in your car could record not only how many miles you drive, but where you go and when. Mitchell warns it could be a slippery slope.
But first, your privacy could be on the line as aerial drones with cameras become more popular. I'm Marnie Hughes.
And I'm David Rose. A Seattle woman found that out the hard way this weekend when she saw one hovering right outside her window, 26 floors up.
It was 7:45 Sunday morning and Lisa Pleiss was fresh out of bed. She saw something strange hovering outside.
And it was actually quite large. I could tell, or it appeared that there was video cameras on it. So that's what kind of caused me alarm because I wasn't particularly dressed for a camera. And I went back out and looked and went to grab my camera, and then it like swooped away super fast.
Pleiss was able to snap this picture of the drone.
You're already getting a great amount of these out there, and the safety is going to start to become an issue, along with legalities of people looking at their neighbors, spying on things.
To combat the problem of impaired driving on the 4th of July weekend, police are turning to a new tool to deter drivers from driving drunk.
The latest law enforcement strategy is called no refusal. Now, what this means is if you're pulled over by police for impaired driving and refuse a breath test, police can take you down to the station and draw your blood, no questions asked.
In the past, Eugene police officer Ryan Stone says if someone was pulled over under the suspicion of driving while intoxicated, one could refuse a breath test, but would face fines and a year-long suspension of their license. Under no refusal, Stone says police will be able to file for a search warrant through an on-call judge and draw blood at the station. But not everyone is comfortable with this new practice.
And it's no secret Detroit was hit hard during the recession. Now, some of the poorest residents are facing yet another crisis. No water. So far, more than 3,000 people have had their water turned off. So they've decided to appeal to the United Nations. 4 groups submitted a request to the UN Special Rapporteur this week. It details the problem in Detroit and calls for the UN's help. They're urging the UN to work with the state of Michigan and the U.S. government to stop the shutoffs and restore service and make water accessible and affordable.
As federal agencies stand down to what can only be described as a total collapse of our borders, the United Nations is preparing a massive civil breakdown right here in the U.S. And they have accelerated their plan for global gun confiscation after the imminent collapse of our country, even going so far as posting job offers for commanders who will be trained to seize guns, and I quote, from the civilian population. Oh man, we've been warning you about this for a long time. We've shown you the official documents. I mean, this is what the UN does. They've done it worldwide, and I guess they think we are next. A posting on the United Nations Career Opportunities page announces a vacancy for the position of Disarmament, Demobilization, and Reintegration Officer under the UN's Department of Peacekeeping Operations in New York. So they plan to use the border collapse to bring down this country and usher in martial law.
Here in Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, riding down 183, we've got armored UN vehicles.
We've all heard of preemptive strikes, but what about preemptive prosecutions? Muslims in the U.S. are outraged by what appears to be America's latest tactic in its war on terror, entrapping people it suspects might plan terrorist acts in the future. Marina Portnoy explains how almost 95% of convictions for this crime are the result of FBI provocations.
The FBI used an agent provocateur to recruit vulnerable individuals, luring them with cash and coercing them into carrying out a terrorist attack that was set up by the FBI.
It seems like politicians know an awful lot about potential strikes here on U.S. soil, whether it's Lindsey Graham talking about how nukes could potentially go off in South Carolina. So you go from guys like Lindsey Graham talking about this to Obama. His concern is that a nuke could go off in New York City. And it's not just nuke concerns. We have Senator Feinstein coming out and saying that there will be plots to kill Americans.
So this is where I think we need to build our intelligence to see that we can disrupt a plot in this country before it happens, because there will be plots to kill Americans.
One of the things I worried about 12 years ago and that I worry about today is that there will be another 9/11 attack, and that the next time it'll be with weapons far deadlier than airline tickets and box cutters.
Washed out roads, stranded cars, and even flooded homes. Those are just some of the problems caused by last night's heavy rains in southern New Mexico.
It's a quick snapshot of Roswell's stormy weather. The most rainfall the city has seen in more than 60 years.
This is one last night, just east of us. And this was that was a picture every second.
Daniel Fuller caught part of the storm on his GoPro.
I've lived here about 20 years, and I have never seen flooding like this before.
And this photo shows more flooding in Roswell. The water is up to the doors of those cars.
How long have you all lived here?
Oh, 12 years.
Have you ever seen flooding like this?
Not like this, no.
Southeast Texas is at risk for more flooding this morning after violent storms killed at least one person. Thunderstorms unleashed heavy hail in San Antonio Tuesday. Cars took a beating.
In Houston, a second straight day of drenching rain flooded the downtown area. Winds hit 60 miles an hour. The floodwaters are creating unusual dangers.
The rain pounded St. James Parish for quite some time today, too, causing widespread flooding there.
Caskets from the cemetery on Belrose Lane floating away from their resting places.
The rain started before dawn. Severe storms that dumped a deluge on St. James Parish. Drainage ditches overflowed, streets flooded. But the bigger story is that over 60 homes and businesses have been flooded. There was so much rain it quickly overwhelmed the drainage system. Parish residents, sheriff's deputies, even the parish president all said the same thing. They've never seen anything like this.
From the Dakotas all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico, they are cleaning up after a round of severe weather, tornadoes, hail, and it comes just as we all now brace for something else, the beginning of hurricane season.
Overnight, skies alive from the Canadian border to the Gulf of Mexico. Almost 400 severe weather reports this week that have brought us some stunning images. Hail covering roads as far as the eye can see in North Dakota.
Look at that, dude.
That striking EF2 swirling through that RV park, injuring 9.
We've got some amazing video to show you. A young man who's lucky to be alive. Scott Shepard was in South Dakota taping this thunderstorm, and watch this. Lightning hits him, travels through his arm. That's debris from the pavement that knocks a hole in the ground where he was standing. His phone kept working. He was alive. It disabled the car that was passing by him.
And today, the president at a briefing with FEMA.
As hurricane season begins, we have to remember that responding to a hurricane is a team effort.
Reminding all of us that now is the time to prepare for what NOAA says will be a season with 8 to 13 named storms, 3 to 6 hurricanes, and 1 to 2 major hurricanes.
Indonesia's Mount Sanyang volcano has begun to erupt, with huge ash clouds rising 3,000 meters into the air and being pushed eastwards. It has left thousands of air passengers in nearby Australia stranded, with ash meaning the majority of flights in and out of Darwin Airport have had to be cancelled.
Huge sinkhole swallows a car in Evansville, Indiana, but the driver and his 3 passengers were not hurt. The group had stopped at a stop sign Friday afternoon when the driver says the car began to feel strange and started to sink. All 4 climbed to safety before the car's front end sank into a hole. Police say the hole is 12 feet wide and 16 feet deep, caused by a failed water main and sewer line.
Geologists are on the scene of a metastasizing sinkhole in Florida right near the famous Legoland theme park. This thing is threatening to swallow up an entire parking lot, and the big question is how to stop it.
Check out this 85-foot-long, 18-foot-deep crater that's getting bigger by the minute in a parking lot just across the street from Florida's Legoland theme park. This growing cavity is just 40 miles from the 2013 sinkhole that opened up beneath Jeff Bush's bed. A few months later, experts believe a sinkhole was behind this collapse of a Central Florida vacation resort near Disney World.
There's a large sinkhole opening up in Alachua County. GTN's Haley Holloway is live in Jonesville on the scene.
Right now, this one is 40% bigger than it was just this morning, and he says it's only going to get bigger from here.
You can see the biggest of the sinkholes is right behind me beside this retention pond. Another one is beside it in the water. People who work in this area tell me both of these have been on the property for about a month and have been growing in size. Nearby employees tell us another sinkhole on the property opened up just this weekend.
Meteorologists were confused, so they called in the radar professionals who were equally baffled. What was that green blob drifting over Albuquerque, New Mexico?
We actually thought that the radar was broke. So we had our technicians go out there a couple times. We couldn't find anything wrong, so we had to call the National Radar Depot in Oklahoma.
Well, the experts in Oklahoma answered with a question. They want to know if Albuquerque has an insect problem. And as it turns out, they do. That green patch was radar spotting thousands of grasshoppers flying 1,000 feet high, well above the town's tallest buildings. And all adds up to the city's worst infestation in 20 years. The cause, a winter drought.
Millions in the plains and Midwest face the threat of tornadoes and thunderstorms again this morning.
Millions of Americans on alert this evening right into tomorrow, and here's what it looks like on the ground. One driver on a treacherous highway capturing the lightning in Missouri. That same storm system now marching east.
Tonight, a second blast of severe storms marching across the Ohio and Tennessee valleys and western plains, packing baseball-sized windshield-busting hail.
Overnight, heavy rains and strong winds pummeled central Nebraska as a massive storm tore through the region. In Omaha, several homes were flooded, forcing people to seek emergency shelters.
We're going to be out all night. We'll be out monitoring. We're working with emergency management personnel and the National Weather Service.
A powerful mix of 90-mile-an-hour wind, the system caused widespread damage across the state. It shattered car windows, tore the roofs off buildings, and even overturned this truck. The Woodhouse Auto dealership said the storm damaged nearly 4,500 of their cars.
There's the Pavlov volcano erupting in Alaska. Take a look. That is a huge cloud of ash and steam, all of it shooting up some 24,000 feet above sea level. You can see the cloud there up above the volcano. That can be really troublesome for some of the jets flying overhead. If there is an eruption this big, this powerful, they have to send those jets somewhere else.
Wow, quite some images there.
Hundreds of dead fish washing up along the shores of the Logan County Lake. Now visitors are wondering if something's wrong and what this means for the summer season.
A fish in water. It's not an unusual sight.
At the lake here, we have some excellent fishing.
Floating lifelessly, however, that is a bit unusual. And not just one or two. We're talking hundreds of white bass.
I've never seen this many fish before.
John Bodie has lived on Indian Lake for 35 years. Sometime last week, he noticed a number of fish out of water, lying on the dock behind his house.
This is unusual.
The sky fills with sand, forming a gigantic cloud which blocks the sun. The city below is plunged into darkness. The temperature drops by 15 degrees. It's hard to see through the thick dust. This amateur video sent to the BBC shows chaos on the roads. 20 cars were involved in one accident alone.
Torrential downpours in southwest China's Guizhou province have hit more than 59 counties and affected 200,000 local residents. The storms have also killed 4 people and left 2 others missing. 2 days of continuous rain have resulted in multiple floods and landslides, affecting 14 cities. The heavy rain has also forced local schools and hospitals to shut down.
Lightning bolts that seem to aim right for this truck speeding down a highway in Alberta, Canada. Watch this. Slow motion shows the fireball that engulfed the pickup. All of the truck's airbags deployed. Smoke filled the cabin. The couple inside were trapped when the doors and windows would not open. Fortunately, a police officer happened by and helped them escape, but the lightning strike left 2 craters in the road that are still visible.
Sounded like a sonic boom. It was just, that's how loud.
At full speed, you can still see just how powerful the hottest example of nature's fury can be. 2 massive craters on the highway mark the spot where the lightning struck.
The Central Plains and the Mississippi Valley are bracing for severe storms today. Yesterday, parts of northern Colorado saw a funnel cloud touch down. This is what hovered over portions of Morgan County, about 80 miles northeast of Denver. Minor damage was reported. And portions of Kansas saw significant hail at first, but then a tornado barreled in. There are no reports of injuries or severe damage.
Well, developing right now, a huge fish kill leaves a mess on the beach in Cape May Point. Chopper 3 over the sea, and this is in front of the Sunset Grill. How unfortunate for them. Officials from the State Department of Fish and Wildlife Services and the Department of Environmental Protection are there. Eyewitnesses say there are hundreds of bunker fish on the beach and more washing up by the minute. No word yet on what caused the fish kill.
Приближенных, скажем так, соревновать до одной из команд, которой будет приятно прибавить.
Pe Digisport 3 suntem la Bruxelles, suntem la jumătatea primei reprize de 3 echipe, cel puțin.
Tornado near Trinidad we showed you just a second ago. Touchdown for nearly an hour.
Fortunately, it was in a very rural area, but there was still a very close call.
It don't look nice. Very dark, low.
It was the kind of cloud worth getting your phone out to video because
something different other than what I've ever seen before, and I was hoping it wasn't going to turn into anything bad, and unfortunately it did.
Turning into a tornado east of Trinidad.
I've never seen anything like it. It stayed there, and it was unbelievable to me how long it stayed on the ground. Had to have been 45 minutes.
From tornado clouds to golf ball size hail, the pictures and scenes of these dangerous storms are incredible.
And down in Roswell, Kimberly Harshy-Key captured a tornadic cloud overhead and storm clouds creeping in over the area.
A new asteroid with the nickname the Beast will be flying by Earth this weekend, and it's cutting it pretty close. At a range of only a little over 700,000 miles, which is actually pretty close, this asteroid will be whizzing by us on Sunday, June 8th.
world is changing with accelerating speed.
To lead in shaping a new world order for the 21st century.
Let's take you to Lebanon, Missouri, where the high school principal, a fellow by the name of Kevin Lowry, that is to say, there he is right there. You know, the PC police make it impossible to use the name God in a public setting, and yet he did just that.
And just in case you're interested, during my moment of silence, I gave thanks to God for these great students.
I love the fact that he said in a secular society it would be inappropriate to mention God, and then he did, and he reflected on how God is a part of the fabric of Americana.
I'm here tonight to give a non-sectarian secular invocation that will reflect the fact that we are now a diverse community of members of many faiths and of none, as our president reminds us.
Our new Secretary of Education in Florida recently appointed AIR to receive the $220 million contract for end-of-course exam testing. Please go on their website. Click the link to what they're doing with youth, and you will see what their agenda really is. They are promoting as hard as they can any youth that is interested in the LGBT agenda, and even name it 2-S, which they define as having two spirits. The Bible says a lot about being double-minded. These people that will now receive $220 million from the state of Florida unless this is stopped, will promote double-mindedness in state education and attract every one of your children to become as homosexual as they possibly can.
The principal of D.C.'s largest public high school, Wilson High School, made what might have been one of the biggest announcements of his life, saying that he is gay while at the school's annual LGBT Pride event on Wednesday.
Today, he came out with cheers from his students, Mayor Gray on one side, Councilor Tanya on the other.
I just turned 50 a couple weeks ago. And, you know, just something kept saying, I'm tired of hiding.
Cahill chose the second annual LGBT Pride event at Wilson High to make his announcement. For him, it seemed like the perfect time and place.
If I was going to stand in front of these kids today saying we're celebrating our pride and you can be who you are, and I would be a hypocrite if I continue to hide.
A planned protest is expected to take place here at Wilson High. Mayor Vincent Gray had a clear message for them.
In my best biblical reference, they can go straight to hell.
Cahill says times have changed since he was young, and school pride celebrations like the one today would have been very unlikely.
I'm disappointed, and I hate to go out this way.
Leon McCoy has been speaking at Winfield High School's graduation as far back as he can remember, but he won't be this year because the Board of Education says the school has gotten complaints that McCoy's speeches contain too many religious references and violate the Supreme Court's ruling banning prayer in public schools.
He gives to these kids year in and year out, and to see him not be able to speak, you know, on their behalf this year is just a shock to me.
After hearing the news, some graduating seniors say they felt cheated.
He spoke at all three of my siblings' graduation, and so I've always wanted him to speak at mine.
Hunter Sheldon and his friends started a petition to try and get the coach back on the agenda for graduation. They say students are always inspired by his speeches.
The graduations I've been to, you know, the whole crowd's cheering, and the religion issue's never really been a problem. It's continued even after it was made, you know, illegal.
Hello, everybody. An outraged mother is taking on a high school drama teacher who allowed a student award ceremony to turn vulgar.
Couple Force Mark Miller explains why that parent was so offended and what the school district is doing about it.
She certainly knows how to draw the spotlight.
I wouldn't want a teacher like that in my school.
Drama club advisor Terry Grimes is in trouble. The parent says Grimes and some of her students on stage used the F word and other profanities and performed a skit about a priest wanting to have sex with kids. Then there were the awards for horniest stud and horniest girl, with the winner presented with what appeared to be a box of sex toys.
The goal of Common Core is to put students on a level playing field and help prepare them for a global economy.
The federally controlled program Common Core seeks to put all students, preschool through high school and beyond, under a standardized regime. The goal being to increase math and English skills for the almost 100 million students nationwide. Parents from coast to coast, however, have been shocked and have filed complaints at ridiculously complex methods being taught to solve basic mathematical problems or the use of dumbed-down texts to teach reading. But parents' complaints have been largely ignored. In fact, at least 2 parents were jailed for complaining about Common Core, causing many to draw comparisons to a fascist dictatorship's control over the nation's educational system.
Okay.
Let him ask his question.
This is what I will say. In fairness to everyone who asked questions, we do have some that are dovetailing to that.
Let him ask his question.
So the next question. So this is a dovetail.
Don't stand for this. Right? You're sitting here like cattle. You have questions. You confront them. They don't want to do it in public.
Okay, the next
Excuse me, buddy. Hey, this is America. This is not a CNN political debate. You're managing to know where you want. Hey, that's right. Parents, you need to question these people. Do the research. It's online. Top 10.
Okay, so the next question. The next question is the Common Core state standards for implementation by Maryland and attempts to filter students to the community college.
Schools. Now they're concerned.
But surely, this is not a fascist takeover of our educational system, is it? If that were the case, America would have to be living under a de facto fascist dictatorship. Unfortunately, that is exactly what we are living under. Obama has altogether dispensed with the rule of law, proclaiming often that if Congress won't act, I will. The most detailed analysis to date of Common Core, a Pioneer Institute report. Common Core, per the report, seeks to, quote, produce workers for the global economy. And now Michelle Obama has openly called for children to spy on their parents as well. This is exactly what the Hitler Youth were engaged in under the Nazi regime. Still thinking we're not living under a de facto fascist dictatorship? Think again.
We're gonna change it and rearrange it. We're gonna change the world. Now's the moment where he wants to sing. Sing with all your heart.
Well, when you think about great leaders in the world, you know, world history, whose words still influence today, there are many names that come to mind. You got your Abe Lincoln, you got your JFK, you got your MLK Jr.
Yeah.
What about Adolf Hitler?
No.
No.
Take a look at this. It's a Bible school in Alabama, and they put up a billboard with a quote from the Nazi leader. It says, "He alone who owns the youth gains the future." The billboard was promoting education for children, featured kids of diverse backgrounds.
Well, sure.
The school now admits probably a bad decision to quote Hitler and says, no surprise, they're going to take that sucker down.
Oh, they're going to take it down. How many people did it have to go through?
That's the thing. It's so heartbreaking that it's laughable.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing about it.
An officer responsible for the safety of students at Oakland High School instead caught punching a student.
a student who has cerebral palsy and uses a wheelchair.
The fact that it happened to a student who has cerebral palsy only compounds the damage and how awful this incident is.
The incident unfolded on a school video camera early last week. Officers were urging lingering students to go to class. School officials say the student refused or wasn't moving fast enough when Marchell Mitchell started pushing the wheelchair.
Martinez says he had protested when the security guard tried to clear the hall and wheel him to class. He says the guard handcuffed him, and he admits spitting on the guard in protest just before the beating on the tape.
I was handcuffed. I ain't had no way to defend myself but my mouth.
But Martinez says what was not caught on the tape was the guard beating him and throwing him to the ground on the elevator ride just minutes before.
We have never invested as much in public education as we should have because we've always had kind of a private notion of children. Your kid is yours and totally your responsibility. We haven't had a very collective notion of these are our children. So part of it is we have to break through our kind of private idea that kids belong to their parents or kids belong to their families and recognize that kids belong to whole communities.
As we first reported last night, the Baltimore City Council has given its approval to what will be one of the strictest curfew laws in the country. Tonight we go in focus for a look at just how this new law is going to be put into action.
Well, supporters say it'll keep kids safe. And like the current curfew, children found after hours by police will not be arrested, just taken to a new connections center.
The vote was 13-2 in favor of the new curfew law. Carl Stokes was one of those 2 no votes.
I think this is definitely a bill that identifies kids in certain neighborhoods.
He doesn't buy the argument from supporters that the curfew is aimed at helping children, saying he believes after-hours interactions with police will be something like this.
I'm not going to stop and tell your mom. I'm not going to stop and tell your dad. I'm going to take you right over to this juvenile detention center, juvenile curfew center, whatever you want to call it.
They want to call it a youth connection center. Eventually, the mayor would like to have one youth connection center in each of the 9 police districts to keep children who are brought in closer to home. The center will be staffed by city employees who can assess young people and determine how to connect them with whatever support they might need to keep them from having to be brought back.
We begin with breaking news in Orange County. Dana Hills High School is on lockdown this afternoon. A carrying case for a shotgun or rifle was found on the campus.
Just within the last couple of minutes or so, the all clear was given here at Dana Hills High School. You can see that the kids are now being let out in droves. What began as a scary afternoon has ended safely. No weapons were found.
My son is texting me from inside. What's he saying? He's saying that he's fine and they're barricaded in a room.
3,000 students and staff at Dana Hills High School were locked down, told to shelter in place for hours this afternoon after an empty carrying case for a rifle was discovered in a campus parking lot.
Especially what happened in Santa Barbara. The kids should just go to school and be safe.
All call and emails were sent by the administration notifying families of the disturbing discovery. Dozens of officers and the Orange County Sheriff's SWAT team with its armored vehicle rolled onto campus and began an all-out search. Classrooms, lockers, cars, and the school grounds for a weapon. Authorities say there were no threats received.
You'll see the SWAT team is out here. The critical incident response team is also here, not because any weapon was seen or a threat was made, but simply because we need the additional manpower to search a campus of this size.
But it is scary to them to see guard dogs and SWAT team members going up and down their school, and just in light of recent incidences, not knowing what could happen is very scary to them.
A couple of photographs. These are cell phone photos that were taken by one student who was sheltering in place for about 3 hours this afternoon. In the case of some kids, they say that their teachers turned off all the lights and they hid under the desks. But again, all kids are safe. No weapons found on campus. There were no threats made to this campus, Dana Hills High School. Only the discovery of this carrying case for the rifle. It is unclear who that carrying case belongs to and who may have left it there.
But using the slogan, they got through the USA Patriot Act, which removes many of our liberties. Nobody made a sound when we lost habeas corpus, due process of law. And suddenly Bush managed to get rid of it. Where was a voice on television, aside from mine, that spoke out against this? Where are all those noble jurists, those great lawyers, those lovers of liberty? Where the hell were they? They were nowhere. Now we have a totalitarian government. And the totalitarian government wants to watch everybody, total surveillance of everyone. They listen to the telephone conversations. They look at your credit cards. They look where you travel. We are totally policed. This is contrary to everything in our Constitution.
A 2010 Pentagon directive details what critics say is a policy that envisions the Obama administration's potential use of military force against Americans. The directive has non-controversial provisions on support to civilian fire, emergency services, and domestic use of the Army Corps of Engineers. But the Washington Times reports that the troubling aspect of the directive is that it outlines the presidential authority for the use of military arms and forces, including drones, in operations of domestic unrest.
I believe it would be constitutional for the government to target and kill any U.S. citizen with a drone or with a shotgun without due process. Nor should any president deploy armed drones over U.S. soil.
Okay, well, a troubling new report is now revealing that a secret memo from 2010 outlined the administration's potential use of military force against Americans in the United States of America. Defense.
The anatomy on the body looks feminine to me, but I don't know, I'm just biased to it, I guess.
Some people say it's the head of Jesus on a woman's body, or maybe it's an angel. Do you see it? Take a look at this angle. How about this angle?
I just want to know where it came from, why they put it in there. A lot of people are scared of it, like just creeped out by the idea.
A nice little mystery, isn't it? Who would go to the trouble of creating a statue that, barring catastrophe, no one would ever see?
During an event honoring the 223rd anniversary of Poland's constitution last night, Defense Secretary Chuck Hagel said we are seeing a new 21st century world order being built, and although there are conflicts and complications, there's still hope.
I think what's more hopeful, and maybe than any other time in the history of the world, is that we have more opportunities and more possibilities.
You may have seen the impossible performance last night. Michael Jackson at the Billboard Music Awards nearly 5 years after his death. Well, we were told it was not a hologram, not an impersonator. So we set out to learn more.
A live performance by a dead celebrity. Last night at the Billboard Music Awards, this brand new Michael Jackson number stole the show. Technical wizards who created it say it's not a hologram, but a virtual human being, a 3D avatar of the King of Pop, performing alongside real dancers.
Holograms are no stranger to the stage. Rapper Tupac Shakur rhyming his way into Coachella, and infinite Beyoncé's running the world on the Billboard Music Awards in 2011.
So how does it work? Well, I can't exactly tell you because I'm a mere projection. Let's let the real David take it away. It's actually a state-of-the-art digital version of an old 19th century magic trick. This digital David isn't real, and I can interact with him, or I can even make him disappear. Could you, in theory, bring anybody back from the dead with this technology?
Absolutely.
It's very important to understand the context in which Jesus delivers this particular parable to us as Christians. In chapter 17, verses 20 through 37, Jesus is speaking to his disciples about what would be the moral and the social and the spiritual condition of the world in the last days, the days that would immediately precede his second coming, and he is coming again. And the moral and the spiritual and social climate of the world. And he tells us that the social and the moral condition of the world in what the Bible calls the last days will be as it was in the time of Noah. The time of Noah was a time of where the whole world, the Bible tells us, was just filled with wickedness. The world is filled with wickedness today. It was a time of widespread sexual immorality. It was a time of widespread unnatural sexual practices. It was a time when God's standard of right and wrong had been almost wiped out, had been completely turned upon its head, until what God called evil was now being called good, and what God called good was now being called evil. That was the time of Noah, and Jesus said that that would mark the last days of the world that we live in immediately before his return. Jesus further stated in that passage that the social and the moral condition of the world would be like it was at the time of Lot. That was a time when the sin of homosexuality had become widespread in practice and had become commonly viewed as acceptable behavior. You reject God, and then you do more than that. You take his definitions and you say, not only do I spit on those definitions, but we're going to indoctrinate a whole country and a whole world to believe that the very opposite of what you say is true. Well, you're going to pay the piper for that. And it's going to end up in a very degraded society, and you end up with a world that is unraveling. When Paul spoke about in the last days the world would be perilous times, he talks about fierce times. He said in the last days these things are going to occur, and the world is going to respond to this unraveling of things with a collective yawn. All they're going to be thinking about, their thoughts completely set on their next meal and the next wedding they're going to attend. That is the next special event in their life, the next business deal, the next material thing that they're going to buy, and living as if God isn't watching all of this, and as if we're not going to answer to him one day. And everything I read about what the Bible has to say about the last days, it is in front of my eyes in spades every day. What God said would mark the last days immediately before the rapture of the church and then ultimately Jesus' second coming, it is all there, fully fulfilled before our eyes. And the Bible speaks of the fact that when things are going to get so difficult in the world, that the news of the rapture of the church, that Jesus is going to come back and he's going to remove us before he pours out his judgment upon this world, that it is going to be the only hope.
We're going to stay on the air for as long as possible.
We set a record high in Wichita by mid-afternoon.
We did it. Whether you like it or not, Wichita shattered the old record from 51 years ago and crashed into the century mark. This is the earliest we've ever officially seen 100 degrees in Wichita since the records have been kept.
Since we've been having so many snowstorms, I'm kind of enjoying the weather.
It's pretty odd. It was like 30 degrees last week, you know, now it's about to hit 100.
With 100-degree temperatures and no substantial precipitation, parts of south-central Kansas and the state are now ranked as being in extreme drought. Not good news to farmers, gardeners, or anyone who enjoys a little bit of rain.
Yeah, it's crazy weather out here.
How's this for a kick of the asteroid? Apparently one came so darn close that it could have kicked a lot of life off this planet. It's true. An asteroid from out of nowhere within the interstellar stone's throw of Earth. Closer to the moon, any closer, it could have easily whacked our Earth.
You'd need a larger one like we had last year over Chelyabinsk in Russia that would actually do damage. But basically, we're looking for asteroids, we being the world scientists, but we need to be looking more, and particularly these smaller asteroids, these and ones that could do Chelyabinsk or even city-sized damage.
Not the way that people want to be spending their Mother's Day. A tough day ahead for Orrick, Missouri, as people are cleaning up after a tornado.
There's a lot of damage here in town. We're talking trees and rooftops everywhere. But many of the people are okay. Many of them describe that moment of seeing the funnel take shape or seeing the tornado off in the distance. They say they were just watching TV or hanging out with their family, and the next thing they knew, they were all rushing to their safe spots.
A strange storm in Missouri. That's a mix of a wildfire and a tornado. A woman Instagrammed this image of a fire-nado. These fire tornadoes can form when intense heat combines with powerful winds.
Pastor there is calling it a case of divine intervention. Good evening, I'm JC Monahan.
And I'm Phil Lipoff. New at 11, more of that amazing video that you just saw and some eyewitness perspective from the pastor himself. Our Liam Martin is live in Saugus tonight. Liam?
Well, Phil, this is where they were blasting rock earlier today. They set loose a 20-ton boulder that came barreling right toward this church. Watch the boulder.
That's not good.
So close to the church.
Missed it by 1 foot.
Just a few inches separating a quirky story from a disaster.
If it rolled another 12 inches, it would have went right through the building. And this boulder was probably about 20 tons. Everybody around the whole neighborhood and working on the site were under the same kind of agreement that the Lord intervened.
We are tracking some extreme spring weather from coast to coast tonight, but mostly it's a line of weather cutting the country in half from the Great Lakes all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. The threat is now severe flooding with more rain falling in parts of the state of Texas in the last day than they had seen all this year. And record heat is fueling fires once again in California.
By the morning commute, Houston was underwater. Stalled cars and buses littering the roads.
Well, I'm in my SUV. I can't even make it through.
This is the brute power of floodwaters in Ohio, washing away a road outside Cleveland as 3 feet of water poured into this high school. In upstate New York, a state of emergency after creeks flooded the village of Gowanda. In the west, record high temperatures.
But let's get right to the very latest on those roaring wildfires. 7 major ones burning through Southern California this morning, scorching thousands of acres, destroying homes and causing millions of dollars in damage. The towers of dark smoke, a signal to nervous residents that the battle in San Diego County is not over.
Fire disaster unfolding before our eyes in San Diego, California. This is San Marcos. We're watching our local station there, Fox 5 for San Diego in the region, and this is some tape playback that they're doing of this terrifying fire tornado looking thing that came roaring through that neighborhood. And now these pictures are from earlier as well, as fire after fire after fire dots the landscape in the hills around San Marcos.
The raging fires are a product of months with little rainfall and above normal temperatures.
It's not just here in Southern California, it's statewide, and we haven't seen conditions like this in decades.
Unprecedented number of fires and fire activity across the state, in many cases 2 to 3 months earlier than normal.
A drive-through hell, incredible video shot by 2 men from inside a car at the height of the worst fires roaring through Carlsbad, California. Take a look.
Oh my God! This whole valley was just engulfed in flames, smoke, firestorm coming our way. I was on the driver's side and I could feel the heat coming through the passenger's side, and that's obviously where he was filming. The heat was just incredible.
It singed the hair on my arms a little bit.
There was only one way out. It was not going back. We have a median on our left, and you obviously saw what was going on our right. The only way we have to get out of this, the line of fire, is to go straight through flames, right through the smoke.
The sound from the flames, to me, it's like a roar of a lion. I mean, it's you wouldn't think fire would make that sound.
I can't believe that, it happened. It's just crazy, so much devastation.
It's not a drought, but just the opposite.
I can't believe this.
When Tuesday's rain,
I've heard 4 to 5 inches,
came through Penn it cut a path.
There was about 1.5 feet of water running right down the road.
Just around the corner.
How would you describe it? I mean, it used to be a parking lot, now it just looks like a bomb went off over there.
Longtime residents say this is Penn Yan's worst flooding in more than 40 years. Several old-timers tell me they haven't seen anything like it since 1972.
Nope, I'm in my late 30s. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
While there is too much water, storms dropping more rain on parts of the East Coast, these flooded streets and Maryland today. And do you see this? Look closely. Snow falling in the Chicago area this morning. What is going on? The extreme weather across the nation.
Severe flooding has led to a state of emergency being declared in Austria, Serbia and Bosnia. In Savrake near Sarajevo, this was the devastation a landslide caused, caught on camera by a neighbour. The equivalent of 4 months' rainfall fell in just one day.
Serbia's Prime Minister Aleksandar Vučić said it was the greatest flooding disaster ever.
What is up with all of the fish that are turning up dead in New Jersey? This is down in Belmar. Got thousands and thousands and thousands of dead fish. Why are they dying? Why is this happening?
Unsettling sight in a New Jersey waterway. You're looking right here at thousands of dead fish, some floating, others washed up on the shore.
They were here last night.
Big school, huh?
Big school. There's biggest I ever seen.
By morning, though, they were dying in the tens of thousands. These are bunker fish.
They were on top of the water, they were under the water. It was terrible. Never saw anything like it.
It looks like a fish kill of biblical proportion. There's a carpet of dead fish on the bottom of the floor here.
Tests on the water now show acceptable levels of oxygen and a little algae, but they're thinking that Mother Nature really did this, that it wasn't anything that man did.
It was a bizarre night in the newsroom while we were on the set. We were getting dozens of calls about a loud boom, so we checked with the National Weather Service, and they eventually confirmed that a meteor was racing through our atmosphere.
Yeah, certainly calls we don't get all the time. Hundreds of people left comments also on our Facebook page from all over West Virginia. Really, that impact not only caused the boom, but also caused a light which was seen across the sky.
Climate change is affecting all seasons and regions. Storms are meaner and hang around longer.
The gathering drew huge crowds that got out of control. Hundreds of police officers were brought in to contain the violence. Some pictures are showing up on Twitter. There were reports of widespread vandalism, including street signs torn down. Small fires were set.
The future of an annual celebration at Iowa State University may be in jeopardy after an overnight riot in Ames. School administration, including ISU President Stephen Leith, will hold a news conference this afternoon with an update. A crowd gathered near the campus of Iowa State and tore down light poles, street signs, and flipped over cars. This is during the school's annual Visha celebration. One person was seriously hurt when a light pole hit him in the head. He had to be flown to a Des Moines hospital. Some students are upset with this violence.
It's disgusting. This is not Visha. This is literally like the epitome of evil, in my opinion.
An apology today from the coffee giant Starbucks after a Baton Rouge woman found possibly what some would consider satanic symbols in her coffee. It happened this weekend at the Starbucks in the mall. The woman posted these photos of the coffees after she got them. She put them on Facebook. She said the drawings show a lack of professionalism and respect for others. In a statement today, a spokesperson for the company said, quote, "We are taking this customer's complaints seriously, and we have sincerely apologized for her experience. This obviously is not the type of experience we want to provide any of our customers and is not representative of the customer service our partners provide to millions of customers every day."
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order.
I believe the devil wants to take over the church. I believe the devil wants to take over this church, one person at a time.
Talk about the New World Order defined, as you have, as being Luciferian.
Yes.
How do you know that?
My investigations led me to look at the back of the American dollar, and I found
These strange seals on the dollar here, they're Illuminati seals, which was a secret society set up in 1776 by a man called Adam Weishaupt. And on the back of the dollar here, you see the seal on the left-hand side, and there's an eye in the triangle. It's the eye of Horus in Egyptian mythology, now called the eye of Lucifer or Satan. And thus we see we're dealing with a Luciferian plan. People need to recognize the God of Freemasonry will lead the world into this peculiar and particular purpose for which America was set up, which is to lead the whole world system into a one world government, a one world religion, a one world law system, and a one world money system that the Bible calls the mark of the beast.
I pray that you will stay, however, my friends, with this great book, the Word of God. This truly is what we need to turn to. The time is short. A great falling away from the truth. It's happening. It's right here now.
On the news now, prosecutors are painting a sadistic picture of an alleged teen killer. They say 17-year-old Jose Reyes convinced a friend to kidnap and brutally murder a teenage girl in order to help him sell his soul to the devil.
The one injury that was impossible to miss was this, an upside-down crucifix that they say had been carved on the girl's stomach.
What we knew is this, that Mr. Reyes and a juvenile were in the vacant apartment with the 15-year-old complainant, that they discussed the fact that Mr. Reyes had sold his soul to the devil, and if they ended up killing this teenager, this would allow the 16-year-old to also sell his soul to the devil.
Shocking confession from a Pennsylvania newlywed. The so-called female Craigslist killer now claims to have murdered 22 people across the country.
Barbara has confessed to murdering LaFerrara and claims to have killed nearly 24 more across the country, starting at just 13 years old when she joined a satanic cult, saying, quote, "When I hit 22, I stopped counting."
It was around noon at Sunchase Apartments when the victim's daughter, Katie Nichols, showed up and told me she stabbed her mother. My camera was rolling during her entire confession, which all has to do with satanic curses. Nichols walked up to the camera.
The satanic cult in this city has been casting satanic spells on me for 4 days. I'm exhausted.
Deputies say Nichols' mother was stabbed in the neck, chest, and stomach and was rushed to the hospital.
When I left, she was still breathing.
Well, that's good.
I stabbed her 3 times, and she should have died, but she was the Antichrist. She did not die.
Nichols is convinced she did everyone a favor.
She had symbolic representations of my death, my daughter's death, every nuclear explosion that was supposed to happen that's not going to now.
The mother, identified as 32-year-old Ebony Wilkerson from Cross, South Carolina, she is now undergoing mental health exams. Leslie Stewart Moore has a 911 call placed by her sister prior to the incident.
Hours before Ebony Wilkerson drove her minivan into the ocean with her 3 children inside, her sister called police because she said the pregnant 32-year-old was acting strangely.
She's talking about Jesus and that there's demons in my house and that I'm trying to control her, but I'm trying to keep them safe.
Keep her safe, not from the ocean waves, but from an alleged abusive ex. Volusia County Sheriff Ben Johnson says she would not even tell investigators where she was going when she was pulled over by Daytona Beach police hours before driving into the ocean.
Government forces and the opposition are going at each other in several deadly hotspots around the globe tonight. Government forces are advancing in Syria, a public showdown in Venezuela, new gun battles in Thailand, but we begin in Ukraine.
The crisis in Ukraine is turning deadlier by the minute. Thailand and Venezuela also brought to the brink by major demonstrations and protests. Is this the kind of event that could lead to something far worse?
Yes, I think what it boils down to is that you have very large populations that haven't participated in the economic recovery.
What Russia is doing now in Ukraine violates the principles
of the United Nations Charter. It threatens peace and security in Europe. Russia must stop its military activities and its threats.
Two-state solution to the Middle East peace process may have grown dimmer today. Correspondent Doug McKelway on the unfortunate timing of a visit by one of America's strongest allies.
A vigorous handshake, warm greetings, and an expression of hope for Mideast peace seemed designed to tamp down reports of a prickly relationship between President Obama and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
It's my belief that ultimately it is still possible to create two states, a Jewish state of Israel and a state of Palestine, in which people are living side by side in peace and security.
The president said that a Mideast peace deal may hinge on a pullback of Israeli settlements in the West Bank. Underscore the difficulty of Secretary of State John Kerry's framework, a 9-month negotiation launched last July, which now threatens to extend beyond a late April deadline.
There have been some amazing, significant prophetic things that have happened.
Yes, these tetrads, or these 4 moons, total eclipses of them, happen rarely. But last century, they happened twice. 1967 and 1968, when Jerusalem was recaptured on Passover and Tabernacles, and then again right after Israel became a nation in 1948. It happened in 1949 and 1950. So I thought, oh my gosh, this is tied to Israel. And so I looked in the 1800s, there weren't any. 1700s, there weren't any. 1600s, there weren't any. In the 1500s, there were like 4 or 5 times, but none of them fell on the feast days. And then in the 1492 is when all the Jews were kicked out of Spain. And in 1493 and 1494, the same thing. And so I thought, wow, 2014 and 2015 looks like it's to be pretty significant.
Patriot groups, or Christian patriot groups, are what we all used to call militias back in the 1990s. They are a group that, they are a movement really that is unified mainly by a conspiracy theory, the idea that the government is secretly plotting to impose martial law, to take Americans' guns away from them, to throw anyone who resists into concentration camps that have been built by FEMA secretly, and ultimately to force the United States into a kind of socialistic one-world government, and the so-called New World Order.
By some of the numbers.
Coming across the military vehicles here in West Eugene, just off of River Road. We have noticed these vehicles for at least, 4 or 5 days. We've seen 2 or 3 shipments come through. Tanks came through earlier in the week. As you can see, a wide range going from medic vehicles to Humvees to obviously armed vehicles. Kind of a little eerie. Definitely odd to see here in Eugene, Oregon.
The U.S. Army has built a fake city in Virginia for what they say is to prepare their troops to occupy foreign countries.
Think about the transition that we're going to go through here is to transition from an army of execution, doing what we've got to do, to an army of preparation to be ready for what comes next. That's where the importance of this facility really comes in.
But what's striking is this 300-acre fake city looks more like your average American town. The fact that the subway carriages even carry the same logo as they do in Washington, D.C. This could suggest that the site was built to double both as a foreign city and a mock domestic town. The site also includes what they're calling a mosque, but it looks eerily familiar to a Christian church. So they're saying this is for foreign occupation. Please, come on. They are training for martial law, civil unrest.
Immigration officers plan to use their smartphones to take high-res photos of license plates, then save them in a new government database. ICE saying it will help find and track criminals, but critics say it goes too far.
The cameras simply photograph the vehicle plate, turn that image into data that can be stored indefinitely, according to the ACLU, who says the Homeland Security program is being developed in secret.
It creates sort of a comprehensive database of where people go, what they do, and creates a net that no matter how innocent you are, you can't escape having your movements permanently monitored and recorded.
There's been a string of bizarre deaths in the globe's financial circles. In the past few weeks, 5 high-profile bankers have died, all from apparent suicides. Tessa Arcilio investigates.
Their untimely deaths grabbed headlines, 3 of which happened within a week. Be it the big investment banks they worked for, the senior positions they held, the public nature of their deaths, or all 3, once again it raised questions about an industry largely blamed for bringing the global economy to its knees in the 2008 financial crisis.
Well, if you pledge allegiance to the flag, make sure not to wear it on your shirt at one California high school. A decision from the Ninth Circuit upholds a high school's decision to ban students from wearing American flag T-shirts on Cinco de Mayo. School officials told students not to wear the shirts due to racial tensions.
Well, maybe call it a sign of the times. A lot of people are not prepared for this. There are some possible eyes in the sky that have neighbors in Laverne concerned and reaching out to police.
A piece of remote-controlled aerial equipment, also called a drone, it's been spotted circling one city neighborhood. News Channel 5's Emily Luxon is in our newsroom. Emily, do we know what it was doing and why it was there?
Well, that's exactly what police are working to find out. And they say, actually, this is uncharted territory because they've never even received a complaint like this. Meanwhile, some residents are asking for a change in city policy that they say will help protect their privacy.
It was the last thing I expected at the bus stop yesterday.
In a normally quiet Laverne neighborhood, the sighting of an unknown flying object is creating some buzz.
And it's going around and stopping and going to another house and stopping. And I'm like, what is that thing?
Carolyn Hickerson spotted what she describes as a drone in her Woodland Hills neighborhood Thursday.
Bibles in hotel rooms, that's standard practice in the U.S., but it wouldn't be anymore if one left-wing radical atheist group has their way. The Freedom from Religion Foundation received a complaint about what they call, quote, religious propaganda on state property at Iowa State University's Memorial Union Hotel. They then lobbied the director of the union until he agreed to remove all the Bibles from his rooms effective March the 1st.
Safety is the reason behind a new policy at Tennessee State University. News Channel 5's Andrea Klein-Thomas sat down with administrators. She joins us live from the university with more on how it works. Andrea.
Well, Vicki, many companies, just like our own, require every employee to have a photo ID. Well, that's no different here at TSU, but administrators say that the photo ID may keep students and staff safe.
So I believe our campus safety, it can always be better, but I believe that it's gotten a lot better since my freshman year.
It's already difficult for students to get around campus without identification. A new policy has students and staff lining the halls at the campus police department. Each one is required to get new identification. That's starting on March 1st.
One of the world's giant retailers, the British supermarket chain Tesco, is to kick off facial recognition technology.
Say it's Thursday morning, I walk into a shop. In it, all the usual stuff, plus a special camera that scans my face. It recognises that I'm female and aged between 30 and 45. If you think that's something out of a futuristic movie, think again. It's what's happening now.
Supreme Court issued a ruling that will allow police to search a home without a warrant when 2 occupants disagree about allowing the cops inside. And the resident who refused access is arrested. They also ruled an occupant may not object to a search when he or she is not at home.
Of Connecticut, where there are reports that tens of thousands of gun owners are refusing to register their firearms under a new law in what some are now calling a massive act of civil disobedience. Trace Gallagher has that story. Trace?
And in fact, Megan, we talked to a Connecticut lawmaker tonight who said he's never seen a law willfully disobeyed like this. Remember, this law bans assault weapons from being sold in Connecticut. Connecticut now has hundreds of thousands, potentially, of brand new criminals because not registering is a felony.
A group has unveiled designs for a 7-foot-tall statue of Satan that it wants at the Oklahoma State Capitol. The New York-based Satanic Temple says if Oklahoma can put a Ten Commandments statue on the Capitol grounds, they should be able to put their statue on the grounds as well. KOCO's Rob Hughes is live at the State House to show us what this statue looks like. Good morning, Rob.
Katie, good morning. And that statue they want put right next to the Ten Commandments here at the state capitol.
The statue will be a symbol of Satan as a goat. It's designed for children to sit on it, take pictures with it, and the group wants it to go right here outside the state capitol, right next to the Ten Commandments monument.
It's when the news now, prosecutors are painting a sadistic picture of an alleged teen killer. They say 17-year-old Jose Reyes convinced a friend to kidnap and brutally murder a teenage girl in order to help him sell his soul to the devil.
Growing tensions around the world, from the Middle East, where Iran could shift the balance of power with nuclear weapons, to Asia, where China is growing more nationalistic by the day and bullying its neighbors. 2014 seems to be starting off with a level of global disorder we really haven't seen in years.
Escalating crisis overseas, one that some fear could pull in the United States. There are fast-moving and mysterious developments on the ground in Ukraine.
A blatant show of force by Russia, fueling fears they plan to invade, as Ukraine accuses Russia of bringing in thousands of troops. Crimea did not support the uprising in the capital, Kiev, and many here would like to see it become part of Russia.
Book called Perfect Ending: Why Your Eternal Future Matters Today. In the book, which is out tomorrow, Pastor Robert Jeffress says President Obama's policies have some interaction with the Bible. With us now is the pastor. All right, the first issue is Obamacare. How does that have biblical implications?
What I'm saying in the book, Bill, is that there's going to be a future world dictator before Christ returns who's going to usurp people's personal feelings, rights. He's not only going to do that, he's wage war against God's people. He's going to change God's laws, and he's going to do it without any opposition. And my question was, how is he going to be able to pull that off? And my thesis is people will have been conditioned long before the Antichrist comes to accept governmental overreach. And that's what you're seeing with President Obama.
Okay. Now, for those who don't know the Bible, this is based on what? Walk us through how you reached that conclusion that there's going to be a powerful leader, not necessarily in the United States, right?
That's right.
It could be anyone.
Right.
Who's then going to kind of galvanize the world in warfare against religious people.
There is going to be a world dictator. Daniel chapter 7 in the Old Testament talks about it. Revelation chapter 13 in the Bible talks about it as well. And as you pointed out, Bill, he's not only going to usurp people's personal freedoms, he's going to wage war against God's own people. He's going to seek to change God's moral law.
We're pushing up towards, the highs again, really on what I would see as, not very good volume. And the fact of the matter is that we're seeing some serious volatility in the market, which I think bodes not particularly well as we move forward.
All right, so you mentioned two things here. You're watching volume, you're watching volatility. What other signals do you have your eyes on, Dan, that will tell you what we could be in for next?
If you look at the Dow for a longer-term chart pattern, if you look back over the last year and a half, there has been a chart out there circulating the last couple of months that it looks very similar to the 1929 chart that they saw. So, that's, I think, playing into some traders' minds as well, as you see.
The time period is exactly the same time period. That is incredible, really, when you look at it. It's chilling. It really is, because we joke about it, we're but it's just chilling. About to go up. As they do, and then it went straight down. So so April 2nd, 14 is really the bottom of the crash.
And if this chart were to hold up, it would drop from over 16,000 where it is now down to somewhere in the 12s. It looks like that would be significant.
Yeah.
discussing America's security challenges and a solution for peace between Israelis and Palestinians. Connor Powell live in Jerusalem with the latest. Hi, Connor.
Hi, Arthur. Well, Secretary of State John Kerry spent the last 9 months shuttling between Washington and Jerusalem trying to craft an agreement between the Israelis and Palestinians. And despite the lack of sort of tangible progress so far in crafting that deal, Kerry said today he is optimistic a deal can be reached, at least a framework agreement can be reached by the end of April. Both Israeli and Palestinian publics have overwhelmingly supported a peace agreement, according to polls taken in recent weeks and months. What happens in the next couple of weeks will really dictate what happens for the long-term peace agreement going forward, Arthel.
Some serious tug of war to come.
To your health tonight, the next time you visit Roper St. Francis, instead of sticking out your tongue and saying, ah, you might hold up your hand as a wave of infrared light tells the Roper staff member who you are. It's called palm scanning technology. And Roper St. Francis says it not only gets through to your appointment on time, it protects your identity along the way.
And then right back down.
It may look like something out of science fiction.
Just basically a small scanner that allows us to take a picture of the vein pattern in your hand. Our palm scanners are the new patient identification system that we're using throughout all of Roper St. Francis healthcare system to make sure we accurately identify the patient each and every time they come in and present for a visit.
And Roper St. Francis says palm scanning is one way to access your unique electronic health record, to review your history and document your care each visit.
When it comes to financial transactions, signatures can of course be forged, and PIN codes and passwords can be cracked. But I'm about to authorise a credit card payment using one of the most secure methods around.
It's a system called Pulse Wallet. It has an infrared camera in there which scans the vein pattern in my hand. That pattern is as unique as a fingerprint and far more difficult to copy. The technology, developed by Fujitsu, is already in use in cash machines in Japan and Brazil, and it could soon find its way into shops in the not too distant future.
One of the world's giant retailers, the British supermarket chain Tesco, is to kick off facial recognition technology to improve its advertising strategy. But privacy campaigners are already sounding the alarm, as RT's Laura Smith explains.
So say it's Thursday morning, I walk into a shop, in it all the usual stuff, plus a special camera that scans my face. It recognises that I'm female and aged between 30 and 45. If you think that's something out of a futuristic movie, think again. It's what's happening now.
Today, the government takes on the issue of facial recognition technology and your privacy. Tech companies are among the groups coming to Washington to help create the first voluntary guidelines. 60 Minutes correspondent Leslie Stahl began looking into the impact last year.
Facial recognition is already in some of our home appliances, like TVs.
Hi, TV.
In our mobile devices, pins and passwords are giving way to face prints. And the technology can single us out in real time as we go about our daily business, often without us ever knowing.
What's unique about face recognition is the fact that you can do it surreptitiously from a distance and continually.
It can happen, we don't even know.
That's the point.
The future is that everyone will have a camera on them, and this technology already exists for facial recognition technology. What's the scariest thing about this technology?
Basically, there are databases being created right now of your face, matching that to your profile. Part of what the government is going to look into is to try to create some rules and some regulations to say that if you do create a database like this, that you have to actually explicitly be a part of it instead of being included by default. Right now, the government wants to at least put some sort of voluntary rules in place to really make recommendations of what you should do with this data, and hopefully there'll be something a little bit more mandatory coming.
I'm trying to figure out what is the benefit to it. What is the information used for? I still don't get it.
A lantern, just a flashing light, or is that something else? Did some people right here in Central Oregon and all across the Northwest really ring in New Year with a UFO? Intriguing. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Matt McDonald.
And I'm Alicia Inns. We got phone calls here about weird flying objects on New Year's Eve. Folks even posted pictures on our Facebook page about this.
Being New Year's Eve, we had to wonder, how credible they were at the moment. But it turns out Central Oregon isn't alone in this. People also spotted these bright flashing lights in California and in Medford. Kendra Kent's here now with the story. Kendra.
Alicia and Matt, the couple I spoke with today swear it wasn't a floating lantern or some kind of firework display zipping around outside their Bend home. Millions greeted the new year with the usual. Others say they saw something very unusual.
It would stop and hover and be all shimmery like a forest fire color.
Something they'd never seen before.
That's really weird. Yeah, because you can see all different kinds of lights on it.
This is video Pam Stewart of Bend shot outside her home on New Year's Eve. She describes a floating, flashing light she saw off in the distance. A flying object she says couldn't be a lantern.
And it was moving horizontal, and then just off.
And back here in Oregon, Eric Whitford took this photo from his Medford home and shared it with us on Facebook. No, this is not fireworks, he writes. This object came in from the left of us and then just stopped. Another appeared and both disappeared. This was really amazing to watch. Could it be a UFO, a drone, a trick of the light? Even aerial experts say that's up in the air.
There was something dazzling in the sky last night, and we're not talking about New Year's Eve fireworks.
Well, people from all over Northern California contacted us to report a bizarre flying object or objects. Most of the sightings happened just after midnight.
News 10's George Warren spent the day trying to identify the unidentified flying objects.
Well, we saw it right through the trees. It was bright enough to shine directly through the trees without any problem seeing it. Stephen Brown watched it over Sacramento. Hans Mount spotted it over Auburn. Kind of approached from over that direction and came across kind of slow. Did they see the same thing that Kay Pinlack saw in Stockton?
Pretty much right above this palm tree here.
Multiple objects, he says, captured on his iPhone.
I seen like 6 bright orange color lights. And they're like almost in a diamond or triangle shape. It was weird. And so they started just separating.
You see that other one up there on the right, though? And not just Northern California. Somebody posted this video from the Hollywood Hills on YouTube. Multiple glowing objects out there among the New Year's Eve fireworks.
And now it's 3 more.
There's 2 of them.
No.
There's 3 all together, right?
4. No, it's 4 now.
In Auburn, Hans and his wife Terry saw it a few hours earlier than the other sightings.
There was no sound. That's the funny thing.
Or the lights, the usual lights.
No sound, no blinking lights, just this big illuminated form.
And whatever it was moved up and to the left. It hovered there for probably about 60 seconds. And then it took off at a high rate of speed, out of sight, directly away from us, and just disappeared. Now, an FAA spokesman tells me that there was no unusual aircraft activity reported to the FAA last night. If this was some sort of hoax, it would have to be a pretty elaborate one because it was seen by so many people all over California.
Well, yeah, up and down the state, which is interesting, and within hours of each other.
Yeah. So the earliest sighting we heard about was about 8 p.m. up in Auburn. Terry and Hans, they said it was just a single object they saw, very moving unnaturally, too fast for a balloon, too slow for an airplane. In Sacramento as well, Stephen said that it was a single object hovering and then streaking away. And then, of course, down in Stockton, the multiple objects, as in Hollywood.
That's the interesting part, that it was hovering and then it started cruising. Yeah. That suggests, it's not a balloon. Or
there's some intelligent control of this thing.
We are beginning tonight with those crop circles and a mystery of who or what created them in a field near Chular. Action News reporter Felix Cortez is live at the scene with tonight's top story.
Well, Aaron, Dan, who or what created that crop circle? That's the big mystery in this field just behind me. This is what was discovered Monday morning in the field just outside Chular. A huge crop circle in the middle of a grass field. By early afternoon, the pictures and story had gone viral, and looky-loos started showing up in droves, hoping to get a glimpse.
We heard there was something going on around aliens in Chula. I'm a skeptic, but this could be aliens. I don't know. I mean, I'm always willing to believe something, so, I mean, if there's proof, then you can't deny proof. But right now, it looks like aliens to me, so. There it is.
Something happened in this field overnight. This YouTube video shows strange bursts of light near the crop circle. By daylight, this is what we saw overhead. a detailed circle that could have only been created by another life form, not humans, according to this Chular man.
The lines of the square and the circle is specific. The mathematics and the squares is the graphic. The lines, the graphic is special. No, it's possible. No, it's possible.
Let me ask you this. Yeah. You have interviewed every president of my lifetime. Why is Obama facing so much opposition now? Why is he struggling so much to really fulfill the great flame of ambition and excitement that he was elected on originally in 2009?
Well, you've touched on it to a degree. He made so many promises. We thought that he was going to be, I shouldn't say this at Christmas time, but the next Messiah. And people feel very disappointed because they expected more. It's very difficult when the expectations for you are very high. You're almost better off when they're low and then they rise and rise. His were very high and they've dropped. But he still has several years to go. What does he have, 3 years more, Pierce? And, there will be a lot of changes one thinks in that time.
A recent college graduate says Spokane County Sheriff's deputies were sneaking around his house, forced him out of his house onto his knees on his lawn, and handcuffed him in front of his neighbors.
But deputies had the wrong house and the wrong guy.
I come over to my door and I slap it to try to say, hey, look, somebody's in this house and they're not going to let you come in here.
Then he says he got the scare of his life.
Right as soon as I open this door, it's dark outside, it's very dark. All I can see is a pistol pointed right towards me.
Connor says the deputies accused him of being an intruder in his own home. But he says when the mistake was realized, he was the one apologizing, while the deputy said something that gave him chills.
You're lucky I didn't explicit shoot you.
A major concern, which much of the media is downplaying, is that it appears the new NDAA quietly brings a new issue into focus: potentially increased surveillance of Americans, building on the NDAA's already dark legacy of including language that suggests non-combatant Americans merely suspected of aiding alleged terrorists could be locked up indefinitely by the military under the laws of war.
The bust happened yesterday on the Turnpike in Lorain County. They pulled over the driver for speeding, but then some really observant troopers noticed several wires running to the back of the car. Those wires then led them directly to a hidden compartment. Criminals and drug dealers are using the same roads you use every day. And just yesterday, for the first time in Northeast Ohio, state troopers made an arrest under the state's relatively new hidden compartment law, which is when criminals modify the inside of their car, allowing them to store drugs or weapons inside secret compartments. The giveaway this time?
And actually figured it out, followed the wiring, and we were able to get it open.
Troopers then arrested this man, 30-year-old Norman Gurley, who didn't even have any drugs on him, but it didn't matter because in Ohio, just driving a trapped car is now a felony.
People who buy long guns like rifles and shotguns will have to register them.
Even though the law is, at least temporarily, boosting his bottom line, the owner of this Sacramento gun shop isn't a fan. In the last week of 2013, the gun shop owner says sales of long guns are up 30 to 50%. The reason for the last-second rush? Gun shop owners say it's a new California law going into effect in 2014. It creates a registry for long guns, much like the one already in place for handguns, tracking the make, model, and serial number of the gun, as well as the person who owns it. Bottom line is, no matter how you feel, if you buy a shotgun or rifle on or after January 1st, you'll have to register it.
Deadline is tomorrow for gun owners to register their high-capacity magazines and assault weapons. Those measures are part of the brand new gun law passed in the wake of the Sandy Hook tragedy. It is estimated that there may be as many as 20,000 assault weapons in the state that need to be registered. But the Connecticut Citizens Defense League calls the law unconstitutional. The group is reminding gun owners of that looming deadline to make sure they don't become felons as of January the 1st.
A vehicle used in war will soon hit the streets in Farmington. This video from the Farmington Daily Times shows the city's newest additions to its police fleet. a used armored vehicle that will be used during SWAT calls and other emergency situations. The American Civil Liberties Union says the program to sell the vehicles to police agencies is further materializing police forces across the country.
You never know when something like this is going to happen. You always have to be on your toes.
For hours Thursday, this normally quiet section of Springfield was on lockdown.
Very scary because I've never seen SWAT team. I'm like coming down the street, I'm like, SWAT team?
Police say the man barricaded himself in the home and they negotiated with him for 40 minutes. At some point, Fairfax County Police fired at least one shot, killing the man this evening.
This comes as the victim's family says they've learned John Gear was not armed when an officer shot and killed him.
But we want to hear from you whether or not you think the U.S. is a police state or is becoming a police state.
Not only is the United States creating a police state, but the acquisition of over 2 billion bullets, hollow point bullets by Homeland Security, 3,000 mine-resistant armored vehicles by Homeland Security. It is the modern version of the Gestapo, and the American people are looking at a new form of totalitarianism that is compartmentalized, that is corporatized, in order to make it blameless to say that one arm doesn't know what the other arm is doing, and yet the concentration camps are being built, and the American people are going to be placed in them when they choreograph yet another false flag operation on this country.
Blood moon is a full lunar eclipse, and 4 of them in a row is called a tetrad. When they've occurred on the Jewish high holy days, it's coincided with major historical events like the Six-Day War in 1967. 4 blood moons on the Jewish high holy days has happened only 3 times in the last 500 years. The next time it occurs is starting next spring on the Jewish Passover.
The recent discoveries released by NASA, the National Aeronautical Space Association, literally the best scientists in the world predicting the coming 4 blood moons. They are predicting that there will be 4 blood moons that began April 15th, 2014. That there will be a second, October the 8th, 2014. That there will be a solar eclipse in the month of March, the 20th of 2015. A third blood moon in April the 4th, 2015. A fourth blood moon, September the 28th, 2015. I want you to read my lips. These are NASA's predictions, not mine.
You know, as you're very well aware of all the prophecies, you know, about signs in the heavens and the sun turning to darkness and the moon to blood. And so as I was looking this, I went to NASA's website because they have 5,000 years of eclipses recorded. Because God created everything mathematically, they can do this.
Right.
Well, I noticed that there were 4 total blood moons or total lunar eclipses in a row in 2014 and 2015. They fell on Passover and the Feast of Tabernacles in 2014, and then again on Passover and Tabernacles in 2015. I was blown away to see these 4 blood moons falling on the feast days, and I wondered how often does that happen? And I noticed it didn't happen at all in the 1800s, the 1700s, the 1600s. And so I went to the 1900s, and lo and behold, twice there were 4 blood moons in a row. And guess what years they fell? This is what we talked about, 1967 and 68 when Israel captured Jerusalem. And then right after Israel became a nation in 1948, they happened in 1949 and 1950. And so I thought this is an awesome sign. I mean, in Genesis 1:14, God said he created the sun, the moon, and the stars to send signs. Typically, you only have 1 total lunar eclipse every few years. But to have 4 together in 2 years, tied to the biblical holidays, that's huge.
Quick and continuing reaction today after a nuclear deal was reached with Iran late last night. In exchange for rolling back its nuclear program, Iran gets an easing of many sanctions. But it's not a long-term deal.
Under the 6-month deal, Iran agreed to destroy its stockpile of weapons-grade uranium, restrict its production of nuclear fuel, and give inspectors daily access to select nuclear facilities. Speaking after the deal was announced, President Obama warned Iran that they must comply.
And if Iran does not fully meet its commitments during the 6-month phase, we will turn off the relief and ratchet up the pressure.
Skeptics, including Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, slammed the deal, calling it a historic mistake that would allow Iran to get closer to making a bomb.
And now the hard part begins. The U.S. and its allies have about 6 months to monitor Iran's progress.
Israeli and Palestinian negotiators will seek to reach a peace agreement within 9 months.
Our objective will be to achieve a final status agreement over the course of the next 9 months.
The United States is seeking to broker an agreement on a two-state solution in which Israel would exist peacefully alongside a new Palestinian state created in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, lands occupied by the Israelis since a 1967 war.
Secretary of State John Kerry is getting ready to return to the Middle East for peace talks with Israel and Palestinian officials. This video is from a trip he made there earlier this month, and we know the timing is important. Just last week, Israeli government expressed anger over learning the United States had been gathering intelligence on them through the NSA. Kerry's expected to leave on New Year's Day in what will be his 10th trip to that region since March, all part of a push to move the peace process.
This is the postcard from Jerusalem. It's not often you get to see the old city in the Golden Dome with the Dome of the Rock blanketed in snow.
Residents in Jerusalem battled to return to normality on Sunday after a powerful winter storm lasting days covered the city in snow. Most of Israel, including the West Bank, has been affected by the storm. This is the most severe snowstorm in decades in Israel.
Applause rings through St. Peter's Square as Pope Francis prepares to deliver his first Christmas message as the leader of the Roman Catholic Church. He decried the cost of war and called on atheists to unite with believers of all religions to work for peace.
So it's the end of the year, but are we heading for the end of the world as we know it? Economic turmoil, wage rage over living pay, spiraling national debt, high unemployment with benefits for more than 1 million people expiring tomorrow. The current economic climate has, understandably, caused a lot of fear and some unrest. One financial expert says it may be time to brace for the worst and prepare for financial Armageddon.
If you have never heard of Bitcoin, you are probably not alone, but the online currency is gaining popularity around the world, and now in eastern Kentucky. WIMT's Brittany Nada looked into the cyber money to try and answer some questions about how it works.
City commissioners in Vico recently passed a measure to pay its police chief in Bitcoin. It may be a forward-thinking movement, but many of you probably do not understand how it works.
Bitcoin is a new currency traded against the dollar, yen, euro, and every other currency around the world.
Several bald eagles have died in northern and central Utah this month alone, all from similar symptoms of a mystery illness. Well, today we have learned of 2 more birds found this week on the verge of death. That brings a total nearly 24.
Statewide, 21 bald eagles have been found with the mysterious illness just this month. 16 have died. This one was found by hikers in Bountiful.
I've never seen a bald eagle that close.
We've never had this many birds come in of one species coming in this quickly in this short span of time and having them all die.
The bald eagle is just what America stands for, and so to see one hurt, injured, you know, that's not what you want to see.
Now, what was strange about this is that this man's speeches and directions for the whole world had to do with new times upon us as human beings. new directives for global peace, and the need to give up current citizenship for world citizenship. This man continually and constantly spoke of world order and the benefits of all men dwelling together in peace. Now, even though I was disturbed in the dream, I was also being pulled into this because it sounded very, very good. World peace sounds good until you see the cost. Let me tell you, there is no world peace. I constantly heard the word new order, world order, and new times.
Final thought from you, because you say openly in your essay that you're reserving judgment on all of this as we learn more over the next several weeks. But one of the things that you talk about in a broader perspective is global powers trying to rearrange themselves into a new global world order.
I think we have to watch it carefully to see whether, in fact, this is the opening of a new moment in international history.
So my freedoms and my patriotism were instantly being eroded from my understanding.
Our other big story, a clash between church and county, a place of worship being told to take down a sign with an American flag and a message to support the troops.
The church put up this sign to cover an old billboard that was run down. However, support the troops is becoming quite controversial here in Nevada County.
Why would you knock something that's got an American flag on it that says support our troops? I have no idea. I really don't.
Fourth grader Gracie Brown and her brother Luke put a lot of thought and effort into their Christmas cards.
It included Merry Christmas. And when you open it up, it says, thank you for your service, and the American flag.
52 students at Grace Academy in Prosper spent Friday morning making these cards.
I hope you have a blessed holiday.
They planned to hand deliver to bedridden veterans at the VA hospital in Dallas this morning. When Gracie and Luke's mom found out they wouldn't be able to, she was outraged.
This wasn't the country that I grew up in, that you couldn't say Merry Christmas. So we found out not only could you not say Merry Christmas, you couldn't say God bless you in a card, and you couldn't reference any scripture.
People were buying right into this plan that this man was releasing through the airwaves at staggering rates. No resistance. No one was fighting it. No one was saying anything publicly. I can't tell you if the airwaves were controlled to the point where you couldn't come on and say certain things. You can't just get on the three major networks and say what you want.
Superstar patriarch of Duck Dynasty Phil Robertson put on indefinite hiatus now by A&E for comments that he made to GQ magazine about homosexuality.
Well, Martha, after some heavy lobbying by gay community, A&E suspended Robertson for his personal comments made to GQ magazine by Barbara Walters, along with the Klan, described his family as Bible thumpers who just happened to end up on TV. In the article, he calls homosexuality a sin, and I'm quoting, "Everything is blurred on what's right and what's wrong. Start with homosexual behavior and just morph out from there. Bestiality, sleeping around with this woman and that woman and those men. Don't be deceived. Neither the adulterers, the idolaters, the male prostitutes, the homosexual offenders, the greedy, the drunkards, the slanderers, the swindlers, they will not inherit the kingdom of God."
On the top of them, I began to see cameras, little white, oval-looking, hot dog kind of looking cameras. And in the dream, it was revealed to me that these cameras knew the whereabouts of everybody's vehicles.
The FBI is now revealing its next generation, if you will, effort to weed out the bad guys. As you mentioned, $1 billion. They've put it to the test so far in several states since February. The facial recognition system compiles mugshots, DNA information, iris scans, and voice recognition, which matches surveillance images with photos of known criminals. It can also track suspects in surveillance footage by honing in on their faces in a crowd. Several public advocates are also wary of the project, fearing it will eventually extend beyond criminals to include images of the innocent. It remains unclear, though, if images of the general public will also be included when it is nationally implemented by the year 2014.
Very unusual things began to happen with law. I began to see local municipalities, and no longer were police departments the enforcers of the law of municipalities, but military police driving very unusual looking vehicles that I now know to be called Humvees. These vehicles that I saw were black.
New crime fighting tool is so big, some might call it a tank.
I think they are. Now, it's really called an
MRAP. I checked on that. And tonight, these massive military vehicles are in the hands of 4 mid-state police agencies.
A handful of police departments are now getting them free of charge to protect their officers. Hendersonville's SWAT team already has 2 Humvees. The problem is they're not armored. The MRAP gives them that much-needed protection.
We plan to paint it black, just the same as our other tactical vehicles, and put police markings on it, and that's probably all we're going to do.
I see how God's hand guided me. When I began preaching many years ago, it was not with any thoughts that I'd be preaching to large audiences.
Come to the cross! His gospel is for everyone!
God has done this.
Christ is alive! In modern America today, there is a vacuum of the soul.
Our country's in great need of a spiritual awakening. Well, there have been times that I've wept as I've gone from city to city and I've seen how far people have wandered from God. Of all the things that I've seen and heard, there's only one message that can change people's lives and hearts.
There is a way if you come by the way of the cross.
I know that there are many people that dispute that. People don't want to hear that they're sinners. To many people, it's an offense. The cross is offensive because it directly confronts the evils which dominate so much of this world.
These 4 blood moons happen on a high holiday 4 times in a row with a solar eclipse in the middle is beyond the null hypothesis of probability. This is something that the Bible, using the sun, the moon, and the stars as a communication system to humanity, says something is about to change and world history is going to change forever.
May be witnessing a humanitarian disaster in the making as a massive cyclone as powerful and broad as Hurricane Katrina has come ashore on India's densely populated coast.
The massive cyclone enough to cover all of France.
On the ground, the storm is whipping wind gusts of up to 150 miles per hour, swamping low-lying villages and driving a towering storm surge well inland.
It's being called Asia's Hurricane Katrina, the biggest storm to hit India in years.
Yeah, the area has seen severe storms in the past, but not this severe.
This could be the biggest storm India has ever seen.
Yeah, the North Indian Ocean has ever seen, and certainly has already tied for the number 2 spot. Even get worse than that.
A lot of Americans are seeing the worst nature has to offer, from a blast of crippling snow in South Dakota to a tornado outbreak in Nebraska and Iowa. All of this as Tropical Storm Karen remains on track to bring potentially flooding rain.
The front brought record rainfall to the region, more than 7 inches in 36 hours, twice the old record set 103 years ago.
That flooding a result of the same storm system that spawned 12 tornadoes this weekend in the Midwest.
Now, Typhoon Wifa, the strongest typhoon Japan has seen in a decade, has battered the northeastern part of that island nation, killing at least 14 people and damaging many, many homes.
City workers battled rising water levels, the impact of one of the most powerful storms of its kind to hit this country in years.
Waves more than 20 meters high crash down on China's southeast coast. A stark and brutal reminder that Typhoon Faitao is on the way. A top-level red alert has been declared by Chinese authorities. The 23rd typhoon to hit China this year, Faitao is bringing strong winds and heavy rain.
Typhoon Nari raged across Luzon Island in the northern Philippines on Saturday.
Again, speaking to the local people, typhoons do pass over the Philippines very often. But the locals we spoke to today were saying this was a very scary event, the worst typhoon they've seen.
Heavy flooding in Oaxaca as Tropical Storm Manuel and Hurricane Ingrid lash Mexico, killing at least 17. In Veracruz State, streets have turned to rivers.
Officials are calling the storms one of the worst natural disasters in Mexico's history.
We want to start with a look at a big storm that's on track to hammer parts of Asia. Forecasters say that Super Typhoon Usagi is the strongest storm that's been recorded on the planet so far this year.
With winds of up to 127 miles per hour, this is one of the strongest typhoons to hit the Western Pacific this year and is set to move further across China towards Hong Kong.
It's been a very eventful few days with the typhoon in China and the one that's approaching now, Typhoon Danas. It's approaching the south of the Korean Peninsula.
We begin this evening with Korea's first tropical storm in October in 15 years.
And we've only had 4 October typhoons since 1950. Now, Typhoon Danas has been sweeping Jeju and the region in the southern coast.
Typhoon Francisco brought heavy rain and high winds to parts of Japan. People were being evacuated from the island about 120 kilometers from Tokyo, which was hit by a deadly storm last week, leaving 30 people dead. Another typhoon called Likima is also forming in the Western Pacific.
But we're going to turn now to what's being called biblical flooding across Colorado. Residents said they've never seen anything like it. The image is just shocking.
Stranded and submerged. The Colorado landscape washing away as rescuers race to those trapped by rising waters.
It's like the ocean out here.
This morning, Boulder County, Colorado is underwater. Torrential rains causing flash flooding overnight. At least 2 people have died from flooding from Boulder County all the way to Colorado Springs.
And they've got some issues with dams out there.
That's right. One dam is broken. 3 others are in danger of breaking.
In some areas, entire homes collapsed. The roads dangerous, if not impassable, with mud and rock slides across the county. Major thoroughfare US 36 shut down. Officials are ordering mandatory evacuation. At the University of Colorado at Boulder, floods are gushing over structures, completely surrounding college students with raging waters.
Water's up to my heels. It's not even, this is serious right now.
The early casualty estimates out of typhoon-stricken central Philippines are beyond staggering in the wake of one of the most powerful typhoons in recorded history.
These satellite photos show the immense storm, the strongest ever to hit land.
Wind gusts reached 175 miles per hour. Storm surges as high as trees laid waste to towns and villages.
Super Typhoon Haiyan raced across the Philippine Islands, kicking waves up to 19 feet high, winds up to 195 miles per hour. Parts of the islands devastated by what will likely go down as the most powerful typhoon in recorded history to make landfall. It was those wild 195-mile-per-hour winds, the chaos causing waves and surge to climb over 20 feet.
It begins.
Well, there's another strange story out about the Department of Homeland Security. The agency has announced a requirement for armed protective security officer services at various locations throughout Minnesota and Wisconsin to the tune of $19 million. And what's more, DHS says, quote, the project will have a requirement for the contractor to have a top secret facility clearance by the start of performance. Now, in light of all that has come out about DHS stockpiling hollow point ammunition and other sorts of bullets and full auto assault rifles and purchasing checkpoint booths and retrofitting armored vehicles, a lot of people are asking, what is going on now? What is this all about? Is it for a legitimate purpose? And if so, what is that purpose? So we're going to try to get some answers today from Texas Congressman Louis Gohmert. He's also vice chair of the Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security. And it's so wonderful to talk to you, Congressman. Thanks so much for being with us.
Great to talk to you, Janet. Thank you, and I appreciate the work you've done on this issue. I tell you, there's just a lot of things that continue to be unanswered by the Department of Homeland Security, and I use that term loosely because, as Coburn has pointed out, Senator Tom Coburn, the department is wasting money right and left. They're disorganized, and they've spent supposedly $90 billion on border security, and the border is not secured at all. Some estimates are around 40% or so. And so with this report about new efforts in Wisconsin in that area, it makes no sense whatsoever. So I'm just giving all this background to listeners so they can understand that hopefully they should be as skeptical of Homeland Security and the Justice Department as I think you and I are.
Well, I agree with you, and all the things that you've mentioned, we've talked about a lot on the show as well, Ella Bieri and all the rest that you've talked about, all very, very important things. But, we've had a lot of people out there saying they're taking note of the 1.6 billion rounds of, in part, hollow point ammunition, which is to kill people, not for target practice. You've had
most ranges don't let you use hollow points on their range.
Right.
Destructive of the target. So that made no sense. And I have asked folks on Homeland Security if they're, what is the reason for that? And I'm talking about the Committee on Homeland Security in the House. And they seem satisfied. Well, apparently, they just have to get this much ammunition when they're buying for all the different departments. But, Janet, that does not make sense. And I don't have answers on what they're doing regarding the report that you mentioned, but it sure piques my interest, and I want to, we get back in session on Tuesday, and I will be demanding answers because that's outrageous. They can't even protect our borders, and now, I mean, if that's something that's going to protect the borders, that's one thing, but some kind of secret security force is the very thing that the United States is never supposed to have. We're just not supposed to be doing that. But until we get enough members of Congress stirred up over the things that I've been preaching about, then we're not likely to get answers. And the way you get their attention is start cutting funding. But with Homeland Security, I mean, they're not seeking any more nominees to be confirmed by the Senate. So the Constitution anticipates what Congress will do in order to effectuate proper oversight. We will start cutting funding to things till we get answers.
Well,
people say we're in the House, we don't have that much control. Yeah, we do. Nothing gets funded unless we give them the money. We have to agree to the money being funded or they don't get it.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. And that's exactly what the American people need, because I'll tell you, Congressman, people are really worried. They're adding up all of these stories that have come out. You've had the president himself saying as a candidate, talking about a civilian national security force, and people say, oh, that's just conspiratorial. Well, he said it. And now we have all this ammo buildup and armored vehicles, which were used for the, counterinsurgency in Iraq. The question,
if you go back to Obamacare, I mean, obviously it wasn't just only about health care. I called attention to page, I think it was 13, 12, and 13 of the original two-volume set on Obamacare, but the provisions in there for the president's own commissioned and non-commissioned officer corps, and I've continued to ask questions. What is this for? It says it's for international health crises, but then it doesn't include the word health when it talks about national emergencies.
Wow.
So you go, and I've asked, what kind of training are they getting? It provides in Obamacare that this commissioned and non-commissioned officer corps will be trained, but I want to know, are they using weapons to train, or are they being taught to use syringes and healthcare items? But we've got no clear answers on that. So you couple that with this kind of news, it is very disturbing.
Well, as far as the money, you make a really good point that the House has the power of the purse there, but it's strange that the president himself has not been questioned more plainly by the media. I guess none of us should be surprised by that, but given the case after case where we've seen DHS doing strange things, I think also of the 2009 report they put out on right-wing extremism, we've seen those reports about calling the American Family Association a hate group and things like that, and Army training sessions. And especially Christians are looking at this and saying, gee, I hope my mind isn't going in a direction that's actually seeming that it's going. And people don't want to think that way and seem conspiratorial, but it's odd that they will not answer questions.
Well, but you get back to reporters, I think the reason that they're afraid to ask the tough questions about these kind of things is that they're afraid that all of their colleagues will immediately turn on them and saying, oh, you're another right-wing nut, you see a conspiracy everywhere. I don't see conspiracies everywhere. I just see really stupid moves being made by this administration.
Puzzled neighbors are on Facebook and on Twitter. They're wondering, what's with the X marks that have been left on street curbs? Residents of at least 2 Northside neighborhoods report seeing more and more of these things. So we sent out our Jesse Degollado to check it out.
If X marks the spot, then why here? Why are there small red X's scattered here and there along curbs and sidewalks? Even X's that were apparently cut into fresh cement, then colored blue.
Our intelligence unit is looking into it. Our North Property Crimes unit is looking into it, and we also have our patrol officers in the area are well aware of the situation.
So are they a way of alerting burglars? Who's home and who's not?
It doesn't appear that there's anything sinister going on.
Still, police aren't ruling anything out. Maybe they're markings for underground utilities.
That is one of the prevailing theories that we're looking into, that it could be.
Yet SAWS, CPS Energy, Public Works, and Solid Waste Management tell us they don't use markings like this.
I never noticed that up until now.
Olivia Guzman, who has a red X in front of her house, agrees given where her utilities are located.
No, they're over here. That's the phone, AT&T right there.
Then why are they here?
I would like to know why somebody will mark the front of my house.
Now, SAPD tells me that this is not against the law, but it is trying to confirm whether a company was going door to door and then left these X's in front of houses that perhaps weren't interested in what they were trying to sell. Now, they also will be looking into whether the red X's and the blue X's are somehow connected.
I've had people calling me saying they go out to their mailbox and they find a little red dot or a little blue dot on their mailbox, and they wonder what the little red dot and blue dot is. Well, it's marking your mailbox by the government, so when foreign troops come in here on us after martial law, if you have a red dot on your mailbox, they take you out immediately and shoot you right in the head. But if you have a blue dot, they take you to the FEMA camps being built by Halliburton right now.
A little bit of mud isn't stopping the construction of a FEMA dome in Lumberton. Crews began the work in April.
Towering more than 50 feet above the ground, this 25,000 square foot building being built between Lumberton Intermediate School and Lumberton High School is the first of its kind in Southeast Texas. It's a disaster dome, able to withstand 200-mile-an-hour winds. It will allow first responders and people who are unable to evacuate to a safe location to safely ride out storms.
Lumberton ISD is one of the school districts that is used as a command center, and this will be kind of used as our command center in the event of an emergency.
The multi-million-dollar project is part of the Texas Safe Shelter Initiative and is being funded primarily by FEMA grants to Hardin County.
sounding the alarm. Lindsey Graham said the following, quote, "I believe that if we get Syria wrong within 6 months, and you can quote me on this, there will be a war between Iran and Israel over their nuclear program. My fear is that it won't come to America on top of a missile. It'll come in the belly of a ship in the Charleston or New York harbor."
A shakeup at the highest levels of the U.S. military. A top general in charge of nuclear weapons fired, and this comes 48 hours after another top military commander was dismissed.
Diane, these officers have some of the highest security clearances you can get and have been in charge of the nation's most sensitive nuclear arsenals. A stunning chain of events. Today, Michael Carey, the two-star general responsible for the nation's 3 intercontinental ballistic missile wings, fired from his command. The reason? Personal misbehavior on a military business trip. This comes just 48 hours after President Obama himself relieved the number 2 in command over the nation's nuclear arsenal over his suspected use of counterfeit poker chips. These follow an alarming string of general officers losing their jobs this year for inappropriate behavior, misconduct, or lack of leadership. 2 Marine Corps generals fired less than 2 weeks ago, providing force protection in Afghanistan. An Army Brigadier General relieved of duty for adultery. An Army 2-star general fired for groping a civilian. At least 16 commanders have been fired this year. The bad news is how much this is happening.
But that same day beforehand, we leaked the intel specifically stating that the nuclear warheads were moving from Texas to South Carolina. To add matters to that and make it even more extreme, not only, yes, do we have the second commander being fired, but the first commander being fired. And it later came out through these leaked emails, if you look at the Daily Mail piece, that the second in command was fired on the same day of the nuclear warheads transfer that we reported on. The exact same day, but that came out weeks later. So we couldn't have known that. The intel was right, 100%. We knew that. But this also goes into this new thing. This is breaking news here, exclusive. The guy that's firing all these people, the head guy, his name is Kowalski. He made a statement in this Department of Defense online website here in an interview, and he actually said, nuclear weapons are strategic weapons. They're political weapons. So they're not just weapons of war. He went on to talk about, you know, we have all these 2,000-pound bombs and everything. That's what master sergeants talk about. But once you get to the level of senator and secretary of defense, they talk about nuclear weapons. He's saying that nuclear weapons aren't actually weapons of war anymore. They're political strategic weapons. That to me sounds like he's saying he's holding the country hostage, as we talked about before. This is the guy in charge firing all these generals who wouldn't go along with him. They're replacing the real experienced people with this guy, Jack Weinstein, who will go along and play ball. It's definitely obvious these older generals were either whistleblowers, they weren't going to go along with the plan. And it seems to me that basically he's saying that, yeah, nuclear weapons are not for war, they're political and strategic weapons. Sounds to me like they wanted to launch a false flag attack as a pretext to war in Syria and Iran, as Graham was their little playboy to go out and say it, and then these guys would not go along with it.
All right, Secretary of State John Kerry just signed the UN Arms Trade Treaty.
Great. It, if you don't know about it, is designed to regulate the international weapons trade, but some are worried it could actually take away some of our Second Amendment rights right here in the U.S.
And a treaty cannot trump an express guarantee in the Constitution.
Until we get that world government
but you know something, Brian? The people that are behind this treaty want that world government, and in their minds, this is a step toward it.
You mean controlling ammo, controlling the amount that's available, eventually controlling the market?
Eventually controlling all of us.
Sure.
Yes.
A world
that,
government.
That's the value set of John Kerry, Barack Obama, and their allies in Europe who pushed this treaty.
President Obama, on the same day that there was the horrible, tragic naval yard attack, 13 Americans were killed in Washington, D.C. in the Navy Yard, that day, President Obama waived a ban on selling arms to terrorists. Now, this is hard to believe, but President Obama did that. You can go to my website if you want to, bachman.house.gov. I've got the article. But President Obama waived a ban on arming terrorists in order to allow weapons to go to the Syrian opposition. And let me just read from one article. It says, some elements of the Syrian opposition are associated with radical Islamic terror groups, including Al-Qaeda, which was responsible for the September 11th attacks in New York, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and Washington. This is amazing. The Arms Export Control Act, President Obama waives the prohibitions in sections 40 and 40A so that your listeners, U.S. taxpayers, are now paying to give arms to terrorists, including Al-Qaeda. Now, this didn't get much notice in the press because it happened the same day as those 13 attackers. It happened the same week as 137 or more were killed in Nairobi, Kenya, in that terrible mall shooting. The same week as over 100 Christians were killed in a church in Peshawar in Pakistan. We had a week of bloodshed, including Iraq, including Afghanistan, including Iran. There was a lot of bloodshed that was going on. So people didn't hear about this. But this happened, and as of today, the United States is willingly, knowingly, intentionally sending arms to terrorists. Now, what this says to me, as I'm a believer in Jesus Christ, as I look at the end time scripture, this says to me that the leaf is on the fig tree. And we are to understand the signs of the times, which is your ministry. We are to understand where we are in God's end-time history. This isn't to cause us fear. This is to cause us, I believe, as believers in Jesus Christ, to grow up and mature in our faith and embrace. The prophets said they long to look to this time. The prophets long to look into the future, to see these days of His coming and herald His coming.
And we're privileged to live in them.
Yes, we are privileged. Rather than seeing this as a negative, Jan, we need to rejoice. Maranatha, come Lord Jesus. His day is at hand. And so when we see up is down and right is called wrong, when this is happening, we were told this, that these days would be as the days of Noah. We are seeing that in our time. Yes, it gives us fear in some respects because we want the retirement that our parents enjoyed. We want our children and grandchildren to have wonderful, positive lives. Well, they will, if they know Jesus Christ, and if they know the glorious future that is set out for all of mankind, not just Americans, not just conservatives, but every human being that God ever created, that should give us and impel us on into the gospel.
If I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness. And I'd have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those run wild. Until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. And what'll you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing.
Sometimes I fear there's a creeping resignation, that these tragedies are just somehow the way it is, that this is somehow the new normal. We can't accept this. As Americans bound in grief and love, we must insist here today there is nothing normal about innocent men and women being gunned down. The main difference that sets our nation apart, what makes us so susceptible to so many mass shootings, is that we don't do enough, we don't take the basic common sense actions to keep guns out of the hands of criminals and dangerous people. Well, I cannot accept that. I do not accept that we cannot find a common sense way to preserve our traditions, including our basic Second Amendment freedoms and the rights of law-abiding gun owners, while at the same time reducing the gun violence that unleashes so much mayhem on a regular basis.
Violence is so bad in one major American city that the governor is considering calling in the National Guard. We're going to take a closer look at what that really means. One city may be going to extremes to fight crime. It has gotten so bad in Chicago. You've heard the stories, with police actually having to line the streets to make sure that kids can safely walk to their schools. Illinois Governor Pat Quinn says he is open to the idea of calling in the National Guard, actually putting armed soldiers on the streets of President Obama's hometown. Under Article 1, Section 8, Congress has 3 constitutional grounds for calling up the militia, what we now understand as the National Guard, to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrection, and repel invasions. Brad, there are those who argue that's exactly what's happening in Chicago. There's such a gang influx that things are truly out of control there.
One of the people on my Facebook page got in touch with me in private and sent me this message. And I thought it was compelling enough to ask if he wanted to do an interview. And of course, a link to part 2 of the interview will be at the end of the video.
All right. Basically, I got woke up yesterday morning. My friend called me, and he knows I'm not up at that time of day. And he called my girlfriend's phone after he called me a couple times, and he said it's real important. She needed to wake me up. So she come up there, hand me the phone. She's a little weirded out by it. She's like, your friend wanted me to wake you up. He said it's real important. So I get up. I'm thinking it had something to do with the cops or something. Well, I get on the phone with him. He says, dude, you're not going to believe what I just saw. He said there was a convoy of 3 trucks, 3 diesel trucks, full of these signs from front to back, side to side, top to bottom, of these real nice, expensive-ass signs that look like no trespassing signs, but like the color theme of them. But they say martial law is now in effect. And I'm talking fucking thousands of these things, going to 3 local army bases. One's right across the highway from where I stay. And, well, they were all 3 dropping off at that warehouse, but they came in a convoy. They could not be separated, and the first truck that dropped off the first load would go with the third truck that dropped off the third load at the third place. Well, when that guy pulled up, he said to my friend, well, my friend works at a warehouse where they unload trucks and shit, and he said, you're not going to believe what I have in this fucking truck. He opens up the back. I'm talking, these weren't in containers, these fucking signs were just stacked. And, well, he got to talk to the guy about it, and the guy said, oh, well, I asked my boss about it. He said that's for a different country. Well, I'm from Illinois. This is the middle of the fucking country. Nothing's going to come here to be shipped over fucking seas. Like, we don't have Abrams tanks and shit coming here to get shipped to fucking Iraq. And my buddy asked him, why are these in English? And the guy said, that's a good question. Well, my friend started trying to take a picture without the guy knowing. The dude, like, fucking spazzed out and was like, oh, I could lose my fucking job and all this shit. Well, he loaded all the signs on the first truck and they took off in a convoy again. Basically, he called me scared out of his fucking mind. I mean, these are thousands of signs. Nobody's going to fucking just order a couple thousand signs without knowing something premeditative.
You know, when you first heard it, you're like, come on, that's conspiracy. Because, I mean, who names something Agenda 21? I mean, when I flew into Seattle airport one night, and the Department of Homeland Security actually paints their helicopters, I'm not kidding, black. And I'm like, come on, guys. Really, you've got actual black helicopters. So I didn't believe it. And we started doing our research, and it's so overwhelmingly out in the open, you can't believe that nobody else is looking.
For everyone here tonight not familiar with Agenda 21, I would suggest that this is the beginning of your learning curve, not the end.
Good evening, I'm Rosa Corey. I'm the Executive Director of the Post-Sustainability Institute. And I'm glad to be here tonight. It's an important night because we're drawing something out of the shadows. And it's important to talk about it. It's not a conspiracy theory, it's a conspiracy fact. This is Agenda 21. This is the United Nations plan. It's a 300-page, 40-chapter plan. And ICLEI was created in 1990 prior to this plan's adoption to implement United Nations Agenda 21, Sustainable Development worldwide. Sustainable development is a term that was defined by the United Nations, and all of these terms come out of the United Nations. Smart growth is part of United Nations Agenda 21. Your general plan elements are designed in accordance with United Nations Agenda 21 principles. The plan restricts your choices, it limits your ability to govern yourself, and it takes away your freedom. This seems like a rhetorical statement, but it really is not. This is actually what this plan does. And using the cover of environmental concern, our private property rights and our civil rights have been diminished, and they will continue to be so unless we call a halt to it. ICLEI is the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, but it changed its name so that you wouldn't know that it's international. It seems like all of these things seem like they sound so good. Sustainable development, green, vibrant, walkable, bikeable. You know, how could you be against that? But really, when you know about this plan, it is really very serious.
Did you know that there's regional plans all across the nation right now that are being rolled out that are all exactly the same? They're all in alignment with the principles of UN Agenda 21. And ICLEI is their agent. An NGO is an affiliate of the United Nations. That's what that means. They're not part of this government. They're outside, coming from outside of our nation. And they don't have the best interests of Americans at heart.
What they're going for is 11 regions in North America, not states, not our 50 states, 11 regions. They will be appointing people to do the planning and the running and the operation of those regions through the United Nations.
The International Council of Local Environment is an oxymoron to me. What does the International Council have to do with our local environment?
On the ICLEI website, it says 200 local governments from 43 countries convened at our inaugural conference, the World Congress of Local Governments for Sustainable Future at the United Nations in New York. I think there's a connection. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Mora?
I am patently against ICLEI.
and Agenda 21. And I urge the city, as a resident, to withdraw your membership. That's not to say give up your green programs. That's not to say give up striving to have a better environment. But disconnect from this organization. It is not good, folks.
This isn't about green. Green is just the guise. Green is just the guise until we open our eyes and realize that control is how the people that you're working for really roll.
Here is the Local Agenda Planning Guide, ICLEI. Local Agenda Planning Guide, ICLEI. If you open this up, it's from Maurice Strong. It talks about the United Nations. It talks about Agenda 21. This is it. You cannot deny that they are not connected.
Neither the United States Congress nor the American people have voted for Agenda 21's implementation.
They are there to indoctrinate people on the local level and bring it up through the state until it's a reality. And these people are all here tonight because they sense the same jeopardy. I hope that you understand this is bigger than all your tree questions and your trash proposals or anything else.
Former President of the United States, George Bush Sr. said, effective execution of Agenda 21 will require a profound reorientation of human society, unlike anything the world has ever experienced. A major shift in the priorities of both governments and individuals, and an unprecedented redeployment of human and financial resources. Dixie Ray, former Washington State Governor and Assistant Secretary for Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs, stated, Agenda 21 seeks to establish a mechanism for transferring the wealth from citizens to the third world. Fear of environmental crisis would be used to create a world government and UN central direction. This segment of our society, who fear one world government and UN invasion, through which our individual freedoms will be stripped away, would actively work to defeat any elected official who joined the conspiracy by undertaking Agenda 21. So we will call our process something else. We will call it comprehensive planning, or growth management, or smart growth. We ended up with sustainable development.
Sustainable development has become the popularized expression for Agenda 21. Agenda 21 is the 1992 United Nations Rio Declaration on the Environment and Development.
It is the agenda for the 21st century you're living in today. For a brave new world where everything that you cherished and held true will no longer exist.
Agenda 21 defines itself as the comprehensive plan of action to be taken globally, nationally, and locally by organizations of the United Nations systems.
It also elevates nature above man. And it contains something called the precautionary principle, where basically you're guilty until you're proven innocent.
Sustainable development is the philosophy designed to bring human beings across the globe under the full control of a narrow human elite.
It's a 40-chapter document to basically control the world. It's based entirely on socialist control mechanisms.
Sustainable developers have designed a global movement coordinated through a global to local action plan to create world government in accordance with certain objectives. The focus of sustainable development is the abolition of private property, societal undermining of the family, and abandonment of the constitutional protection of unalienable rights as described in the Declaration of Independence. You see, I sat on the Santa Cruz Agenda 21 committees. Now, this was a lot of crazy ideas. This was back in the mid-90s. Crazy ideas I heard. Mother Earth's surface wasn't to be scratched. Human beings were to be concentrated into human settlement zones. Educational systems were to focus on the environment as the central organizing principle. All aspects of life were covered. Well, I went to these committees at the request of some people who told me that I needed to understand what was going on, and I came back and I said, this is craziness. This is so silly. It has no chance of having any effect on our society. Well, I was wrong.
The United States government's support for Sustainable Development, Agenda 21, is very clear. In 1992, while the Rio Conference was going on, George Bush, then president, was there where he executed the Agenda 21 protocols on behalf of the United States and brought it back to Washington, D.C. Within a year, Bill Clinton, by executive order, no congressional review, established the President's Council for Sustainable Development. In Santa Cruz, we've got a 2-lane freeway system. We need 4, but what we're getting is hundreds of millions of dollars of federal money to take a dilapidated rail line that Southern Pacific wants to put in the hands of somebody else so that a commuter line can be built along the railroad track. That'll be followed by 14-story buildings where people will live and stack them and pack them units, where developers or so-called sustainable developers will build these high-rises with federal dollars. It's a partnership between selected developers building this new world order and the government using the American taxpayer dollars in order to do it. This is a map of the Wildlands Project. To explain the map, the red are areas that are to be off limits to human beings. No resource development, no human activity. If you live there, you won't.
Coming up, if you don't live in a major metro area, you might want to pack your bags. Years ago, moving to the suburbs was a sign that you were making a better life for yourself and your family. But our next guest details a government report suggesting there may be a long-term plan to change all that for you. The effort to, quote, Manhattanize America. If you live in the suburbs, don't get too comfy. Our next guest says the Obama administration has plans to push Americans slowly but surely out of the burbs and into the big cities as a means to spread the wealth around.
The yellow areas are the areas for major control of all human activity. If you live there, you won't. The black areas, the black dots, are the smart growth zones. That's where human beings are to be stacked and packed in small living units along rail tracks.
Notice, the barbed wire faces in, not out. All right, we're going to go ahead and get out here. Take a look at this a little closer. Stick with me. Okay. And these buildings are pretty massive. They could hold a whole lot. Basically, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. All the way down there, there's another one over there and one in front of that. So there's 6 big buildings. And then you notice each of the doors are numbered. W01, W02, W03, warehouse being labeled E-211. And again, if you get a closer look at the barbed wire here, you can see the railroad tracks that go on the sides of all the buildings.
And it's pretty much been covered by a lot of people. You see the sign out there, hopefully, that says Homeland Security for the T. Don Hutto Residential Center. And so there it is. It's been designated as a FEMA camp in time of civil unrest or declared emergency.
A stockpile of military vehicles were recently discovered occupying a secluded commercial property on the outskirts of Las Vegas, at the address of 5750 Sky Point Drive. It doesn't seem as if the Humvees and other military-grade vehicles are for sale, even though they are stationed at a former car dealership that has been stripped of its business logo and signs. It would appear as if the equipment is deliberately being hidden from the public on this secluded property surrounded by barbed wire fences. The front of the building, which can be seen while driving north on Interstate 95 while departing from Vegas, is littered with pedestrian vehicles. After closer investigation, it was clear that the former United Dodge dealership is some sort of military station, judging from the soldiers on the property all dressed and outfitted in army fatigues. However, there is no clear indication or signage posted certifying that it is a United States military base. One 18-year-old boy named Jonathan, who lives in the area, proclaimed the military has been there for 6 months now. His friends added, "We think it's a secret undercover operation or military base."
Charlotte Iserby, I owe you an apology. I did not believe for the longest time it was a deliberate dumbing down. I thought the dumbing down was a natural consequence of a bad idea. Folks, it's deliberate. It's deliberate.
The sustainable globalist goal is the orchestration of a planned fall of American principles, values, and lifestyles. The effect on the average American will be devastating. With modernizing technology, the ordinary person will live without independence, privacy, or substantive rights.
This government has been working overtime to take away our rights to common law through many pieces of legislation. Common law is what guarantees us an ability to correct injustices. This coming year, I promise you, you will also hear debate over a number of pieces of legislation that will further erode our common law rights. And you have to get behind me on this, ladies and gentlemen, to stop this from going through. As Agenda 21 became more and more apparent to me, I began using the line in Parliament that government was now declaring war on its own citizens. And that goes back as far as 2008. This, of course, led me to being labelled a conspiracy theorist. But here we are now, openly talking about Agenda 21 and the ramifications we will see in a short period of time if this is not stopped in its tracks. The environmental crisis will be the international disaster that will unlock the new world order, one world government.
It was the East Coast that got a spectacular sky show as a spacecraft launched en route to the moon and was visible to millions. Sure could see it from our house. Last night it was Georgia and Alabama's turn. A fireball lit up the skies. They say it was a small but potent meteor. While it was probably only about the size of a baseball, it came in at a low altitude at 73,000 miles an hour and thus lit up a huge area.
January 3rd. They're often hard to see because the northern sky is usually cloudy.
And here it goes.
There it is.
It looks like a rocket exploding or like a rocket taking off or something. That is so amazing.
And then fizzles away. That's what I can't understand. Why does it just fizzle away the way we're going to see it fizzle?
I don't know.
I mean, you know it all, Tomer.
As he said, he's a meteorologist, not a meteorologist.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, they die. They lose that light, or they're burning up.
Wow.
And the quadrantids, as they are formally called. So there you go. Amazing video. I'm just so happy that we were able to capture that. I wonder if we were the only ones that got that.
Самолет, я хуй знает, да? Комета? Все, апокалипсис начался. Она не долетела, да, сгорела. Красиво. Надо было пораньше это, да.
This is the Hagman and the Hagman Report for today. It is Wednesday,
September 4th, 2013. I'm Doug Hagman. With me in studio is my co-host, my son, fellow investigator Joe Hagman. Together, we are the Hagman and Hagman Report. Folks, you're about to hear Reverend Michelle Hopkins. Reverend Michelle.
Yes.
Welcome to the show, Reverend Michelle.
Thank you so much. I appreciate being here.
What do you know about ISON, and if this is related, how so?
Okay, let me tell you what I know about ISON. First of all, it's going to be going past Mars with its debris field. And before it even came in to where Mars is, it passed through our solar system's asteroid belt. When it did that, it careened into asteroids that went helter-skelter all over the universe. Some of them went forward in its path toward the world, toward the Earth. Some of them have already hit the Earth. They've already gone down through our atmosphere and burned up and whatnot. Some of them have hit terra firma. We just had a really spectacular view of one that came through our atmosphere and lit up nearly a third of the atmosphere. It was really, really spectacular from space. So we've got that debris coming at us already from the asteroid belt. And this thing that just went through our atmosphere, it was an asteroid. It was not a meteor. People think that a meteorite is just, a smaller asteroid, but no, they're different animals. An asteroid has a different makeup, and it was a small asteroid. Well, it passes with its debris field in Mars in early November, right around November 10th. And it leaves debris all the way through our solar system, which, on its entire path, which early next year the Earth is going to be traveling through. But before that happens, ISON will be traveling past our sun. It's going to kind of ricochet around the sun. It passes several of our planets, and it will probably be throwing asteroids and other debris down on these planets as it goes by. It comes to Earth, its debris field starts passing by Earth, and Earth starts going into actually revolving inside ISON's debris field on December 1st of this year. It begins to pass through the debris field. Now, during this time, the entire Earth is going to be affected. Now, we remember that the tail has picked up all these significant asteroids and debris and dust traveling through that asteroid belt. On December 8th, ISON itself passes by. Now, we should be able to really see a spectacular show from the comet. The comet is really huge, and it's even its tail. On the 16th of December, ISON will be fully past the Earth, but for 15 days, our Earth is going to be revolving in that debris trail for this huge comet.
Wow.
This debris field has asteroids and large debris, meteors, meteorites, dust, and all kinds of other debris that are going to be pelting the Earth.
There are millions of objects in space. Every time there's a launch to space or a collision in space, there's going to be extra objects up there.
Due to resource constraints caused by sequestration, Air Force Space Command officials have directed the 21st Space Wing to prepare to discontinue operations at the Air Force Space Surveillance System by October 1st. Final decisions on all fiscal 2014 budget issues will be made over the next few weeks. By discontinuing operations, the space surveillance system would not be maintained in operational status.
Breathe, guys, breathe! Right! Right! Got it. Get up.
Get clear.
Oh, yeah.
In early 1980, around August, I went to sleep this night, just about like any other night. I had never read the book of Revelation, and to be very, very frank with you, even to this day, it would have been a lot easier for my life if I would have never been given this dream. I wanted to just kind of do my thing and carry on with my life. I thought it was going just fine until this began to happen. So just to help you understand, I did not ask for this. I've never asked to see the Lord. I've never asked to see angels. I've never asked to have vision. Again, I need to tell you, I had never heard of a rapture. As a Catholic, second coming of Christ was not even a dogma of our church. We didn't practice the belief in a second literal coming of Jesus Christ. And so this all was very foreign to me. And as soon as these people disappeared, for a lack of words, wherever they went, mass hysteria began to hit the earth. People had the appearance of absolute despair, hysteria. There was pandemonium everywhere. There was mass chaos, lawlessness, and fear was working everywhere. I was able again to see in many quadrants of the earth, and there wasn't any one nation that was under this. All of the globe was experiencing this. It was a very, very unusual instance that happened. In the dream, I wasn't able always to perceive what was going on, and yet I was still struggling with my mind during the dream. I don't know if you've ever had dreams where you were dreaming things, but in your mind you were very much aware that you were dreaming, and it was almost kind of like you were two people. You know what I mean? It's like you were almost divided. I was seeing the dream happening, and yet in my mind I was really not wanting to be a part of this dream. But to be very frank with you, I had no choice as this dream was unfolding. And by the way, it lasted the whole night with the interruption at about 3 o'clock in the morning. I had no control to come out of this dream. As the mass pandemonium and despair began to permeate society, there was a very unusual event that happened. Television, telephone, radio, and this other unusual communication device I was able to see into many, many homes in the United States, these white boxes that were about this big that looked to be like televisions. And when I saw these, they were in nearly every single home in the U.S. And they would have words written across them, and occasionally it would almost look as though television was playing through them. All of those media devices were shut down for about a 2-week period. I know now that what I was seeing was personal computers in people's homes. In 1980, I've done some studies, by the way, about all the things I saw to see if, in fact, I was hearing something from God, because I'm not about to go on national television or around the globe and share this if it's incorrect. I have a ministry of my own right now, and I don't feel like jeopardizing what the Lord has established for the past 17 years. In 1980 and 81, there was less than 0.5% of American homes that had a computer in it. All these things were shut down. One of the things that was happening during this hysteria was many peoples were asking, where did these people go? What happened? And all the globe saw this event, or they experienced it afterwards. This shutdown alarmed all of the peoples, and it lasted for about 2 weeks. Can you imagine briefly tonight all of your communications, your telephone, computers, television, and radio being shut down for a 2-week period of time? Can you imagine the hysteria? Can you imagine, the inability for a supermarket to contact its suppliers to get more supplies, or gasoline, or transactions? It's amazing when you begin to see it kind of unfold the depth. This lasted about 2 weeks. Again, I want to remind you, I was not a prophecy studier or expert at this time when this vision came to me. I began to walk the streets in shock at the current events. The events are difficult to describe because lawlessness and fear was permeating society completely. After about 2 weeks of time, television and radio began to be back up and running. However, it was completely different than what was previously being broadcast. The broadcasts were being bombarded nearly everywhere, and they were depicting a soon-to-come new government and leadership. A man would be emerging to lead us. The man finally came on the scene, and he spoke with great eloquence. I wrote these things down exactly as I saw them. He spoke with great eloquence and charisma. He was soothing and promised answers to all current issues. This man was smooth and extremely convincing, able to solve nearly all problems. He was a consummate communicator, and he explained how this removal of people was God's judgment upon them. This rattled me in the dream. I did not understand his position. Let me tell you so you can kind of comprehend where I'm coming from. Not being a born-again Christian in the dream, when this man spoke, it began to convince me. It began to pull me in to the messages. I don't know if any of you have seen old films of Adolf Hitler speaking to the masses, but he had a demonic charisma about him that would literally pull the masses to him. That was nothing compared to what I saw. Nothing. He was able to rally a nation. This individual was rallying the globe. It was very, very frightening. Almost immediately, he began to communicate through large-screen televisions that were strategically placed everywhere the general populace met. Think back for me for just a few moments. 1980, 1981. Large screens televisions? No. Few pizza parlors had those projector televisions, you know, with the 3 different colors that would project an image, but large screen televisions weren't out, folks, and neither was 24-hour news. Now, what was strange about this is that this man's speeches and directions for the whole world had to do with new times upon us as human beings, new directives for global peace, and the need to give up current citizenship for world citizenship. This man continually and constantly spoke of world order and the benefits of all men dwelling together in peace. Now, even though I was disturbed in the dream, I was also being pulled into this because it sounded very, very good. World peace sounds good until you see the cost. Let me tell you, there is no world peace until the Prince of Peace establishes his throne on this earth. That's the bottom line. No human being is going to bring peace to this earth. Only the human being who's all human, all God, is going to bring peace to this earth. That's Jesus Christ. And so I began to really think of relinquishing my citizenship, and this alarmed me greatly. Even though this was a message that pulled strongly upon me, I somehow wasn't convinced of this new order. I constantly heard the word new order, world order, and new times, but I never did hear new world order. I don't know why. You know, I don't know if they changed the name in the future or if the dream was trying to show me different perspectives. I don't know. A lot of things I've asked the Lord, and He hasn't answered my questions. Some things He's answered them very clearly to me. So my freedoms and my patriotism were instantly being eroded from my understanding. Now listen to this, please, very carefully. At staggering rates, people were buying right into this plan that this man was releasing through the airwaves. At staggering rates. No resistance. No one was fighting it. No one was saying anything publicly. I can't tell you if the airwaves were controlled to the point where you couldn't come on and say certain things. It's just about like that right now in the U.S., by the way. You can't just get on the 3 major networks and say what you want. I mean, no, I'm telling the truth tonight. No one, by the way, was isolated from this. No one was hidden from this. This was engulfing the whole globe. I was able to see into different regions, into different continents, and everyone was experiencing this. It was almost as though the world had all become a third world nation completely behind the times with the ability to emotionally process what was going on the earth. I began to search for some answers, and I didn't know where to search. One day, I ran into an elderly gentleman, and he was the first person during this period of time in the dream that actually appeared to be friendly. Now, when I ran into him, I asked him if he knew what was going on in the world, and this is exactly what he said to me. He told me that the end was coming upon us and that he had not prepared for the times of the Lord. At this statement, sadness filled this man's countenance. Instantly, he went from being joyful to being very, very sad. He said to me that he had not been right with the Lord, and then he began immediately to tell me God's plan for man's salvation. He carefully reached in his back pocket like this and looked around over both of his shoulders to see, it looked as though to see if somebody was watching him. He pulled this little pocket book out about this big and began to flip to scriptures and would show me the different things in the Word of God about my need for Jesus to be my Savior. He told me that I had to ask Jesus to forgive me of my sinfulness and my sinful nature. And so he told me if I would do this, that I would be given eternal life and that God's power would lead me during this life and he would give me a victorious life. And I said, well, that sounds pretty good. And I was convinced, and so I prayed. I accepted Christ into my heart in a dream. Now, this is a very strange occurrence, folks, to be a Catholic person not knowing how to find Christ by the born-again experience through the repentance of sins and receiving this in a dream. What's even more interesting is when I woke up from the dream, I could not comprehend it. It took 2 weeks after the dream for me to become a Christian. Seems strange almost, doesn't it? I can tell you this, the man that I saw on the television, the man that could do signs and wonders and fix all the problems, I will tell you this tonight, I will never forget his face, ever. As long as I live, I will never forget his face. Some people have been downloading information to me on my email and downloading pictures of different people that are claiming who they are, and let me just tell you, it's none of them. None of them, not yet. Because I will never forget this individual's face. His face was almost supernatural in appearance. He was almost too perfect. He was, for a lack of terms, he was the most handsome man I had ever seen. I was telling Stan that he had kind of a chiseled look to his face. And everything about his appearance was almost perfect. And when he spoke, there was just a very strange quality about him. I'm on my way to make a business transaction, and a very unusual thing happened. There was an earthquake while I was going to the bank. I was just entering the bank, and across the street from my bank was a large, tall, about 7-story building. It could be a little taller. I should have actually checked this one out. And by the way, everything I'll tell you is documented. You can check with people and names and situations if you're interested. This was a triangle-looking building, and it was all glass in its appearance. If you think back to architecture in the early 1980s, especially 1980, 81, they had just started to use all glass elevations on commercial buildings. They were in this dream, this earthquake hit and began to shake this glass building, and it fell over and killed about 200 people. This earthquake was massive, and I know from what I saw with the globe shaking at this time that it was a worldwide earthquake. Now, I'm a Californian, and I've been in a lot of earthquakes. As a matter of fact, I have some information about earthquakes tonight, about the last 2 big ones that hit California, and the Lord told me that they would come. He told me one would happen when the whole world's eyes were upon it. The whole world's eyes were upon the 1988 World Series in Oakland, California. And he told me if my people don't begin to repent and begin to call out upon me, the next earthquakes will bring massive destruction and loss of lives. The earthquake hit, and there was multiple millions of lives lost. Millions. I mean literally millions of lives. The world was completely stunned. The devastation of property and loss was beyond comprehension. It could not be measured. Some regions were so destroyed that they never bothered to send rescue teams in. This was very unusual. This destruction was global. It reached the whole globe, folks. Now, I want to tell you some things that began to happen at this point. This earthquake that hit caused a massive change in weather patterns. At this moment, what began to happen was the normal weather patterns completely changed. The patterns for winter became summer, summer became winter, and you might have a day of snow and a day of heat. the world was in total chaos in its weather patterns. Predicting weather was totally impossible. It was just useless to try to forecast weather. Predictions did not work. Some very unusual things began to happen almost immediately. Crops began to perish, droughts and famine. Weather seemed to have its own mind. I don't know how that would work, but I've heard some things from different people in the Prophecy Club about different issues, about how they're manipulating weather. But this weather was manipulated by the earth being shook from its axis. You say, how do you know that? I was above it and I saw it shaking. I saw the whole earth rocking around like it was a drunk person trying to walk. It was very, very frightening to me. Can you imagine being in this dream, not knowing what I know now biblically, not ever have reading this stuff or ever have anybody witness to me about these things, and seeing this happen? It was just incredible to me. It was frightening to me. And I just begin to express to you how hopeless or empty I felt about seeing all these things happening. Many times I wished I could have woke up and just pretended that this wasn't happening. Now, right about at the time that this earthquake hit, very unusual things began to happen with law. I began to see local municipalities, and no longer were police departments the enforcers of the law of municipalities, but military police driving very unusual looking vehicles that I now know to be called Humvees. These vehicles that I saw were black, and the top here was hard, but this part right here, see how this comes down? This was not a hard back end here. This was a canvas, or like a Jeep. You ever see the Jeeps, you know, without the hard tops? It was canvas here, and there was a man standing in the back. They were wearing very unusual outfits, by the way. They were wearing black uniforms and blue ball caps or blue helmets. The man that was standing in the back here was wearing a blue helmet. There was a big radio antenna or some sort of a device here, and a flag on the other side. And this guy was standing up here, and it looked like he had some big gun standing here. These guys were everywhere. At the same time I saw this, I saw street light standards, the kind like we have in California that really, you guys are still kind of old-fashioned out here. You have those wires that go across intersections with old lights hanging on. We have these huge standards that hang out. On the top of them, I began to see cameras, little white, oval-looking, hot dog kind of looking cameras. And in the dream, it was revealed to me that these cameras knew the whereabouts of everybody's vehicles. Now, this system of these police was actually quite peaceful. They weren't rude. They weren't mean to people. They weren't obnoxious. I didn't see any looters or anybody getting shot or anything like that. They seemed to be peaceful, kind of parked at every corner. One thing that was happening is that you could not cross state lines at this time without papers. You had to have current papers to cross state lines. That was very, very strange to me. This new leader began to be on television again, and he was not resisted in the implementation of any of his policies. Not one. No one stood up to challenge him. No one in America started a revolution. No one. There was no resistance whatsoever. There was peaceful martial law, as I said. Military police were everywhere, and they knew everyone's whereabouts. I found out how they began to know this. See, I didn't understand this at first, and it was revealed to me. I asked myself questions as I was processing this dream. How could this happen so quickly? Now, as time progressed in the dream, I was given the ability to realize, by being in homes, that television sets not only broadcast and transmitted programming, but they now had the capacity to actually send signals about you in your living room. Now listen, I was able to see that television sets were actually watching people in their homes, monitoring their movements, monitoring their conversations. They showed me in the dream, or I was shown in the dream, that the television didn't even have to be on, it just needed to be plugged in. Television continually, almost daily, explained to us that as people, if we would align ourselves with this new order, we would be saved from all of life's troubles. This is what this man said nearly every time he came on. The New Order was said to have all the answers to problems and the leadership necessary to bring the change, causing the world to finally become the envisioned globe of peace. This is what we heard over and over. Folks, this was 1980 when I had this dream. It sounds like right now, doesn't it? Every day the paper is pumping in your mind, and programs are pumping in your mind global peace, global unity. I got to see certain regions of the earth where light rays were just coming out high into the atmosphere. It almost looked like those big searchlights, you know, with the flame on the inside of them. You've seen them before, how they shine up into the sky, except that these were very, very brilliant, almost supernatural in appearance. I don't know if they were or not. They seemed to be. And after I saw these shooting off the globe in many, many directions, I was given the ability to go down into these regions and actually see firsthand what was happening. And let me tell you, it was the most exciting thing I've ever seen. And it's the very thing in this part of the vision that gives me the determination to continue what I'm doing right now. I've been ministering to the dead body of Christ in America for about 17 years, and to be very honest with you, I'm tired of doing it. That's why I'm working in Guatemala in a mission, in an orphanage that I'm a part of, because they're willing to listen. They're hungry. They're thirsty. Americans think they know everything. And you know, if it wasn't for this part of the vision, I would never minister here anymore. I'd move completely. What I saw was the greatest thing I've ever witnessed since I've been alive. Nothing I've ever witnessed on earth could compare to what I got to see. And this period of time lasted about 3 to 4 months, maybe 6 months max. Maybe that long. It was so incredible. Regions were totally won for Jesus Christ. Now, a short period of time, this outpouring lasted, and literally in regions there was complete light, and then right next door, almost it would be like a city next to it, complete darkness. There began to be an agitation in the spirit realm that was incredible. At this point where all these miracles and things began to happen, this world order began to be very, very angry, because what was happening was beyond their control of the ability to manipulate it and stop it from happening. And this makes the devil very, very mad. You know, he gets very mad when we start functioning in the real power of the living God. That's when he really starts pulling all stops out to try to do anything he can to stop the work of God. This was about to begin to happen. I began to see persecution on unprecedented scales. Isn't it amazing now that you've heard statistics in the church that in the last 10 years there's been more persecution worldwide to the body of Christ than in the history of the whole church in a 10-year period of time? In the dream I saw many state prisons. In 1983, the Holy Spirit spoke to me and said that He was allowing the devil to build prisons in the state of California that would eventually become detention centers for Christians. And that these prisons were being built in rural areas that were normally 15 to 25 miles off of any main highway. And I said, why would that be the case? And he said, so that those people could be taken in the night hours. I was on my way to conduct another business transaction, and I ran into an individual. A very strange thing happened at this point. He was very, very excited and began to talk to me about something he had just experienced. I'm going to go fairly quickly with this so that we can move along. This is a very poor rendering, but we are putting together a very good rendering of this. This man has said to me, Ken, I introduced myself to him. He was very excited. He said, have you got your identification mark? And I said, I don't know what you mean. What's an identification mark? He says, they've just enacted a new identification mark. And by the way, this started with a voluntary implementation first. You did it voluntarily first. This man told me you ought to get yours done real soon to avoid the hassle, because soon everyone, they say, will have to have this to conduct business. At this point, I saw a very, very, again, unusual thing with this man's hand, this agitation. I got very frightened, and something spoke inside of my stomach and said to me, get out of here as fast as you can. And I began to think, oh my goodness, it is the end of the world now. It is really the end of the world. At this point, I began to run to my house as fast as I could. While I was running, I want to read to you what I heard in my spirit. I didn't know it was my spirit at that time. If you have a Bible, if you want to turn there tonight, I'll read very quickly from Revelation 13. I didn't know these were scriptures. I was hearing this inside of my stomach. Now, again, I didn't know what the stomach did at that time. Now I know that's where your spirit man lives. Out of your belly shall flow rivers of living water. He causes all, verse 16, chapter 13 of Revelations, He causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, to receive a mark in their right hand or their foreheads, that no man might buy or sell, save he has the mark, the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of man. That number is 666, okay? Or, yeah, 666. Now, I'm running as fast as I can back to my house because I'm realizing, oh my gosh, my wife is there. She's alone. I'm getting to my house. Another scripture jumps into my heart. Didn't know it. It was from Matthew 24 about the abomination of desolation. I reached to the doorknob. I began to pull the door open, even though that scripture was telling me, don't go into your house, don't return. I opened it up to see the most demonic presence I've ever seen. This presence that I encountered at my front door as I opened the door, I can't tell you that it was the devil himself. He was very dark. There was a shroud of black around him. It wasn't like say, an African-American skin or anything like that. It wasn't skin that was dark. It was a shroud of darkness that was over this being. This being was very sinister looking, and just his presence gripped my heart with great fear. At this point, I began to scream as loud as I could, and I woke up from the dream. As I woke up, I was laying in a pool of perspiration. I literally had a silhouette of my body in the bed, and I shook my wife, and I said, something terrible is happening to me, and I think God is trying to tell me something. And so I told her a few things about what had happened, and she said, no, you're just having a nightmare. And, you know, I got to tell you, I knew this was no nightmare. I've had nightmares. How many of you have had nightmares? This was not a nightmare. There's no way. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. I think it was about 10:30 at night when I fell asleep. This had been going for several hours, and I felt a real strong urging to read the Bible, even though I didn't even know if I owned a Bible. I began to search in my garage for a Bible. I eventually found a Bible. It said Holy Bible, St. Joseph Catholic Edition. And I don't even know where I got it. I opened the inside cover, and it said property of St. Francis School and Church. I don't know how it got to my house. I don't honestly remember stealing the Bible, but I guess I must have, because I had it. I went back into the house. I sat down in a rocking chair and began to read this Bible with diligence. I have a real habit in my life to always flip to the back of things. And I flipped to the back of the Bible, and it said Apocalypse. And I fell asleep, and instantly the dream began to start exactly where it left off, me facing this very sinister creature. I think the creature was a demon, some sort of a demon presence. It was very, very intense, and it gripped my heart. I slammed the door and ran off. I realized that my wife, in fact, wasn't in my home and that she was gone. I knew that by this presence. It's just hard to tell you how afraid I was. I've had a few experiences in my life with demons and witches manifesting in my hotel rooms and astral projecting into soulish realm into my house, and I've learned how to combat those kind of things. I'm not afraid of that anymore. They don't usually fool with me anymore because I know how to pray now. But at this time, I had no comprehension of how to deal with this strong evil being. And so I began to run, and I ran and ran and ran. I seemed to believe in my mind, in the dream I ran a couple miles. And I got caught by one of these strange-looking police trucks by these military police. They knew my name. Even though I didn't tell them my name, they knew my name. And they took me to this government building. They began to ask us to, be cooperative, come into this agreement with this new government, and everything will be fine for you. And one thing I want to tell you about this time, that the awareness of God being on the global scene at this time was nearly impossible to detect. The global order had no presence of God in it whatsoever. Evil at this point in the dream had begun to pervade every aspect of society. Darkness was everywhere, and I was telling Stan this, that what I saw was there was a clear line of who was God's people and who wasn't. I mean, you could walk down the street and you would know instantly who was who. It's not like it is right now, whether you're wondering if, you know, sometimes you go into large groups of people and you're wondering, I wonder who's saved here, I wonder who knows the Lord. This was so evident. There was a clear line of delineation. Demarcation was marked spiritually and was clearly seen. When we were being interrogated, the mind control was phenomenal. It wasn't like any human could do in an interrogation. My mind began to really be swept with anxiety and fear. And then because my wife and this older gentleman kept being very bold and kind of in your face with them, they took us out and they took us into this very, very long corridor. In this corridor was thousands of people lined up. The corridor, it seemed to be at least 100 yards long, probably longer. But in my ability, in depth perception in the dream, it was a long, long line of people. And every 5 or 6 minutes, these people would walk forward and take a step. We had been in this line for a long time when people would barge in through the doors on the side of this corridor and begin to grill people and tell them to renounce their faith. They would never use the name Jesus. They would never use the name Jesus Christ. They would never use the name God. But they would say, you should renounce your faith in Him while you can still live. And your faith is empty. And it was a blasphemous kind of challenging that these people were bringing against the people in the line. And every so often somebody would crack. They would just collapse and they would drag them away and they would renounce their faith in Christ. It made me very, very uneasy to be in this line because I wasn't quite sure what they were going to do to us. I wasn't sure if they were going to put us in prison or maybe beat us up to scare us or what. It wasn't made clear yet to us. Eventually, we made it through a battery of 3 double doors. After the last double door, we were put into like a holding cell kind of a room. And there was the old man in the front of the line, my wife, and then myself. And they opened the doors very quickly and took this older gentleman into the room. And I don't know what happened to him at this point of the dream because they shut the doors very quickly. 6 minutes or so later, they opened the doors, this time wide open, and what I saw was the most empty feeling I think I've ever experienced in my whole life. I saw this man that was a very, very big man. I was sharing earlier in the tour that he was tall like a professional basketball player, but he was very big like a professional football player. He was an extremely large man, and he had a big hood, like a satin hood, over his head with eye holes to see out of. My wife was in front of me, and they began to tell her she could renounce her faith and live. And now I realized what was happening because this man was standing there with a huge sword. It was a very, very frightening looking sword. And then I saw this table that was a little bit longer than the average human being and a little bit wider. And my wife said she wasn't going to renounce her faith in Jesus. She began to preach powerfully. And, you know, I wish even today I was as bold as her right now, because I'm not. And she began to just rebuke the devil, and you name it. I mean, she was doing it. And so they got angry and strapped her down on this table. By the way, it was like this, face first. So she was looking up to the sky with this man standing behind her with this sword. He took the sword and chopped her head right off, right in my presence. I saw it. I don't want to tell you that I want this to happen to my wife. I don't know if this will happen. I've never heard clearly God tell me that I would die as a martyr yet. I know that everything in the dream so far has transpired almost exactly as I saw it. And I was able to spiritually call on Jesus and say, I'm afraid, Jesus, please save me. Help me. At the very instant that communication spiritually happened, I felt a hand grip my shoulder. And it was as though my mind could now see and kind of comprehend clearly what was going on. I'll never forget the hand. It was a very rugged-looking hand. And it looked as though it had been through a great deal of work. almost, you know, like a man who's a blue-collar worker that uses his hands like a mechanic or a builder or a plumber or something. It was a very rugged hand, and it was a very thick hand. It wasn't like mine. You know, I'm kind of a small-boned person, but this was a very solid hand, and it gripped my shoulder, and warmth and peace began to flood through me. After a few moments, I turned back, and there was the Lord Jesus Christ standing behind me. I don't know how he got in that room. At the very instant I looked at him, his eyes were not brown or green or blue or anything like that. They appeared to be red like fire, and they were just looking clearly through my whole life. Somehow at that moment I was able to realize that him looking at me was actually looking through me, and he knew everything of me. He knew my strengths, he knew my weaknesses, he knew every lie deep down inside of me, he knew every deception, he knew every place that I was afraid and I had compartmentalized. My whole being, by him looking into me, was exposed to me. It was very frightening. It was a very intense moment. I wish I could say that seeing Jesus at that moment made me very happy. It didn't. It made me very fearful. I understand now what the fear of the Lord is because of that experience. He spoke to me, and he looked sternly into my eyes, and he said, "Fear not, my son, for death will never hold you." So these men strap me down now, and this individual, by the way, before they strapped me down, they asked me one more time, "You can renounce him now." And I said, "No, he's the Lord of all." And I knew that he had saved me in the dream because of the prayer and the thing with that older man. But when I looked at him, I knew now, and I can tell you folks, I know for a certainty, he is the Lord of lords and the King of every king. And I'm telling you, where the scriptures say, every knee will bow, every tongue will confess his lordship, whether in heaven, on earth, or under the earth. When I saw him, there is not one knee, there is not one tongue that will not confess his lordship, regardless of what side of the coin they are, when he reveals himself to them. Every knee will bow. Trust me. Because this presence that he stood in was so powerful, so awesome, so anointed, so terrible, so to speak. Like the scriptures say, he's terrible in his presence. Terrible in the sense that you knew that there's no power on earth that could challenge him. Folks, I'm not afraid of nuclear bombs at all. I have no fear of nuclear disaster. Because I know that the God of the universe that revealed himself to me is greater than any demonstration that man can concoct. The creator of heaven and earth gave us the wisdom to make those stupid bombs. He is not going to be outdone by his creation. And I saw that about him. And then they strapped me down and they said, "You can renounce him." And I said, "No, I can't renounce him because he's the Lord of all. And he should be your Lord." And all of a sudden, the man with the hood pulled off his hat, his covering, and threw it down and said, "I will not kill another one of these people." And then the dream was over. I woke up. It was 5:30 in the morning. I was just completely in shock. I went to this church and I experienced the most unusual things of my whole life. It shook me to the core of my being. And he starts describing this young man, and the young man is me. And he starts talking about me personally. He starts describing my life to this whole crowd of people. About 2,000 people in this church service. And I'm up in this balcony, I'm thinking, man, who's this guy talking about? And all of a sudden I start realizing this guy's getting pretty close to home right now. And I'm thinking, my friend, I bet you my friend told this guy about me. I could not get up. I was white-knuckling the handles. And all of a sudden he says, "Young man," he's doing this for about 10 or 15 minutes. He says, "Young man, God recently spoke to you in a dream about the end of the world, the tribulation. He showed you in detail, graphic details, about the end and your end." And he starts describing the dream, and then he finally says, "Young man, how do you know that if today was your last day on earth that you would make it to eternity with Jesus Christ? Because it's either heaven or hell." And all of a sudden I started thinking again, and my stomach asked this question again, "Who is it?" And I heard this voice say, "It's you." And I said, "It's me?" And he said, "It's you." And all of a sudden the lights came on, and the voice that said, "It's you," was the same voice that looked me in the eyes and said, "Fear not, for death will never hold you." And all of a sudden in this chair I'm realizing, oh my goodness, this is Jesus talking to me.
Let the American people see what we have done in the dark of night. After all, I have not gotten any more mail, any more emails on any other subject than this one that is before us today. Mr. Speaker, I understand we're under martial law as declared by the Speaker last night.
Many of us were told in private conversations that if we voted against this bill on Monday, that the sky would fall, the market would drop 2,000 or 3,000 points the first day, another couple thousand the second day, and a few members were even told that there would be martial law in America if we voted no.
They say trust us. Trust us, the people who brought us Katrina, to be competent in face of a disaster. Trust us, the people who brought us warrantless wiretapping and other excesses eroding our civil liberties. Trust us. Maybe the plan just really doesn't exist, and that's why they won't show it to us.
If you live in the heartland of America, you have to listen up. While the nation was distracted with the Anthony Weiner drama, President Obama signed an executive order that will seize greater power over food, fiber, and energy in our vast countryside areas. Why would Homeland Security be involved in exerting power and influence over the heartland? The aims of the White House Rural Development Plan sound eerily similar to a UN plan called Agenda 21, where a central planning agency would be responsible for oversight into all areas of our lives, a one world order. Sound familiar?
You say that would mean that we the people, the United States Constitution, would be circumvented at the altar of this one world what?
One world government, one world secondary. We would be, our sovereignty would be subject to the dictates of the World Trade Organization, the World Bank.
This is AIG, Goldman, and you know what? The Bavarian Illuminati, the Trilateral Commission, Goldman Sachs, and the Queen of England are not all bad. Goldman can be the first to rally hard enough to fix itself. I call it a virtuous circle that makes the stock even more attractive. Oh, by the way, I am part, just like when I was playing with an open hand, I am part of the powerful cabal of ex-Goldman associates that controls the world.
We economic hitmen have created the world's first truly global empire. And it's the first empire in history that's been created primarily without the military. Out of the ruins, something new will take seed. I want to believe that we can not collapse, but change. And the whole world can change, and the whole world economy. And I think we have a really good shot at doing that.
I really think he's going over there to try to create a one world order. God forbid this even, that this happens in our country. Our country, as we know it now, will no longer exist. The thing that worries me the most is this health care bill, and why I'm scared about it. It's not about the health care. It's about the provisions that are in that bill. One is that if this thing passes, the government will have the right to come into our home and regulate how we raise our children.
What's happening is we are now in a state of martial law and war globally. NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, that Obama has called for and signed, stipulates that even American citizens can now be targeted by the military, picked up, and imprisoned indefinitely without civilian trial, thus throwing out our due process, our habeas corpus clauses. So we are now in the state of martial law. Everything is now putting conditions for a total war state. I mean, McCain called for the whole America becoming part of the so-called battlefield. America is now a battlefield. The whole earth is a battlefield.
When law enforcement roam the streets, leveling guns at the windows of homes.
Yeah, you sent us this picture.
That's a problem.
Shows a guy in the gun turret pointing right at somebody's window.
We had lots of examples of that in New Orleans when they brought in the National Guard.
This is after Hurricane Katrina. And Mayor Nagin said, "Well, I've declared martial law,"
because he can't.
He can't. That has to be the Congress or the president. Let's explain what martial law means.
Well, martial law just is very simple. It means you're under the responsibility of the militaries.
They declare martial law or whatever state of emergency.
The police already have special powers. There are only two ways to do things in life: voluntarily or forced. Only government police officers, for example, have the right to use force on others. They can detain us, jail us, shoot us if they think it's necessary. That's why it's important that we have this, the Constitution. But the police don't always respect this. Like most people, they're happy to acquire more power and money.
Does the government work for us, or do we work for the government? How has the United States changed from a humble, peaceful republic into a police state? Have you ever noticed that the government always claims that when it does these things, it does so in the name of safety? When is the last time you heard the government give, as a basis for its behavior, personal freedom.
The slow transformation into a military police state. We now have police dressed like Army Special Forces, driving armored tanks and holding assault rifles, the sight of which alone is enough to terrify innocent people into submission. The militarization of local police departments is not only changing the way peaceful communities once looked, it's also bringing the battle mentality to our neighborhoods. We may not see police as a threat to us now, but when peace officers are geared up like soldiers, they'll eventually act like they're going to war.
Who could want a government that punishes people for speech, that lets its own agents write their own search warrants, that fights wars just to keep the military-industrial complex busy, that debases all you own by printing worthless money and putting it into the stream of commerce, that gives away more than half the tax dollars it collects, and that, despite express provisions in the Constitution to the contrary, permits the president to lock up whoever he wants and to throw away the key? Whether you believe that we are the highest order of natural selection, or whether you believe, as I do, that we were created by God in his image and likeness, you know in your heart that these natural yearnings, as St. Thomas Aquinas and Thomas Jefferson called them, are our natural rights, are a part of our humanity, and cannot long be denied us. And yet, they have been denied. America, the greatest losses to our freedom have come not from someone attacking us, but from the government ignoring the Constitution and the majority letting them get away with it. And we should make the government afraid of us. Afraid of us. Because as Jefferson reminded us, when the people fear the government, there is tyranny. But when the government fears the people, there is liberty.
The first thing you notice in this video is Lil Wayne's shirt, which says Jesus saves, I spend, which also turns the cross into a $sign. The saying Jesus saves, I spend is a mockery towards Jesus Christ. But Lil Wayne uses it as a cover-up to fool Christians into believing that he is a Christian.
God bless America. This old God bless America.
Lil Wayne used to be against the government and was a blood gang member, but now he affiliates with the Illuminati to protect himself.
Used to say the police, now I say jail.
In Lil Wayne's mirror, he drops the bandana representing Bloods.
Say different air freshener.
This means it's the same thing he was doing before, but the Illuminati is a bigger, more powerful organized gang that just hides behind a different mask. Lil Wayne even uses the same sign he used to represent blood, but now instead of B for Bloods, it means 666 for Satan. He serves the devil for money, fame, and riches, and does not care how he is leading his fans to hell.
Granny, we do it for vanity, not humanity.
This song has a double meaning. On the surface, the song is about how America's government is corrupt, but its hidden message is about the Illuminati's evil plan against America. In this video, Lil Wayne tries to appear to be the good guy, standing up against social injustice. The video takes place in New Orleans, where Lil Wayne was born, in an area that looks to be destroyed by Hurricane Katrina. Some believe that African Americans were not rescued in time to be saved because the government did not care, which is why it shows the graffiti tag, "They don't care." But it's really referring to the Illuminati and their puppets. But even Lil Wayne himself is a puppet for Satan. The Illuminati wants to destroy America through the destruction of the economy, war, poverty, and other means. Because of God's judgment on America, God would allow these things to happen in the end times.
Heard tomorrow ain't promised today. The end of time is like an hour away. It's Judgment Day or fire drill. Military minded, lost it, can't find it.
The Illuminati is planning a military takeover or martial law to the New World Order. The Illuminati will cause a financial collapse in America and around the world. that would be much worse than the Great Depression. This would cause everyone to be in a state of panic and rebellion. This would justify the government's move for a military takeover. The Illuminati believes in order out of chaos. The more chaos, the more control they will gain as a result. The cult-trained military leaders and people under their direction will use arms, hand-to-hand combat, and if necessary, kill to control crowds.
Sweet land of kill 'em all and let 'em die.
Some will try to run and flee abroad out of America.
Her police was looking for me, I'ma hide by abroad.
Many will fight, but Christians are taught not to use violence, guns, or any weapons, because Jesus said those who live by the sword will die by the sword.
Cause I live by the sword, I'm dying by the sword.
The Illuminati is using artists such as Lil Wayne and others to prepare the hearts of Americans to rebel. This is why you see many videos with the same theme.
What's a guide to a non-believer who don't believe in anything? No church in the wild. Ashes fall, the wine spills.
The ashes refers to the ashes of death, which are radioactive particles that fall to the earth after a nuclear explosion. The U.S. has been threatened with the possibility of a nuclear attack for many years. The wine symbolizes the blood that will spill from the people who died as a result of the explosion.
The world stops, drops, and rolls.
Stop, drop, and roll is a safety technique practiced during fire drills.
It's Judgment Day or fire drill.
This means the world will be in a state of emergency and will try to protect themselves from the dangers coming upon the earth.
2 fingers to my head, pop, peace of mind. I be in the cloud number 9.
Lil Wayne teaches that if you commit suicide, you will escape the troubles of this world and have peace of mind. But in reality, suicide means you have given up on God and you will end up in hellfire forever.
I saw a butterfly in hell today. Will I die or go to jail today?
On Lil Wayne's album cover, there is a red butterfly, technically a moth. The butterfly in this case represents himself, meaning maybe deep down inside, he believes if he dies, he will end up in hell forever. Lil Wayne's Love Me is full of occultism.
And these hoes love me like Satan, man. And these hoes love me like Satan, man.
These artists think they're having fun worshiping Satan. Lil Wayne shows proudly that he's demonically possessed. What these artists don't know is that Satan is actually making a mockery of them. In this video, Lil Wayne is shown with bugs crawling on his face. In hell, there will be bugs and worms crawling inside of the souls in hell who did not accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. It is better for thee to enter into life maimed than having 2 hands to go into hell, into the fire that shall never be quenched, where the worm dieth not and the fire is not quenched. The worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. The worm shall feed sweetly on him. To all those that think hell is a big party, think again. This video also shows women who represent demons of different types. The women in these cages are demons of lust. Some may be known as succubus. These are demons of sexual perversion, immorality, and homosexuality. Dear Jesus, I'm a sinner. Forgive me for my sins. I turn my back on my sins, and I renounce every spirit that has me bound. I believe that Jesus died on the cross for me. Come into my heart and be my Savior.
I was afraid the government would respond to the financial crisis by doing more of the same policies that caused it, which is more deficit spending, more cheap money, more central banking and central planning. And as a result, I think the U.S. economy is now poised for a much bigger collapse. I think that what's coming is a sovereign debt crisis and a currency crisis that will make the financial crisis of 2008 look like, the proverbial Sunday school picnic.
Is it something that's affecting the economy right now?
Oh, absolutely. The fiscal cliff specifically is one of the major ways in which the slow recovery that we have could be completely derailed. Hard landing in China, euro collapsing, problems in the Middle East, and fiscal cliff is probably paramount in that area.
As a matter of policy, as opposed to an apocalyptic way
and the
to
most
get there.
important price is interest rates, which have to go up.
That is
but
the
no
price.
one wants to let them go up because the banks will fail.
We currently have no price integrity in any asset in America.
And we're on the precipice of collapse. That's
right.
where we are.
So
this system is in collapse, and it's unbelievable, and most people don't even see what's going on. If you watch CNBC, if you actually pay attention to the U.S. media, they will always tell you there's green shoots or it's going to be a recovery.
Mm-hmm.
There's no chance of that.
You don't think there are any signs of that?
It's not possible. We're in the last days of this financial system in the U.S. This is Zimbabwe. When it starts to collapse, it's going to happen very fast. If people don't start to wake up to what's going on, they're going to get hurt in this collapse. But this is where it's going now, that we have to now just get as far away from the U.S. and from the Western world because this collapse is going to be messy.
We've got to ask ourselves, why are the feds preparing for a war against Americans? Why have they bought now more than 2 billion bullets, all kinds of arms and ammunition, and now more than 2,700 tanks to patrol in America and keep order? We're told it's because they love us. We're told it's to keep the peace and to increase safety. But of course, we also know from Army documents, from Homeland Security reports, and a lot of other information that it's really to occupy America and prepare for a civil unrest and a total economic collapse that will include gun confiscation.
The rise of the warrior cop. So, what do you mean?
Our cops are getting increasingly like soldiers. They're being dressed like soldiers, they're being armed like soldiers, they're sent out in the streets told they're fighting a war. And when you do that, we shouldn't be surprised when we see some of the results we've seen at the lead-in, where they start treating American citizens more like enemy combatants than citizens with rights.
Meaning, mostly you're talking about these SWAT team raids.
Over the last probably 20 years, there's been about a 1,500% increase in the number of SWAT raids in the U.S.
Often is 10 or 20 guys dressed in black, heavily armed.
I mean, they look like a military squad. I mean, they look like a unit that would invade a village in Iraq looking for insurgents.
Speaking of the police state, which 9/11 ushered in, a 16-year-old is questioned by FBI officials over a YouTube video that he uploaded. According to Justin Hallman, a 16-year-old, after having uploaded a YouTube video which highlighted how America was slipping into a police state, he was visited by FBI officials.
Police state.
Ask one of them why they're here.
What's up, nigga? Police state.
Police state,
man. Police state. 4th of July. Here's our video. M16s.
Because we don't live in a police state, sir. Martial law has not been established in this country. The door, sir. He's got his hand up.
You're gonna kick my door. You kicked my door down. You kicked my door down.
Get on the ground.
You kicked my door down.
Yes, we did. Get on the ground.
No, you have no right to be in here. You have no right to be in here. You have no right to be here. You have no right to be in here. Do not touch her. You are assaulting her.
Yeah, I didn't open up the door. I went open up. Now they're barging in my door for one reason.
Down the ground, down the ground, down the ground, down! Down, down, down to your heads! Hands, come at me, come at me, come at me! Ow! Don't move! Please, don't move! Please, don't move! Please,
If what we saw in response to bombs was that, what will the response be in the wake of something bigger? Is that when we'll see martial law take effect across the country? And more importantly, will people just accept it entirely out of fear?
It was never meant that we would have this gigantic police force from the federal government. I mean, we had martial law up there, FBI and all these agents coming in, closing things down, going to people's houses.
The police state is staring us in the eye, and it's getting more and more imposed upon us, and more imposed on society every day. More and more people are waking up faster and faster and faster.
I think it could very well come to that based on the things that are happening in the news, and we're seeing, you know, the collapse of our economy, so many different things happening.
I have spoken with one federal agent, and the information succinctly boiled down is this. There is an event coming, Steve, in the very near-term future that is going to affect the United States of America to its very soul. That what is being planned, as you and I are on the air tonight, and what has been coming together into that old term, the perfect storm, is literally brewing right over our heads. It is and includes military maneuvers in the United States, military actions that are forthcoming, and that will be so deep and so penetrating that the United States will never be the same.
Who have heard about the NSA spying on us all and think, no big deal. I'm not a terrorist, so I have nothing to worry about. Think again. Because we are all potential terrorists, according to the American government.
You can't just do these kind of things. And this one is not only repealing the principles of liberty, but it's destroying the Constitution.
All of these invasions of our personal privacy under the guise of protecting us, they're just wrong. And it's no longer about keeping us safe. This is about keeping us safely under the government's eye. And it is clear the government is watching all the time.
Oil looks higher. Gold looks higher, currencies look weaker.
More about this currency crisis you see erupting. What does that assume about what's going to happen to the dollar?
Well, it assumes that the dollar will utterly get destroyed and become virtually worthless. I don't know how that inevitably resolves itself. It may resolve itself in some type of a global currency crisis. And then if the global currency crisis unfolds, then inevitably you get I guess an alignment under a global world government, a new global currency, and a new world order.
Growing debate in Washington following reports that some U.S. senators are now considering an immigration bill that would force all U.S. workers to carry around biometric ID cards. Well, it is an idea that is now raising some serious concerns among privacy advocates.
Through the advancing market of biometrics, technology that uses physiological and behavioral recognition to identify people. A system touted as a national security necessity is being used to build a database where the biometric identity of millions of Americans will be gathered and stored.
We really need to attack this in a comprehensive kind of way, not some knee-jerk reaction like sticking something in someone's finger to verify who they are and whether or not they can be employed in this country.
The U.S. Department of Homeland Security has been buying up massive amounts of ammunition. Americans are wondering why.
Do you think this is a sign that they're preparing for some sort of mass civil unrest?
If you look at what the Department of Homeland Security has been purchasing over the last year, it comes out to like 1.6 billion rounds of ammunition, more than 7,000 fully automatic assault weapons, 2,700 MRAP type vehicles, and now drones. Those are instruments of war. Department of Homeland Security's, who are they going to fight a war against?
Would I participate in assisting the feds coming into states and going into homes and taking everybody's gun away? And I said, I would not be a part of something like that. And I said, one of the reasons is I wouldn't want to get shot, because the American people are only going to put up with so much before they push back. And I said, if the feds tried to do that, disarm this country, I said, you would see an uprising and maybe a version of the Second American Revolution.
wrestle in the apocalypse.
So do you agree with Reverend Graham and our panel on this side that Americans should fear Islam?
We do believe as Muslims the East and the West will one day be governed by the Sharia. Indeed, we believe that one day the flag of Islam will fly over the White House. Indeed, there's even a narration of the Prophet where he said the day of judgment will not come until a group of my ummah conquer the White House.
Okay.
Tonight we have another disturbing story to report. The Obama administration has confirmed to Fox News that earlier this month, members of the National Security Council met with this man, Abdullah bin Baya. Now, this is a group that openly supports Hamas and calls for the destruction of Israel. Now, the group was founded by an Egyptian cleric who in the past has called for the death of Americans and Jews and is banned for ever stepping foot in the United States.
This is completely impossible to understand. Why you would have this person in the White House talking to people on the National Security Council, a person who's the vice president of an organization that calls for the destruction of the state of Israel, an organization whose president has advocated killing Israelis and killing Americans. And he's the vice president of the group. So we have somebody sitting in the White House who's part of an organization that has advocated the killing of Americans. What is going on in the White House?
Another data collection, data gathering center on Islamists, though, is accusing the Obama administration of allowing scores of known radical Islamists to make hundreds of visits to the White House. It cites court documents and other records to identify many visitors belonging to groups serving as fronts for the Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas, and other Islamic militant organizations.
Do you know how many of the members of your Countering Violent Extremism are members of Muslim Brotherhood? Let me ask you, Muhammad Ali Biari was a member of the working group. You promoted him, and it said there, I've got articles here that say you swore him in as a member now of your, let's see, the Homeland Security Advisory Group. He's apparently been given a secret clearance. Let me make sure you leave here understanding. He was a featured speaker at the tribute to the great Islamic visionary Ayatollah Khomeini.
Questions now have been raised about Obama's CIA nominee by an ex-FBI agent who claims that the nominee for the CIA, John Brennan, is an Islamic convert with decades-old connections to the most anti-American variant of the religion.
But Bachman back then accused Ahmadin of helping members of the Muslim Brotherhood infiltrate the U.S. government. Why John Brennan should not be CIA director? Of course, he's a secret Muslim.
Mr. Brennan did convert to Islam when he served, and he has given them access to not only senior leaders inside the government, but has given them access to the National Security Council, the National Security staff. He has brought known Hamas and Muslim Brotherhood operatives into those positions of government.
But for more than 3 decades, I have also had the tremendous fortune to travel the world, and as part of that experience, to learn about the goodness and beauty of Islam.
And we begin this evening with the conflict in Syria, where the Obama administration is preparing to send weapons to jihadists who have vowed to destroy America. That's right. It looks like the White House is, well, they're getting ready to arm al-Qaeda terrorists in Syria. President Barack Obama has signaled that he will greenlight the transfer of lethal weapons to FSA, that's Free Syrian Army militants in Syria, within weeks, despite the fact that such groups are being led by al-Qaeda terrorists responsible for killing U.S. troops in Iraq who have vowed to destroy America.
So forget all of those speeches that this president gave at AIPAC and, oh gosh, we're Israel's best friend, we're going to help them, because, oh no, we're going to give people who have the power to destroy Israel on the border with Israel military aid as they are planning, many there make it clear they hate Israel, they hate us, and it's time that we do not provide military aid, abetting, and assistance to people that want to destroy Christians, that want to destroy Israelis, and that want to put the world in turmoil and have everyone living exactly as they dictate.
The very same insurgents who Obama now plans to arm with lethal weapons are the same guys who have openly expressed their radical hatred towards America. They're out there ransacking Christian churches, burning American flags, singing their praises to Osama bin Laden.
President Obama hasn't been to church since he took office. Well, how many Sundays have you been counting? 11 Sundays so far. Now he's saying we are not a Christian nation. So is there a message being sent?
What I was suggesting, you are absolutely right that John McCain has not talked about my Muslim faith, and you're absolutely right that that has not come my Christian faith. And well, what I'm saying is he hasn't suggested that I'm a Muslim.
Obama's Lucky Charms, a ring that says there is no God except for Allah. Let's take a look at the article. Barack Obama's Lucky Charms include a Hindu god, a Masonic emblem, and a wedding ring that has the phrase, there is no God except Allah. You can see right there, clear as day, the Masonic ring. You can talk to Dan Badani. He'll give you a whole history on Masonic doings. Yeah, you can see it real good right there. If we keep scrolling down, I believe there's a few more. Yeah.
As an ordained United Methodist minister, I am here to attest and affirm that our faith and belief in God is central to the American story and informs the values we've expressed in our party's platform. In addition, President Obama recognizes Jerusalem as the capital of Israel.
All those delegates in favor say aye. All those delegates opposed, say no. In the opinion of the... Let me do that again. All of those delegates in favor say aye. All those delegates opposed say no. I guess.
All right, check out this website. 4 Christian missionaries were at an Arab festival over in Dearborn, Michigan, when they had a huge run-in with police.
The Christians were the only ones that were charged, and you know, it's interesting, it wasn't the Christians that were breaching the peace, it was the hecklers, the Muslims who were actually making threats to them. Instead, what we have now, we have 4 Christians who are locked up and spent an evening in the jail for doing nothing more than expressing their religious beliefs. You know, in our country, we're not governed by Sharia law, we're governed by the Constitution, and we have a First Amendment that protects those rights.
Is this more, were they adhering to Sharia law in their arrest? Because it doesn't seem to be going by our Constitution.
I guess that was my point. Again, our Constitution protects the right to free exercise of religion, the right to freedom of speech. Under Sharia law, you don't have those particular rights. You know, it's probably not a coincidence that in a city where you have the largest Muslim population in the United States, that you have police who are persecuting Christians.
It is so dangerous down at that border, and you don't see that on television because cameramen usually don't go there. I'm catching 60 people at a clip with the Border Patrol agents, and mixed in are people from the Middle East. We're joking about it, but it's very, very serious because as I asked Congressman King if I had a bus of drug cartel members, Hezbollah, or Chinese nationals, what don't you want to get through? The reason being is because the Chinese nationals, they could create a cyber 9/11. And I witnessed 9/11 firsthand. I mean, I was like this, and I ran from those buildings. A cyber 9/11 would make that day look simple. I mean, we're talking about shutting down our air traffic control or shutting down the electric grid on the East Coast. This country would not be able to get through that sort of thing. So the fact that we're allowing that to come through the border, this is a pathway to disaster. And we will never understand until it happens that America will never be the America we know. Because let me tell you, we just watched the city of Boston shut down for a week because of 2 guys who learned how to use pressure cookers.
Think terror training camps are only located in places like Pakistan? Think again. Our next guest
has proof that radical Muslims are training to wage jihad right here in our own backyards.
Terrorist organization at war in the Middle East, and tonight top anti-terror officials tell the 6 News investigators Hezbollah agents are active in the Charlotte area.
We do believe as Muslims the East and the West will one day be governed by the Sharia. Indeed, we believe that one day the flag of Islam will fly over the White House. Indeed, there's even a narration of the Prophet where he said, the day of judgment will not come until a group of my ummah conquer the White House.
Okay, can I?
The aims of the White House Rural Development Plan sound eerily similar to a UN plan called Agenda 21, where a central planning agency would be responsible for oversight into all areas of our lives, a one world order. Sound familiar?
I had planned another closing message, but I feel compelled to say what I'm about to say. Now, I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
Executive order signed by President Obama has sparked controversy on both sides of the political aisle. The National Defense Resources Preparedness Executive Order was signed quietly Friday night. It gives the president the power to control U.S. resources.
The Rules Committee is going to meet in the House. They are going to come up with a rule that makes it okay for them to do a same-day bill. So they'll pass this rule. It's, believe it or not, called martial law.
This would give the President of the United States the authority to declare basically martial law during times of peace.
There are new disturbing developments out of Washington tonight regarding the president's belief that he has the legal authority to assassinate U.S. citizens. Incredibly enough, it appears that our commander-in-chief actually believes that authority exists not only on foreign soil, but right here on American soil as well.
But Senators McCain and Levin have added this legislation which would authorize the president to declare the entire United States of America, all 50 states and all territories, to be a battlefield, even though there's no battle, thanks be to God, going on here.
War on terror is different.
And that would authorize him to use commander-in-chief authority in the United States, to use the military to arrest people in the United States who, in the president's opinion, are enemies of the country.
Particularly to hear President Obama claim the power to keep people in prison indefinitely with no charges against them, no conviction, no sentence, just imprisonment.
Joining us now is former Secret Service agent Dan Bongino. Dan, thanks a lot for joining us. What do you mean there's no such thing as gun control, only people control? Tell me what that means.
Tucker, this is larger ideological ploy by this administration. They're not being authentic with America, whether it's the sequester, healthcare, or the gun control issue. What they do is they manipulate an emotional crisis, a national emotional crisis, to further an ideological agenda which involves the evaporation, the slow disintegration of your civil rights, your liberties, your ability to live and let live. And it's a disturbing pattern that, frankly, is really starting to get under my skin.
The US is funneling money into tracking systems that are threatening to make the very concept of privacy a thing of the past. It could mean people's every move being used against them to keep them under surveillance.
The information age was an era nearly everybody embraced. But today's surveillance age, experts say, is a reality almost no one can escape.
David, why does the DHS need 450 million hollow point bullets?
That kind of ammo that they purchased from ATK, hollow point ammunition, as you had explained, it's designed to, tear through human flesh and then expand. It's designed to kill people. This is not the optimal kind of ammo you would buy for target practice. It's more expensive and it's more precise.
Do you think this is a sign that they're preparing for some sort of mass civil unrest?
So they have an open bid right now, DHS, for even more ammunition, for 175 million rounds
of .223 caliber rifle ammo. It's almost identical to the ammunition used by NATO peacekeeping forces. So that's very interesting. Are they planning on some kind of widespread economic unrest in the U.S. that would require NATO forces to help us out?
$500 million in surplus military weaponry from the Pentagon, which is authorized through the Pentagon's 1033 program. During the late 70s, Congress passed legislation called Posse Comitatus, barring the military from operating on American soil. And in the early 80s, there was an effort to circumvent that in Congress by arming police with military-grade weaponry. And now we're seeing that play out in the streets. People in the inner city in the U.S. have been experiencing this. So civilians in the U.S. are now up against basically military-style policing.
The battle against terrorism involves all of us. Everybody in this country is a potential terrorist.
The Department of Homeland Security sent to law enforcement agencies across the country warning about the potential for an increase in right-wing extremist activity. It warns about groups and individuals dedicated to single issues like abortion, immigration, and gun rights.
Tonight, our focus is on every American's right to freedom of expression and freedom of religion. It's the Christians who are under siege by government officials and anti-religion groups who think Christmas and Christianity have no business in the public arena.
The Department of Defense has just issued a new list of extremists that should be watched. And on that, in fact, number one, past the Muslim Brotherhood, past Hamas, Hezbollah, number one, evangelical Christians.
We begin tonight with a newly leaked U.S. Army military police training manual for what they are calling civil disturbance operations. The Army manual outlines the plan to kill rioters and demonstrators in America. That's right, they have plans to confiscate our firearms and kill American citizens on U.S. soil. This during a mass civil unrest, I guess, shooting innocent civilians perhaps. And it goes on to describe how prisoners will be processed through internment camps. Wow. So there you have it. Our own military being trained for armed conflict with U.S. citizens. They're being trained to confiscate our guns and preparations to process us into camps during civil unrest.
A pretty scary scene along the Chicago River turns out to be a military training exercise.
There was nothing routine that folks reported about seeing the jarring as they witnessed the jarring scene of at least 3 Black Hawk helicopters flying at times in close order formation.
Just in, a military drill in downtown Miami, complete with these Black Hawk helicopters, elite soldiers, and police officers swarming the street.
Take a look, swing back over here. This may be involved in this training or not. Again, let me tell you what all of this is that we know of. It's a joint military training exercise involving local police, also military.
The sight of Army helicopters and the sound of gunfire created a lot of concern this afternoon in one Houston neighborhood.
There were armed men in fatigues, plenty of weapons, and what many thought were real live rounds.
Black Hawk, I told you they were coming.
There's no lights on them. They're like bugs.
So here's the article by Steve Watson. Military helicopters conduct covert exercises over U.S. bank buildings. This is all part of other drills going on to acclimate the public to being attacked by our own military that are happening here in the United States. Here it is.
LAPD and elite military units conducted extraordinary counterterrorism training in the skies above downtown LA tonight.
At one point, they made what appeared to be a drop-off at a park. Within seconds of landing, the helicopter was back in the air.
It was a strange sight in the skies over Los Angeles. Military Special Forces flying a practice mission last night, and there are more exercises scheduled for today. The entire city of Boston is in lockdown. In the suburb of Watertown, police with guns drawn are searching door to door.
I mean, we had martial law up there. FBI and all these agents coming in, closing things down, going into people's houses.
Mr. President, I do want to get right to the news of this week.
Sure.
The terrorism in Boston.
Yeah.
Many people have wondered if it took you right back to 9/11 when you heard it.
Well, at first, I was deeply concerned that there might have been a organized plot. I don't know all the facts. I don't think we all know all the facts, but I was deeply concerned that this could have been, another.
While they're doing this, they're amassing this wealth in order to redirect it toward martial law endeavor, and not just in America, but globally. They want to lock down every country and force us into global governance, eventually force us into a global reserve currency that is like the Bancorp that the IMF has been pushing.
And those people who have been yelling, oh, the UN's going to take over global
Conspiracy
government.
theorists.
They've been crazy, but now they're right.
Yeah, well, when
It's happening.
When Geithner said he would be open to the idea of a global currency last week, those conspiracy people had said and suggested that for years. Right. You're not wrong.
And when massive foreign trade deals are made, they are done in U.S. dollars, which serves as the world's reserve currency. Now the UN is backing a plan to change all of that and create a new global currency.
There is a global meltdown coming. It is a global depression, and one world currency and one world financial system is the end game. China said last week they want one global currency. France said yesterday or the day before that they want one world order, a new world order, at the end of this event.
U.S. State Department, the Federal Reserve, even the EPA are sending billions of dollars overseas, and many economic and political decisions made in the United States just don't benefit us. They benefit a would-be one world government. Because of the programs like this and just the fiscal conditions that we're in, it feels like there's a greater sense of urgency to get to that one world government. Do you feel like the Obama administration may actually be hitting the gas rather than the brake pedal when it comes to this?
To answer your question, absolutely. I think Obama's got his foot on the gas pedal and is going full speed ahead with taking us towards a global government.
Oil looks higher, gold looks higher, currencies look weaker, all for the reasons that we talked about before. I mean, you've got huge wage disparities. I don't know how that inevitably resolves itself. It may resolve itself in some type of a global currency crisis. And then if the global currency crisis unfolds, then inevitably you get, I guess, an alignment under a global world government, a new global currency, and a new world order.
If the feds do not stop the wild spending and do not reform Medicare and Social Security, the U.S. dollar will collapse. That means that all of our savings, all of our investments, our homes, and everything else will blow up before our eyes.
This morning on Today's Health, a computer chip that could be implanted under your skin so doctors can quickly access your medical records. Explain to me briefly what the VeriChip is and what it is supposed to do.
VeriChip is a tiny miniaturized RFID, or radio frequency identification microchip. It's 11 millimeters by 1 millimeter. It's about the size of a grain of rice.
Well, we've got one sitting there by a penny to give us a little perspective of the size. Very
Correct.
Tiny. You implant it under the skin how?
It gets injected, just like getting a shot of penicillin or any medicine that you would get in a doctor's office. It goes in the upper right arm.
Implantable human chips. Supporters hail the technology as a medical marvel.
You have one in your arm right now.
That's correct.
Where is it?
It's in the upper right arm. It's a simple injection process.
Finding from us this evening, technology on the cutting edge. We were interested today to hear that more than 100 law enforcement officials in Mexico are having microchips implanted in their arms. The chips allow a person to be scanned.
The ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one-world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers. The whole agenda is to create a one-world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right? There'll be no more cash. If you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip, and you have nothing. You can't buy food, you can't do anything. It's total control of the people.
And that chip's connected to a database that has your purchasing records, what you do, what
everything,
you sell.
Everything is in there, you know? And so they want a one world government controlled by them, everybody being chipped, all your money in those chips, and they control the chips, and they control people, and you become a slave, you become a serf to these people. That's their goal.
Okay, look, the CIA has done in this country, what they've done to us is unbelievable. Look at the terrorist acts that have occurred. The CIA behind most, if not all of them. And now with the Twin Towers, World Trade Center episode, our Congress is now proposing further restrictions on our constitutional rights and civil liberties. These explosions, these terrorist acts, were an excuse to pass anti-terrorism legislation.
And then to implement.
And then yes. And this is what's happening in the world today. And that's why our intelligence people are not only knew about in advance, but probably involved. There's no question.
I met Rockefeller through a female attorney I knew. He's the one who told me 11 months before 9/11 ever happened that there was going to be an event. Never told me what the event was going to be, but there was going to be an event, and out of that event, we were going to invade Afghanistan to run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. We were going to invade Iraq, you know, to take over the oil fields, establish a base in the Middle East, and make it all part of the New World Order. And sure enough, later 9/11 happened, and I remember he was telling me how you're gonna see soldiers looking in caves for people in Afghanistan and Pakistan and all these places, and there's going to be this war on terror, of which there's no real enemy, and the whole thing is a giant hoax, you know. But it's a way for the government to take over the American people.
Adam Weishaupt started the Illuminati organization with the purpose of creating a one-world government at the time of the end. And that's what's on the back of our dollar bill. It's really interesting. It says, "In God we trust," but that is not our God. This is that God of the Egyptian groups. And that's why the pyramid is on the dollar. And this terminology around it says the birth of the New World Order. Giuseppe Mazzini of Italy sat down in 1871 and planned the 3 world wars to bring this one world government into existence, and believe me, they were right on the first 2 world wars, and they're right on the one that's getting ready to happen soon, called Armageddon, Revelation 16:16.
One world government come together. We're seeing the world court. We're seeing even an economic system, a one world economic system.